She knew that if her head hit the wall like that, it would burst like a watermelon. At the last moment, Ye Xiao stopped, preventing her head from smashing against the wall. But in his frustration, he punched a hole through the wall beside Wang Yanqing, causing her to shake with fear. As Ye Xiao released her, she collapsed to the ground, feeling as if she had just narrowly escaped death. I thought you wouldn't be afraid of death. I thought you'd go through fire and water for a Luddite like Yanju. Ye Xiao taunted Wang Yanqing menacingly, then turned to Zhao Yunshan, ordering, throw Yanjun, a scoundrel who has ruined countless families, into the river and feed him to the fish. Lurid Xing, save me. Yanjun knew he was doomed this time. Even as he was being carried away, he was still hoping that Wan Lurid Xing could save him. Unfortunately, Ye Xiao did not even look back. He grabbed Chu Qingwu, who was still in shock, and left the room. Without his orders, even if Wan Lurid Xing screamed her lungs out, no one could save Yanjun, that despicable man. Ye Xiao too, will there be trouble if you do this? After being forcefully taken to another room by Ye Xiao, Chu Qingwu was still filled with apprehension. Don't worry, your mother is more afraid of death than anyone else. At most, she will make a fuss for a few days. Ye Xiao saw through Wang Lurid Xing. She had just performed bravely, but was she truly fearless? Indeed, there were people brainwashed by pyramid scheme leaders, who suddenly lost their fortunes and died jumping in front of a train. However, it depended on the individual. Even if someone was brainwashed, if they were afraid of death, they would still fear death. No, I am worried about you. Chu Qingwu gently grabbed Ye Xiaodu's arm. I'm afraid you will get into trouble by killing someone. Ye Xiaodu's heart warmed, and he gently embraced Chu Qingwu's slender waist, smiling warmly. Silly girl. With no evidence, who would dare to offend your husband for the sake of Yanjun? I am Ye Xiao after all. The mention of Ye Xiao made Chu Qingwu's body tremble. Though there was no hint of arrogance in his tone, it somehow sounded like a boastful statement. Yes, her husband was the heir of the country's top wealthy family, no longer the husband who could be easily bullied. 30 minutes later, Zhao Yunshan came to knock on Ye Xiaodu's door. Ye Xiao, Yanjun has died, after accidentally falling into the Qingshui River. Ye Xiaodu nodded, exuding a boss-like demeanor. Watching him in this state, Chu Qingwu sighed inwardly once again. It seemed that her husband had truly transformed completely after lurking for 3 years, all for some grand scheme. Ye Xiao, your mother-in-law's emotions are very unstable. She keeps cursing and talking nonsense, doing strange things. We finally managed to restrain her forcefully. All right, have someone watch her carefully for the next few days. Play mahjong with her. Let her win some money. Ye Xiao casually handed Zhao Yunshan tens of thousands of dollars to be lost to Wang Lurid Xing. Chu Qingwu sighed lightly once again. Her mother already had such a wealthy son-in-law, yet she still wasn't satisfied. It was truly inexplicable. At the same time, she felt a twinge of guilt. After her father was imprisoned, she had been too preoccupied with making a living and planning her own future, neglecting to care for her mother. If only she had spent more time with her, this situation might not have arisen. Qingwu, yet, your mother's illness is mental. Until she recovers, I don't plan on having her stay with us. We need to find a way to deprogram her. Okay. Ye Xiao, do you want to hire an expert? Sigh. Any expert is no match for your father. Ye Xiaodu's unfinished sentence was well understood by Chu Qingwu. Initially, she had thought her mother was going crazy over money, but now she realized that what her mother lacked was love from a man. I will find a way to get your father released as soon as possible. Ye Xiaodu once again made this promise. The next day, after dropping off his wife at work, Ye Xiaodu returned to the residential complex. Both Yang Xiaosha and Yanjun had been restrained, and the property deed had been retrieved. It wasn't just the gambling operation, even the related private mortgages and high-interest loans were all interconnected, scheming together to exploit others. Thinking about how Wang Lurid Xing still hadn't regained consciousness, Ye Xiaodu was infuriated. Those butchers deserved to be sent to hell. Today, Ye Xiaodu had returned to find Wang Lurid Xing and Zia Weiman's room, to see if they had hidden his necklace there. However, the outcome was predetermined. It was not there. If Zia Weiman hadn't sold it off initially, it must have been hidden elsewhere, or Wang Lurid Xing might have sold it later. Ye Xiaodu could only speculate that Zia Weiman's refusal to leave prison was because of the necklace, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Failing to find the necklace, he returned to the Jinfu building in the afternoon to check on the progress of the advertising shoot for Tang Qingyan. Once he saw that Tang Qingyan's face had recovered from swelling and the work was proceeding as planned, Yi Xiaodu left with peace of mind. Little did he expect to encounter Fatty Liang the moment he stepped out of the building. Ha ha. Meeting you here is perfect. Give me a ride somewhere. You'll definitely benefit from it. Fatty Liang had a sly look on his face, casually draping his arm around Yi Xiaodu's shoulder and walking out. Clearly, he was unaware of Yi Xiaodu's relationship with Jin Leifu, thinking he was just a mere chauffeur. Where to? Yi Xiaodu furrowed his brow slightly. Heh, a place that can make a man lustful and intoxicated. The Seeking Immortal nightclub. Fatty Liang seemed to smile ambiguously, an expression that seemed to suggest Yi Xiaodu had never been there before. Why are you going to such a place during work hours? Yi Xiaodu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was now the boss of Qing Cheng International, and his employee was inviting him for leisure during work hours, which was quite amusing. Talent hunting. What kind of talent? I want to invite the top lady there, Ji Wuyu, to be the spokesperson for our Qing Cheng International. Ji Wuyu. Yi Xiaodu was taken aback. Wasn't she Du King's goddaughter? Could it be that after the Qinglong faction's defeat at the Liu family banquet, she had no support left and had fallen to the point of performing at nightclubs? Ha ha, are you intrigued? Fatty Liang thought Yi Xiaodu was also interested in such beauties, pushing him further, not at all courteous. Not really, Director Liang. It's work hours now, and enough with the excuses. You are on an official business trip now, and I'll cover all your expenses. Fatty Liang thought the driver was afraid of getting into trouble and quickly came up with a grand reason. He had indeed invited people to those places for consumption several times, before without any issues. All right, as long as I can help Director Liang recruit talent, I'm willing to go through fire and water. Yi Xiaodu went along, as he was curious about what Ji Wuyu was planning there. This woman must be quite extraordinary. During the previous event at the Emperor's Hotel, Yi Xiaodu had already sensed her strength. She was likely a martial arts expert, and now that she was associated with the Qinglong faction, she surely had some ulterior motives. Ha ha, you're finally on board. Fatty Liang patted Yi Xiaodu's shoulder contentedly. Let's go. We must sign Miss Ji today. As they got out of the car and entered the brightly lit building, Yi Xiaodu suddenly felt alert. With his sharp military senses, he could sense hostility in the surroundings. However, after looking around, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Let's go in. Fatty Liang didn't pay attention to Yi Xiaodu's alertness and casually draped his arm around Yi Xiaodu's shoulder, leading the way. Hey, Director Liang, you finally made it. There are several ministers specialized in receiving guests in Zunshan. Most of them are women in their 30s. These women were beautiful when they were young, but as they age, they could only work as receptionists. Fat Liang was a frequent guest at the nightclub, so as soon as he entered, a coquettish female minister rushed over to greet him. Yi Zi didn't look at any women other than Chu Qingyu, but Fat Liang was not picky and greeted the minister with a smile. Ha ha, Sister Bopop, I missed you so much. Director Liang loves to joke. If you were thinking of me, why did you wait almost a week to come see me? Ha ha. Busy with work, as soon as I had some free time, I came to see you. Unexpectedly, Fat Liang was not just indiscriminate, he genuinely enjoyed it. He hugged Sister Bopop and went in, casually taking out a few hundred yuan as a tip. Sister Bopop immediately smiled and sweetened her tone even more. Big brother, it's still early. Do you want me to accompany you first? Fat Liang poked her nose with a playful look. Let me finish my business first, I'll find you later. Today, I am here specifically for. Yi Zi watched as the two walked in, feeling uncomfortable, but followed them inside. Sister Bopop glanced at him. Although he looked dignified, his clothing was ordinary, clearly indicating that he was Fat Liang's subordinate, so she didn't bother greeting him. Miss Ji won't perform until 8 o'clock. Should I arrange for 2 pretty girls to accompany you for some drinks? Let's do that. Fat Liang looked at his watch. It was still early for the 8 o'clock performance, so he eagerly asked Sister Bopop to bring a few girls over to have some fun. Ji Wuyu never performed on stage, she only showcased her talents on the 3rd floor main stage. So Sister Bopop led them to the 3rd floor and arranged a table for them near the front. After sitting down, Yi Zi scanned the room and was surprised to see so many people, all dressed up, indicating that Ji Wuyu's reputation was not to be underestimated. Then the question arose, Director Liang, did Miss Ji really only come here a week ago? Why is she so popular? Ha ha, it has only been a week, but she used to be a socialite in a gray area. Countless big shots failed to get her, so she has gained a significant reputation. I see. Yi Zi nodded. Although he knew Ji Wuyu before, he had never spoken much to her, so his understanding of her was not as deep as Fat Liang's. Soon, Sister Bop Bop called over a few pretty girls to accompany them for drinking games. Yi Zi had no interest in these women, but played along casually to try to gather some information from Fat Liang. Unexpectedly, Fat Liang was quite skilled in this area. As soon as the two girls sat down, he pulled out a stack of banknotes and used a seductive technique on them, causing a stir. Fat Liang enjoyed himself, and seeing Yi Zi a bit reserved, he encouraged, "Ha ha, little driver. Don't worry about the money. Today's expenses are on me. You're here to accompany me to find potential talent. All costs are business expenses. I will help you with the reimbursement." Despite his cheap ways, Fat Liang was quite generous in this aspect. Yi Zi quickly smiled. "Director Liang, as long as you are happy, I'm here to broaden my horizons." Ignoring him, Fat Liang enjoyed himself first before focusing on the main event. By the way, how did Director Liang take over Miss Chen Ruhan to become the director? After a few drinks, Yi Zi began probing. When they enter, he felt a sense of danger approaching and became cautious, suspecting that Fat Liang might be an enemy leading him here purposely. Therefore, he had been hesitant to drink much. "Ha ha, you don't know my resume. I was the advertising manager at Mihua Entertainment Company before transferring to become the advertising director at Qingcheng International. I have quite the background." Clearly not wary of Yi Zi, Fat Liang blurted out, "I am related to the Meijia family of Huacheng. My mother is also a distant relative of the Meijia family." Ah, a well-connected individual. Yi Zi understood finally and thought that since he had no deep grudges with the Meijia family, they wouldn't try to harm him. Slowly, he relaxed his guard, drank some alcohol, and started enjoying himself. The third-floor hall had no roof and led directly to the fourth floor. The two floors were connected. At this moment, on the fourth-floor railing, Ji Wuyu and Mr. Qing stood together, watching the people below. HMPH, I didn't expect Yi Zi to show up tonight. It's the perfect opportunity to kill him, avenge the Qinglong faction, and establish a good relationship with Yi Ya. Mr. Qing slammed down a glass of wine. That night, due to Yi Zi and the Dragon's Breath Legion, the Qinglong faction and the White Wolf faction both suffered a great loss, conceding the top two positions in the gray area. Mr. Qing still harbored deep resentment. Seeing Yi Zi at Zunshan nightclub today, he immediately found his goddaughter Ji Wuyu, asking her to kill Yi Zi. However, Ji Wuyu did not respond to Mr. Qing. She had originally sided with the Qinglong faction to leverage their power and resources to find something specific in Huacheng. Now, the Qinglong faction had lost its value to her, and she was unsure if she would continue to work with them. "Ji Wuyu, have you thought it through? If you stand on the wrong side, you might face death. I might not be able to protect you then." Mr. Qing and Ji Wuyu had known each other for a long time, utilizing each other over the years. Ji Wuyu used the Qinglong faction's power and manpower to search for something, and Mr. Qing used Ji Wuyu's strength and charm to strengthen the faction. If Uncle Snake and Ji Wuyu were to confront each other, even Du Qing didn't know who would emerge victorious in the end. "Mr. Qing, I understand. You may go. I know what to do." After Mr. Qing and Ji Wuyu spoke, she turned and walked into a room. "Humph, different tribes have different hearts. What is this woman really plotting?" Mr. Qing left coldly. For the past 2 years, this woman had been asking him to help find a piece of secret silver necklace. Despite searching the whole Huacheng area, the Qinglong faction never found the item. Initially, Mr. Qing thought Ji Wuyu had given up, but now that the Qinglong faction had declined, this woman resurfaced to establish connections with other wealthy families and merchants, using their resources to continue the search. In another VIP booth on the third floor, Yao had just seen Mr. Qing and Ji Wuyu conspiring about something and displayed a disdainful expression. Beside him were Liu Jian, Chu Jianwo, and Chu Qinghu, father and son. In the past few days, the Chu family had suggested many ways to kill Yi Zi, but Yi Ya didn't believe their methods would work. Yi Zi was not as easy to kill as they imagined, and Yi Ya not only had to kill him, but also ensure that the Yi family wouldn't find any evidence linking him to the incident. Otherwise, Yi Ya's actions would become a target for the Yi family's retaliation. However, today, Chu Qing gave him a suggestion that he found promising, so he immediately came to Zunshan nightclub. Sorry, Young Yi, I'm late. Chu Qing's voice rang out, accompanied by an energetic beauty with a ponytail who appeared slightly flustered. Please have a seat. Upon seeing the woman, Yao personally pulled out a chair for her, inviting her to sit, which shocked Liu Jian and the Chu family, especially the Chu family. They had just learned how high and mighty the scion of the first wealthy family was. Always accompanied by 12 bodyguards, he disregarded the beauties of the major families of Huacheng. Today, he showed such gentlemanly behavior towards this woman. It was truly surprising. However, Chu Qing understood that Yao was trying to bring this woman on board for some job. After all, she was the perfect candidate to help kill Yizi. Mr. Chu, I don't drink. I came here tonight just to find out who killed my father. Tiadi Lan. After the woman sat down, still looking flustered, she waved her hands repeatedly. Her father had struggled in the gray area for many years, made countless enemies, but for the safety of his wife and daughter, he had separated from them, allowing them to live a normal life. For over a decade, they had no contact at all. Over time, the woman and her father had little to no father-daughter relationship, to the point where she even forgot that her father was still alive, that he was her biological father. At his funeral, she wanted to know who had killed him. Today, Chu Qing specifically found her, saying he could help her seek revenge. Being straightforward, she couldn't resist coming. It's that despicable man surrounded by women. Tonight we will avenge you. We invited you here to witness the death of your enemy. Yao patted the woman's fragrant shoulder, gestured through the one-way mirror pointing to the outside of the booth, where Yizi was surrounded by several girls. The glass in the compartment is one-way visible, and Yexiao did not know what he looked like at this moment, all falling into the eyes of others. Just now, in order to figure out the origin of Liang Pangzi, he did not reject the girl next to him, and even played along. Well, young man, you are quite strong. Why don't you let me be your girlfriend tonight? The girl next to him saw that although Yexiao did not look like a wealthy young man, he had a good physique, at least beating that fat guy next to him by a mile. Anyway, it's all about doing business with someone, so why not do business with a handsome young man? Unexpectedly, Yexiao looked at her, looking innocent, as if to say, why can't I understand what you're saying? Annoying. Pretending to be innocent in front of others, the girl coquettishly said, I don't care. You must choose me as your girlfriend tonight. No, young man, you better choose me as your girlfriend. Another girl also refused to back down, speaking in a sweet and coquettish tone. Heh. Do you want to be my girlfriend, or do you want to be the boyfriend of these banknotes? Yexiao took out 2,000 yuan, imitating a fat guy, and stuffed it into the two girls. Since the fat guy could reimburse it, he didn't mind. Heh. Thank you, sir. The two girls took the money, each hugging Yexiao and wanting to kiss him, but Yexiao pushed them away, not allowing anyone but Chu Qingwu to kiss his face. These scenes all fell into the eyes of Yao, the beautiful woman next to Yexiao, who clenched her fists tightly, staring at Yexiao with a look of surprise and anger. Isn't that guy despicable? He killed your father, yet he's still at large. Since the law can't punish him, you have to be the one to punish him. Yao sneered again, whispering in her ear. The beauty did not respond, just lightly biting her pink lips, apparently finding it hard to accept this fact. Meng, it's almost 8 o'clock, why hasn't Miss Ji come out yet? Liang Pangzi was here specifically to sign people, so he was getting anxious when the time was near and the star had still not appeared. Director Liang, you are so bad. You took everything that was cheap, and you're still thinking about Miss Ji. I'm not happy. Meng saw the two sisters on the opposite side receiving tips, so she pretended to be cute as well. Liang Pangzi, an old hand, knew exactly what she was up to and quickly pulled out a stack of bills and forcefully handed them to her in the middle. Meng immediately smiled and said, Director Liang, don't worry. The show tonight is delayed by 15 minutes. Look over there. Hua Xiao and Mei Xiao, aren't they waiting for Miss Ji? So Miss Ji will definitely come out tonight. Hearing the names Hua Xiao and Mei Xiao, Liang Pangzi was taken aback. He quickly stood up and saw the two young masters sitting on both sides of the stage, surrounded by a group of people. He knew that the chances of him having a chat with Ji Wuyu tonight have dropped to 0. Seeing the worried look on Pangzi's face, Yexiao quickly asked the two girls next to him, who are these Hua Xiao and Mei Xiao? The two girls looked at him as if he were speaking Martian. Hehe, who comes seeking fun in the Zunshan nightclub wouldn't know these two young masters. Are you joking, brother? That's right. Hua Wucheng is the son of the mayor of Wucheng. And as for that Mei Kingen, he's even more famous. He's the young master of the Mei family, and also an idol-type star promoted by the Mei Entertainment Company. Yexia was also taken aback. A mayor's son and an idol-type star, actually forming a group to seek entertainment. How prestigious. No wonder Liang Pangzi felt so deflated at once. Facing these two in terms of status and appearance, Liang Pangzi had no chance of winning Ji Wuyu from them. Out of curiosity, Yexiao continued to ask, what's the relationship between these two? They seem to have some animosity towards each other. This time, Liang Pangzi sighed and replied, they do have a grudge. The two of them were classmates, and they both liked the same girl back then. The one surnamed Dai Chue forced himself on the girl, and using his family's power, covered up the matter. That's how the feud between them started. I see. Yexiao understood. No wonder he found Mei Kingen more pleasing to his eyes than Hua Wucheng, who seemed like a bad egg. At this moment, a sound of high heels slowly approached from the staircase connecting the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. Click, click. Someone heard the sound and gazed over, followed by continuous screams. Miss Ji is coming out. It's Wuyu. It's Wuyu. Upon hearing the sound, Yexiao immediately looked up, and the familiar face of Ji Wuyu entered his sight, stirring his heartstrings for a moment. She was the one and only focus in the Zunshan nightclub at this moment, with her snow-white cheeks, mesmerizing eyes, and red lips shimmering. Especially in the silver evening gown, outlining the perfect curves, she was simply intoxicating. Even though Yexiao had seen Ji Wuyu before, at this moment, he had to admit that he could hardly resist her charm. No wonder so many men were captivated by her. Under the almost fanatical gaze of all the men in the hall, Ji Wuyu descended from the 3rd floor, looked around, nodded slightly, and elegantly sat in front of the piano. When her eyes fell on Yexiao, they lingered for half a second longer than on others. As the goddess with the captivating allure sat down, she didn't speak but started playing the piano, her fingers dancing, and a wonderful piano piece filled the air. Like the moon shining on the waves, like a dream, it enchanted everyone. And just when everyone thought this aloof goddess would look down on everyone again, her gaze landed on Yexiao unintentionally. This unexpected move instantly shifted everyone's attention to Yexiao's table. Director Liang, hurry up. Everyone else has almost finished introducing themselves, and you're still clueless over there. Yizi didn't know Ji Wuyu's intentions, so he quickly shifted the focus to Fat Liang. This fat guy, still staring at Ji Wuyu like a pervert even now, looks like a fool. Oh. Reminded by Yizi, Fat Liang finally came to his senses. He was here today to sign a contract with her. If she doesn't even know him, how will they meet later? However, as he was about to stand up, he hesitated and whispered softly to Yizi, this woman seems to be shallow and cares a lot about looks. I'm a bit on the heavier side. She might not like me. How about you represent our company? Yizi stared at the fat guy with contempt, thinking to himself that he was the director after all. He only now says, if you can do it, then do it. Isn't this deceiving? But seeing Fat Liang's hesitant look, Yizi had no choice but to reluctantly stand up and say loudly, I'm Yizi, the driver from Tranquil International Company, representing our company's advertising director. Liang Fat, wait. Yizi suddenly couldn't remember Fat Liang's name, so he lowered his head and asked him, Fat Liang, what's your name again? Ha. What an idiot. Are they stage fright, embarrassed to reveal their identities? Tonight is not a place for ordinary people. If your status isn't enough, mentioning it will just be laughed at. This scene undoubtedly brought mocking voices from the entire hall. These people, despite their arrogant talk, are just average figures in the Flower City. None of them had attended the Liu family's previous banquet, while Mei Kingen and Hua Wucheng were not interested. Now seeing Yishao's demeanor, they found it quite amusing. A mere driver dares to expose himself in front of these big shots and executives. Isn't he afraid of being ridiculed? It's even more ridiculous that he forgot his own company director's name. Shouldn't he be fired for that? Regardless of how others mocked him, Yizi remained unruffled, causing some discerning people present to look at him in a new light. For example, Mei Kingen, even though he didn't know Yizi, vaguely felt that this man's identity was not as simple as it seemed. Oh, so you're Yi. the driver from Tranquil International and manager Chin. Ji Wuyu also pretended not to know Yi, deliberately flirting with him, because her target tonight was the hidden identity of the Yi family's young master, but the others were unaware. Ji Wuyu was actually getting close to this driver, causing them to be astonished. The top beauty is really going against common sense. With so many young masters and executives saying hello to her, she didn't even acknowledge us. Exactly. Very disrespectful. Is she really interested in that driver? What poor taste. The Ji Wuyu paid no attention to their comments, smiling slightly at Yi. I heard Tranquil International's clothes are very beautiful, especially the designs by Miss Ju Qingwu. If possible, could ye brother have your wife send me a few sets of clothes? Yi almost choked on his own blood. Ji Wuyu was obviously being intentional, trying to expose his identity and even make herself an enemy of the whole hall. What was she trying to do? This instantly made everyone furious. The audacity of her flirting with this driver was beyond belief, causing their glasses to fall to the ground. Mainly, because Miss Ju's design talent is outstanding, I also really like her clothes. Despite being insulted by everyone, Yi remained calm and continued praising Ji Wuyu, also giving a subtle advertisement for his beloved wife. Ji Wuyu was amused. Truly the Flower City's #1 lover of wise, TSK. Hua Wuchang couldn't hold back anymore, angrily berating, so it's the useless guy from the Chu family, getting all radiant with just a little bit of attention. You're just a stray dog, who do you think you are? Being friends with Miss Ji Wuyu. Hearing his words, they also realized Hua had confronted this guy, and their eyes gleamed, anticipating a good show. Indeed, Yi furrowed his brows, showing signs of irritation. Hua, you are out of line. Ji Wuyu quickly intervened. In my event, everyone, regardless of their status, is the same. I just want to find friends who understand my music. Hua Wuchang, quick in his response, followed with flattery. Miss Ji's piano performance is as cold as steel balls falling on ice, each note clear and piercing, while her singing is as fierce as the roaring sea, resonating in the heart and soul. It truly captivates listeners. However, not everyone here may appreciate it, and preaching to some dogs is undoubtedly futile. Insulting Yi again, displaying his own talents and flattering Ji Wuyu, Hua Wuchang, although arrogant, displayed some wit. Ji Wuyu, maintaining her aloof demeanor, on hearing such praise, couldn't help but smile slightly. You praise me too much. Hua. Seeing the beautiful smile, Hua Wuchang thought he had a chance and swiftly complimented her more. I love how Miss Ji gracefully plays the piano with its tranquil sound, making one feel as though enveloped in mist. I also admire the powerful vigor in her singing. It fills me with strength. Hua Wuchang's address to Ji Wuyu became even more intimate, and onlookers thought he might have a chance to win her over tonight. Mei Qing'an was now anxious. He came here tonight to vie for the spotlight, not because he liked Ji Wuyu, but rather, he was somewhat annoyed by her pretentiousness. However, his rivalry with Hua Wuchang, and his resentment for having once lost a woman he liked to him, drove him to compete for the spotlight and undermine Hua Wuchang. Seeing Ji Wuyu being showered with compliments from Hua Wuchang, Mei Qing'an was worried. If things continued this way, and Hua Wuchang won her favor, Mei Qing'an would surely be mocked and find it difficult to face Hua Wuchang in the future. As for Fat Liang, he sighed, realizing he couldn't compete with Hua Wuchang in terms of power or flattery. What chance did he have to win over Ji Wuyu's favor? HMPH. Just then, a disdainful sneer echoed in the hall. The silent hall made this sneer sound particularly piercing. Ji Wuyu instantly wiped away her smile. Hua Wuchang's face turned dark, angrily addressing the disrespectful driver who was laughing at them. Damn dog. Do you want to die? Why are you laughing at us? Hua Wuchang's henchman behind him, seeing him losing his temper, started making threats and vowed to take down the driver on the spot. TCH. At this moment, Mei Qing'an also sneered. His laughter wasn't directed at Ji Wuyu but at Hua Wuchang and his group. You hoodlums have lowered the tone of Miss Ji's piano recital. Mei Qing'an, who are you calling a hoodlum? Hua Wuchang retorted, locking gazes with Mei Qing'an. In an instant, the atmosphere between the two turned icy. Sensing a confrontation brewing, Ji Wuyu quickly interjected, please don't interrupt our conversation. Yi, What were you laughing at regarding my piano and singing earlier? Did you think they weren't good enough? She was both coquettish and angry, wondering why Yi, despite his esteemed identity, was mocking her performances. He's such a loser. How would he appreciate your divine music? Wu Yu. Hua Wuchang continued to insult Yi loudly. I don't, but would a sycophant like you know better? Big little master. Yi couldn't tolerate Hua Wuchang any longer, retorting coldly. He didn't want to antagonize him, but if forced, Hua Wuchang would be left behind. 10. Do you think you're so great? I'm a local, and I love getting back at those who think so highly of themselves. Hua Wuchang. Please don't interrupt our conversation. Ji Wuyu sternly stopped Hua Wuchang, then turned to Yi, asking, if the little leaf thinks that the little flower doesn't understand my music, that it was false flattery, I wonder what his evaluation of my piano and song would be. With that statement, the hall erupted. Yi, the fact that Ji Wuyu referred to this driver as young Master Yi, and that she reprimanded Hua Wuchang for it, implying that in her eyes, Hua Wuchang was inferior to this driver. Or was she genuinely upset, demanding Yi provide a reasonable explanation, or she would make sure he looked bad? Seeing Hua Wuchang's darkening face and Ji Wuyu's serious expression, Yi frowned as the spectators eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama between the three angry individuals. Everyone in the audience knew that Yi was the most lowly person in this group. However, Ji Wuyu unexpectedly called him young Master Yi, which Yi felt was a deliberate mockery, and her gaze became even more mocking. Little did they know that Ji Wuyu was actually excited, and that's why she slipped up and revealed Yi Zhao's noble identity. Feeling the mocking gazes of everyone in the room, Yi didn't mind. He knew that Ji Wuyu must be intentionally playing with him tonight, so there had to be a back-and-forth interaction. Furthermore, if he wanted to save face, he had to win the approval of Ji Wuyu and everyone else in the room. Therefore, Yi responded in a playful manner, saying, your performance is actually very good. It seems like you've opened the sixth sense of the seven senses. Ha ha. Always flattering me. Aren't you just the same? The Reaper thought Yi would point out Ji Wuyu's flaws to save face, but unexpectedly, he also offered compliments, prompting a loud laugh. They didn't realize that Mei Kingen burst into laughter, saying, I never expected you have this kind of merit. Really amusing. Contrary to his expectations, Mei Kingen, who dared mock him, didn't dare. He simply couldn't understand why others were also secretly mocking him. Did he say something wrong? Ji Wuyu's pale face blushed, pouting and petulantly saying, since young Master Yi dares to say I'm clueless in playing, I must listen to your pointers. When Liang Pangzi heard Yi indirectly comment on Ji Wuyu's lack of skill, his face changed color in shock. Was this Yi really capable, or was he intentionally taking risks to catch Ji Wuyu's attention? Damn it, if he couldn't come up with a reason, these wealthy youngsters could easily tear him apart at any moment. Should he pretend not to know him now? If Yi knew what the fat man was thinking, he would definitely explode in anger and unleash his fury. Wasn't he helping the fat man impress the taut beauty to begin with? How could this fat man still act as if he didn't know him? On the fourth floor stood an old member of the Green Dragon gang named Xiang Fei, who had been admiring Ji Wuyu for a long time. Hearing Yi, his eyes emitted strong murderous intent. Damn, this brat dares to humiliate Miss Ji in public. I will kill him. Mr. Qing immediately held him back, coldly snorting, if you are Yi Zhao's opponent, I won't stop you, but I'm afraid if you act now, it will ruin our good plan. Xiang Fei had no choice but to suppress his anger. Yi and the Reaper were evenly matched in combat. They didn't know what Ji Wuyu's plan was, or why she intentionally provoked Yi. At this moment, the men surrounding the third floor were focused, their eyes watching the arrogant young driver with hostility. Except for Mei Kingen, who wore a smile and eagerly anticipated how this young driver would criticize the self-proclaimed top beauty. The atmosphere grew tense, but Yi remained calm, and walked out of his seat to assess Ji Wuyu from head to toe, a high arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Miss Ji's piano playing is divine. Her singing has its ups and downs, but there are three major flaws, one of which is fatal. Let me have the audacity to point them out. 3 flaws? The young driver's words truly never ceased to surprise. Although not professionals, those on the third floor could tell Ji Wuyu's performance had been perfect. If there were any shortcomings, perhaps the young driver could barely point them out. However, he boldly claimed there were at least 3 flaws. Truly ignorant. please enlighten me. Ji Wuyu took a few steps forward towards Yi, her fluttering eyelashes revealing a pair of sparkling eyes, seemingly trying to captivate the young driver. Feeling a sense of intoxication, Yi suspected that this stunning beauty must possess some unorthodox skills. He dared not look into her eyes again and instead walked around saying, "As we all know, playing music and singing are meant to please the audience and earn their support. If you're just seeking personal enjoyment, why bother performing on stage?" Exactly. Mei Qing'an immediately agreed. He had come tonight to win over Ji Wuyu, to prove his own charm. However, seeing this proud and aloof woman, he felt a bit displeased. As a star from the idol field, he wasn't as pompous as her. Just because she was more beautiful, she acted as if she were above earthly desires, which was really irksome. But Mei Qing'an, despite his handsome and wealthy demeanor, found that he had no way of dealing with Ji Wuyu. So, if Yi could conquer her tonight and bring her down a peg, Mei Qing'an would be the first one to rejoice. With Mei Qing'an's support, the women and some men present nodded, thinking if she wasn't trying to earn money, what was the point of showcasing her talent? After gaining support from the majority present, Yi turned to Ji Wuyu. "Did I say something wrong?" "Indeed, you did. Even Moon dances for money like an ordinary person. While Ji Wuyu may not lack money, she wouldn't dare offend the audience or risk everyone withdrawing their support for her performances." Well said. While music isn't warfare, pleasing the audience also requires proper timing and favorable circumstances. But from the aspect of timing, Miss Ji failed to measure it correctly. Why did everyone come here tonight? Yes, right. To have fun. But what are you doing, singing when everyone's looking to have some fun? Using a trendy expression, we've already taken our pants off, and you're showing us this. Ha ha. Well said. Yi Xiao's words gained more and more support. The men who came to seek fun and pleasure at Immortal Paradise tonight were certainly not upstanding citizens. Simply put, the ultimate goal for being here tonight was to bring back a beautiful woman. Who would spend so much money just to listen to you sing? Isn't that nonsense? Especially those hostesses who depend on their smiles to earn a living. They were the ones cheering the loudest. All these women were selling themselves. Why should they earn so little from their sweat and tears, while you flaunt your singing and make so much? Isn't that unfair? What do you think? Did I say something wrong? Yi looked at Ji Wuyu with an air of righteousness, feeling that justice was served. Look at you. Deliberately exposing me, deliberately exposing my identity. Let the whole crowd mock me, and I'll make you regret it. Yes, learn from your mistakes. Ji Wuyu replied, summoning a beautiful smile. Joking, it seems that from now on, my performances should be scheduled in the late hours, when everyone's finished their business and wants to cleanse their souls. Ji Wuyu's witty response led to laughter and applause, making the interaction between these two even more interesting. It seems Miss Ji grasps things quickly. Impressive. Yi clapped his hands. However, you chose the wrong location. What is Immortal Paradise? It's a place where people pay to seek pleasure, not somewhere to find like-minded friends after a breakup. It's not suitable for you to play the piano, so if you turned it into a pole dance, the effect would be thousands of times more impressive than your piano solo. Then you wouldn't have to worry about pleasing the audience and making a living. Exactly. Who wants to see Moon do a pole dance? Raise your hands. Mei Qing'an enthusiastically raised his hand, looking eager to stir up trouble. Seeing Ji Wuyu trembling with anger, Mei Qing'an felt a sense of satisfaction. Look at you, being haughty and pretentious. You're just a mortal, not a celestial being. Do you really believe you're a heavenly goddess? Yes. Give us a performance. Ha ha. As long as you dare to strip, I dare to reward you. I have nothing but money. Fully naked, I will reward you 10 million. Those lustful wolves were already excitedly imagining Ji Wuyu in the nude, causing their noses to bleed. The scene became increasingly chaotic as each person, provoked by Yi Xiao's words, shed their sheep's masks, revealing their true wolfish nature. What remained of their earlier appreciation for the music dissolved, and they abandoned all pretenses of elegance. Xiang Fei was furious and suddenly brandished a gun, declaring, since Yi dares to insult Miss Ji like this, I'll kill him now. Don't act recklessly. Mr. Qing was taken aback, quickly snatching the gun from him, scolding, idiot, if you fire here, setting aside whether you can kill Yi, do you think we will escape afterwards? He was indeed a young master of the Yi family, a general in Longxi's army. If he weren't afraid of causing a commotion, Mr. Ching would have kicked this brainless fool to death. He seemed to be unaware that Yi Zi could only be assassinated in secret, never openly. Otherwise, his entire family line would be in jeopardy. Though Yi Zi was enjoying himself with Qi Wuyu downstairs, he still sensed Mr. King's presence. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. How many people tonight were actually considering killing him? Qi Wuyu swore that she wanted to tie up the little driver now and tickle him until he begged for mercy, unable to live or die. However, she had always been a person who had received strict training since childhood. Even when she was extremely angry, she still suppressed her emotions, even pretending to be pitiful. Yi Xiao, I'm really sorry. I can't dance, let alone pole dance. Her voice was indeed magical. When those rowdy men heard her words, they immediately quieted down. Sun even turned against Yi Xiaobai, saying that Qi Wuyu was being bullied. Yi Xiaobai laughed and said that Qi Wuyu didn't have much prestige, and he wouldn't even believe it if she killed Lian Pangzi. At the same time, he became more and more worried. If this woman really intended to kill him, it was uncertain whether he would be able to leave the Zunshan nightclub tonight. It's okay if you can't dance. Yi Xiaodai looked at her, and just one sentence from him quieted everyone down again. He continued to say, the two questions I just asked have nothing to do with your playing level, but this next point is indeed related to your level. Oh, Yi Xiao, please go on. Qi Wuyu was slightly surprised. After the previous 2 rounds, she had determined that Yi Xiaobai was a bit clever but knew nothing about playing instruments or singing. Therefore, when Yi Xiaodai mentioned her skill level, she was not only surprised but also angry. She believed her musical skills were unmatched, even surpassing those so-called stars. She couldn't believe that this guy could point out her flaws. HMPH. Hua Wucheng's face had already turned very ugly. He had complimented Ji Wuyu just to please her, but everything he said was insincere, and he even claimed her performance was perfect. So every time Yi Xiaodai pointed out a flaw in Ji Wuyu, it was like publicly slapping him in the face, making him embarrassed. Unfortunately, Mei Qing'an supported Yi Xiaobai, which prevented him from doing anything rash. He could only hold back his anger. Yi Xiaodai couldn't help but smile mischievously, and he asked publicly, Miss Ji, may I ask, are you still pure? What? Ji Wuyu was focused on waiting for him to ask a question about musical notation. She never expected him to suddenly throw out such a question, catching her off guard, causing her to exclaim in surprise. Wow! The more excited Ji Wuyu became, the more rowdy the men in the audience were. The atmosphere in the entire hall was directly proportional to her expression. The men didn't care whether Yi Xiaodai's question was related to her performance. They started standing up and loudly asking, yes, Miss Ji, are you still pure? Is she acting pure to cover up her impurity? If she's a loose woman, won't we all look like fools, being played by her? Women have always been something many men care about. But to be asked this question publicly is truly a privilege only beauties possess. Imagine a woman who looks like Fun Yan. No one would care whether she is pure or not, let alone suspect the quality of her cheap coats. Ji Wuyu never dreamed that she would be asked this question so openly. Even if she tried to control her emotions, she couldn't help but respond angrily. What? What does that have to do with you? Yi Xiaobai remained composed and smiled, saying, of course, it has nothing to do with me. Only your performance. Seeing that Yi Zi could still talk and laugh in such a situation, while Fatty Lian was already slumped over the table, his fat body trembling like a sieve, people couldn't help but be amazed. This little driver really had no idea what fear was. Did he not know how many people admired Ji Wuyu? If those rich and spoiled young masters got angry, they wouldn't let him walk out of Zunshan tonight. What he didn't realize was that Yi Zi had even dared to slap members of the Du family in front of two major sects at a Liu family banquet. Was there anything this madman wouldn't dare to do? What does this have to do with my performance? Ji Wuyu's face flushed red, her fists clenched tightly. In this moment, the high-end aloof goddess was completely pulled down from her pedestal by Yi Zi. Please answer directly. Yes or no? Yi Zi pressed on relentlessly, thinking to himself, when you deliberately dragged me out and exposed my identity earlier, you probably never expected this moment to come, did you? All those who admired Ji Wuyu, as well as those who simply enjoy watching drama, were now staring curiously. Even Hua Wuchang's eyes burned with anticipation. If this woman turned out to be a fake pure-hearted beauty, he'd want to deal with her first before even dealing with that little driver. With the whole room waiting for her answer, Ji Wuyu felt so aggrieved she was about to cry. She finally broke down and shouted, "I've never been touched by a man in my entire life. Of course, I'm pure. Ha ha. I knew Miss Ji was pure." Many men sighed in relief. They had been worried that they had been worshipping a fake. Yi Zi, however, looked like he had known all along. He then said, "No wonder Miss Ji's song earlier felt off. It turns out you simply can't grasp the emotions in it." "What do you mean?" Ji Wuyu grew increasingly frustrated, regretting that she had teased him first. In her 23 years of life, when had she ever been humiliated like this? "You've never been in love, so how could you understand the emotions in that song? Do you know what it feels like to yearn for someone you can't be with? Do you really believe the lyrics are correct?" Yi Zi fired a series of sharp questions, pressing so hard that Ji Wuyu took 2 steps back and slumped into a chair. What's wrong with the lyrics? You really think the most painful distance is you're not by my side, but in my heart? Yi Zi took a step forward, closing the gap between them. Ji Wuyu could even feel the heat of his breath. Isn't it? Of course not. Yi Zi chuckled and then turned to the crowd. Mei Qing'an had been enjoying the show and was eager to see how this little driver would deal a fatal blow to the arrogant top courtesan. Playing along, he asked with a smile. "Then tell us, what is the most painful distance?" Yi Zi smirked sarcastically. "Of course, it's when people bring wads of cash to see you, and you tell them you only perform and don't sell yourself." Hey ha ha ha. His sharp and timely remark sent the whole room into an uproar. Because he had voiced what many men secretly thought, they all clapped and cheered in agreement. This little driver really had guts. He had said what no one else dared to say. And yet, even though Ji Wuyu was fuming, she couldn't refute it. He really was something. Fatty Liang also applauded in admiration. This little driver had skills those rich young masters had tried and failed to win over Xunshan's top courtesan. Yet he had managed to leave her speechless. "I never expected you to be this kind of easy." Ji Wuyu fumed, breathing heavily. If not for her extraordinary self-control, she would have fought him right then and there. Yi Zi, unconcerned with her anger, continued casually, "I only wanted to point out your shortcomings so your performances could reach new heights. If you don't want to listen, I won't waste my breath." Ji Wuyu snorted coldly in frustration. "You've already insulted me enough, just say whatever else you want to say." "All right then." Yi Zi sighed theatrically. "All performances are meant to move people, and they all revolve around one thing, love. But love isn't just something you sing about, it's something you act on. If you've never been in love, how can you express heart-wrenching emotions in your performance?" As Yi Zi spoke, he thought about the hardships he had endured with Chu Qingwu over the past 3 years, the unwavering loyalty and silent sacrifices. But the men in the room completely misunderstood his words. Their minds immediately went in a different direction, and they burst into laughter. "Ha ha, well said. Love is something you act on. This guy is shameless, but I like it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Mei Qing'an also clapped along with the crowd, feeling immensely satisfied. Seeing Ji Wuyu, who usually acted so high and mighty, completely humiliated like a plucked phoenix, made him feel great. "Humph, thinking you can make more money playing a song than I can from filming a whole movie. That just pisses me off." Seeing that even the women in the crowd agreed with Yi Xiao's words, Ji Wuyu had no choice but to swallow her anger. She put on a weak and pitiful act, saying, "Yi Zi, I've learned a lot from your words tonight." "You're welcome. I love helping others. But since I pointed out your flaws, shouldn't you thank me properly?" Hearing this, Fatty Liang thought Yi Zi was about to sign Ji Wuyu as a brand ambassador for him. Excitedly, he cheered, "Good brother." But in reality, Yi Zi had no such intentions. He simply wanted to recruit Ji Wuyu to his side. After all, this woman was far from ordinary. How would Yi Zi like me to thank him? Ji Wuyu deliberately softened her voice, making it sound seductive. Her goal was clear: to provoke jealousy and stir up hostility toward Yi Zi from the other men. Sure enough, the crowd erupted in an uproar once more. Hua Wuchang's eyes darkened with murderous intent. This brat had humiliated him in public and stolen the woman he wanted. If he didn't kill Yi Zi, his anger would never be appeased. When Yi Xiaobai asked this question, Liang Pangzi thought he intended to sign Ji Wuyu as the spokesperson for his company and couldn't help applauding, calling him a good brother. He had no idea that Yi Xiaobai had different intentions, wanting to use Ji Wuyu for his own purposes. After all, this woman seemed far from ordinary. "How should I thank you, Yi Xiao?" Ji Wuyu deliberately made her voice sound more charming, causing a stir among the men in the room. She wanted to rouse their hostility towards Yi Xiaobai, as he had been so difficult with her tonight. Surprisingly, there was an outburst of envious chatter around them, while Wu Cheng glared at Yi Xiaobai with undisguised malice, planning his revenge. This guy had publicly humiliated him, and taken the woman he had set his eyes on, a knockout performer, away from him. Hua Meng, immersed in enjoying the drama, was eager to see how this little driver was going to strike a blow at the proud top star. Therefore, he cooperated and jokingly asked, "Then please tell us what the most painful distance is." Yi Xiaobai sneered. "The most painful distance is when everyone approaches you with a bundle of cash, and you tell me you're selling your art, not your body." Laughter erupted, and Yi Xiaobai's remarks even won loud applause from the audience. Despite the fact that his remarks resonated with the desires of many in the crowd, this bold little driver boldly expressed what no one dared to say, making Ji Wuyu feel utterly helpless in the face of it all. She steeled herself and pretended to be weak, saying, "Tonight, Yi Xiaobai's words have been an eye-opener for Wuyu. You're welcome. I love to help people learn, but after pointing out your flaws, shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Xiaobai asked. Languishing, Ji Wuyu coldly sniffed. "You've made me feel worthless. Do you have anything else to say?" "Okay." Yi Xiaobai sighed, as if contemplating deeply, and then said, "All performances in the world evoke emotions, especially the word love. But love is not something to be sung but to be expressed through actions. Since you've never been in love, how can you sing with heartfelt emotion? Do you understand the agonizing feeling of being separated from a lover? Can you grasp the inability to love when you want to?" Yi Xiaobai's series of rhetorical questions were intimidating, causing Ji Wuyu to take a couple of steps back until she sat down and asked, What's wrong with the lyrics? Do you really think it's correct for the lyrics to say that the most painful distance is when you're not with me, but in my heart?" Yi Xiaobai took a step forward, standing within arm's reach of Ji Wuyu, who could even feel his warm breath. That's not it." "Of course not." Yi Xiaobai chuckled and then turned to the audience. Mei Qing'an, who had been enjoying the show, wanted to see how the little driver was going to deliver a fatal blow to this proud top star. Therefore, he smiled and asked, "Then please tell us, what is the most painful distance?" Yi Xiaobai sneered. "That would be when everyone brings piles of cash to you, but you tell me you sell your art, not your body." "Ha ha." The driver's whimsical response received loud laughter from the crowd, and since he had tapped into the minds of many present, they all clapped heartily. This little driver was indeed daring. He openly spoke about things that many wouldn't dare to say, and succeeded in making Ji Wuyu, even more so with the male-dominated crowd, feel speechless. She had to play the role of a damsel in distress, saying, "Yi Xiao, your words tonight have been very enlightening for Wuyu." Unaffected by Ji Wuyu's thoughts, Yi Xiaobai continued nonchalantly, "I'd been pointing out your flaws to help you improve in your performance, but if you don't want to listen, then I won't bother continuing." Ji Wuyu pouted and said, "You've made me feel completely worthless. Is there anything else you'd like to say then?" "All right." Yi Xiaobai pretended to sigh deeply and said, "All performances in the world seek to move people, especially when it comes to love. However, love is not something that can be sung. It is something that must be demonstrated through actions. Since you've never been in love, how can you sing with heartfelt emotion? Do you understand the heart-wrenching feeling of being separated from a lover? Can you comprehend the feeling of wanting to love but being unable to? And, do you truly believe the lyrics are correct?" Yi Xiaobai thought of his 3 years of trials and tribulations with Chu Qingwu, where he had shown through actions that he would never leave her. However, without a doubt, the men in the audience misunderstood him, and they burst into excited laughter. "Ha ha! Love is something to be done. That's worthy of applause. That's right, this little driver is shameless, but I like it. Quote. Well said." Mei Qing'an also joined in with the applause. Seeing Ji Wuyu being metaphorically stripped naked like a phoenix, he felt immensely satisfied. Relying on a bit of looks to barely make it, thinking she could earn more money, and me with a single song, that attitude irked him. Seeing the lustful gazes from the men and the approval of the little driver's statement, Ji Wuyu's frustration reached its peak. She could only pretend to be tender and weak while saying, "Yi Xiaobai, tonight's lesson has humbled Wuyu. You're welcome. I love to help people learn, but after pointing out your flaws, shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Xiaobai asked nonchalantly. Liang Pangzi clapped his hands, thinking that Yi Xiaobai was going to help him sign Ji Wuyu as a spokesperson, and cheered him on as a good brother. Little did he know, Yi Xiaodai had different plans, intending to make use of Ji Wuyu for his own purposes since she was clearly not an ordinary woman. So Yi Xiao, how should Wuyu thank you? Ji Wuyu deliberately made her voice sound coquettish, causing another clamor among the men in the room. She aimed to further agitate their hostility toward Yi Xiaodai, who had been so difficult with her that night. Sure enough, a wave of envious whispers erupted around them, while Wu Chun glared at Yi Xiaodai with undisguised malice, planning his revenge. This guy tonight not only embarrassed him in public but also took away the woman he had set his eyes on. Seeing the general public's approval of the little driver's claim, Ji Wuyu, devoid of any power to respond, could only feign vulnerability and say, Yi Xiao, tonight's words have been educational for Wuyu. Unaffected by Ji Wuyu's thoughts, Yi Xiaobai continued nonchalantly, I've been pointing out your flaws to help you improve in your performance, but if you don't want to listen, then I won't bother continuing. Ji Wuyu pouted and said, You've made me feel completely worthless. Is there anything else you'd like to say then? All right. Yi Xiaobai pretended to sigh deeply and said, All performances in the world seek to move people, especially when it comes to love. However, love is not something that can be sung. It is something that must be demonstrated through actions. Since you've never been in love, how can you sing with heartfelt emotion? Do you understand the heart-wrenching feeling of being separated from a lover? Can you comprehend the feeling of wanting to love but being unable to? And, do you truly believe the lyrics are correct? Yi Xiaodai thought of his 3 years of trials and tribulations with Chu Qingwu, where he had shown through actions that he would never leave her. However, without a doubt, the men in the audience misunderstood him, and they burst into excited laughter. Ha ha! Love is something to be done. That's worthy of applause. That's right, this little driver is shameless, but I like it. Quote. Well said. Mei Qing'an also joined in with the applause. Seeing Ji Wuyu being metaphorically stripped naked like a phoenix, he felt immensely satisfied. Relying on a bit of looks to barely make it, thinking she could earn more money, and me with a single song, that attitude irked him. Seeing the lustful gazes from the men and the approval of the little driver's statement, Ji Wuyu's frustration reached its peak. She could only pretend to be tender and weak while saying, Yi Xiaodai, tonight's lesson has humbled Wuyu. You're welcome. I love to help people learn, but after pointing out your flaws, shouldn't you thank me? Yi Xiaobai asked nonchalantly. Liang Pangzi clapped his hands, thinking that Yi Xiaobai was going to help him sign Ji Wuyu as a spokesperson, and cheered him on as a good brother. Little did he know, Yi Xiaodai had different plans, intending to make use of Ji Wuyu for his own purposes since she was clearly not an ordinary woman. So Yi Xiao, how should Wuyu thank you? Ji Wuyu deliberately made her voice sound coquettish, causing another clamor among the men in the room. She aimed to further agitate their hostility toward Yi Xiaodai, who had been so difficult with her that night. Sure enough, a wave of envious whispers erupted around them, while Wu Chun glared at Yi Xiaobai with undisguised malice, planning his revenge. This guy tonight not only embarrassed him in public but also took away the woman he had set his eyes on. Seeing the general public's approval of the little driver's claim, Ji Wuyu, devoid of any power to respond, could only feign vulnerability and say, Yi Xiao, tonight's words have been educational for Wuyu. Unaffected by Ji Wuyu's thoughts, Yi Xiaobai continued nonchalantly, I've been pointing out your flaws to help you improve in your performance, but if you don't want to listen, then I won't bother continuing. Ji Wuyu pouted and said, You've made me feel completely worthless. Is there anything else you'd like to say then? All right. Yi Xiaobai pretended to sigh deeply and said, All performances in the world seek to move people, especially when it comes to love. However, love is not something that can be sung. It is something that must be demonstrated through actions. Since you've never been in love, how can you sing with heartfelt emotion? Do you understand the heart-wrenching feeling of being separated from a lover? Can you comprehend the feeling of wanting to love but being unable to? And, do you truly believe the lyrics are correct? Yi Xiaodai thought of his 3 years of trials and tribulations with Chu Qingwu, where he had shown through actions that he would never leave her. However, without a doubt, the men in the audience misunderstood him, and they burst into excited laughter. Ha ha! Love is something to be done. That's worthy of applause. That's right, this little driver is shameless, but I like it. Quote. Well said. Mei Qing'an also joined in with the applause. Seeing Ji Wuyu being metaphorically stripped naked like a phoenix, he felt immensely satisfied. Relying on a bit of looks to barely make it, thinking she could earn more money, and me with a single song. That attitude irked him. Seeing the lustful gazes from the men and the approval of the little driver's statement, Ji Wooyu's frustration reached its peak. She could only pretend to be tender and weak while saying, "Yi Xiaodai, tonight's lesson has humbled Wooyu." At this moment, Mei Qing'an walked up to Yi Xiaosheng and slapped him on the shoulder, saying generously, "Brother Yi, just take her. Whatever price she asks for, I'll cover it for you." Yi Xiaosheng glanced at the handsome star beside him and felt quite pleased. To have the support of this male star was indeed an unexpected gain for tonight. Wasn't he just discussing with Jin Leifu how to promote Tang Qingyang? Having someone from the industry accompanying him would definitely make things easier in the future. Hearing Mei Qing'an's words, everyone looked at Yi Xiaosheng with envy and jealousy. It was already a good thing to have caught the favor of Ji Wooyu, but now someone was even willing to cover the expenses for him. Did this taxi driver do something to save the galaxy in his past life? Was his luck exploding tonight? Since young Master Yi has given his guidance to Dance Moon, Dance Moon will invite young Master Yi to have a few drinks as thanks tonight. Ji Wooyu's beautiful eyes smile that she actively invited. Dance Moon is waiting at Zunshan to open a room, expecting young Master Yi to attend the banquet. Silence fell. After the stillness, the men around couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, they had spent so much money to promote this top show, and now it was being snatched away by a small taxi driver from Jiu International. How embarrassing. If this matter were to spread, where would they, the young masters and executives, show their faces? It would be better to let Mei Qing'an or Hua Wuchang take it. At least their faces could still be saved. Seeing the agitation around the venue, Lian Pangzi was so scared that he buried his head, cursing to himself. This little driver was really defying the odds. He actually managed to get Zunshan's top artist to invite him to a room. If Yi Xiaosheng had agreed, whether or not the two of them could leave Zunshan tonight was still unknown. Yi Xiaosheng didn't think so. At first, he was worried that Ji Wooyu would take action against him due to the matters involving Lord Qing and the Blue Dragon sect. But now that she was inviting him alone to her room, he felt safer. Even if she were foolish, she wouldn't assassinate him while alone with him. Wouldn't that be like telling the whole world that she killed him? Besides, for her to kill him on her own would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. After Ji Wooyu left, a beautiful woman approached Yi Xiaosheng and handed him a room key, saying, "Brother Yi, this is the room key that Miss Ji asked me to give you." Yi Xiaosheng looked up and was shocked to see that the person handing him the room key was none other than Tia Tia. "Tia Tia, what are you doing here?" Yi Xiaosheng asked in surprise. Tia Tia was the executive assistant at Jiu International and also his good friend. How could she be working at Zunshan? "Well, I'm working here part-time. Brother Yi, tonight make sure to take good care of yourself and avoid any trouble." Tia Tia joked playfully as she handed him the key and left. This straightforward and beautiful woman's face showed a complex expression as she turned away from Yi Xiaosheng, as she never expected that her good friend would be the one avenging her father. He already has a wife. Why is he looking for women in such places? Is he always wearing a mask of deception? Is he as despicable as his father? Why is he the one who killed my father? Why do I have to avenge a father I haven't been with for over a decade? Tia Tian's mind was in turmoil, filled with strange images that made her deeply distressed. At this moment, Yi and others, who were hiding behind one-way glass, with a malicious smile, "The bomb is ready." As soon as Yi Xiaosheng opens that door, a huge surprise awaits him. Playing with his phone is better. It will distract him. "Yi Xiaosheng, do not disappoint us." Among them, Tia Tia left, and Yi Xiaosheng looked at the room key in deep thought. He couldn't understand why Tia Tia would appear here. Was she really working here part-time? Well, Jiu International doesn't encourage employees to work part-time outside. I have to fire her when I get back, Yi Xiaosheng thought to himself. He had no idea of the imminent danger around him, including someone pointing a gun at him just moments ago. His thoughts were still at a superficial level. "Director Lian, I'm going to asterisk now. Wait for me here," Yi Xiaosheng said, fully aware that many people at Zunshan tonight had intentions of harming him. Yet, he did not change his plans. He was determined to uncover all about Ji Wooyu tonight and see if this woman was a friend or a foe. Zunshan's nightclub was located on the floor 6 and above, where hotel rooms were located. Many men and women who enjoyed the party downstairs would choose to go directly to the upper floors to continue the revelry by booking a room. When Yi Xiaosheng arrived at the 10th floor in the elevator, his phone rang. It was his wife, Chu Qingwu, asking him where he was and why he hadn't returned yet. Yi Xiaosheng, where are you? Why haven't you come back tonight? Chu Qingwu had never been so uneasy before. After 3 years of marriage, Yi Xiaosheng had never failed to return home at night and refused to tell her his current location. Don't worry, I won't be home later than midnight, Yi Xiaosheng assured her, refraining from telling his wife that he was at Zunshan and that someone was trying to kill him. That would only make her worrying unnecessarily. As he inserted the room key, Yi Xiaosheng heard Chu Qingwu's voice on the phone asking who was with him. Sensing her increasing concern, he responded, trying to divert her attention, just to make sure everything is set at the hotel for tomorrow's guest reception. Upon hearing the conversation between Yi Xiaosheng and Tia, Chu Qingwu felt slightly at ease. It seemed that Yi Xiaosheng was busy with the affairs of Jiu International. Their CEO was indeed dedicated to his work behind the scenes. Since you're still busy, do what you have to do. Tia approached and closed the door again with a click, taking out the room key. But everything set up here already. You no longer need to going. Not needed. Yi Xiaosheng understood the meaning behind that word, and couldn't help but smile strangely. In fact, with his sharp hearing and military training, he had already sensed the faint ticking sound as soon as he opened the door. He realized there was a timed bomb about to explode as soon as the door was pushed open. So even if Tia hadn't intervened, he wouldn't have pushed the door open. Yi Xiaosheng didn't understand why Tia wanted to harm him. He had felt so disappointed because he had considered her a good friend. So now, as she came back to stop him from opening the door, he felt relieved. At least he didn't lose a friend. Damn it. Women always change their minds. She must be afraid of committing murder. I'll send someone to deal with her, or she might spill everything to Yi Xiaosheng. Hold on. When Qinghe was about to leave to arrange things, Louis Yajian stopped him. Let's keep this woman. A woman who changes her mind is a huge variable. We can't predict what she might do, and neither can Yi Xiaosheng. Even if we didn't manage to kill him this time, there will be a next plan. Louis Yajian's words made even Ya nod in agreement, indicating that among all the people present, this guy had the highest intelligence. Let's keep her for now, send someone to disarm the bomb immediately, and pretend like nothing happened tonight. After giving orders, Ya stood up to leave. However, he didn't expect to run into Tang Qingsh at the entrance of Zunshan and find a large group of people in uniforms with batons blocking the entrance. The three from the Chu family had never experienced such a situation before. They were horrified to see the organized guards and realized they were being targeted while they were trying to harm Yi Xiaosheng. Ah, you're KO1 from Huacheng. Are you waiting for me here? Yi remained composed, as he didn't believe anyone in Huacheng would dare to challenge him. But when Louis Yajian sensed something was wrong, he immediately turned and ran away. The Immortal Club was quickly surrounded, causing others to cower in the corner. Tia had also come down and upon seeing the scene, realized that Yi Zi had already seen through the deadly game of tonight, and had even prepared a counterattack. At this moment, she didn't know what to feel. If she hadn't turned against him just now, would these people tonight have joined forces against her too? That's right, we were waiting for you. Tang Qingsh spoke directly. After responding to Yao's words, he immediately shouted to the other panicked pedestrians, "Don't be afraid. Those not involved, please leave quickly. Tonight, we've taken over this place." The person who dared to claim the Immortal Club was rare in the whole city of Huacheng, but Tang Qingsh happened to be one of them. Those who frequented the club had some understanding of the Grey Forces of Huacheng. Soon, Tang Qingsh was recognized by someone. Ah, that's Tang Qingsh, the man who fights best in Huacheng. He's back. Who could have invited him? People chatted as they left, Sun even wanting to come and get Tang Qingsh's autograph. Mei Qing'an looked on feeling frustrated. As a second-rate star in the entertainment industry, no one had asked for his autograph tonight. Miss Tia, Yi Xiao said you were his friend. You can leave. Tang Qingsh noticed Qian's panic and reassured her. Okay. Tia nodded quickly and left. Tonight, she had come to find out who had killed her father. If she had known it was Yi Zi and that such a level of fight would break out, she would not have come at all. In less than 10 minutes, the once lively Immortal Club was swiftly cleared out. Of course, apart from Tang Qingsh's great reputation, Mei Qing'an, as the young master of the club, also played a role in this. Mei Qing'an now realized that Yi Zi was not just a small driver but a hidden super big shot. It was ironic that many people looked down on Yi Zi, thinking he was just a loser, not knowing that losers don't rise up. All right, everyone has left. How do you want to play now? Yeo remained calm, sitting on the sofa in the hall, leisurely lighting a cigarette, with someone ready to light it for him. Even facing the K1 of Hua Cheng, he believed in the protection of the guards from the Yi family around him, and the anti-corruption team should be on their way here. Yeah, you can leave, but there are a few people you must hand over. Tang Qingsh spoke with a strong tone. Which trash from Yi do you want? Yan knew Tang Qingsh was following Yi Xiao's orders and didn't beat around the bush. Liu Yejian, Du Qing, and the father and son from the Chu family. Tang Qingsh said expressionlessly, isn't that too many? Even though you have the upper hand tonight, wanting to take down my men is going too far. Yi did not respond. You have no room to negotiate. Ignoring Yi's refusal, Tang Qingsh gave a signal, and Zhao Yunshan led a group who instantly pinned down the father and son from the Chu family. Yeo remained unperturbed, even when the lackeys of the Chu family clashed with Tang Qingsh. The rest of you, go in and get Liu Yejian and Du Qing. With Tang Qingxi's command, dozens of strong men rushed into the Immortal Club. At this time, on the 10th floor, Ji Wuyu and Yi Zi may not have seen what was happening downstairs, but they probably knew what was going on. Hehe. Yi Xiao, I really have to admire you. Master Qing has been saying you are incapable, but it seems he was wrong. What about you? Do you think I can achieve something big? If I didn't think you could succeed, would I have invited you up here to be alone tonight? Well, I thought you were interested in me. Yi Zi joked intentionally, sitting casually on the lawn sofa in the room, lighting a cigarette before directly asking, so, why did you ask me to come up here? I want to borrow a necklace from you. A necklace? Ji Wuyu's straightforward words caught Yi Zi off guard, and his first reaction was his secret silver necklace. It was a memento left by his mother, with a significant meaning, but not necessarily so valuable. Did Ji Wuyu lurk in Hua Cheng for so long just to get it? And did Zia Wyman refuse to leave prison for it? Yi Zi was confused about the value of the necklace. Indeed, it's the silver necklace your father-in-law tried to sell 2 years ago. If you can hand it over to me, I'll be willing to pay any price. Ji Wuyu was charming, and sitting next to Yi Zi, she blinked her big eyes, making it difficult for any man to resist. However, Yi Xiao's self-control was beyond imagination. Moreover, he didn't even know where the necklace was at that moment. Why do you want that necklace? Yi Zi asked back. Ji Wuyu smiled, realizing that Yi Zi didn't know the secret of his own necklace. Yi Xiao, do you not know the background of your mother? My mother. Yi Zi was taken aback, recalling his memories of his mother. When he was 6, his mother entrusted the necklace to him. At that time, he thought it was too big and didn't want to wear it. ZZ. This necklace is for a grown man, and you always say you love me the most, so help me take care of it. His mother's words from the past echo in Yi Xiao's ears. At that time, he didn't understand why his mother had given him the necklace to safeguard, and now looking back, he felt there was something fishy about it. When he was 12, his mother passed away. His half-brother, Yi Long, wanted to steal the necklace and play with it, which led to a fight between them. Yi Zi ended up being kicked out of the family for wearing the necklace, but he never discovered its secrets. Yi Xiao, I'll be straight with you. Your mother's name is Chan Fengji, and mine is Wu Ji. We are from the same land. What? Yi Zi was shocked, and his cigarette fell to the ground. He had always believed his mother's surname was Chen. Now, it seemed her name was only an alias for her identity. Ji represents women and is a symbol of status on that land, almost the lowest existence. I was sent out to find the necklace. The necklace holds a big secret. If I return empty-handed, my life might be in danger. Ji Wuyu continued. Do you remember the first time we met? I approached you not because you were from the Yi family, but because I wanted to find out the whereabouts of the necklace. No wonder my mother had no status in the Yi family. She was indeed a grassroots woman. Yi Zi sighed, feeling another thought in his heart. The women on their land were beautiful, which might have attracted his father, but beauty was fleeting. And eventually, his mother was abandoned. As Ji Wuyu continued speaking, Yi Zi learned about Zia Wyman's actions. When Zia stole the necklace and was offered a high price of 30 million, he was surprised at its value. Zia, despite his cowardice, was a shrewd man. He didn't sell the necklace when he thought it was worth just thousands. But now, Ji Wuyu seemed to skip over what happened next. Yi Zi couldn't do anything about it either. For the past 2 years, I sent men from the Qinglong sect to the prison to beat your father-in-law to force him to reveal the necklace's whereabouts. But he never talked, even though the necklace belongs to you. If we want to know the truth, we'll have to rely on you. With the Qinglong sect's downfall, Ji Wuyu was out of options, hoping to find someone else to bring Xia Weiman out of prison for questioning. But that would be too much trouble. It was easier to directly manipulate Yi Zi to find the necklace before deciding their next move. Oh, Miss Ji, are you being too unrealistic? Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Ji Wuyu didn't expect herself to be so candid, and Yi Xiaohu actually responded like this, a hint of confusion and anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. The necklace was given to me by my mother. Of course, I want to find a way to get it back. But why should I give it to you? Yi Xiaohu looked at the exquisite woman sitting across from him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Ji Wuyu suddenly put away her anger, her eyes containing a hint of charm, deliberately playing with her curled hair as she smiled. As long as Mr. Yi can find the necklace for me, I will be yours from now on. How about that? Yi Xiaohu chuckled, lit another cigarette before saying, Miss Ji, no denying you are a stunning beauty. Countless men are crazy for you, but you underestimate me, Yi Xiaohu. Besides my wife, I look down on other women. Mr. Yi, I think you have misunderstood me. Oh, Yi Xiaohu's eyelid suddenly twitched slightly, as Ji Wuyu, in an instant leap, appeared next to him like a ghost. What a fast speed. This woman truly was a martial artist. Mr. Yi, are you really not interested in me? Yi Xiaohu just took a drag of his cigarette, and Ji Wuyu was already sitting beside him, her unique feminine scent filling his nostrils. Ji Wuyu also placed a hand on the back of Yi Xiaohu's neck, as if wanting to prove that if she wanted to, she could snap the neck of this dragon's breath commander at any moment. Yi Xiaohu knew she was intentionally showing off her skills, but he wasn't interested because even though she was fast, she might not be as formidable as Snake Uncle, and if he wanted, he could easily swat her hand away. Therefore, Yi Xiaohu calmly took another drag of his cigarette and said, Miss Ji, I don't understand what you mean. If you are married, please dress properly out of respect for your husband. If you are unmarried, still dress appropriately out of respect for yourself. If you are here to sell yourself, please state your price and services clearly, out of respect for the consumers. And if you're not selling, just showing off, then please relax, I can't see clearly enough. Thank you. Ji Wuyu, hearing him speak like that, lost her charm, realizing that for this doting husband madman, there was only his wife in his eyes. Truly incomprehensible. However, the next moment, Yi Xiaohu suddenly pushed Ji Wuyu away quickly, as he discovered he had been poisoned. Your scent is toxic. Yi Xiaohu hastily adjusted his breathing. Luckily, the poisoning was shallow, and with some ancient detoxification techniques he learned in the Dragon's Breath Legion, he could expel the poison. If he didn't know this detoxification technique, or found out later, he might not have been so lucky. Hehe. Mr. Yi. How about it? If you give me the necklace, I'll be yours from now on. I believe you need someone like me besides Chu Qingyu and Tang Qingsh. Ji Wuyu proudly smiled. Yi Xiaohu pondered for a moment before saying, Let me get the necklace first, it's too early to discuss terms now. With that, he stood up and left. Truly a man in control of himself. Ji Wuyu watched Yi Xiaohu's departing figure, with a smile slowly forming on her lips. Downstairs, at the Zunshan Tower, Tang Qingsh and others had already taken care of things and were waiting for him. Yi Xiaohu, you bastard! How dare you treat us like this? Chu Qinghu had been beaten up, his face bruised and swollen. When he saw Yi Xiaohu, he immediately started roaring. But all he got for his trouble was a kick in the head from Zhao Yunshan. On the other hand, Chu Jiangwo and Chu Qinghu remained much more composed, even though they were also in mad shape and still knelt on the ground, watching their Chu family's former gangster being subjugated without making a sound. Yi Xiaohu glanced at the three of them, paying them no mind, then turned his gaze to Du Qing. Du Qing was being treated relatively well, as he was the former boss of the Tang Qing snake, so Tang Qingsh hadn't let anyone harm him. But the one under his foot, called Xiang Fei, was in a bad state, lying on the ground in tears, still glaring at Yi Xiaohu, seemingly unafraid of death. Tang Qingsh walked towards Yi Xiaohu and said, Yi has been let go. There are too many experts around him, so causing a commotion might also be risky. The people from the cleanup office are also waiting outside. We might have to let them take a few people away as a gesture tonight. Mei Qing'an, who had been watching the scene, finally realized how extraordinary Yi Xiaohu was. It was commendable that Hua still didn't know Yi Xiaohu's identity at this point. If Yi Xiaohu were to hold him accountable for the events of the night, that guy's fate would also be dire. What about the willow leaf sword? Yi Xiaohu already knew that he couldn't deal with Ya tonight, so he didn't pay much attention. Escaped? Tang Qingshi explained briefly. Ha, a cunning rabbit indeed. Yi Xiaohu chuckled, then turned to Du Qing and mocked. Contrary to you, you're not as sharp, thinking too highly of yourself. Why didn't you run away at the first moment? Did you think I would spare you? Mr. Yi, I don't understand your meaning. Even though he was in a losing position, Du Qing still possessed the demeanor of a former big shot, cunningly arguing, tonight I came to Zunshan to support my daughter-in-law's business. You let Tang Qingshi capture me. Is it to show off in front of me? Kneel down. Yi Xiaohu didn't respond to his words, simply giving the order. He then reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but realizing he was out, he decided to take one from Tang Qingshi's pocket instead. What? You want me to kneel to you? Du Qing hadn't fully accepted the current situation yet, looking quite surprised. But then, in the next moment, he was violently kicked in the abdomen by Zhao Yunshan, falling to the ground in pain. After taking care of Du Qing, Yi Xiaohu spoke to the approaching Zhang Nanchang, the leader of the Qinglan gang attempted to open fire and kill innocent civilians at the Zunshan nightclub, and you killed him on the spot. Zhang Nanchang was briefly taken aback but quickly understood Yi Xiaohu's message, slamming his fist on the table. The once underground kingpin of Huacheng, Du Qing, was finished. The expressions of the Chu family trio were dumbfounded, as if their souls had left their bodies. The Qinglan gang was an existence they wouldn't dare to provoke in the past, and now it turned out that they were uprooted by Yi Xiaohu. Even the boss in front of them was easily disposed of. Chu Qinghu's face went pale at this moment, regretting his actions. If Yi Xiaohu had truly intended to kill him, his body would probably be cold by now. Do you understand now? Yi Xiaohu handled Du Qing's matter and then turned to the Chu family trio. The three men of the Chu family, now kneeling before Yi Xiaohu like dogs, trembled in fear, not daring to breathe loudly, afraid that their former worthless son-in-law would also eliminate them. Yi Xiaohu took a drag of his cigarette and continued, if you want to help Ya deal with me, it's no longer a game of power and competition for the Chu family, but a battle of life and death. Since you've come this far, you have to bear the consequences of failure. This statement made Zhejianwo immediately bow repeatedly. Yi Xiaohu. No, Mr. Yi. I'm sorry, we made a mistake by standing on the wrong side. You are the son-in-law of our Chu family. We should support you to rise to power. Please give us father and son a chance. We will not remain obstinate anymore. Power is greater than people. Chu Qing could see the situation clearly. Seeing that Yi Zi had not made a move yet, he quickly followed suit and knelt down, admitting his mistake. Qinghu, why don't you beg Yi for mercy on our behalf? Zhejianwo was always Chu Qinghu's father and didn't want to see his son die in front of him. He quickly pressed his head down, making him kneel in front of Yi Zi like a whimpering dog. Yi Zi, please spare our lives. Chu Qinghu wasn't foolish either and quickly begged for mercy. Ha, thought you were tough, huh? Exactly. Just now you dared to curse Yi. Turn around and beg like a dog. I despise you. Despicable bonehead. Zhao Yunshan and the others immediately burst into laughter, making Chu Qinghu red and white-faced, feeling embarrassed and humiliated to the extreme. For Chu Qinghu's sake, I will spare you this time. Don't test my patience next time. With one statement, Yi Zi frightened the father and sons. Throw them out. After dealing with the Chu family, Yi Zi turned to Xiang Fei, asking coldly, what's your name? Mr. Qing did not stop you earlier. Are you really daring to pull the trigger? Xiang Fei witnessed Mr. Qing's deaths before him, and seeing the three father and sons kneeling and begging for mercy, he showed no fear and instead laughed loudly. Yi Zi, my grandfather's name is set in stone. I am Xiang Fei. If it weren't for Mr. Qing being cautious earlier, you would be crying in front of the king of hell by now. Ha. Damn. Still pretending at death's door. Zhao Yunshan couldn't bear to see anyone disrespect Yi Zi and immediately kicked him in the face, causing blood to spew. I'll kill you. Wait. Just as Zhao Yunshan was about to act, Yi Zi stopped him and ordered, let him go. What? Zhao Yunshan was surprised. Yi, he had a gun pointed at you. Unable to finish his sentence, Yi Xiao's gaze silenced him. However, Zhao Yunshan still warned Yi Zi with his eyes, indicating that Xiang Fei was more dangerous than Mr. Cheng, that this guy didn't care about his own life at all. I know. Let him go, Yi ordered again, reluctantly following through, despite Zhao Yunshan's reluctance. Hey, Yi, don't pretend to be benevolent towards me, thinking you can manipulate me. I am Xiang Fei, born and bred from the Qinglong sect. I live and die for the Qinglong sect. Not only did you obliterate the Dragon's Breath Legion, you also killed my leader. I live solely to avenge my brother's and leader by killing you. Xiang Fei showed no gratitude. Instead, he made vicious threats, angering Zhao Yunshan. Surprisingly, Yi remained unprovoked, smiling. If you can kill me, then that's your skill. Leave now. Xiang Fei left, but before doing so, he insulted Yi again. After he left, Zhao Yunshan couldn't help but ask, Yi, why did Mr. Cheng want to kill you, and you spared him? Yet Xiang Fei wants to kill you and insult you, and you spare him. Tang Qingsh, who had been quietly listening on the side, also inquired. Yi casually answered, Mr. Cheng betrayed me. Such double dealers cannot be kept. However, Xiang Fei is a man of loyalty. If I can bring him over, I won't have to worry about him betraying me. I see. Zhao Yunshan continued. What if you can't win him over? Then it becomes my problem. Yi Xiao's reply made Tang Qingsh smile. It seemed he chose the right person. Yi had more charm compared to people like Du Qing. Yi returned to his mansion to find the light still on, and Chu Qingwu was indeed waiting for him. Just moments ago, with a cold expression, Yi quickly transformed into a worn and caring man, asking, What's up? Are you still arranging things? Seems like you're not planning on sleeping. You finally returned? Quick, help me with this. Chu Qingwu saw Yi as if he were her savior, pointing to a fish tank on a table. Inside were two rare black gold panda butterfly tail fish. Hey, fulfilling another dream? Yi placed the large fish tank on the table, recalling how much Chu Qingwu loved butterfly tail fish. Back in her old home, in the community, she used to keep over 20 of them. However, due to their financial situation back then, she could only afford those that were a few dollars each, with the most expensive being a couple hundred. Yi remembered that when one of the more expensive butterfly tail fish died, his wife didn't eat for 2 days out of sadness. Now, residing in a mansion worth 38.8 billion, and with his wife becoming the general manager, she finally had a pair of her beloved black gold butterfly tail fish, worth at least 100,000 in the market. Aren't they beautiful? Chu Qingwu appeared proud, her current demeanor making Yi fall in love with her even more, all because his wife was now happy. They're beautiful, but what? Chu Qingwu pouted and glared at Yi, a look in her eyes warning him to answer carefully, ensuring he didn't turn a simple question into a dangerous proposition. Yi learned his lesson and quickly said, But no matter how beautiful the goldfish are, none compare to my wife's beauty. Humph, flatterer. Chu Qingwu teased, turning away. Her face had turned red, and after being married for 3 years, without experiencing a true romance, she couldn't handle such cheesy compliments. When I'm not around, remember to take good care of them, just like you do with Tao Tao. Okay. Mission guaranteed. Yi performed a standard military salute towards Chu Qingwu, causing her to scold and laugh at him. With their housewarming celebration approaching in 2 days, Yi spent the weekend with his wife organizing the mansion, enjoying every moment. On Sunday afternoon, the couple visited the hospital's high-class ward to check on Wang Yanqing. Due to Yang Chun's death, Wang Yanqing was still mentally unstable. Despite Yi hiring a professional psychiatrist to help deprogram her, there was little effect. Mr. Yi. Miss Chu. Mrs. Wang is lacking love and care from a man, which is why she was easily brainwashed by the gambling den's leader. Her mind is still engulfed in the utopia he painted, clinically diagnosed as a skewed emotional barrier disorder. For her to recover quickly, she needs to receive a significant stimulus, preferably a real one. If it's another illusion like the one the leader presented, her mind will merely shift from one fantasy to another. After listening to the doctor's explanation, Chu Qingwu felt heavy-hearted. Following the doctor's advice, she stayed by her mother's side more often. Afterward, accompanying Yi, they went out for dinner. I want to eat buns. I want to eat noblewoman buns. Yi, since mom wants buns, let's get her some. All right. Yi gave up his plan to take her to a fancy restaurant and instead kept buying buns for her. However, no matter how expensive the buns were, Wang Yanqing would taste them and casually discard them. I want to eat buns. I want to eat noblewoman buns. Wang Yanqing kept repeating, almost to the point of attacking and cursing people. Chu Qingwu had had enough. She finally shouted, "What are noblewoman buns?" "Noblewoman buns are buns that only noblewomen like me can eat." Wang Yanqing replied, "Forget it. We'll starve to death if we keep looking. Let's just eat something wherever we stop." Yizi had no choice, realizing this phrase had been instilled into Wang Yanqing's mind by Yan Jun, making her feel vastly superior. Little did they know that just after they got out of the BMW, Wang Yanqing saw a bun shop and rushed over, shouting, "Noblewoman buns, mine. All mine. None of you deserve to eat them. Hey! What are you doing? Taking my buns without paying?" The shop owner immediately lost his temper. Was this woman mentally ill? If she wanted buns, she could buy them, so why try to snatch from others? I'm sorry. I'll buy the buns you folks purchased for 10 times the price." Yizi and Chu Qingwu hurried to catch up, buying all the buns that Wang Yanqing had snatched. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that these noblewoman buns were just regular buns. Chu Qingwu felt like crying, realizing how tragic Yang Chun's actions had been. To think one simple bun could be glorified into a noblewoman bun, and even after his death, he still caused so much trouble for their family. Ha ha! Isn't that Mr. Yan Mizchu? Just as they solved Wang Yanqing's bun ordeal, they encountered two familiar faces, Wang Jinju and his mother. They lived nearby, and upon seeing Yi Zhao's family, initially curious, but upon witnessing Wang Yanqing snatching buns, their expressions turned disdainful. "Oh my! Why are you folks here? Don't you eat dinner and just consume buns all night? That's not a balanced diet." Wang Jinju mocked. Though his words were polite, his gaze and smile made Chu Qingwu feel thoroughly disrespected to her core. These two, mother and daughter, did they consider themselves impoverished and unable to afford regular meals? "We were on our way to Emperor's Feast for dinner, but my mom suddenly wanted to eat baozi, so that's why we ended up here," Chu Qingyu said truthfully. Unfortunately, it would have been better if she didn't speak the truth. Who would believe such a story? Wang Jinju not only distrusted even the punctuation marks, but couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, Miss Chu. There's no need to pretend to be rich when you're not. Lying is not a good thing." "Mr. Huan, what do you mean?" Chu Qingyu furrowed her brows. She had spoken the truth, so how could he accuse her of lying? And what did he mean by pretending to be rich? "Enough. What's the situation in your family? Don't we know it very well?" Mrs. Huang was even more direct in her disdainful tone towards the liar. "Just because your husband once helped Jin Leifu, do you think their place has become your free dining hall?" "Mrs. Huang, I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying that we are vain, and intentionally saying such things?" Chu Qingyu's temper flared up. What kind of people were this mother and son? Did they think only they could go to Emperor's Feast and others couldn't even think about going? "That's exactly what I mean." Mrs. Huang couldn't stand people blatantly lying and showing off, and immediately laughed out loud. Clearly the whole family was buying baozi on the street, but still lied about going to Emperor's Feast. "Shouldn't we stop pretending? Do you think the intelligence of others is comparable to instant noodles you buy at the supermarket? If your family is really wealthy, why did you have to resort to matchmaking tricks to borrow money from us?" Her words raised the volume, and the people around could hear, with many onlookers pointing fingers at Chu Qingyu and her family. Chu Qingyu was truly frustrated. Why should she endure such humiliation just for buying baozi? Although she cared about her reputation, she also valued her pride, and didn't want to lower herself to quarrel with such people in public. She simply pulled her mother away and left. "Ha ha. Miss Chu, what kind of grand celebration are you planning for your new home? How come we haven't received your invitation?" Wang Jinju, seeing the family of three trying to flee, quickly raised his voice again. Chu Qingyu hadn't planned on inviting them in the first place. After all, her father was still in prison, and her mother was dealing with mental health issues. She had merely mentioned their previous exchange casually, never imagining they would bring it up face to face. "If you think that our family can't even afford a meal, then I'll give you a tour of our new home," she responded. "You are welcome to come tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Central Seaview Villa in Huahaiwan." Chu Qingyu thought that by speaking confidently, they would be surprised and might apologize for their earlier accusations. She didn't expect the reaction she received. "Ha ha." Wang Jinju and his mother burst into laughter as if they had just heard the funniest joke of the year. Others joined in, knowing full well that the Central Seaview Villa cost millions, and only the wealthiest could afford to live there. It never occurred to them that Wang Yanqing's mental illness had resurfaced, as she questioned why everyone was laughing and even talked about taking her high-class bazzi, leading people to view her family as crazy. Chu Qingyu's face paled. She had never experienced such humiliation before, reminiscent of the disgrace she felt in the conference room. Enough. Tomorrow I will send someone to pick you up, otherwise you won't be allowed in. Yizi remained calm, leading Chu Qingyu and her mother away. He didn't want them to attend his grand relocation banquet, but he needed to clarify the truth and alleviate his wife's frustrations. I'll come see your insane family's house tomorrow. Haha. It's so funny, such a beautiful woman. How can she be crazy? Huan Jinju couldn't contain his amusement, trying to mask his liking for Chu Qingyu's appearance despite her mental health issues. This is infuriating. Infuriating. Once inside the BMW, Chu Qingyu struggled to control her emotions. She had trouble understanding how her mother had developed mental health problems seemingly overnight, and now, she felt on the verge of being labeled as crazy too. Don't worry, tomorrow Huan Jinju and his mother will bow before you, Yizi reassured his wife, placing a comforting hand on her back. He had learned their nature during their previous encounter and believed they would grovel once they discovered the truth about her family's wealth. Chu Qingyu sighed, glancing at Yizi with a mix of admiration and disbelief. I can't understand how you endured the past 3 years. If it were me, I would have gone crazy long ago. Yizi smiled in response, not feeling the need to explain. When a person harbors intense love and hatred, other gossip becomes trivial. Yizi followed the doctor's advice and, to provoke a significant reaction from Wang Yanqing, chose to avoid bringing her back to the Hua Haiwan estate, where they instead directed her to the Chu family's villa. The next day arrived, and Yizhao's grand relocation banquet at the villa was set to commence. The Chu family gathered early outside the villa, knowing it was a significant moment that called for inviting all their relatives with any connections. Gee, Grandma, why are we here so early? Although Wang Yanqing had mental health difficulties, she still recognized her grandmother and feared her deeply. Seeing the Chu family eagerly assembled so early, she grew curious about the occasion. Yanqing, today is your son-in-law's grand relocation banquet. How could you still dress like this? Wang Butler, didn't you tell someone to help her change clothes? Grandma, now all too happy with Chu Qingyu's success, naturally didn't show her previous disdain towards Wang Yanqing, despite her mental illness. And my son-in-law's grand relocation banquet? Wang Yanqing was still in a confused state due to her mental health, uncertain about even recognizing Yizi. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, she almost snapped back to reality. Your son-in-law is doing remarkably well. He is the #1 tycoon in Longwo. Yes, your daughter has risen like a phoenix. The Chu family's relatives praised Wang Yanqing, shifting their attitudes now that she was married to a wealthy man. Wow, my son-in-law is so amazing. Wang Yanqing, lost in her own thoughts, craved for validation and adoration. The praises from relatives and friends almost brought her back to a sense of normalcy. Oh, they said we will live in a multimillion-dollar villa, and we have to ride our own car there. As the Chu family members got on the vehicles, a few dissenting voices emerged, surrounded by a large crowd at the villa entrance, over 100 people, murmuring about Yizi, Wang Yanqing, and their supposed grandeur. Hey, are you sure we are on the right path? The 3 members of the Huang family, initially chatting and laughing en route, grew anxious as they realized the chauffeur was heading towards the Hua Haiwan Villa area. They had only recently relocated to Huacheng, but knew well enough that the villas in Hua Haiwan were far beyond their financial reach. Even the smaller villas on the outskirts fetched millions, with prices soaring in the Central Lake region. Rumors speculated that villas in the third ring were sold for tens of millions, while those in the second ring reached hundreds of millions and the ones in the first ring reaching billions. As for the Central Seaview Villa, known as the most splendid luxury home in Huacheng, with panoramic sea views and priced exorbitantly at 388 million, how could someone like Chu Qingyu afford such a residence? Surely, it was just a joke. Exactly. Driver, please don't randomly trespass into other people's areas. I've heard that the Flower Bay Villa area is extremely strict. If you intrude into someone else's god-level territory, you'll be in big trouble. Mrs. Huang was also flustered. The more privileged a woman like her feels, the stronger her sense of class consciousness. Otherwise, in front of Chu Qingyu, she wouldn't have felt so inexplicably privileged. The driver ignored her. He had just heard this family of 3 mocking the Yi Zhaos, and he found it amusing. This family lived in a villa worth millions, thought they were above others, always looking down on people. Now seeing the residences of true wealthy families, they realized they couldn't even compare. Hey, driver, don't keep driving. If you want bad luck for yourself, go ahead, but let us get off. Mrs. Huang saw the driver ignoring her, becoming even more upset. She even wanted to risk danger and stop the driver. Luckily, her husband and son quickly stopped her. Huang Jinju suddenly noticed the sign of the Flower Bay Villa area on the car. Immediately, he said, "Hey, Mom, look, it turns out this car is from the Flower Bay Villa area. Maybe they have something to do back there and that's why they are dropping us off at Chu Qingyu's house." But as soon as he finished speaking, the driver finally couldn't help but slap them. "Madam, sir, rest assured, I didn't take the wrong road. We are the fleet responsible for picking up and dropping off guests at Flower Bay Villa area. Even if you pay a lot of money, you can't hire our fleet if you're not part of the distinguished residents in our property." What? Now, the Huang family felt embarrassed. Mr. Huang's face didn't look good either. They had always thought that Chu Weiman's family was poor, maybe owning a second-hand economic house at best. Who would have thought that they had purchased a villa that they could only look up to? Can you guess whether Chu Qingyu's family arranged a banquet here? Otherwise, where did they get the money from? Even in this situation, Mrs. Huang still refused to believe that Chu Qingyu's family could afford a villa there. Why would they suddenly have that kind of money when just a few days ago, they had to resort to asking for money using despicable means? Saying that they had suddenly become rich and purchased a mansion these past few days, she couldn't believe it. "I think it's very likely." Huang Jinju nodded. "Yesterday, the family still had to buy buns on the roadside for dinner. I guess they used all their money to rent the villa, leaving nothing for meals. People who can afford luxury homes wouldn't run out of meal money, right?" Mr. Huang also nodded. "Yeah, a family that can resort to such shameful ways as blind dates to borrow money can do anything. Ha ha, exactly. Later, let's expose their gambit publicly. I despise these ridiculous people." Hearing this family secretly looking down on the Yi Zhaos, the driver couldn't help but laugh to himself. This family's way of thinking was truly bizarre. The car soon arrived at the central Seaview area of Flower Bay. As soon as they got off the car, the Huang family was stunned. "Isn't this the #1 luxury residence in Flower City? It costs 388 million. Heavens, even if you want to rent this villa for a day, it will cost a lot of money, right? Even if you have the money, will they agree to rent it to you? They say even if you have all the money, you can't buy this villa without the right connections." After getting off the car, they discussed and soon concluded, could it be that the driver had taken them to the wrong place? Unfortunately, before they could turn around to ask, they saw a convoy of 20 Mercedes-Benz cars coming towards them, heading straight for here with grandeur. When the passengers got off, they were all joyfully calling out. Mr. Huang looked and thought, aren't these Chu Weiman's family members? Could it be that the villa was really bought by the Chu family? "Everyone, have you all arrived?" At this moment, Yi Zhaos and Chu Qingyu, as the hosts, came out to greet the guests. Seeing the couple, everyone rushed forward to offer their greetings. Although most of Chu's family members were materialistic and worldly, they had some sense of social etiquette and naturally let the elderly congratulate the hosts first. "Young Master Yi, Qingyu, congratulations on moving into your luxurious home. This is a congratulatory gift for you from me," the grandma said excitedly as she presented a pair of jade Buddhas. Although they weren't particularly valuable to Yi Zhaos, it was clear that it was a heartfelt gesture from grandma. Chu Qingyu was naturally delighted. The pair of jade Buddhas were made of Hotan jade, which grandma had a fondness for. She even said they had the effect of enhancing concentration and physical health. Previously, not even the male members of the Chu family had received such a gift, but Yi Zhaos and herself were now given one. What did this mean? It meant that in grandma's heart, she and Yi Zhaos were the most valued juniors in the Chu family. Of course, the Chu Jianwo family understood the implicit meaning behind this, so they felt stifled. But even if they felt stifled, they didn't dare to cause trouble. They could only swallow their frustrations. "Thank you, grandma. Please come in." After receiving the gift, Chu Qingyu invited grandma into the villa. Stepping into the villa courtyard, grandma couldn't help but shed tears. It was not easy. The descendants of the Chu family had actually moved into such a luxurious home. If the ancestors of the Chu family knew about it, they would be gratified. King Yu, this is an antique I'm gifting you and your husband. Young master, please accept this white jade horse. A small gift as a token of respect. A 100-inch LCD TV is also a gift. Your luxurious home has enough space to place it. Everyone presented gifts, but remained in the front garden, not daring to venture inside. Seeing this scene, the Huang family's minds were in turmoil. Could it be true? Did Chu Qingyu and Yi Zhaos really buy this luxury home? Just then, as everyone was almost done with presenting their gifts, Chu Jianwo suddenly called out, "Hey, isn't that Mr. Huang Ba?" Mr. Huang was Chu Weiman's classmate, and he had recently come back to Flower City to do business, leading to Chu Jianwo recognizing him. When he called out, all eyes turned to the Huang family of three. Mr. Huang and his family were already in extreme shock, and when they made eye contact with Chu Qingyu and Yi Zhaos, they felt even more embarrassed. How could they not be embarrassed? Just yesterday, they were mocking the Yi family on the street, even humiliating them, calling them mentally ill. And now, what now? Who really seemed like the lunatic now? Heh. Mr. Huang, seeing that his wife and son were too shocked to speak, forced a smile. Mr. Chu, hello. Congratulations to the Chu family on moving into such a luxurious home. It seems that the Chu family has truly ascended to become a first-class family in Flower City. His words sounded polite, and the Chu family members were pleased to hear them. However, Chu Jianwo furrowed his brows and said, Mr. Huang, I assume you're here to congratulate my niece on her joyous occasion of moving. Why are you dressed like? As he spoke, the Chu family members also wrinkled their brows. Especially Grandma. She knew that Mr. Huang was a businessman. Why was he dressed so casually today? Even some of the Chu family's less well-off relatives were better dressed. Sensing the disdain in everyone's eyes, the Huang family felt extremely ashamed, their cheeks burning. Unexpectedly, Chu Jianwo approached Mr. Huang and led him to the hosts with a smile, saying, "It's fine to dress casually. Come, you should also present a gift to the hosts and then go inside. I'll have a drink on behalf of Weiman with you." Ow. Mr. Chu, we were in a hurry when we left. Forgot to bring a gift. We'll go back now and get one. Mrs. Huang's face was red with embarrassment. Even though saying this was embarrassing, it was better than revealing the 2 bags of buns they had brought as gifts. Mr. Huang wanted to evade the situation. His wife had made a mess of things. She had suggested that since Chu Qingyu's family liked eating buns so much, they could give them a big bag of steamed buns. And they had actually done that. If Chu Qingyu's family had bought a second-hand house, giving buns would have been fine. But now that they had bought a 388 million villa, how could they present such a gift? They would likely be despised by over 100 Chu family relatives. Who knew? They might even be scolded. We were in a hurry and forgot to bring a gift. We'll go back and get one now. Mrs. Huang's face couldn't have been hotter. Despite the embarrassment, it was still better than giving steamed buns as gifts. But then Wang Yanqing, with her sharp senses, suddenly caught a whiff of steamed buns and rushed over, shouting, "Steamed buns! My steamed buns!" Mrs. Huang was too embarrassed to reveal the bags of buns and tried to hide them, but Wang Yanqing, in her frenzy, yanked them out, causing the buns to spill all over the ground. To make matters worse, Mrs. Huang had decorated the packaging with red ribbons in the shape of bows, so now everyone knew they intended to give 2 bags of steamed buns as gifts. Feeling the icy stares around her like swords, Mrs. Huang felt chills all over her body, even feeling madly confused. Just then, unexpectedly, Wang Yanqing raised her hand directly. Slap. A crisp sound shocked everyone. Wang Yanqing actually slapped Mrs. Huang. Humph, you lowly woman. Not worthy of eating my luxury buns, I'll beat you to death. How dare you defile my buns? Wang Yanqing half crazily and half madly slapped Mrs. Huang again. And Mrs. Huang dared not retaliate. Previously, she thought the other party was poor, but who would have expected that they lived in a mansion worth 388 million? This kind of wealthy family could bankrupt her family at any time, so how could they dare offend them? Yanqing, stop it. Stop it. Upon the Chu family's reaction, they quickly ran over to mediate. Chu Qingyu and Yi Xiaoxiao also came over to express their thoughts. For some reason, seeing her mother slap Mrs. Huang, Chu Qingyu actually felt a sense of satisfaction. Look, you scolded us yesterday for being crazy. Now, you're being hit by a crazy person and don't dare to fight back. Isn't being called crazy even worse? Aunt Huan, are you okay? My mother is not in a good mental state. Please forgive her. Everyone pulled Wang Yanqing away. Although Chu Qingyu was in a good mood, she still symbolically apologized because hitting someone was not right. No problem. How could Mrs. Huang dare to say anything was wrong? Even if something was wrong, could she still argue with them? It's okay. Let's go in and sit together. Don't worry about the gifts so much. The more courteous and forgiving Chu Qingyu was, the more embarrassed and ashamed Mrs. Huan and Huan Jinju felt. Finally, they realized that despite acting superior in front of others yesterday, they underestimated the real wealthy family, whose generosity was so wide. They felt ridiculous. All right, Miss Chu, I'm really sorry. We will make up for the gifts later. Mrs. Huang now had no temper and just wanted to ingratiate herself with Chu Qingyu, the wealthy young madam. Until everyone entered the front garden of the villa, Yizi finally had the chance to ask his wife quietly, feeling better now? Better. Of course, she felt better. Yesterday, she was telling the truth, but was still called crazy. Now, let's see if the Huang family dares to call themselves crazy in front of her. Humph. However, although Chu Qingyu was feeling cheerful at the moment, she still had a mock-angry expression on her face. Don't treat me so badly. I just don't want to be misunderstood and looked down upon. Quickly go in and greet the guests. Chu Qingyu pretended to be angry and went inside. Yizi, on the other hand, liked to see her like this. If his wife suddenly changed her attitude to please him just because he had money, he would find that kind of woman uninteresting. Despite the large mansion, after more than 100 people enter, they scattered like birds returning to the forest or fish into the sea. Initially, a mansion like this would have numerous bodyguards and hundreds of servants, but because Chu Qingyu was not used to the life of a noble woman yet, Yizi had not hired any servants. Therefore, the relocation banquet was held quickly today, with Yizi and Chu Qingyu not being able to handle everything. Even though many relatives of the Chu family were helping, many elders still held a sense of reverence towards the mansion. However, with many people around, there were still various incidents. Over there, for example, a child urinated on the luxurious sofa in the hall. Oh no, Qingyu, I'm really sorry. My child is only 4 years old, and I didn't watch over him. Three sister-in-law saw Chu Qingyu approaching and immediately apologized to her. However, her words also implied that Chu Qingyu shouldn't be overly concerned about a 4-year-old child. It's okay. Just clean it up. Chu Qingyu was still in a relatively good mood, not getting angry. She implied that three sister-in-law should help clean up the mess. However, three sister-in-law seemed not to understand her request, smiling and saying, "It would be great if you could clean it up. I'm not very good at doing this kind of thing. At home, it's usually my husband and mother-in-law taking care of the children." Chu Qingyu was slightly surprised, thinking how shameless the person was. How could she let others clean up her child's mess? However, since it was a celebratory event at her home, she had to swallow her anger to avoid ruining the atmosphere and set an example as a gracious host to handle such trivial matters. At the moment, she was still unaware that living in a luxurious mansion had attracted envy from many relatives, especially some women. They had never thought highly of Chu Qingyu before, and now firmly believed that if it weren't for Chu's father forcing her to marry Yizi, could she have the good life she had now? She was nothing more than an obedient woman. Just lucky. If Yizi were a dashing playboy she caught, at least she had made an effort. Therefore, when three sister-in-law saw Chu Qingyu cleaning up the mess left by her child, she showed no intention of helping and just stood by coldly watching. "Qingyu, something happened. Something happened." While Chu Qingyu was still dealing with the cleaning, Chu Yolian came running over and shouted, "Your mother and Chu Yingku got into a fight." What? Chu Qingyu couldn't manage this situation and quickly left. When she arrived at a large room, she found that Chu Yingchu's father and grandfather and other family members were all present. Because both Wang Yanqing and Chu Yingku were having mental issues, their maternal grandmother arranged for Chu Yingchu's family to take care of them together. Unexpectedly, the two crazy women initially got along quite well, but then one claimed to be the most precious bride, while the other claimed to be the most noble lady, leading to an argument and even a physical altercation. Of course, Chu Yingchu's parents wanted to win Chu Yingchu's favor, but this was Chu Qingyu's mansion, and everyone was on her side. How could they help Chu Yingku against her mother? They decided not to get involved and thought that Chu Yingku, being young, could handle Wang Yanqing, right? But who would have thought that this pampered woman was no match for Wang Yanqing, who had experience in farming, and ended up being pinned down on the ground. Mom, are you okay? Chu Qingyu subconsciously showed concern for her mother. However, she was met with sarcastic remarks from Chu Yingchu's parents. Of course your mother is fine. She doesn't even know how fierce she is while hitting others. The real tragedy is our Yingqiu. What misfortune has she done? She's been struck to the point of mental disorder and now even assaulted by a crazy woman. Isn't it pitiful? We just need to be bullied by others as a family. The couple's complaints made Chu Qingyu feel uncomfortable. Even though their words didn't directly attack her, Chu Qingyu wasn't foolish and could sense their strong dissatisfaction and accusations against her. Grandma and everyone else came over, clearly trying to please Chu Qingyu, and began scolding Chu Yingchu's family. All right. Do you still have the face to speak? You knew your daughter was crazy. If you didn't watch her properly, who do you blame? Yes, you knew that woman was foolish, yet you brought her here. Aren't you causing trouble? It seems like she wanted to live in a mansion forever. When her dreams are shattered, you brought her to a luxurious mansion to see how it feels. How ridiculous. Seeing Chu Yingchu's family's helpless and resentful eyes, Chu Qingyu felt even worse. Now that Chu Qingyu lives in a mansion, each of you doesn't mind flattering her. Do you think our family is easy to bully? Now that Chu Qingyu has money, she can do whatever she wants. Listening to these words, Chu Qingyu had enough. Why should she bear the blame for something she didn't do? However, before she could gather her thoughts on how to handle the situation, Chu Biao hurriedly ran up to her. Qingyu. Cao Dao got hit. What? Chu Qingyu couldn't believe her ears. Even if certain things could be overlooked before, today, during her event, someone dared to hit Cao Dao in her home. Upon hearing this, she followed Chu Biao quickly to the scene and found Cao Dao chasing a 6-year-old boy and hitting him. The boy was slightly older than Cao Dao and easily avoided her. He even made faces at her, deliberately taunting her. It wasn't like this just now. It was the boy riding Cao Dao who hit her. Chu Biao quickly reminded Chu Qingyu. Without hesitating, Chu Qingyu shouted, Cao Dao, stop. No hitting. Initially stubborn and strong-willed like Chu Qingyu, Cao Dao burst into tears upon seeing Chu Qingyu's scolding expression and ran up to her, crying bitterly. The 6-year-old boy was the grandson of Chu Yingchu's grandfather Chu Shinan. Seeing many adults around, he quickly burst into tears and ran to his grandfather, looking pitiful. What happened? Chu Shinan was known to dote on his grandson. When he saw Cao Dao chasing and hitting his grandson, he was enraged, scolding, if a mad woman hits my granddaughter, I may overlook it, but if someone thinks they are superior and lets their child bully others, this elder of the Chu family cannot sit by idly. Hearing these words, Chu Qingyu was furious. What had she done to offend him when her family lived in a mansion? She hadn't even properly understood what had happened, yet he fabricated unfounded accusations against her, insinuating that she had instigated Cao Dao to hit others. Second grandpa, it seems like your grandson is the one lacking manners. Chu Biao was not a well-behaved girl. She couldn't stand seeing others acting superior. She spoke frankly. It was your grandson who snatched Peach's toy. When Peach took it back, he even broke their fish tank. What? The fish tank was also broken. Chu Qingyu only now had the chance to look at the ground and discovered her two favorite black gold panda butterfly tail fish lying motionless. The anger in her heart could no longer be controlled and exploded like a firecracker. My butterfly tail panda. Chu Qingyu rushed over and picked up the two dead fish, unable to hold back her tears. No one understood her current feelings when she had a goldfish die before. Chu Qingyu couldn't eat for 2 days. Now, with her precious fish died valued at 100,000, she fell to sadden to speak. Because of the commotion, everyone quickly gathered around. The grandmother and others stood up for Chu Qingyu and argued with Chu Shinan. Unexpectedly, Chu Shinan arrogantly shouted, HMPH, I, surnamed Chu. Don't flatter others. Whether you live in a mansion or possess wealth, I consider you all worthless. Since we are all family, we should respect our elders. If anyone thinks they can act superior with arrogance, I, Chu Shinan, will not agree first. Yes, that's right. The third sister-in-law echoed. Envious eyes on Chu Qingyu, even Shen Lingai and others stood by Chu Shinan's side, silencing the grandmother's group. Why? Because these people thought they were right, and by protecting Chu Qingyu, The grandmother's group was considered sycophantic. Chu Qingwu was feeling suffocated. When she was poor, people looked down on her. Now that she was wealthy, people were envious. Why was life so difficult? She was full of bottled-up frustration, but as a woman, she only had her words and was not good at quarreling. How could she win against these people who were making her miserable? Fortunately, at that moment, a group of people entered the villa, led by Yizia. He had been away from the villa to welcome his brothers. A housewarming banquet couldn't only have the bride's relatives and friends. What's going on? Yizi entered with Tong Qingshi, Zhao Yunshan, and others, and the scene immediately quieted down. The many burly men didn't need to show off. Following Yizia, their imposing presence naturally suppressed Chu's relatives who were in disarray. Yizi, you came back just in time. I'm so angry. Chu Qingwu rarely turned to Yizi for comfort, let alone cry. But she was truly upset now. Some trivial matters could be ignored, but with Peach being bullied and her favorite pet fish dead, she couldn't act as if nothing happened. However, before she could explain the situation to Yizi, cold words came from Chu Shinan. HMPH, even if this is your house, we won't fear you. We are all family, yet are you bringing outsiders here to bully us? If this is the kind of banquet, we'd rather leave. Led by the third sister-in-law and Chu Yingchu's family, the banquet was on the brink of splitting. Those who didn't care about currying favor with Chu Qingwu or were jealous of her wanted to leave immediately. However, Zhao Yunshan and his men stood in their way. Without young Master Yi's orders, no fly can fly out. Zhao Yunshan's words sent chills down the spines of Chu's relatives who were previously boasting. Even though Yizia's words were heavy-handed, he didn't care. Whoever dared to make his wife cry, he wouldn't let them off lightly, even if they were relatives. That was the most crucial rule for a devoted husband. What? Yizi, now that you're powerful, you want to oppress us with force and wealth. Chu Shinan, this old man, did have some backbone. Undaunted, he took the lead in challenging Yizi, despite knowing he was a son of the Yanjing family. Yizi didn't rush to argue with him, knowing they couldn't leave. After instructing Zhao Yunshan to retrieve something, he comforted Chu Qingwu to sit down and mockingly said, as family, how could I use wealth to pressure you? With this, Chu Shinan held his head high even more. His relatives behind him sneered, showing that despite having money and power, his essence remained the same. At that moment, Zhao Yunshan had moved all the video surveillance equipment, causing everyone to gasp at the setup. Some relatives, especially those less knowledgeable, were even more shocked, wondering if their house was fully monitored by video surveillance. Okay, we won't use wealth to pressure anyone. But don't try to intimidate us with the notion of respect for elders. Don't resort to moral coercion. We'll just talk about facts. Whoever is in the wrong will accept it. Yizia spoke calmly, but many were convinced the truth would prevail, even amongst relatives. This time, some behind Chu Shinan were jittery, such as the third sister-in-law. Yizia could see through the situation thanks to his understanding of Chu Qingwu. His wife was never unreasonable, and in moments of frustration, bringing out the video evidence could solve everything. Indeed, as the video playback reached the point where the third sister-in-law had her son urinate intentionally on Chu Qingwu's precious sofa, everyone was shocked. The third sister-in-law clearly didn't know about the 360-degree surveillance in the lavish mansion, even taunting aloud. Humph, Chu Qingwu, even if you live in a mansion, you're still nothing but a nobody. Soon, I'll make you wipe my son's urine. Son, if you can go, please poop on it to ... Stop it. The truth was revealed, and everyone was astonished. The third sister-in-law was a mentally ill woman who intentionally did these things to satisfy her ego. Upon seeing Chu Qingwu living in luxury, Qingwu, I'm sorry. I apologize. The third sister-in-law, who was previously disparaging Chu Qingwu, now rushed over and knelt before Chu Qingwu, apologizing. I envied you. I shouldn't have played such a trick. I'll clean the urine immediately, and there won't be a trace of it left. Yes, the third sister-in-law was now scared. With so many men behind Chu Qingwu, would she bear a grudge and make her lick the urine off, akin to those dark queens on TV? Fortunately, Chu Qingwu was a kind-hearted woman. She sought reason, and upon the third sister-in-law's apology, she waved her hand and said, forget it. The third sister-in-law, feeling as though a reprieve had been granted, hurriedly grabbed her clothes to clean up the urine. All right, let's look at the next one. Yizi, based on Chu Qingwu's instructions, turned the surveillance camera to where Wang Yanqing and Chu Yingku were fighting. It turned out, initially, the Chu Gudong couple was helping Chu Yingku fight Wang Yanqing, but they were taken aback by Wang Yanqing's fierce reactions. "Are you all insane? Who gave you the right to hit my mother?" Ignorant of the truth, upon watching the video, Chu Qingwu fumed even more, her chest heaving, eyes filled with anger, adopting a posture demanding an explanation from the Chu Gudong couple. Moments ago, and afraid of Chu Qingwu, the Chu Gudong couple were now terrified, sensing a queenly aura emanating from Chu Qingwu. A queen. A woman who lacks physical strength but inspires fear when she has troops to rely on, and commanders to use, becoming a woman to be feared. Yizi was her knight, her king on whom she depended. "Qingwu, I apologize. Who could witness their daughter being attacked and not help?" Chu Yingchu's mother was still trying to justify her actions. Yizi disdainfully retorted, "Who doesn't have family? If Qingwu saw her mother being attacked by you three, would she be fine? If she were to retaliate against you now, what would you do?" To complement Yizhao's words, Zhao Yunshan and the others flexed their strong arms menacingly, scaring Chu Yingchu's parents to their knees. "Enough." Even though Chu Qingwu was kind and compassionate, she said, "even with parents like yours who lack proper education, you've led Chu Yingku to become so conceited and fiercely competitive. Essentially, you've harmed your daughter. I hope you reflect on your actions." As Chu Gudong and his wife breathed a sigh of relief, their demeanor heavy, under the scornful gazes of everyone, they retreated to the side. "Well, as for this last matter, we may need to settle the score properly." Yizhao finally focused his gaze on Chu Shinan, his eyes filled with anger. He could overlook the previous incidents, but now Chu Shinan and his grandson made his wife and daughter cry. Yizhao wanted to see how this stubborn grandfather, favoring his grandson, would handle it. "Humph, let's see. I want to see how you'll justify your daughter hitting my grandson. You think you can twist the truth?" Even now, Chu Shinan still firmly believes that his grandson is the victim. Chu Qingyu felt disgusted just by looking at him. If he had been completely unaware and blindly believed in his grandson, that would have been forgivable. But he had clearly just seen his grandson deliberately making faces at Cao Dao. Did he still think his grandson was the victim? How could there be such a paranoid old man? "If I wanted to twist the truth, I wouldn't bother watching the video playback. I'd have people take care of you right here, right now. Who would dare stop me?" Yizi glanced at Chu Qingyu and probably guessed something, then coldly hummed, saying. Chu Shinan was taken aback and started sweating on his forehead. Chu Shinan's wife, Wang Fang, also became worried. Like mother, like son, she knew how mischievous her son could be at home. He wouldn't listen to her even when she tried to discipline him, and Chu Shinan would always protect him instead. This had led to his son being uncontrollable now. The child was not aware of the situation at all. He thought his grandfather would protect him, so he felt invincible and even made faces at Yizi, the villain. Yizi was someone who could tolerate a lot. He let Xiang Fei, who had tried to kill him, go free and had never been tough on children. But seeing the stubborn look on Chu Shinan's grandson's face, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disgust. The video was played. Cao Dao was playing with another child when suddenly the boy came over, snatched the toe from Cao Dao's hand, and claimed it was his. Cao Dao refused to back down and a scuffle ensued, during which the boy pinned Cao Dao down and hit her a few times. Cao Dao didn't cry. Her eyes were full of defiance as if she were ready to fight a strong enemy. When the boy saw that Chu Biao was about to call the adults, he quickly released Cao Dao, ran into the hall, not only made faces at Cao Dao, who couldn't catch up, but also deliberately knocked over the fish tank on the table. If Cao Dao hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been hit by the fish tank. When the adults arrived, the boy pretended to be the victim and started wailing, while Cao Dao was scolded by Chu Qingyu and shed tears of frustration. After watching the video, Chu Qingyu felt a sharp pain in her heart. She hugged Cao Dao tightly and apologized. Yizhao's temples were bulging with anger. If the boy weren't just 6 years old, he would have charged over and broken his hand, even slapped that despicable face of his into a pig's head. But for now, he held back his temper and asked with a stern face, "Chua, how do you think we should handle this?" The boy's parents were shaking with fear. In fact, Chu Shinan knew it was his grandson's fault, but he still held on to his grandson tightly. The sneaky boy realized that everyone was going to come after him, so he instantly burst into tears, saying, "Grandpa, I also like that toe. Why can't I play with it?" "Wah, don't worry. With Grandpa around, no one can bully you." Chu Shinan was still consoling his grandson at this moment. He had no intention of letting his grandson face the consequences. This was pure indulgence. Not only Chu Qingyu, but almost everyone present was disdainful of Chu Shenan's way of educating his grandson. Even Chu's grandmother felt she had lost the battle in terms of favoritism and indulgence towards the grandson. Yi, my grandson just killed 2 of your goldfish. I'll compensate you for it. But squabbling over toes is normal among children. Do you really want to take it to this extent? I despise men like you. With just one sentence, Chu Shenan truly angered Yi. Chu Qingyu was so infuriated that she could hardly breathe. She couldn't believe a person like him existed, who still held himself up as morally righteous while calling Yi to petty and fixated on details. Fine. Let's first discuss compensation. Yi, barely containing his anger, didn't want to make a move, fearing he might lose control and seriously harm the old man. To black gold panda butterfly tail fish for a total of 200,000 yuan. Pay up for my wife. What? 200,000 yuan? Yi Xiao's words caused a stir among the audience. Many of them were unaware of how expensive pet goldfish could be. Ha ha. After momentarily blanking out, Chu Shenan burst into loud laughter, then assumed the proud and sarcastic stance. Yi, are you trying to extort money from me? Yes, Chu Shenan, may not be a businessman and might not have earned a lot of money in my lifetime, but I am a man of indomitable will and integrity. If you think you can use money to bully me and my grandson, it's not going to happen. Chu Qingyu wanted to splash a bucket of cold water on him. How could he be so backward and ignorant? Show him the evidence, Yi said without wasting any more words, opening his phone to let Zhao Yunshin bring the payment records in front of Chu Shenan's family. Oh my, it really is a 100,000 yuan goldfish. The world of the rich is beyond our understanding. Ha ha, the little brat has made a huge contribution. Around Chu's relatives, everyone was clamoring, some even reveling in the situation. Chu's family's faces turned pale. They were just laborers. Having to compensate 200,000 yuan for to fish would essentially ruin them. What's the deal? Why don't you pay up first? Yi asked again. Yi, no, young Master Yi, please spare us. We know we were wrong. Wang Fang and her husband were still young and understood the situation. They were now kneeling to Yi. If Yi insisted on compensation, where would they find such a vast sum? Seeing his parents tremble and kneel, the mischievous Bo suddenly pushed away Chu Shenan, ran towards Wang Fang, and pulled her up, crying and saying, Mom, I was wrong. I'm the one who knocked over the fish tank. I won't do it again next time. Blood is thicker than water. The Bo still cared about his mother. Witnessing her tears, he realized his mistake. Wang Fang's husband rushed over to Yi and his wife, once again pleading for mercy. Young Master Yi, 200,000 may be nothing to you, but it's a devastating blow to our family. Our child doesn't know better. Please, have mercy on us. Chu Qingyu glanced at Yi, feeling torn. Even though she was softening, Yi Xiao's attitude was resolute, and she didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, the mischievous Wo pushed Chu Shenan aside at that moment and rushed towards Wang Fang. Mom, I was wrong. Will you please forgive us? Wang Fang had finally had enough and, on the spot, decided to sever ties with Chu Shenan and pleaded once more with Yi to spare her son. I'll make sure he apologizes to your daughter and wife. You can hit him, scold him, whatever you want. I'm sorry. The 200,000 must be repaid, but I can give you 20 years to pay back, without additional interest. Yi knew that Wang Fang was reasonable and that her child, although mischievous, seemed teachable, so he gave them a way out. After understanding the situation, Wang Fang and her husband immediately thanked Yi and arranged for their son to apologize formally to Tao Dao. I forgive you for realizing your mistake. Tao Dao was a mature child and didn't hold a grudge against the mischievous boy. Bo then looked towards Chu Shenan with a pleading look. Grandpa, it was our fault. Won't you admit it too? Chu Shenan quivered all over, suddenly looking much older, and whispered, feeling abandoned by his entire family, even his grandson not showing him affection. Chu Shenan wondered, what was the point of living? Perhaps Chu Yingku was the one harmed by your family. Old man, go back and reflect. You're not welcome here anymore. Yi finally issued an eviction order and had Zhao Yunshin throw out the stubborn old man who refused to admit his mistakes. Well, as relatives, we should maintain politeness and mutual respect. I welcome everyone, But if someone envies or lacks proper upbringing, don't blame me for being straightforward. My family is not to be messed with. Yi Zi made it clear, leaving the flustered relatives second-guessing themselves. King Wu, you are our pride. King Wu, come, let's take a photo with Auntie Bao. After the scene just now, the relatives of the Chu family now truly recognized Chu Qingwu's status, no longer treating her with the same disdainful looks as before. Chu Qingwu, of course, was very happy as well. Finally, she had endured until this day. But every time she saw Wang Yanqing, who was having mental issues, she felt a pang of sadness. Although Wang Yanqing had a bad personality and temper, she was still her birth mother, and had endured a lot of hardships for a long time. Chu Qingwu didn't expect that just as good days were coming, her mother would lose her mind, just like Chu Yingku, which was heart-wrenching. King Wu, don't worry. Yi Xiaoshen, always paying attention to his wife's expression, walked over again to comfort her. I can see that your mother's mental state is much better today. Getting compliments from familiar people gives her great satisfaction. Maybe she will recover soon. But Chu Qingwu also noticed this, but couldn't help but worrying. I'm afraid that if she recovers like this, her temperament will become even worse than before. Yi Xiaosheng smiled at her words. So do you want a birth mother or a daughter with the intelligence of Peach? Chu Qingwu immediately glared at Yi Xiaoshen, playfully punched him, then said, of course, I hope for a birth mother. After his wife walked away, Yi Xiaosheng's smile widened. Their relationship was getting better, and she had never been so affectionate with him publicly before. Meanwhile, Chu Qing was acting unusually today, actually spending time playing games with Peach. This scene also caught everyone's eyes. Peach, do you like your second uncle? Chu Qing gently patted Peach's head and asked with a smile. Huh? Peach blinked her eyes, looking puzzled. Did uncle change today? Did you go from being second uncle to second brother, and also change as a person? Previously, Chu Qingwu had Peach call Chu Qing second uncle because he was her second brother. Now, with Chu Qing calling himself second uncle, it also meant that he considered Peach as the daughter of his older brother, Chu Qinghai. After the banquet, the three father and sons of the Chu family returned to their villa. Chu Qinghu then brought up what happened today, and mocked Chu Qing in front of Chu Jianwo. Ha ha, Chu Qing, you've completely changed sides so thoroughly. Were you scared by Yi Xiaosheng during the last adventure? So now you've come to fawn on him, and even tried to please his daughter. Chu Qing had always looked down on Chu Qinghu. Even now, even his taunts were beneath his contempt. But Chu Jianwo started to worry. He looked around cautiously, making sure no one else could hear their conversation, then asked quietly, King, do you still want to kill Yi Xiaosheng? Chu Qinghu's mocking laughter stopped abruptly, not understanding why Chu Jianwo would say that. Instead of a direct answer, Chu Qing coldly turned the question around. Yi Xiaosheng now has a huge fortune. If he and Chu Qingwu were to die together, and Peach is their only daughter, won't she inherit his wealth? Chu Qinghu's eyes widened, suddenly understanding Chu Qing's intention in trying to please Peach earlier today. You are indeed cunning. You plan to have Peach return to the Chu family once again, and as her legal guardian, you would be able to inherit Yi Xiaosheng's fortune, right? Even Chu Qinghu understood Chu Qing's plan. Chu Jianwo understood even more. With Yi Xiaosheng probably having more than 100 billion now, risking everything to kill Yi Xiaosheng for the huge wealth didn't seem like a foolish decision anymore. When Yi Xiaosheng returned to Jinfu Mansion, he received unexpected good news from Jin Leifu. Young Master Yi, Tang Qingyin's endorsement poster unexpectedly received unanimous acclaim in the industry, calling her the once in 3,000 years exceptional beauty. Especially her naturally cold and proud eyes, it's heart-wrenching. Her image is perfect for the youth demographic. According to your instructions, I've already signed her with Mihua Entertainment because she's a newcomer. For now, we are preparing for her to star in an online movie. Mei Qingyan has also agreed to your request, promising to mentor this newcomer, Tang Qingyan, granting her more scenes, and even acting with her. After listening to Jin Leifu's report, Yi Xiaosheng fell into thought, even having Tang Qingyan brought over. Do you have confidence in acting in movies? Yi asked directly. Your legs are crippled, so if you enter the entertainment industry, not only do you have no advantages in acting, but your role positioning will also be severely limited. Tang Qingyan hesitated for a moment, then her eyes gradually became determined. It's not a matter of confidence, I must succeed. Seeing her fiery gaze, Yi Xiaosheng knew she was very determined, especially after her sudden rise to fame due to the endorsement photo accident. But Yi Xiaosheng still poured cold water on her. No, it's not good for you to make a rushed debut now. Instead of seeking a comeback route, I'd rather you become famous immediately. Become famous? Tang Qingyin's eyes showed a hint of longing. Being instantly famous was a dream for many young women, even some who sacrificed their youth for it, only to end in disappointment. Tang Qingyin also strongly desired instant fame, not just to seek revenge on Liu Jianjia, but also because she didn't want to live in obscurity anymore. Yes, the more you desire to fulfill your dream and to seek revenge, the harder you must work. Yi Xiaosheng, with the air of a star maker, looked at Tang Qingyin and said, "Remember, in order to become a big and famous star, you must have your unique charm. You are not only a woman I could never get, but also a woman the whole world could never get." Yi Xiaosheng's words struck at Tang Qingyin's heart. She had always been a proud goddess, young and arrogant. Previously, she had believed she was unattainable, but with various life setbacks and Yi Xiaosheng suddenly entering her life, she realized she was just a humble woman. She even felt a fondness for Yi Xiaosheng, who was already married, and had fantasized about having him if he pursued her. So now, Yi Xiaosheng was helping her regain that pride and confidence, hitting her head on. "Humph, I understand." Tang Qingyin immediately put on an extremely cold and arrogant expression, then wheeled away on her wheelchair. Very perceptive, Yi Xiaosheng watched her back and couldn't help but smile. He was very confident that this proud beauty could be turned into a huge star and help him earn more money. Fu Bo, do everything to promote this once in 3,000 years beauty, and at the same time, keep her hidden. Don't let her appear in the media until her official debut. Young Master Yi understood. Jin Leifu nodded repeatedly, admiring Yi's meticulous thinking even more than his own. "Oh, young Master Yi, next week is your third uncle's birthday. Will you return to Yanjing to wish him a happy birthday?" After discussing business matters, Jin Leifu then brought up the family matters. Third uncle Yi was not from the main lineage, but as a male member of the Yi family, he held a high position in Yanjing. His 50th birthday celebration was destined to be a grand event that would shake the entire city. Yi Xiaosheng had received messages from his aunt and sister, who both hoped he would return to Yanjing to prove to the family that their legitimate grandson was still alive. Of course, the most important thing was to let grandfather see his legitimate grandson. "Please arrange it for me," Yi Xiaosheng casually ordered, leaving Jin Leifu startled. But he soon became excited. "Of course, I will ensure young Master Yi's safe return to Yanjing and the Yi family. This time is too good. The Yi family is bound to undergo significant changes." It was no wonder he was so excited. Now, Miss Yi and her family had placed all their hopes on Yi Xiaosheng. His return to the Yi family was of great importance and would directly affect the question of the heir's identity. However, both Jin Leifu and Yi Xiaosheng knew that many people in Yanjing probably didn't want him to return alive to the Yi family, so this short journey might not be peaceful at all. "Yi Xiao, there is one more thing. As per your instructions, we have signed a contract with Elizabeth, the top designer, as the global brand ambassador for Qingcheng International and Weiwu Clothing. We paid a spokesperson fee of 1 billion for this," Jin Leifu said with a trembling voice. The 10 billion spokesperson fee was already top-tier globally, and Qingcheng International had never hired such a high-profile spokesperson before. However, Elizabeth is the top super designer in the world, with undisputed influence worldwide. Countless global celebrities have expressed their love for her designs. Apart from money, Fang Yu has also put in a lot of effort, for example, personally flying to her home in Country Yu, fulfilling all her requests, and even promising to buy her several villas in the Dragon Kingdom for her convenience when attending events there. Very good. With a spokesperson fee of 10 billion, we are definitely making money. Yi Zi nodded, indicating that Fang Yu had accomplished this task well. With Elizabeth as the global spokesperson, Weiwu and Qingcheng International would soon make back this money. Yi Zi is not a fool. He wanted to give Tang Qingyin an opportunity to be a spokesperson. Even though she has excellent looks and fits certain types of clothing well, her fame and influence are almost zero. Making her the first spokesperson now would seriously harm Qingcheng International, so at most, she could only be a secondary spokesperson. As for Liang Pangzi wanting to invite Ji Wuyu as a spokesperson, he can have his fun. But if Ji Wuyu agrees, Yi Zi wouldn't mind signing one more spokesperson. After all, there is plenty of money in his pocket. "Yi Xiao, This is Elizabeth's black card. Jin Leifu handed Yizi a shiny special black card and explained with a smile. This woman Elizabeth is very business savvy. She entrusts some of her latest top designs to be sold by some globally renowned fashion stores. Only holders of her issued black card can purchase them, and without the black card, no amount of money can buy them. Yizi smiled at the designer's clever money-making tactics. Then why give me this card? Yi Xiao, a batch of top luxury clothing has arrived at Chanel in the business city of the West District of Flower City. Won't you take your wife to choose some? Jin Leifu heard that Elizabeth's design concept this time is very innovative. Once your wife wears it, she will definitely become a star admired by countless women in Flower City. Hehe. Yizi smiled at the suggestion. Knowing his wife Chu Qingyu well, although she is strong-willed and likes to maintain her image, she is not one to seek attention. Wearing such luxury brand clothing would attract too much attention and she probably wouldn't like it. Indeed, when Yizi called Chu Qingyu, she immediately refused. Yizi, I'm busy now. Chu Qingyu complained somewhat happily. Elizabeth is coming to the Dragon Kingdom for an event. She suddenly became the ambassador for Qingcheng International and Weiwu Clothing. And I, being the general manager of Weiwu Fabrics and the renowned designer of Qingcheng International, need to take care of both sides. Complaining with a hint of showing off. After hanging up the phone, Chu Qingyu hurried out of the fabric factory to inspect the event. As she was about to get into her car to head to the event location, she suddenly heard a pitiful voice behind her. Sister, could you give me a ride? My legs are really hurting. Chu Qingyu turned back and saw Chu Qinghu sitting in an electric wheelchair, his face contorted in pain. Qinghu, what are you doing at the fabric factory? Chu Qingyu frowned slightly, feeling no goodwill towards this brother of hers who not only once plotted against her, but also committed despicable actions in Niutou village. She was ashamed to have such a brother. Sister, I've thought it through. We're all family. I want to work at the fabric factory to help you and uncle. Family. For some reason, hearing these words from Chu Qinghu made Chu Qingyu find it amusing. This selfish brother who kidnapped Peach, who had committed many unethical deeds, still had the notion of family in his mind. Thankfully, Chu Qingyu was unaware of Chu Qinghu's involvement in the murder of her husband. Otherwise, she might burst into laughter. Sister, let's talk later. My legs are really painful. It might be infected. Could you take me to the hospital? It hurts so much. Chu Qinghu said, suddenly crying out in pain. Sweat the size of soybeans beating on his forehead. Hey, are you okay? Although Chu Qingyu disliked Chu Qinghu, she couldn't bear to see him in such agony. Regardless of her feelings, he was her cousin. Seeing his suffering, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Driver, help me lift him into the car and take him to the hospital. She ordered her personal driver, who promptly lifted Chu Qinghu into the car and headed towards the hospital. Don't go to the first hospital. I want to go to St. Mary's Hospital. On the way, Chu Qinghu continued to suffer, and he insisted on going to a no-name quack hospital. Thinking that he was used to St. Mary's, Chu Qingyu decided to divert the driver towards it. However, on the way to St. Mary's, a car suddenly appeared from the front and back, blocking Chu Qingyu's car. What's going on? Chu Qingyu, being a shrewd woman, sensed danger as the two cars seemed ominous. She reached for her phone to call for help. But, slap, Chu Qinghu grabbed her wrist with his only functioning hand and gave her a sinister smile. At the same moment, several agile men emerged from the cars, armed with specially made crossbows, and aimed at her driver. With a loud crash, the sound of shattered glass filled the air, and the driver, with several arrows in his head, slumped over and passed away on the spot. The scene was horrifying, shocking Chu Qingyu into screaming. Out of fear, it felt to her as if the entire world had frozen in place. The car doors were forcefully opened by the assailants, pushing Chu Qingyu down onto the car seat. Terrified and enraged, she looked up at Chu Qinghu with anger in her eyes, scolding, Chu Qinghu, I sympathized with you and believed in you. I risked my work to take you to the hospital, only to find out you were setting a trap to harm me. Are you using my compassion to set me out? Heh. Sister, don't blame me. Chu Qinghu sneered, grabbing Chu Qingyu's hair with one hand. Blame your husband. It's him who made me a cripple. It's him who made me worse than a dog. I'm only 23, unmarried, and he sentenced me to a lifetime of being in a wheelchair. How can I not seek revenge against him? Facing the hideous sight before her, Chu Qingyu felt fear and regret, not realizing how foolish she had been to trust someone like Chu Qinghu. Take her away. Use her to lure Yi Zi to his death. With a vicious slap on Chu Qingyu's cheek, Chu Qinghu ordered the thugs. As Chu Qinghu's actions sank in, Chu Qingyu was terrified. Realizing that her brother was planning to harm her like this, she felt guilty and regretful, knowing that if something happened to Yi Zi due to her foolish act, she would never find peace, even in death. Meanwhile, Yi Zi, not paying much attention to Chu Qingyu's call, decided to see what designs Elizabeth had come up with. At that moment, in the commercial city in the west district of Flower City, Chu Biao pushed Tang Qingyan's wheelchair through the bustling streets. The two were classmates, and as Tang Qingyan hadn't been to school in a while, Chu Biao took time to accompany her. With rapid development in the West District and a new batch of renowned brand stores opening up, it was their top choice for shopping. Qingyan, now that you're becoming a star, you need to dress better. Shall we go to the top commercial building to see? I heard that a Chanel store has opened there. It's a globally renowned luxury brand, and I want to see it too. Tang Qingyan hesitated at Chu Biao's suggestion, feeling embarrassed. We can't afford those things, so why bother looking? Besides, I'm not a star yet. I don't care. I want to go. Chu Biao retorted, educating Tang Qingyan. Are you dumb? Elegance needs to be cultivated continuously. I think you need a star quality to become famous, not becoming famous before cultivating that star quality. Tang Qingyan found Chu Biao's thoughts on life and society convincing, so she nodded and followed her upstairs. In the top floors of the commercial building, luxurious items and designer products filled their vision, with each item's price surpassing Tang Qingyan's family's annual income. They felt fancy and began to question life itself. Qingyan, let's go to the Chanel store. Chu Biao couldn't contain her excitement, pushing Tang Qingyan to the top floor. Tang Qingyan felt very anxious because she had heard that the top floor was filled with luxury brand stores, especially with clothes from Chanel that were often worn by celebrities. Each piece of clothing cost at least 6 figures, and the most expensive ones could bankrupt someone. If we go in just to look without buying anything, will we be looked down upon? Tang Qingyan actually wanted to broaden her knowledge, but she was afraid of being looked down upon due to her low-quality attire. Humph, they're running a business by opening their doors. Why wouldn't they allow people to come in and look? Besides, you're so beautiful. What are you afraid of? Remember, you'll become a big star sooner or later, Chu Biao said, pushing Tang Qingyan towards Chanel. All right. Tang Qingyan was convinced, and her anxious heart forced itself to calm down. Chu Biao was right. If she couldn't become a big star, how would she help Yi Zi earn money? How would she repay his kindness? If she couldn't become a big star, what was the point of keeping her long hair? Thinking about this, she deliberately became cool and aloof again. After the two entered the Chanel boutique, they were instantly drawn to the unique and enchanting clothing, feeling like they had stepped into a fairytale world. Just admiring these beautiful clothes made the two girls inexplicably happy. However, after browsing for a while, a female sales assistant with a professional smile suddenly appeared in front of them. Ladies, may I ask which style you are interested in purchasing? Oh, we are just browsing. Tang Qingyan was startled by the sudden appearance of the sales assistant and almost spoke the truth. Fortunately, Chu Biao quickly interrupted, we can look by ourselves. If we find something we like, we will buy it. You don't need to bother. The sales assistant looked at their attire from head to toe, especially noticing that Tang Qingyan was still sitting in a wheelchair. The smile on her face instantly disappeared. Humph. To poor girls again. She couldn't believe that they dared to come to the Chanel boutique to look at clothes. Ladies, the starting prices for items here are in the tens of thousands. If you don't intend to make a purchase, please leave. Otherwise, if you dirty or damage anything, you probably couldn't afford to compensate even by selling yourselves. The sales assistant had been working here for a long time and had encountered many women who only browsed without buying, so she was ruthless in wanting to drive them away to avoid feeling annoyed. Feeling the disdainful gaze from the sales assistant, Tang Qingyan immediately felt uncomfortable but didn't say anything. She quietly pulled Chu Biao and said, let's leave. Chu Biao made a TSK sound, glared at the ignorant sales assistant, then pushed Tang Qingyan to leave. Although she was from the Chu family, she couldn't afford the clothes here, and since they were being treated this way, she didn't want to insist. Unfortunately, the sales assistant couldn't bear their attitude and loudly mocked them as they left. Being self-aware is important in life. Recognize your own status, otherwise, you'll live a miserable life. Things that don't belong to you are better off not being fantasized about. This isn't a place for the likes of you. Don't come in here lowering our standards. Chu Biao couldn't bear it any longer and finally turned around in anger, scolding, "What nonsense are you talking about? How do you know we can't afford it? And what's wrong with us? You're just a lowly sales assistant. Where do you get your sense of superiority from? What did you say?" The sales assistant immediately crossed her arms, gritted her teeth, clearly furious. Chu Biao's words had struck a sore spot. Her name was Liu Jingwen, born in poverty, with a low education. In order to escape a lower-class life, she obtained this well-paying job by sacrificing her dignity to the store manager. Later, in order to keep her job and receive some benefits, she became the manager's secret lover, gradually living a slightly better life than the lower class. Little did she know, she arrogantly thought of herself as powerful just because of her work environment and began looking down on those living in the lower class. You want to hear it again? Then, I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Biao crossed her arms and said, "You're just a small sales assistant, a working girl from the bottom. Do you really think this store belongs to you? I don't understand where your sense of superiority comes from. It's just ridiculous. You, what?" Liu Jingwen gritted her teeth as she spoke each word, obviously reaching her breaking point. Chu Biao's words had hit a nerve. There was a man wearing big sunglasses, with smooth skin and a very stylish appearance, just changing his clothes in the VIP fitting room, then walking out. He was very satisfied with the clothes he just tried on, confirming that they were indeed a new design by Elizabeth. They made him feel like the heavenly light was shining on him when he put them on. Unfortunately, even he couldn't afford them. He didn't have a black card either, so he could only stare with envy. The man handed the clothes to his assistant and was contemplating how to get them when he witnessed the scene with Tang Qingyan. At that moment, another man burst into the Chanel store, striding towards Tang Qingyan and Chu Biao, frowning as he looked at Liu Jingwen. "Qingyan, what's going on? Why is she kicking you out like this? Yizi, is that you?" Tang Qingyan's heart raced when she suddenly saw Yizi enter, not wanting him to know that she had been humiliated again. Liu Jingwen glanced at Yizi and couldn't help but admit that he was indeed handsome and well-built, but he didn't seem like a wealthy person based on his attire. He was probably just here with these two poor girls for a stroll. HMPH, your friend can't afford to buy anything yet barges in, disrupting our business. Take her and leave quickly. Don't embarrass us at our Chanel boutique. Liu Jingwen was arrogant and sarcastic, sneering at Yizi, unaware that he was the owner of the West District Commercial City, the person who had allowed Chanel to set up here. "Qingyan, what do you like? I'll buy everything." Yi Xiao's sudden statement stunned Liu Jingwen, who was in the midst of her theatrics. Chu Biao's eyes lit up even more. Could her brother-in-law have come at a critical moment to help her and Tang Qingyan achieve a magnificent turnaround? However, Tang Qingyan immediately shook her head and said, indignantly, "Yizi, why should we purchase something to earn her a sales commission? It's not just about humiliating her but also helping her make money. I won't buy anything." Ha ha. Liu Jingwen, who was initially surprised, laughed uproariously upon hearing Tang Qingyan's words, amused to the point of tears. Yizi quietly watched her exaggerated performance. "Ha ha ha, you guys really cracked me up. Where did you come from, you clowns?" After a while, Liu Jingwen controlled her amusement and said loudly, "Poor and still trying to show off in our store. Even your lines are so funny, setting the scene for yourself so well. Ha ha ha. Are you doing a TikTok livestream here? Intentionally coming to find a background? But I haven't seen you open your phone. Is someone outside secretly filming you?" Onlookers also seemed to think the same and followed Liu Jingwen's gaze around. However, they didn't find anyone recording. Why were these three putting on such a dramatic performance? Was it because their pride had been challenged, leading them to comically persist? Is this how you conduct your business? Yizi waited for her to finish all her antics before coldly asking, "When you hear a customer wanting to buy all your items, instead of immediately assisting, you mock them. If your regional manager finds out, do you think you'll still have a job tomorrow? Ha ha. If you can contact our manager, then talk." Liu Jingwen returned to her prideful stance. "I've seen many people like you, boasting and acting tough, not realizing in others' eyes, you're just a fool. Speaking of seeing the regional manager, can someone like you even see the manager of our world-class brand store?" Yizi rebuffed, They are someone busy with many responsibilities. If they consider you, it would be after the sun rises in the west. If you have time to embarrass yourself here, you would do better to lay a few more bricks, grit your teeth, buy a piece of clothing, and I'd say you'd have a bit of dignity as a poor person. Bah. Liu Jingwen's excitement grew as she spoke, even spitting towards Yi Zi in her agitation. As Liu Jingwen's words landed, the surrounding area instantly seemed to freeze, especially Chu Biao, who wore a look of anticipation for the drama unfolding. If Yi Xiaoshu had spoken a bit more politely earlier, perhaps that arrogant salesperson might have admitted fault and spoken more courteously, leading to a chance for things to turn around. But now, there was clearly no room for negotiation. Who could tolerate being humiliated like this? If it had been the old, timid Yi Xiaoshu, he might have stayed quiet. But now he was Yi Xiao, who in the entire city could compare to his status. That salesperson was definitely in for a rough time today. Sure enough, Yi Xiaoshu's face darkened, disgusted that the woman's saliva had landed on him. Hey! What? If you don't leave, I won't treat you like this, but will have the security throw you out, Liu Jingwen said without feeling any wrongdoing, even purposely provoking Yi Xiaoshu. Seeing these lower-class people angry but helpless, her sense of superiority was further satisfied. However, before she could finish her sharp remarks, she suddenly froze. This was because Yi Xiaoshu suddenly pulled out a card. Initially, people around thought it was just an ordinary bank card, maybe to buy something to slap Liu Jingwen's face. But upon closer inspection, they were shocked. Oh my goodness, that was a top-tier VIP card from a prestigious bank. Anyone entering the Chanel flagship store must be an elite, and who wouldn't know that to have such a card, one must possess assets in the millions, and for the top-tier VIP card, at least $1 billion in assets. The people who had just watched Tang Qingyan feeling superior now faltered because none of them qualified to own such a card. And now, Yi Xiaoshu had taken it out, causing quite a stir. What? Do you still doubt if I can afford to buy your clothing? Yi Xiaoshu's expression gradually became playful and domineering. Liu Jingwen was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Other salespeople couldn't help but approach, realizing it was indeed an authentic top-tier VIP card from a prestigious bank. This was the first appearance of a top-tier VIP customer since Chanel's store opened in Huachen. They had never imagined that the holder would be an unassuming young man. What remarkable status did he have? Sir, what style would you like to purchase? Shall I assist you in shopping? A senior salesperson, seeing the situation, immediately approached Yi Xiaoshu with a sweet smile. After all, someone with such a cart must be extraordinary, and they had to cater to them properly. Meanwhile, they thought Liu Jingwen was being extremely foolish, causing trouble for a big client. Wasn't that just being difficult for no reason? Hey! No wonder she remained a junior salesperson, relying on the store manager's protection. Otherwise, a woman like her would have been kicked out of the Chanel store long ago. Only kids choose one option. I want one piece of every style, Yi Xiaoshu stated coldly. The clothes here were indeed beautiful, and since his wife lacked high-end clothing, he intended to buy a set for her to take home. Little did he know that this simple statement would shock everyone. Was this how affluent people shopped? Chu Biao now felt even more envious and resentful towards Chu Qingwu. The disparity between the two Chu family women was wider than a pig and a human. She couldn't help but recall Chu Yingku, who had ended up with a mental illness due to her choices. How pitiful that woman was, rejecting such a wealthy husband and choosing a man from the Liu family who did not compare at all. The senior salesperson was also dumbfounded, wondering if Yi Xiaoshu was serious. Can't you understand human speech? Yi Xiaoshu glanced at Liu Jingwen intentionally before speaking slowly. I said I want one of each style. I want my wife to wear a different one every day. Sun even let out a chuckle, seeing the man as an extreme pamperer of his wife. Who would have thought that the woman with a limp was married to such a man? A modern Cinderella indeed. However, they were unaware that Tang Qingyan was not Yi Xiaoshu's wife, nor did they know how she felt at the moment. Yi Xiaoshu was embarrassing Liu Jingwen to uplift his mood, but she wasn't his wife. How would she feel with the admiring looks fixed on her? All right. I'll help you choose right away. The senior salesperson nodded and turned to Liu Jingwen. Why don't you hurry and apologize to the esteemed guest? Liu Jingwen's face was flushed with embarrassment. She never expected to provoke such a big client. She was hesitant to apologize to the three people, but she refused to do so. After a brief hesitation, she couldn't help but smirk coldly. Who knows if this card was picked up or stolen? Look at their shabby appearance. Do they seem like people qualified to own a top-tier VIP card from a prestigious bank? The senior salesperson frowned, feeling she was being unreasonable. However, her words had some logic to them, and some people began to doubt Yi Xiaoshu. HMPH. What's your identity? Do you have the right to doubt us? Chu Biao was no pushover either, raising her chin indignantly towards Liu Jingwen. As long as we can afford it, why do you care so much? You dare to laugh at us? Liu Jingwen snorted coldly. I'm a member of Chanel, and naturally, I have the right to doubt you. We need to prevent scammers from illegally using others' cards here, causing losses to the cardholders. Her words left the other salespeople uncertain how to proceed. You are going too far. Tang Qingying couldn't hold back. Who are you calling a scammer? Do you realize you're accusing falsely? Do you understand the consequences of going down this path? Yi Xiaoshu didn't expect Liu Jingwen to persist in her course. He wanted to completely crush this woman. Then, what do you want? What consequences could I face? I am just protecting the store's interests. If you want to see me faced with consequences, show me what you're capable of. Liu Jingwen raised her hands with defiance. Let's involve the police in this matter, and you can cooperate with the investigation at the station. She was playing a dangerous game, knowing she wouldn't be held accountable anyway. She just wanted to block these people from shopping in her store. She was adept at playing the game, one move after another. Yi Xiaoshu saw through her intentions and smirked. In that case, I'll have your area manager called. He swiftly phoned Li Bi, knowing the contact details of every area manager in the business complex. If the area manager didn't handle the situation well, he would have the whole store kicked out of the Western business complex. Liu Jingwen, however, was more confident in her position and was not afraid of the manager. After all, the store manager was her lover and would protect her no matter what. She saw nothing wrong in her actions. What did she do wrong? She simply escorted a few people who couldn't afford the clothes out of the store. Hey, done pretending. If you are, then get out. If you don't leave, we'll call security or even the police. Liu Jingwen pointed towards the door, threatening loudly as soon as Yi Xiaoshu hung up the phone. Some bystanders remained cautious, wondering about the man who possessed a top-tier VIP car and spoke so confidently. Little did they know, Chanel had recently seen a surge in popularity in Huacheng and wanted to expand its presence in the Western business complex. Consequently, they were in talks with Li Bi. Considering the recent rapid development of the Western business complex and the surge in foot traffic after a series of commercial measures, Li Bi was impressed with the potential opportunities. Li Bi had just been informed by Yi Xiao that the store's recent success was due to Yi Xiao's background influence. Therefore, he admired him greatly. Just as they were discussing, Yi Xiao had called and instructed Li Bi to contact Chanel immediately. This was Yi Xiao's call, right? So, the two practically rushed over, with sweat still glistening on their foreheads. After listening to Yi Xiao's brief explanation of the situation, Manager Gu immediately became furious, waving his hand. That shopping guy must be fired, and anyone who dares to defend her will also be fired. As the words fell, Liu Jingwen's face turned pale. At that moment, a store manager who looked like a dog, accompanied by two security guards, walked in. Liu Jingwen rushed over, clinging to his arm, pleading, "Manager, you have to be fair to me. I was only thinking of the company. Get away from me. You are no longer part of our store." The manager pushed her away, his face ice cold. "Manager, what are you saying?" Shocked, Liu Jingwen took a step back, eyes bulging in disbelief that this man was going to fire her, who had spent countless nights with you, who had tried to please you in every way possible, and now, without listening to any explanation, you are ready to ruthlessly abandon me. Liu Jingwen felt like her heart was breaking. Drag her out. The manager was ruthless, ordering the security guards to drag Liu Jingwen away. Just as he came down with the security guards, it was indeed Liu Jingwen who had called them, hoping for his support. However, upon reaching the entrance, he saw Li Bi and his direct superior, Manager Gu, coming. So he deliberately slowed down his pace to eavesdrop on their conversation. And to his surprise, Manager Gu made that harsh statement. It was clearly directed at him, as who else would defend a woman like Liu Jingwen? Therefore, the store manager dared not speak up for Liu Jingwen, as she had offended an important customer and keeping her around would only cause trouble. Moreover, he had grown tired of her and saw this as an opportunity to abandon her. "Manager John, you will have a bad end. You promised to protect me for a lifetime when we were in bed, but now you. Liu Jingwen was still lamenting outside. Those inside couldn't help but feel awkward hearing her. Ha, that's a foolish woman, believing promises made in bed. Thinking true love is just fleeting moments away from the sheets. Chu Biao, watching the scene, finally felt satisfied and started making sarcastic remarks behind Liu Jingwen's back. Tang Qingyan also found it satisfying, saying how long could this woman hold on? Could her arms twist more than her thighs? The people around agreed with Chu Biao's words, thinking that Liu Jingwen, upon seeing someone produce a top-tier gold car, still didn't understand to apologize in time, leading to her current situation, was truly her own fault. The young master wants to buy clothes, and you still haven't rushed to help him pack. All at a 30% discount. Got it. Manager Gu, being a savvy business person, quickly had all the shopping guides assist Yizi in packing his clothes to please him. The customers around were astonished. Who comes here to shop without a considerable amount of money? Who doesn't have a bit of pride? They were okay with watching the drama earlier, but now that it was over, they wanted to browse clothes. However, with no shopping guides available, they started getting upset. I'm sorry, we currently don't have shopping guides available. If you're not comfortable, you can come back another time. The store manager was also shrewd, seeing the regional manager trying to please Yizi. Even though he didn't know Yishao's background, he followed along. Some customers left on the spot, while others stayed, knowing this store never offered discounts. The fact that the manager was willing to discount to please Yizi was already a red flag. Moreover, with him brandishing a top-tier noble bank card, able to make Li Bilei drop everything to attend to him, even a fool could deduce that this Yi surname man had significant influence. Chu Biao had already started picking clothes for Yizi, claiming to know Chu Qingwu's preferences. Of course, after picking a bunch for Chu Qingwu, she took the opportunity to ask Yizi if she could have a dress. Yizi readily agreed and even allowed her to select a few outfits for Tang Qingyan. Chu Biao felt delighted, realizing she had chosen the right side this time. Initially, she opposed Yizi, leading to embarrassment, but now helping Yizi, she effortlessly selected luxury brand clothes. She couldn't help but wonder if Uncle Zhejianwo and his family had lost their minds, continuing to oppose Yizi along with the Liu family, which was both feudal and unappreciated. Just like Chu Yingku back then, utterly foolish. Yizi, I have kept track of the items you are gifting me. I will certainly repay you in the future. Who says a woman doesn't appreciate beauty? Tang Qingyan, too, liked the clothes in the store, but her inherent pride remained intact. Every time she received a favor from Yizi, she made a mental note to repay him. All right. Yizi smiled faintly. He never kept tabs, but if Tang Qingyan wanted to, he would allow it. Money was of little concern to Yizi. Besides, he intended to use this approach to keep her proud and motivated, ensuring she succeeded. Wow, that dress is so beautiful. Chu Biao spotted Elizabeth's design, Angel's tears, and led Tang Qingyan to admire it. Tang Qingyan lightly bit her lip, her clenched fist trembling slightly, indicating her inner struggle. Finally, she mustered the courage and pointed to Angel's tears, saying loudly, Yizi, I want that one. What? The shopping guides were stunned. There was a chilling voice akin to a bucket of cold water. That dress, I suggest you stop dreaming about it. Tang Qingyan shuddered, her courage instantly evaporating at the harsh words. Yizi observed everything. He knew Angel's Tears was Elizabeth's latest piece, and the designer was notorious for creating only one piece of each design worldwide. To acquire her garments, one needed a coveted black gold card, the epitome of exclusive marketing. Elizabeth had the leverage. Tang Qingyan shuddering clearly indicated she felt unworthy of the dress. However, her brief attempt to purchase it showed her determination to one day be deserving of it. The unexpected voice was undoubtedly a heavy blow to her dream. Following the cold voice, they found a strong-willed woman wearing heart-shaped glasses. Hey! What did you say? Chu Biao saw Tang Qingyan devastated by her words, couldn't resist intervening. We are determined to purchase it. Don't you have any self-awareness? The woman with glasses was even harsher than Liu Jingwen, openly sneering. Don't assume just because you've caught a rich man, you can buy any clothing. Do your looks, figure, demeanor, presence, and sophistication align with this dress? You. Chu Biao was momentarily rendered speechless by the woman's words, not due to lack of intelligence, up because they struck a chord deep within, carrying a force that allowed no rebuttal. Let it go. Biao. In the end, Tang Qingyan halted the confrontation, exhaling a sigh. Right now, I am indeed not worthy of this dress, so I don't want to defile it. But one day, I will be able to master it. Qingyan. Watching Tang Qingyan's current state, Chu Biao felt deeply touched. She had never witnessed her table-mate in this manner. The usually aloof Tang Qingyan was now ablaze with determination. At least you have some self-awareness, the woman with glasses coldly huffed, then instructed a shopping guy. Wrap up this dress, my lady fancies it. I'm sorry, miss, we cannot sell this dress to you. Why? In order to purchase the dress, the woman with glasses threw a tantrum, showing no regard for decorum. Do you know who I am? My lady loves this dress and must buy it. The shopping guide didn't recognize the woman with glasses, but knew she had come in with a stunning girl with a melon seed face. The girl, despite wearing a coat and sunglasses, exuded incomparable beauty, resembling a top-tier celebrity. Nevertheless, the guide expressed regret, because you are not qualified, and neither is your lady. Asterisk laughs asterisk. Many present burst into laughter. Chu Biao found it exceedingly amusing, throwing back the woman's words. You just accused us of lacking a plan, yet you're the same. Truly hilarious. Yes. How hilarious. How can someone be so clueless? Isn't it self-inflicting humiliation? Ha ha. She thought she knew the rules of Elizabeth's fashion, but turns out she's just common. Aren't they feeling awkward? It's truly baffling. People come in all types. The surrounding passers-by mercilessly mocked, leaving the woman with glasses embarrassed, her face turning red. She assumed the shopping guides recognized her and would give her some face, but without the black gold card, even the lady's prestige failed to sway them. As an assistant, the woman with glasses felt compelled to fight for the stunning girl, so she continued to argue. We want to buy this dress first, and we certainly can afford it. Why should we need some card? Because a gentleman came in with a black gold card, specifically asking for Angel's Tears, and we have to sell it to him. I'm truly sorry. The shopping guide politely responded. What? Black gold card? The woman with glasses, upon hearing this, was startled. The glasses-wearing woman is also a long-time customer of Chanel and knows what the black and gold card represents. Without reservation, she said that those who possess the black and gold card had absolute power. They can make a person with good looks famous at any time, and they can also bring a big star down from their pedestal. So even the lady from her family is very eager to get a black and gold card and dare not easily offend those who have one. Hey, what are you all up to? The store manager suddenly jumped out, yelling at the shopping guy. Manager, you're just in time. This customer wants to buy that dress, but the shopping guide thought the manager misunderstood them for neglecting the customer, which caused him to explode in anger. She quickly explained to him. Unexpectedly, the manager immediately scolded. Nonsense. Of course, I know about this. I'm not deaf. What I mean is this Angel's Tears being bought by our black and gold VIP customer? Don't you hurry and wrap it up for this gentleman. Don't you know that Elizabeth's artwork is not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can buy? Ah, yes, yes. The shopping guide finally understood. It turned out the manager was angry because they had neglected a black and gold card user. They quickly worked together to pack up the Angel's Tears. Everyone looked at the black and gold card in Yizhao's hand and finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the person who held the black and gold card was him. Tut! Not only did he have the top-tier VIP card of the Noble Bank, but he also had Elizabeth's black and gold card, confirming his top-tier rich and powerful identity. It was ridiculous that Liu Wenjing dared to slander such a top-tier rich young master just now, saying that his card might not be his, and she deserved to be fired and expelled from the store. The women present all had some capital, but upon seeing Yizhao's top-tier rich status, many of them entertained the idea of courting him. However, the disdainful words of the store manager made the glasses-wearing woman even more furious, and she immediately exploded. Hey! What do you mean by that? Do you think my lady is just anyone? Fang Ye, don't be like this. At this point, the beauty with the melon seed face finally arrived with graceful steps. Her peerless charm made people feel as if a gentle breeze was blowing through 100 flowers, with the fragrance of flowers wafting towards them. Although Yizi couldn't see her face clearly, just based on her perfect facial features, charming lips, and slender figure with ample bosom, he knew that she must be a calamity to the country and the people. The store manager, after closely examining the woman, couldn't hide his excitement and exclaimed, You are. Ah, it's you. The woman lightly waved her hand, signaling the store manager not to make a fuss. Then she glanced at Yizi, a captivating smile curving her lips. Mister, I saw what happened earlier. You just want this dress to please a beauty. In fact, changing to another outfit would achieve the same effect. Such tactful words. Yizi found himself unable to refuse her, but he didn't want to surrender immediately, as it would make him appear defenseless against her. So, Yizi put on a charming smile. Miss, with your appearance, another outfit would have the same effect. Hehe. The woman chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Thank you for the novel way of complimenting my beauty. So, are you giving up this outfit? Yizi asked with a smile. Without waiting for her response continued. I thought you would insist, but since you've given up, it seems there is no conflict between us. The woman was speechless. You could just say you don't want it. At the same time, she felt quite struck. It was the first time her charm hadn't captivated a man, and even her request had no effect. Yizi didn't bother to continue with her and waited for the staff to pack up the clothing. He wanted to motivate Tang Qingyan with this set of clothes, encouraging her to stand up and create her own new horizon. Yizi was really looking forward to the day when Tang Qingyan's legs healed, her hair grew long, and she wore this outfit. Would she be even more stunning? Mister, I actually see a refined temperament in you. Have I made a mistake? The woman with the melon seed face fell silent for a few seconds, finally choosing to persist, as she would walk the red carpet next week and hope to wear this dress at that time. Meanwhile, Chu Biao had already guessed who the woman was from the expressions of the store manager and those around her. Unable to resist, she whispered to Yizi, Brother-in-law, she may be the half-famous big star who is red-hot. Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran? Yizi was slightly stunned. Recently, he had been focusing on Tang Qingyan, even considering who to hire as her mentor to teach her singing. Qin Yanran seemed to be the best choice to. However, requesting this dual-talent big star, who was currently so popular, to serve as a mentor for an unknown girl might not be achievable just with money. Yizi had a thought in his mind, and humorously responded to the beauty with the melon seed face. Ah, I didn't expect I was this well hidden, and you figured it out. I thought my low profile had successfully hidden my temperament, appearance, helpfulness, respect for the elderly and love for the young, brave and invincible, and respectful and polite speaking manner. Seems all in vain. My temperament immediately betrayed me. Hehe. The woman with the melon seed face responded with a self-conscious laugh. She didn't expect this top-tier young master to crack jokes. In that case, this outfit is yours. Yizi finally gave in, and it was much more perfect than if he had given in from the beginning. Thank you. After thanking him, the woman intended to leave. She had stayed too long and was afraid of being recognized by people. You're welcome. Yizi couldn't let her leave just like that. Otherwise, how would he find her next time? So, as if unintentionally, he blocked her path and jokingly said, I never expect anything in return for doing good deeds. But if you feel the need to repay me to ease your mind, I'll reluctantly accept it. The woman was a bit stunned. Did I say anything at all? How about this? If you haven't figured out how to repay me yet, just exchange contact information. Whenever you decide, you can always reach out to me. Yizi casually took out his phone. The people around them laughed, especially those who admired this top-tier young master, who would have thought he had such a cute sigh. Even Chu Biao had just realized that Yi Xiao's wit, methods, face, exceeded her imagination. It was not unfair that she was at her wit's end because of him. Yizi didn't care about the laughter around him. He felt that he was just promoting the spirit of generosity, without expecting rewards, just leaving contact information. At least if someone wanted to repay him in the future, there would be a way. Nowadays, there aren't many people as considerate as himself. The woman couldn't help but laugh again and signaled her assistant to bring out her phone to exchange contact information with Yizi. Then, she left with a smile. This man is quite amusing. The woman couldn't help but comment. I think his face is quite thick. The assistant was very displeased with Yizi. Having been an assistant to Miss Qin for so long, she had never seen someone so shamelessly seek repayment from her. After watching the beautiful woman's graceful figure disappear, Yi Xiao's gaze shifted slightly and then realized that the big billboard outside displayed the poster of the red-hot big star Qin Yanran. With Yi Xiao's observational skills, he immediately recognized her. She was indeed the melon seed face beauty he had just encountered. Trading several $100,000 for a favor from a big star was not a bad deal, but to persuade her to guide Tang Qingyan attentively would require some effort. After leaving the Chanel store, Yizi had no time to inform the regional manager and left directly with the two young ladies, Tang Qingyan. Ding dong. Just as they exited the commercial building, Yixiao's phone received a picture from an anonymous number. As Yizi looked at it, his expression immediately became extremely angry, as if his whole body was burning. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Curiosity got the better of Chu Biao, who raised her tiptoes to look, immediately frozen in place as she sensed the tension. What's happening? Is King Wu's sister kidnapped? With a swift drop in his tone, Tang Qingyan also nervously looked at Yizi, who now appeared 10 times angrier than when he had seen herself pinned down by a boulder. Just then, Yixiao's phone rang. It was the unknown number calling. The voice had been altered, making it impossible to recognize who it was. Hehe. Yizi, if you want your wife to be safe and sound, you better rush to the Crook Neck Tower. If you dare to call the police, get ready to see your wife being harmed and killed. Damn it. Who are you? Before Yizi could finish his question, the other person hung up, clearly not interested in playing along with his inquiries. Bastard. Yizi punched the wall of the commercial building, creating a large hole. His strength frightened the passers-by, causing them to flee. Tang Qingyan and Chu Biao witnessed this side of Yizi for the first time, as his wife held an immense significance in his eyes. Whoever you are, daring to touch my wife is like touching my reverse scale. If I have to, even if it means using personal armed forces, I will make sure you're torn to pieces. Yizi, the other party is using your wife to lure you over alone. It's obvious that they want to come after you. Don't rush to go alone. As long as you haven't shown up, they won't dare to harm your wife. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you shall not be defeated. I'll go up first to investigate the situation for you. Under Chu Biao's insistence, Yizi drove the car and took her along. The two hurried to the Crook Neck Building. The so-called Crook Neck Building was just a dilapidated building in the central area of Huacheng City, rumored to have been developed by the Liu family. Yizi, following the kidnappers' instructions, did not report to the police. However, Tang Qingsh led the elite security team from the West District, also rushing towards them. In Yixiao's heart, Tang Qingsh was much more reliable than anyone else. Do you want to go up? Yizi parked the car at a certain distance from the Crook Neck Building and looked at Chu Biao with a furrowed brow. He had long known that this girl was full of tricks, and she would eventually come in handy, but he had never thought of using her in such a dangerous situation. Apart from not having 100% trust in her position, he was also not very trusting of her abilities. Well, Yizi, who do you think is trying to come after you behind the scenes? Chu Biao nodded and earnestly asked Yizi. Yizi did not answer because he felt that Chu Biao's level was not enough to involve the struggles of the Yi family. So the next words from Chu Biao shocked him. It must be Yao who recruited some acquaintances in Huacheng to come after you, right? How do you know? Hehe. Have you forgotten that I'm Tang Qingyan's deskmate? And don't almost all your actions involve Tang Qingsh? Chu Biao smirked. I know about taking down the Qinglan faction, fighting with Miss Du from the Du family, and how Yao came to Huacheng early to kill you, reducing a competitor within the family. Now is not the time to discuss these things. Yizi cut in. Since you know that Yao wants to go against me, do you have confidence to go up alone to investigate for me? Have I forgotten that I'm a rebellious girl? I love these thrilling games the most. I asked the people at the fabric factory. Your wife came out with Chu Qinghu together. Maybe the kidnappers are my brothers. I'm the best match to accompany them in their game. Chu Biao didn't care whether Yizi agreed or not. She got out of the car alone. It wasn't until she took a few steps that her voice floated back slowly. Remember to look at your phone at all times, and if I help rescue your wife, remember to thank me afterwards. I want a sports car. Hey. No problem, but you must remember, this is not a game. It's a battle of life and death. Yizi couldn't help but remind her, looking at the slightly proud girl gradually disappearing from view. The Crook Neck Building only had 4 floors. At this moment, on the dark room of the 4th floor, Chu Qinghu was rudely thrown on the ground, her hands and feet tied up. When her blindfold was removed, she saw 3 familiar faces in front of her, so familiar it made her not panic, but feel anger and heartache instead. She remembered very clearly how the Chu family treated her in the past. However, Even after she turned over a new leaf, letting them stay in the Chu family, she never thought of taking away a single cent from what belonged to them. Today, she rushed to send Chu Qinghu to the hospital, neglecting work, only to be met with the kidnapping of her loved ones. How could she not feel agonized? Chu Qing forcefully tore off the tape covering her mouth to see what she wanted to say. Ignoring the pain, Chu Qinghu immediately shook her head and exclaimed, "Uncle, second brother. Why are you treating me like this for Chu Qinghu? Aren't we family? If you let me go now, I guarantee that I will not hold any grudges." "It's too late," Chu Qing interrupted. "Your husband is a madman. If we let you go, he will never let us off. The situation today is already set. Either he dies, or we perish." Why? Chu Qinghu still wanted to know the thoughts of the three Chu family members, constantly asking, "Why are you doing this to me? What do you want to achieve? If you kill Yi Zi, what can you gain? Humph. How dare you ask such questions?" Seeing Chu Qinghu's constant questioning, Chu Qing couldn't endure it, and slapped her face harshly. With a slap, Chu Qinghu's face numbed in pain. "You're just a woman. Why do you want to climb up within our Chu family? Since you can rely on the young master of the Yi family to suppress us, can we not use the power of the Yi family's descendants to eliminate you?" Yi family descendants? Chu Qinghu looked puzzled. In the next moment, a face with an evil smile appeared in front of her. To Chu Qinghu, Yao and Yi Zi were nothing alike. Her husband's smile was warm, while this man's smile was chilling. "Heh. Miss Chu. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yao, ranked 4th among the male members of the Yanjing Yi family. You can also call me 4th brother." "4th brother?" Chu Qinghu deliberately maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Since you are Yi Zhao's brother, why do you treat me like this? Let me go, and work together with Yi Zi to manage the Yi family. Shouldn't that be better?" No. Miss Chu. You misunderstood." Yao smiled and replied, "The Yi family has always been controlled by the head of the family. Do you know about the royal families in the past? Only one person could become the emperor to rule the country. It's not possible for two brothers to be emperors together. So if your husband dies, my chance of becoming the emperor is higher." Hearing this, Chu Qinghu's face paled, and after a while, she tremblingly said, "Yi Zi won't come. Your Yi family has long wanted him to abandon me, so capturing me allows him to return to the Yi family alone, marry a woman from a prestigious family, and inherit the Yi family." "Heh. How do you expect me to believe that?" Yao chuckled and said, "Do you know how many traps and hidden weapons we've set up on the lower 3 floors? As long as he comes, he won't survive." Chu Qinghu suddenly felt heartache. How she wished Yi Zi no longer loved her, so he wouldn't have to face such danger for her today. At this moment, she wished she could just die, so she wouldn't burden Yi Zi anymore. Yao suddenly covered Chu Qinghu's mouth, realizing she was attempting to bite her tongue and commit suicide. If he had been a half-second slower, her tongue could have been bitten off. Heh. It's fun. Do you think biting your tongue to commit suicide is as easy as in movies? I didn't expect your relationship with your husband to be so deep. I'm more certain that Yi Zi will obediently come and meet his death alone. Ha ha. Yao laughed loudly, then stuffed a cloth into Chu Qinghu's mouth. Suddenly, a henchman entered and shouted, "Young Master Yao, a woman has arrived downstairs." A woman? Yao immediately stood up, walked to the balcony, with Chu Qingjian and the 3 Chu family members following him. "Who is that? Chu Biao. Why is she here?" "Report, young Master Yao, that woman is from our Chu family. I don't know why she came here. Maybe she's a spy sent by Yi Zi." "A spy?" Yao's brows furrowed first, then he aimed a gun at Chu Biao's head from a higher vantage point. "Hey, that's quite a distance. You may not be able to hit me. Let me go up and have a chat first, then you can decide whether to shoot or not." Chu Biao looked up and saw Yao and the 3 Chu family members. The 18-year-old girl was visibly trembling, but she still forced a smile and provocatively exclaimed, "What? So many grown men, and not afraid of a weak girl like me? Heh. Interesting." Yao couldn't resist a challenge, put away his gun, and ordered, "Bring her up and see what tricks she wants to play." 2 minutes later, Chu Biao reached the 4th floor, her back soaked with cold sweat. She now realized that the power struggle within the Yi family was not like the playful games in the Chu family. From the 1st to the 3rd floor, not only were there dozens of guards, but also countless bombs were planted. This was a scene of live warfare. If Yi Zi truly came alone, he was destined not to leave alive. Duty. Tell me, what are you here for? Yao played with the gun in his hand, his dangerous smirk asking. Chu Biao glanced at Chu Qingwu, then smiled and boldly declared, "Of course, I'm here to help you exterminate Yi Zi." "You're helping us?" Yao looked suspiciously, walked up to Chu Biao, gently lifted her chin. Chu Biao was fearless, even leaning on her tiptoes, getting closer to his face, as if willing to offer herself. "Hey, how did you know we were here?" "Of course Yi Zi told me. He also wanted me to help him figure out the situation here." "So are you here to be a spy for us?" Yao asked, probing Chu Biao's pockets, waist, chest, trying to find out where she hid communication devices. Even when he found a mobile phone, his hand didn't stop, continuing to search deeper. Who knew if she had prepared more than one phone? "Oh my, Master Yao, there are so many people here, I would feel embarrassed." Yao wanted to continue, but Chu Biao gently pushed his hand away. "Yi Zi and I have a reconcilable enmity. He embarrassed me in the meeting room before. Today I just want to help you get rid of them as a couple. Is that so?" Yao still half believed in Chu Biao's words, looking towards Chu Jianwo and his 3 sons. "Ha ha. It's true, I was there that day too." Chu Qingwu burst into laughter immediately. He laughed for days after witnessing Chu Biao make a fool of herself, even ridiculing her for daring to be greedy later. "Hehe, sounds interesting. I want to give it a try." Yao immediately pointed the gun at Chu Biao. At the moment the bullet was loaded, Chu Biao felt a wave of heat on her forehead, couldn't help but scream, her face turning pale in an instant. "Ah, Master Yao, you're so bad. How could you scare me like that? Ah, I'm so embarrassed." Chu Biao screamed repeatedly, looking panicked and embarrassed, her face flushing red as she searched for a restroom to freshen up. "Tsk. Yao pinched his nose, swept his gun in front of him with a disgusted look. He didn't expect this young woman to be so easily frightened, always making a fool of herself. "Ha ha." Watching Chu Biao screaming and hiding in a small room, Chu Qingwu burst into loud laughter. This woman was too embarrassing, publicly embarrassing herself for the second time. Little did they know, at this moment, Chu Biao, hiding in a room, pretended to be panicking while secretly taking out a small phone, sending a few messages. She then threw the phone away and casually walked out as if nothing had happened. Ding dong. Yi Zi suddenly received a message and frowned even more upon reading it. "Hehe, Master Yao, now you know, I really came to help you take down Yi Zi. Don't you?" After Chu Biao came out, she approached Yao voluntarily. Although she was not unattractive, it was difficult to entice top-tier men like Yao. Realizing she still had a bit of a smell on her, Yao immediately pushed her away. "Don't come near me. If Yi Zi sent you to investigate, where is he now?" "Hey. Yi Zi is a coward. Although he wants to save his wife, he dares not inform the police or come alone. He's hiding nearby. If you want to lure him out, you must put in some effort." Chu Biao sneered coldly at Yi Zi. Chu Qingwu heard that Yi Zi was really nearby, and her heart skipped a beat. She still couldn't understand whom Chu Biao was truly helping. "What do you mean?" Yao's eyes narrowed as he stared at Chu Biao. "Hehe, I heard Yi Zi didn't touch his wife for 3 years. If she's bullied here, won't he go crazy and rush over immediately?" Chu Biao hinted with deep meaning. Seeing her current expression, Chu Qingwu was shocked. She didn't expect Chu Biao to be plotting against her too, despite trusting her so much. Thinking their families had truly allied with Yao and Yi Zi, a sense of betrayal arose within her, making Chu Qingwu cry out with a muffled mouth. Her appearance only made Yao more certain of Chu Biao's intentions as he stared at Chu Qingwu maliciously. "Hey, seems you're still so innocent. Well, why don't I personally indulge you once?" Anyone who knew Yao would know that he was very selective and particular about everything. He never thought about taking advantage of Chu Qingwu. However, since Chu Biao claimed she was untouched, he began to entertain the idea. "You all go downstairs and wait. Master Yao, our goal is to kill Yi Zi now. Won't this?" Chu Jianwo wasn't concerned about Chu Qingwu, but despised Chu Biao for stealing the family's status. He resented her so much that he wanted her to be, but he found Chu Biao's suggestion somewhat suspicious, not understanding her motives. Slap. A crisp slap echoed through the room. Chu Jianwo was slapped by Yao's bodyguard, then heard a furious reprimand. "Just follow Master Yao's orders. When is it your turn to complain?" Chu Jianwo and his sons hung their heads and left. Seeing this, Chu Qingyu felt even more miserable. Why were uncle and his family so devoted to helping Yao, treating them like dogs in front of him? Were they willing to be utilized like that instead of accepting the reality that Yao and Yizi were above them? Were they really looking down on her and Yizi like that? Why aren't you going down? After all the men left, Yao turned to Chu Bia with a cold tone. Master Yao, don't you need someone to help you? Fine. Your job is to take a few photos for me. Yao wasn't very interested in Chu Biao, casually tossing a phone at her. Okay. Chu Biao seemed extremely excited, aiming the phone's camera at Chu Qingyu. Wan. Chu Qingyu was roughly lifted by Yao, struggling against the restraints, refusing to cooperate. Wait. Chu Biao suddenly shouted, interrupting Yao's rhythm. What do you want to do? Woman. Yao walked over impatiently, squeezing Chu Biao's neck, still unable to fully trust this young girl. Hehe, Master Yao, if you can make this woman cooperate voluntarily, wouldn't it incite Yizi even more? Don't worry, he'll come rushing over to his doom. Can you make her cooperate voluntarily? Yao raised an eyebrow, half skeptical. Of course, watch me. Are you prepared? Hehe, I told you. I came specifically to help you take down Yizi. Yao let go, finding this girl quite interesting. If she truly came to help him against Yizi, she could be useful. If she was here for Yizi, he was curious to see what she would do. Chu Biao walked straight up to Chu Qingyu, removing the tape from her mouth. Biao, what are you doing? Chu Qingyu regained her ability to speak, saying indignantly, I truly believed in you. I thought you were here to help me. I treated you like a sister. Hehe, Chu Qingyu, give up. How could I ever help you? I was just waiting for an opportunity to kill you myself. Biao, you disappointed me. You slut, enough talk, drink it. As Chu Biao tried to force-feed Chu Qingyu bit her hand, drawing blood, leading to a physical struggle between the two sisters. Hehe, Yao was momentarily stunned, finding the fight between the sisters quite entertaining. Without a doubt, Chu Biao, who could still use her hands and feet, emerged victorious. Hehe, Master Yao, in just 10 minutes, this woman will start acting up. How she behaves later will depend on your orders. Another 10 minutes, Yao became cautious, looking around. He sensed that the young girl might be stalling for time. Unexpectedly, a loud explosion rang out downstairs. Someone had thrown a grenade towards the Crook building. This is bad. Liu Jian, who was waiting downstairs for Yao to finish, knew trouble was brewing. Sure enough, upon hearing the sound, Chu Biao immediately shouted at Chu Qingyu, Quick, jump from that room. What? Jump. But this was the 4th floor. Chu Qingyu still couldn't understand Chu Biao's intentions, but she knew Chu Biao had just discreetly broken her foot. If you don't want to be a hostage and have your husband die for you, jump. Chu Biao shouted again. Clenching her teeth, Chu Qingyu stood up, and without further hesitation, she ran out. Seeing the ropes binding Chu Qingyu's legs cut, Yao realized he had been deceived. The young girl had pulled a trick while feeding Chu Qingyu the medicine, and he had failed to notice. Yizi, I'm sorry. It's because I sympathized with the wrong person that I got kidnapped. If I die, you won't be implicated anymore. Chu Qingyu silently thought to herself. Following Chu Biao's orders, she closed her eyes and jumped out of the small room's window. She had no idea what Chu Biao had arranged, but she was determined to sacrifice herself rather than stay here to be defiled by Yao. The wind roared in her ears, like a call from heaven. Qingyu. It wasn't until she heard Ji Zhao's call that she opened her eyes, realizing that someone had already set up an escape mat below. As she landed on the mat, Yizi immediately cut the ropes binding her and tightly embraced his disheveled wife. Yizi, go save Biao quickly. Chu Qingyu, ignoring the emotional embrace, urged him to save her sister. She didn't bother questioning how Yizi knew she would jump from there in advance. After the shock, she cried out, determined to ensure her sister's safety. All right. Yizi wrapped Chu Qingyu in his clothes, handed her to Zhao Yunshan, and had him send his wife away from the scene. Then, with a large group of men, he began the assault on the Crook Neck building, as if he had returned to his days in the field execution unit. Blast it! With Yi Zhao's command, several grenades were thrown towards the building, creating continuous deafening explosions. Damn it! Whoever dares to harm my wife will not be spared. Yizi was truly enraged. When he encountered the Cold Coming Flower City incident, he left him with many gifts, selling some of the Legion of Dragons' hot weapons to him. Of course, this required a significant sum of money. He had been hoarding these weapons precisely to deal with the Yi family in the future, and now they proved useful. However, it was all thanks to Chu Diao's rescue of Chu Qingyu that allowed the hot weapons to be unleashed. Otherwise, Yi Zi would not dare to act recklessly, no matter how many weapons he possessed. I really underestimated you, this young lady. If I had known there was such talent in the Chu family, why would I bother with those 3 useless men from the Chu family? Yao observed from below, knowing he couldn't escape and could only hold Chu Biao's neck, waiting for his bodyguards to come to his aid. Hehe, it may only involve losing a key hostage, but you, Yi Zi, may very well end up dead. Chu Bia struggled to breathe, experiencing fear as well. Yet, strangely, she felt a sense of tranquility within. Yes, she was a hero now, fighting for justice, and that gave her solace. Doing good and doing wrong indeed felt completely different. Indeed, I underestimated Yi Zi as well. I never thought he would send you to rescue the hostage in such a critical moment. Yao complimented Chu Biao, but his other hand tightly held her waist, whispering in her ear, I'm curious, how did you communicate with Yi Zi? And how did you untie Chu Qingyu's rope without me noticing? Hehe, Chu Biao's gaze turned even prouder, playfully patting her posterior and saying, a woman's body is rounder than a man's. Is it hard to hide a small phone? As for magic rope tricks, you can learn them in just 2 or 3 days. If you knew me better, you'd know I'm skilled in many tricks. Initially, in a meeting room, Chu Bia performed tricks like hiding objects up her sleeve in front of Chu Yinghu and others. If Chu Qing had been present, perhaps more would have been noticed. But unfortunately, Yao was unaware of this girl's extraordinary skills. I'm sorry, I truly underestimated you. Yao sighed and held Chu Biao tightly. Not as a hostage but like a couple embracing. Initially, he hadn't shown much interest in this girl, but now he found himself admiring her, feeling remorse for not having approached her sooner. This girl not only had talent but also remarkable acting skills, capable of deceiving even trained professionals. If he had recruited her earlier to help him deal with Yi Zi, today's situation might have been different. Downstairs, in the Crooked Neck building, flames were already blazing. Escape. Willow Leaf Sword left a final warning to Chu Jiangwo and his sons before jumping from the 2nd floor of the Crooked Neck building. What do we do? What do we do? Chu Qinghu was frantic. He knew Yi Zi was serious this time. He repeatedly cursed, blaming Yao for provoking him, making Yi Qingyu vulnerable upstairs. Even with all the powerful weapons at Yi Xiao's disposal, he dared not use them, were it not for Yi Yao's actions. However, no one paid him any attention. Chu Qing knew that if caught again by Yi Zi, that madman would surely kill them, so he also jumped from the building. Stop yelling and get going. Chu Jiangwo, being Chu Qinghu's father, picked him up and jumped together to make their escape. Surround the building. Not a single mosquito should escape. Yi Zi noticed people jumping from the 2nd floor and immediately ordered a full-scale lockdown. If Yao and Willow Leaf Sword managed to flee again, it would be disastrous. He then personally threw several grenades towards the back of the building, sealing all escape routes for those upstairs. Yes, Mr. Yi. These security guards had undergone rigorous training and swiftly executed the order, surrounding the entire building. The bombs planted in the Crooked Neck building now became a trap for Yao, causing the building to tremble and collapse. Soon, chaos and casualties filled the building. Fortunately, no one resided near this abandoned property, or it would have caused a massive panic. The rest of you stay put. Uncle Shi, come with me to capture the turtles. After Yi Xiao's command, he entered the crumbling building with Tang Qingsh, wholly unafraid. Yao realized he had no way out, holding Chu Biao tightly, awaiting Yi Xiao's appearance. In front of him now were only two loyal Yi family warriors acting as bodyguards. Yao, unexpected turn of events, isn't it? Yi Zi and Tang Qingsh stood before Yao, their eyes filled with fury. This confrontation meant only one of them would survive. Indeed, didn't expect this. Yao knew the tables had turned, but he remained calm. He still had a hostage and two mysterious martial artists by his side. So, he provocatively taunted, "You might not be able to kill me, and you might not even dare to." Yi Xiao's frustration grew at Yao's audacity. Who wouldn't be angry when faced with someone who had kidnapped his wife and insulted her in front of him? Ha ha, can't stand being exposed by me. Ha. Yao laughed louder upon sensing Yi Xiao's anger, even though he was aware of the dire situation. Don't forget, you're just a family reject, cast aside, and should never hope to surpass us elite Saiyans in this lifetime. Shame on you. Yi Xiao's contemptuous retort cut off Yi Yao's words. He flipped the situation, challenging Yi Yao. So, if you're a reject, but you still want to capture a young woman and hide behind her, aren't you even worse than useless? Stunned, Yi Yao gnashed his teeth, seething with anger. Ha ha, have you ever defeated a worthless person's provocation? Yi Zi continued to mock. Don't forget. Martial prowess of the Yi family Saiyans is a crucial assessment criterion. If you want to prove you're not subpar, release the half-naked girl and fight me. Yi Yao's body trembled continuously, his eyes exuding flames. Clearly, he had fallen for Yi Xiao's trap. You win. I let you go. You lose. You stay. Yi Zi smashed the weapon in his hand, his voice icy as he declared, otherwise, even if you kill Chu Biao, I'll make sure you and she go down together. Fine. As you wish. Yi Yao finally pushed Chu Biao away, allowing his bodyguards to catch her. Stepping forward, he faced Yi Zi. Moving aside Tang Qingsh, Yi Zi prepared for the showdown. Yi Yao, you can't beat me. I'm no longer the same. I've reached the 4th inner energy level of martial arts. Yi Zi deliberately taunted once again. Ha ha. In my presence, you will always be worthless. Yi Yao heard Yi Xiao's voice and burst into laughter. His first strike revealed a fierce 4th level inner energy move. Yi Yao's bodyguards also sneer. It was apparent that Yi Yao had underestimated Yi Xiao's capabilities. Yi Zi, now aware of Yi Yao's intentions, expertly countered with an ancient martial arts technique, crane control, dragon capture. Before Yi Yao could react, he was already caught in Yi Xiao's precise technique, gripping his neck. The whole scene was stunned, even more so Yi Yao's too close bodyguards whose eyes almost popped out. Xiao, you useless scum, don't hurt the 4th young master. In order to save the master, the 2 bodyguards didn't even care about Chu Biao and immediately rushed to subdue Xiao. However, the next moment, they were forced to stop. This was because Tang Qingsh appeared in front of them. Both of these ancient martial artists were not inferior to Xiao in internal strength level, yet facing Tang Qingsh at this moment, they didn't even have the courage to fight. They had only moved a distance of less than 2 meters, and Tang Qingsh was already blocking them from 5 meters away. The speed difference was huge. How could they still have the confidence to fight back? Xiao, you scoundrel, you deceived me. You are actually a martial artist with 4 layers of internal strength. Xiao choked Xiao by the neck, no longer daring to make any reckless moves. Even speaking was difficult, but the frustration and anger in his eyes were like a river in spring. Ha! I told you and you believed it. So, is this all your intelligence? Your martial skills are so poor. On what basis do you think that by killing me, you can inherit the Xiao family? Xiao's words made Xiao even more enraged, his face turning red as if blood was seeping out. Xiao, you release me. Anyway, you dare not kill me. Suddenly, Xiao threatened coldly. My father is the 3rd master of the Xiao family, and my mother is from the Northwest Nangon family. You know how powerful they are. If you kill me, you will definitely be torn apart by them. This statement even made Chu Biao's expression change. When she thought about the powerful families like the Xiao family and the Nangon family, she knew that they controlled a large part of the country, and she couldn't help but feel fearful. Although Tang Qingsh was not very knowledgeable about the noble families in the Dragon Kingdom, he had heard of the Xiao and Nangon families. These 2 families combined controlled more than half of the country. Who dared to kill their sons? Unfortunately, Xiao laughed sarcastically. Have you forgotten what I just said? Is this your last words? You. Xiao was already struggling to breathe, his face twisted in extreme anger. He wanted to fight back, but Xiao restrained him, and at that moment, he couldn't even muster the strength. Anyone who dares to touch my wife, even if you are the emperor, Xiao, will not spare you. Xiao suddenly shouted thunderously, shaking the 2 bodyguards and Chu Biao to the core. Crack! The next moment, a terrifying sound of bones breaking was heard, making their scalps tingle, frozen in place. Xiao's neck twisted, and he really died on the spot in front of them. My God! How crazy was Xiao? Did he not know that killing Xiao meant inviting death upon himself? Mentioned in the Book of Yan, the 3rd master Xiao and the woman from the Nangon family would definitely not let him go. Even Tang Qingsh couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that following Xiao would become even more difficult in the future. This kid really had courage and daring. You too. Don't leave either. After killing Ye Xiao looked towards the two martial artists from the Ye Xiao family, clearly intending to eliminate them to prevent them from going backhand and informing others. The two experts immediately paled, even considering using Chu Biao to save their own lives. At that moment, Tang Qingsh moved, instantly ending their lives. TSK. Master is truly powerful. Even a madman like Ye Xiao had to praise Tang Qingsh's skills. He could see that Tang Qingsh had not reached his peak state, and wondered what level of strength this K1 truly possessed. Biao. Thank you for your efforts. Ye Xiao finally picked up the fallen skirt from the ground and handed it to his sister-in-law, showing his gratitude without words. If it weren't for Chu Biao sacrificing herself to save him, the outcome today would have been uncertain. HMPH. Just a thank you is not enough. Tomorrow I will go to your house and demand a carriage. Ha ha. Goat. Ye Xiao wanted to support Chu Biao down the stairs, treating her as the hero of the day. He had known that Chu Biao was capable, but her actions today surpassed his expectations. Such a sister-in-law was truly valuable and would definitely be useful in the future. However, Chu Biao glanced back at the deceased Ye Xiao, remembering the look in his eyes when he was holding her tightly, and couldn't help but sigh. I want to keep his body and handle it. Ye Xiao glanced at her, silently agreeing to leave. That night, after confirming that Ye Xiao's people had all left, Liu Yejian brought Chu's father and son back to the scene, his face very grave. It seems like Ye Xiao was truly killed. Liu Yejian speculated based on the scene. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of Chu's father and son turned pale. Chu Qinghu especially shouted, "Damn, this Ye Xiao was too weak." With this level of skill, he dared to come to Wucheng to kill Ye Xiao. What do we do now? Without Ye Xiao as our main support, we will eventually be taken down by Ye Xiao. His words caused the other three to panic even more. Chu Qinghu, unfazed, suddenly grabbed Chu Jiangwo's clothes, trembling as he said, "Dad, why don't we go back and apologize to Ye Xiao on our knees? Based on our family relationship, he might spare us. I really want to turn over a new leaf this time." Chu Jiangwo's expression was extremely ugly. Not responding to him, Chu Qing coldly smiled. "Chu Qinghu, you're dead set on this idea. My father and I might have a chance if we go back and beg Ye Xiao, but you personally deceived Chu Qingwu to gain her sympathy and kidnapped her. Now you may as well light incense and pray not to be caught by the people sent by Ye Xiao, otherwise you will definitely die a miserable death. What do we do? What do we do?" Chu Qinghu was going crazy, regretting his decision. How foolish he had been not to listen to Chu Qinghu's advice this morning. Now he realized that fighting against Ye Xiao was digging his own grave. At that moment, a phone ringing interrupted their conversation. The four of them were startled, and Liu Yejian even thought it was a trap and was about to escape. However, when he turned around, he realized that there was a phone on the ground. Liu Yejian was puzzled. Ye Xiao was very meticulous and cautious in his actions. After killing Ye Xiao, why would he leave a phone behind? Little did he know that the phone was not left by Ye Xiao's men, but was actually the one Chu Biao had put down, given to her by Ye Xiao to record videos. Since the person was dead, Chu Biao didn't want to hold on to his belongings and had thrown it away after seeing Ye Xiao dead. Isn't this Ye Xiao's phone? Chu Qing picked up the phone, hesitating slightly as he saw it was a call from Nangong Qiu. His whole body trembled slightly. What do we do? Ye Xiao's mother is calling. Chu Qing unconsciously looked to Liu Yejian, the most senior figure present now that Ye Xiao was gone. Whose voice sounds like Ye Xiao's? Answer. Liu Yejian made a quick decision and answered the call, placing it next to his ear. Mom. Mom. Chu Qinghu's voice indeed sounds somewhat similar to Ye Xiao's, and the voice on the other end was also slightly distorted, causing Ye Xiao's mother to not recognize it immediately. Heir, your father's birthday is next week. Remember to come back to Yanjing early. Okay. Chu Qinghu nervously responded. Even though South Ganchu felt something was off about his son today, he was ultimately pacified. Master, what do we do now? I pretended to be Ye Xiao. What if Ye Xiao cannot return to Yanjing next week? What will happen? Chu Qinghu, the most brainless among the four, only knew how to panic at times like this. Chu Qinghu, go to Han Country. Liu Yejian suggested. What? Why should I go to Han Country? Chu Qinghu looked puzzled, while Chu Jianwo and Chu Qing understood Liu Yejian's intentions. Since you are disabled in 3 of your 4 limbs and barely resemble a human now, just go to Han country and turn yourself into Ye Xiao's appearance. Live on in Ye Xiao's identity in the future. What? Chu Qinghu's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe that Liu Yejian could come up with such a plan. Yes, Chu Qinghu, if you don't want to die, you have to do this. Chu Qing also quickly persuaded him. Only by pretending to be Ye Xiao can you control the resources in his hands, and then we have the capital to fight against Ye Xiao. Chu Qinghu was initially reluctant, but as he thought about the immense wealth of the Ye Xiao family and their unparalleled status, he gradually became greedy. Yanjing, inside the estate manor. After Nangang Qiu finished a phone call with her son, she felt very strange. She couldn't help but walk into a large study room and found her husband. Yi Zhuo, don't you care about your youngest son? Why did he go to Huacheng? I just called to let him know to come back for the birthday banquet, and he said he was too busy to return. That's really unlike him. Is that so? It does seem a bit unusual. The man was robust in stature, vigorous in spirit, exuding a commanding presence, without anger. He was already 50 years old, but looked like he was only 30. He was Yi Zhuo, the chairman of the prestigious Yanjing Chamber of Commerce, a man admired by countless celebrities and wealthy businessmen in Longguo. Even though he agreed that his son's behavior was out of character, he didn't show much displeasure. Instead, he spoke up for him, saying, "A man's ambition lies in traveling far and wide. Talented young men will roam around. Why keep him at home? As for the birthday banquet, isn't Yi Zhao handling it? All right, I won't argue with you." Nangang Qiu didn't bother to continue. Both Yi Zhuo and other members of the Yi family had high hopes for Yi Zhao, believing that he was the most likely heir to the Yi family. Although both Yi Zhao and Yi Ao were her sons, as a woman, she always favored the youngest one, hoping to keep him close and pampered. After Nangang Qiu left, Yi Fan's gaze turned deep. "Yi Ao, everyone thinks I don't value you, but I've always favored you the most. If not, why would I instruct you specifically to go to Huacheng and get the necklace from Yi Zi? That necklace is truly priceless. That necklace conceals a secret known only to the head of our Yi family. Don't disappoint me and come back empty-handed." Huacheng, in the seaside bay villa. "Ow. Wife, does it hurt?" In the evening, Yi Zi personally applied medicine to Chu Qinghu's face. Although he enjoyed the close face-to-face interaction with his wife, every time she was hurt, he felt pained. "Yi Zi, I'm fine. I'm just worried. With me here, what's there to worry about?" Yi Zi stopped applying the medicine and looked at Chu Qinghu with a determined gaze, promising, "I'll assign a few bodyguards to protect you personally. I won't let what happened today occur again." "No need. I'm not used to it." Chu Qinghu waved her hand. "Today, I was careless. I'm worried not about myself, but about you." "Worried about me?" "Yes. Did you kill Yi Ao?" As Chu Qinghu cautiously asked this question, Yi Zi immediately embraced her tightly, as serious as when he had made his vows. "Wife, for me, you are the most precious person in the world. If anyone dares to harm you, I won't let them live." Hearing this, Chu Qinghu trembled, feeling not just moved but also fearful. Eventually, she gently pushed Yi Zi away, tears glistening in her eyes. "Yi Zi, I know you love me. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me?" Yi Zhao's heart immediately tightened. "It's because of me. You have to bear increasing hatred and walk a more ruthless path. I am a sinner." Chu Qinghu finally burst into tears, leaving Yi Zi a bit at a loss. Chu Qinghu was right today. If it weren't for my excessive ambition, wanting to stand out in the Chu family, wanting everyone to respect me, you wouldn't have to suffer the loss of status in the Chu family. They wouldn't have helped Yi Ao target us, wouldn't have made you face even greater enemies. Before Chu Qinghu finished speaking, Yi Zi embraced her tightly again, smelling her fragrance and saying, "You silly girl. Living isn't just about pride. What's the point of living if not to uphold your dignity? It's not your fault, it's the Chu family's fault, and my own lack of strength to protect you from harm." Yi Zi, Chu Qinghu was thoroughly moved this time, tears welling up uncontrollably. Yi Zi also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that killing Yi Ao today meant that returning to Yanjing next week would be even more dangerous. If Yi Zhuo found out about this, he wouldn't spare him, likely sending more people to assassinate him. However, to secure the inheritance of the Yi family, overthrow the Yi family completely, seek revenge on his father, the imprisoned Yi Long, and gain greater power to protect his wife and daughter, he needed to make that trip back. By the way, Your class reunion is tomorrow. You don't plan on missing it, do you? After the embrace, Yizi suddenly asked, "Oh, how did you know?" Chu Qingwu was genuinely surprised. "Last time I met Songbai, that woman looked down on us again. This year, you don't need to avoid them, right?" Yizi smiled slightly. Since his wife had become the general manager of a listed company with luxury cars and a mansion, there was no need to fear others looking down on her. Chu Qingwu knew this, but she didn't like attracting attention. She had thought of inviting Yizi to accompany her to prove to everyone that she hadn't married the wrong person, but she thought it might seem too deliberate and she didn't want to be accused of showing off. Moreover, her husband wasn't weak. There was no hurry to prove anything in front of everyone. The next day, Chu Biao indeed came to pick a car, directly asking for Yi Zhao's most expensive Lamborghini. Yizi didn't hesitate to give it to her. After that, he brought her to the West District Commercial City to congratulate the brothers who had worked hard the day before. "Young Master Yi, we have established branches in the North and Central districts for the Wulin Pavilion to hasten our expansion. We directly absorbed the remaining members of the Green Dragon sect and even made their former hall master, Big Tiger, the North District leader temporarily." Zhao Yunshan briefed Yizi about the expansion of the Wulin Pavilion. Watching his report, Chu Biao sighed inwardly. She used to admire some of the big shots in the past, and now her brother-in-law had become the biggest big shot in Huacheng, wealthy and influential. Looking around Huacheng, the only ones who could barely compete with him were probably the head of the Huajia family. Well done. Yizi didn't ask for too many details. He would still have to visit the North District branch to inspect the situation. Back home that night around 9 o'clock, after putting Tadao to sleep, Yizi discovered that his wife hadn't returned yet. Her phone was off when he tried to call. Worried about his wife, he decided to go pick her up himself. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" When Yizi arrived at the entrance of the Flower World Hotel, he was stopped by the doorman. Realizing that this upscale hotel wasn't easily accessible, "I'm here for the 16th Flower City University alumni party. Can you tell me which banquet hall is being held in?" Attending the 16th Flower City University alumni party, the doorman glanced at Yi Zhao's attire and showed a hint of disdain. "Everyone attending this party today is dressed to impress, decked out in designer gear from head to toe. Look at you, so casually dressed and not even aware of the location. You're not trying to crash the party and freeload on food and drinks, are you?" "Ow. Brother, though your eyes are small, they are sharp." Yizi didn't get angry at being seen through by the doorman. Instead, he thanked him for the reminder. He almost forgot that his wife's classmates were all influential, and if he barged in like this, he'd surely be mocked by some snobbish individuals, embarrassing his wife. In the next moment, Yizi took out a stack of bills and handed them to the doorman, asking, "Where can I change into formal attire here?" The doorman saw the stack of shiny bills and realized he had misjudged the situation. He didn't expect this guy to be a wealthy man. Without a second word, the doorman personally led Yizi inside and even warmly found him a set of formal clothes to change into. At exactly 9 p.m., at the grand banquet hall of Flower World, the lights were dazzling and voices filled the air. Inside were university graduates who had been working for 3 years, each dressed splendidly. Although their pockets might not be full, they looked elegant and impressive on the surface. The 16th Flower City University alumni party was being held here. Chu Qingwu, once the university beauty, now refined and elegant figure, and the current general manager of a publicly traded company, was the darling of the evening, surrounded by everyone. Watching from the sidelines were Songbai and Ulixi, feeling envious and resentful. HMPH, what's with Chu Qingwu's arrogance? Isn't she just relying on her position? How much can a general manager of a fabric factory earn? She's acting like a top socialite. Well, she's considered outstanding now, but it only emphasizes her failed marriage. She actually married a useless man. I heard her husband is still a driver at the Golden Fortune building. The two women gossiped about Chu Qingwu, not realizing the truth about her husband's background. "Qingwu, didn't you say you had to be home before 9 to put your daughter to sleep?" Shen Yu managed to catch Chu Qingwu at a rare moment of respite to remind her with a smile. The two were not just good friends, but also recognized as goddesses in others' eyes. Standing together now, they outshone those like Songbai and Ulixi. "Oh, so late?" Chu Qingwu finally checked her phone and saw it was out of battery. She wondered why Yizi hadn't called her. At this hour, considering his caring nature, wouldn't he have rushed over to pick her up? Shall I accompany you home with a dance instead? Lian Liang had long admired Chu Qingwu while studying, but he already had a girlfriend at that time, so he never had the chance to pursue Chu Qingwu. Tonight, it was rare for Chu Qingwu to attend, and she seemed even more radiant and charming than when they were in school. He spent the whole evening hovering around her and rushed over to offer his attentiveness when he heard her exclaim. However, Chu Qingwu had never been fond of him since their school days. She found him lacking in character aside from his looks, considering him ostentatious and unreliable. Even though he was a wealthy second generation, she had no interest in him whatsoever. As she was unsure how to reject him, a man suddenly burst into the banquet hall, drawing the attention of many. "Hey, that waiter is quite handsome." Upon seeing the impeccably proportioned and handsome waiter who strode in, a few girls in the room started whispering to each other. They had never seen such a charismatic waiter before. Yi Zi. Chu Qingwu recognized Yi Zi and couldn't help but call out in surprise. She had just said he would come to pick her up, and there he was. Upon hearing her call, many more people were left in shock. Wasn't the campus belle's husband a useless man? This image seemed completely unrelated to being useless. "Qingwu, I'm here to take you home." Yi Zi also caught sight of the dazzling Chu Qingwu, his wife, who was dressed elegantly for the class reunion, looking as beautiful as an angel. Her white off-the-shoulder evening gown hugged her slender body, accentuating her graceful curves and innocent yet enchanting beauty. Her flawless fair skin and shining, bright eyes were simply mesmerizing. He's really Chu Qingwu's husband. It wasn't until Yi Zi approached Chu Qingwu that people started to talk. Yi Xiao's stark contrast from being labeled as a useless man stirred up a commotion. Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. She had always overheard people gossiping about the uselessness of Chu Qingwu's husband. But look now, just by his appearance alone, it was evident he wasn't useless, right? Humph, all of you. Now you're so surprised. Imagine if you knew he was from the Yi family and rich, your eyes would probably pop out. Chu Qingwu was even happier than Chen Yu. Yi Xiao's appearance instantly lifted her spirits and she dared anyone to question her marriage failing. "Miss Chu, Miss Shen, what are you two talking about?" After Yi Zi appeared, two men in high-end evening suits quickly approached as if afraid that the campus belle would be taken away. Their arrival caused an even bigger stir in the surroundings. The two men had just arrived and their distinguished outfits gave away their extraordinary status. Yi Zi glanced up, feeling surprised to find that one of the men was Hua Wuchang. Naturally, Hua Wuchang recognized Yi Zi as well, a sly grin playing at the corners of his mouth. As for the man beside him, he was his cousin Lei Zi, the son of the owner of the Hua World Hotel, appearing to be around 20 years old, but with a similarly sly look in his eyes, often staring at the chests of Chu Qingwu and Shen Yu, the two goddesses. Damn. Yi Zi was displeased seeing these brothers. Luckily, he was here tonight. Otherwise, with so many people eyeing up his wife, who knows if they would have made it safely home. Hua Xiao, you're here too. Chu Qingwu quickly politely greeted the two brothers upon seeing them. Although she was no longer the grassroots woman she used to be, the inherent fear she felt towards the head of the Hua family still lingered. It was worth noting that while Hua Wuchang was merely a young master of the Hua family, he was still an admired figure in the Chu family. And as Hua Wuchang was not from the same batch as them, Chu Qingwu, like the others present, had never expected him to show up. However, some people at the event were aware that the boss of the Hua World Hotel also belonged to the Hua family's orbit as a subservient merchant. Therefore, the presence of Hua Wuchang at the event wasn't too surprising. In fact, they had heard that this year's gathering was held at the Hua World, thanks to the efforts of Song Bai and Ulixi, who organized the event specifically to cozy up to Hua Xiao. Shen Yu also sensed the situation and turned her gaze towards Song Bai and Ulixi. The two women's eyes sparkled with excitement as they delighted at the presence of Hua Wuchang, a top figure in the Flower City, and were eager to make connections with him. With several influential figures now gathered together, they instantly became the focal point of the event, capturing everyone's attention. "Well, I'm here to specifically see the asterisk flowers of our Flower City University, and perhaps make some friends too. How about it? Are you satisfied with tonight's banquet?" Hua Wuchang charmingly initiated a conversation with Chu Qingwu, though his gaze was conspicuously directed toward Yi Zi. That night at Zunshan, after gaining the favor of Ji Wuyu, Yi Zi had walked out in frustration, completely unaware of what transpired afterwards. Like everyone else, His knowledge of Yi Zi was limited to seeing him as someone with a way with words and a stroke of good luck. Seeing him again tonight, they were curious to see how he would handle the situation from that night and prevent himself from losing face. The banquet is great, just a bit too flashy. Chu Qingwu put on a polite smile, mindful of the grandeur of the Hua family, and didn't want to offend anyone associated with them. Ha ha, it's not too flashy. It's just Hua Deshao's style. Li Yanlian and Hua Wuchang were both second-generation wealthy individuals, albeit of different levels, but they still knew each other and were complimenting each other purposefully in front of everyone. Everyone knows that Hua Xiao has style. He's always been a rich and handsome man and a low lover. Who doesn't admire Hua Xiao? Wow, the rich man prince. Upon hearing this term, many women at the event started squealing, particularly Song Bai and Ulixi, who had long been eager to hook up with wealthy individuals. The disappointment from the last encounter with the Qian brothers had left them eager to curry favor with a top figure like Hua Wuchang. If they accidentally married into a wealthy family, it would be a dream come true for them. Yi Zi couldn't help but laugh at this notion. How could a wealthy man prince like that be associated with loyalty? Did they think he would report back to them after visiting a top lady of Zunshan in private? However, Yi Zi had no intention of ruining their image, as he didn't want to create any misunderstandings with his wife present. Li Yanlian deliberately glanced at Yi Zi with a mocking cold smile. As for certain individuals, indeed they lack style. They have no money or power, yet they shamelessly married into the Chu family, becoming the city's laughingstock. It was evident that Chu Qingwu's classmates still held the same views of Yi Zi from months ago. The recent happenings had been intentionally kept under wraps, leaving them clueless. Li Yanlian's words were clearly meant to stir up trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, many men began gesturing and whispering about Yi Zi. Yes, he looks decent, but what's the point? No money, no power, how can he match up to their asterisk flowers? Hua Wuchang couldn't help but feel contempt for Li Yanlian's behavior and, after silently scolding him in his mind, he thought perhaps it was time for him to take action against Yi Zi. Hey, doesn't this person named Ji look very familiar? Hua Machang stared at Yi Xiaojiao and suddenly said something that caught everyone's attention. Then, he pretended to suddenly realize, and loudly exclaimed, "Wow, who are you? Isn't this the guy who went to the inn with the top lady a few nights ago on the night of the immortal search?" As his words fell, the direction of the wind did change indeed. Those who had just mocked Li Yanlian now whispered and pointed at Yi Xiaojiao. Even Chu Qingwu's eyebrows furrowed. Yi Xiaojiao actually went to the inn to fool around. Has he turned bad after running out of money? TSK, so jealous of you. Not only did you fool around with the top lady, but you also married a beautiful wife. Oh, wait, I got the order wrong. You married a beautiful wife and then fooled around with the top lady. Hua Machang deliberately added to clarify the situation. This caused a commotion, led by Song Bai, and public opinion exploded. Chu Qingwu married such a scum? Marry and still so unfaithful? Exactly. No money, no power, and he still can't be loyal. Why does this scum even bother? It's better to leave him soon and find a better man. Li Yanlian is much better than him. Hearing these comments, Chu Qingwu felt like her heart was being torn apart. Unable to bear it, she let go of Yi Xiaojiao's hand. She had gathered the courage to attend the reunion tonight because she had gained confidence in her husband. Despite people gossiping about her husband in a low voice, when Yi Xiaojiao appeared, the words disappeared, and some women even found him impressive. She thought she could finally eliminate these rumors and no one would consider her marriage a failure. But now, people were still advising her to divorce. Of course, she let go of Yi Xiaojiao's hand not because of this, but because she remembered that night's phone call. He was indeed at the hotel. Now she was angry that Yi Xiaojiao had deceived her. Seeing Chu Qingwu reacting, Hua Machang had a mocking expression on his face. Humph, a waste, what right does he have to compete with him? Now this waste can't clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River. He must be at a loss. Hua Machang had everything planned out. Tonight, he was just waiting for cracks to appear in Chu Qingwu and this waste's marriage. He would seize the opportunity and use his power to take his wife. As for marrying for love, it's all nonsense, just to fool children. However, Yi Xiaojiao laughed loudly again, quieting everyone down. He understood Hua Machang's intentions and what his wife was thinking inside. She must be angry that he tricked her, but more importantly, that her husband was publicly attacked, making her embarrassed. So, he had to counterattack in front of everyone, to prove that her husband wasn't the coward everyone thought, and to not let his wife be looked down upon by her classmates anymore. Haha. Hua Ma-chan, it's only natural for you to envy me. I did marry a stunningly beautiful woman. My wife is the most beautiful woman in my heart, and I will be devoted to her for the rest of my life. As for that night with Ji Wuyu, it was just that Cheng Cheng International wanted to sign her as their spokesperson. I was the driver, taking Director Liang to the inn to discuss with her. If you don't believe me, I can call Miss Ji and Director Liang to come out and clarify. Hua Ma-chan, you are really ridiculous. You lost in the competition that night, and now you are trying to come on to my wife. You even had Lian Liang trying to promote her nearby, but it didn't work. I bet your so-called wealthy playboy status is just because you can't get a girl. That's why you're forced to be a single dog, isn't it? This speech unexpectedly made Hua Ma-chan's face turn red. Losing to this driver in the competition that night was a disgrace for him, and now provoking Nan mocking himself like this was beyond reason. The crowd was shocked. Who didn't know Hua Ma-chan's status? How dare this pathetic Yi Xiaojiao challenge him? It was inconceivable. That's enough. Yi, kid, apologize to Hua Xiao now, or believe me, I'll have someone kill you today. Lian Lian, seeing Hua Ma-chan turning red, immediately shouted, "Here we go." People who loved watching drama felt that this was a big deal, wanting to see how Lian Liang would handle Yi Xiaojiao, as he was a second-generation rich kid with connections in the community. Compared to Yi Xiaojiao, what did he have? Just a chauffeur who entered the door backwards. It was no different from squeezing an ant for them. Song Bai and Ulixi clapped and cheered on, amused by the fact that Chu Qingyu's waste of a husband dared to challenge and ridicule her husband in front of others. It was practically suicide. Hua Ma-chan even extended two fingers towards Yi Xiaojiao with a condescending look. In consideration of Chu Qing's face, I'll give you two options now. Either kneel down, apologize to me, call me bro, and I'll look after you, or tonight, don't even think about leaving the hotel on your feet. Pretentious, threatening. Hua Ma-chan thought he was imposing and expected that Chu Qingyu would be enamored by his domineering attitude and despise her waste of a husband. Little did he know that Chu Qingyu was extremely repulsed. She didn't even like her husband acting like a big shot, let alone him threatening her husband like this. Everyone watched Yi Xiaojiao, their eyes filled with sympathy. Being pressed by two rich kids, they left no option but to surrender, right? Song Bai and Ulixi openly chuckled, believing Chu Qingyu's waste as her husband didn't know Hua Ma-chan and Lian Liang's backgrounds. They dared to brazenly challenge and mock him in front of them, seeking their own demise. However, Yi Xiaojiao's mouth still curved with indifference as he faced Hua Ma-chan. Aren't you eating fertilizer for dinner? Your tone is quite strong. Did Fish Leng give you the courage? You dare say you'll back me, just afraid you don't have the ability. He was simply stating the truth. His enemy was the Yo family in Beijing. If Hua Ma-chan didn't know what he was dealing with, he wasn't worth anything. But the shock on everyone's faces showed that the famous coward, Hua Ma-chan, was actually this arrogant. Dang. At this moment, the doors of the banquet hall were kicked open, and 7 or 8 burly men rushed in, looking fierce, some even holding weapons. The leader, dressed in the world's top luxury brand apparel, unbuttoned his collar, making the designer clothes look incongruent with his rogue attitude. What a man. Damn, the goddess in the blue skirt. Where do you think you can run now? Tonight, I, the Lord of Fire, will ravish you fiercely and unlock your 36 gestures. The branded man pointed at Shen Yu, a lecherous smile on his face. Recognizing the man, Shen Yu's face paled with fear. Half an hour ago, she had used the restroom, never expecting that when she came out, this Lord of Fire would suddenly show up and flirt with her. Shen Yu found his lecherous behavior repulsive, so how could she entertain him? But this ruffian was fearless. Seeing her fair, beautiful skin, he immediately became aggressive, no longer caring about the people around, and tried to touch her. Shen Yu knew some self-defense moves and managed to kick him before quickly slipping away. She thought that after he saw her entering such a grand banquet hall with so many people, this ruffian wouldn't dare follow. But who knew? After just half an hour, he stormed in with a group of people. "Excuse me, have you come to the wrong place?" Hua Machang didn't have time to deal with Yi Xiaojiao now and quickly took on a protective stance in front of Shen Yu. After all, he had just pretended to be a tough guy, and if he didn't step up now, where would he hide his face? Additionally, by doing so now, he might win the favor of the two goddesses. It seemed that his advance towards success tonight was imminent. Haha, the wrong place. Do you think this little beauty recognizes me? The Lord of Fire pointed at Shen Yu, his attitude extremely rude, not caring about the many people present. Shen Yu, do you know him? Chu Qingyu immediately asked. Shen Yu had to tell everyone what had just happened, making many people furious, but also afraid to step forward. Even Li Yanliang, who was arrogantly showing off just moments ago, had become a coward. It was obvious from the man's aura that he was a tough one, and in Flower City, one shouldn't easily offend some clique. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Hua Machang, seeing Shen Yu as one of the goddesses and close to Chu Qingyu, wanted to maintain his facade, and thus spoke up. I am Hua Machang. My father is Hua Zhenchang. Today, I am hosting this event. You all must not cause trouble. He thought that revealing his father's name would surprise the other party, make them compliment him, save face for himself, and make them leave after some small talk. But he never expected, smack, the Lord of Fire mercilessly struck this son of the collateral branch of the Hua family. The entire room was stunned. Many couldn't believe their eyes, especially Song Bai and Ulixi, for whom Hua Machang was the top elite bachelor, an honor to have interest in. They never thought that in front of this Lord of Fire, even he could be casually beaten. Hua Machang was dumbfounded, covering his scorching cheek, looking at this arrogant Lord of Fire, wondering what his background was. He dared even to hit him. Ha ha. I don't care who your father is, what kind of nonsense political position he holds. Does he have the ability to send an army to deal with us? Moreover, you are just a turtle's son, trying to scare me like this. It's ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Fire Lord and his brothers mercilessly mocked, leaving Hua Wuchang burning with embarrassment. Despite boasting about his wealth and power just moments ago, he couldn't even scare off a few thugs, completely losing face in public. Fire Lord is right. Miss Shen was just impulsive. I am lazy, the son of the hotel owner. Why don't I comp your bill for you, and find a few more girls to accompany you for drinks, and let's call it even. Lazy was a lecherous young man, drooling at the sight of Shen Yu, hoping to be a hero who rescues the beauty in distress. If intimidating with their reputation couldn't work, he thought of using a softer approach. Seeing Hua Wuchang and Lazy taking turns, many women looked towards Yizi with disdain. It turns out being handsome is useless in situations like this. He was completely useless, unable to even help when his wife's friends were threatened. Ha ha. Comp the bill? Are you looking down on me? Is Fire Lord short of money? Never expecting, Fire Lord exploded even more, roaring loudly. I don't care whose grandson you are. Even if your father comes, he must apologize to me. The people present were even more shocked now. Who are these people? How dare they act so arrogantly in this flower world? You are Fire Lord? Li Yanliang suddenly remembered something, feeling weak in the legs. He indeed had some knowledge of the gray area, hearing that after the Qinglong faction was destroyed, they were recruited by a mysterious leader into a security organization called the Dance Kilin. This organization had immense power. They even said the capital of Jiangnan had to listen to their mysterious leader, so who in Flower City could still challenge them? Only those at the level of Hua Zhenjiang knew more. It was said that the leader of Dance Kilin not only came from a wealthy family in Yanjing, but also had a military background, which meant he was untouchable. Perhaps only the head of the Hua family could barely contend with him. Hua Wuchang finally realized that this was not something he could handle, feeling panic-stricken, unaware of this terrifying force that emerged in Flower City after the Qinglong and White Vol factions were destroyed. What do you want? Are you going to continue pretending now? Fire Lord, looking at their terrified faces, became even more aggressive, slapping Hua Wuchang's cheeks without mercy. Fire Lord, let's discuss things nicely. How about we each take a step back, and I compensate Miss Shen for you. Hua Wuchang's last resort was to offer compensation. Get lost. I said I'm not short of money. I want the goddess to entertain me. Fire Lord kicked Hua Wuchang to the ground without hesitation, showing no mercy. He then overturned nearby tables, sending birthday cakes and champagne crashing to the ground with a loud shatter. Arrogant and reckless, Fire Lord had the whole room trembling with fear. No one dared to object. Though women like Song Bai and Ulixi were afraid, their twisted minds considered such arrogance attractive, thinking how powerful it would be to be with him. Today, I have one command. Fire Lord pointed at Shen Yu and Chu Qingwu, his lecherous intentions clear. Both goddesses will come with me, satisfy me, and I will let you go, otherwise. More sounds of breaking glass followed, with Fire Lord's men causing chaos at the gathering, showing extreme arrogance. Yi frowned, watching the men bully Hua Wuchang and Lazy with delight. But when they targeted his wife and Shen Yu, it was a step too far. Come with me. Fire Lord grinned, reaching out to grab Shen Yu, who trembled in fear. Finally, a firm hand firmly grabbed Fire Lord's groping hand. The room fell into a shocked silence. Yi, as everyone despaired, it was he who stepped forward to defend her. Meanwhile, where were the recent boastful Li Yanliang and Hua Wuchang? Yi Xiao's actions made them feel instantly defeated. Those who were once the most arrogant were now too scared to even stand up for the goddesses they liked. You dare to hit us? Fire Lord trembled all over, pointing at Yi, continuously retreating, still threatening. I have informed Big Tiger, if you have the guts, don't leave. Big Tiger will bring troops here immediately. You're doomed today. Li Yanliang's expression changed once again, realizing these people were the latest powerhouse security team of Dance Killen in Flower City. When their reinforcements arrived, these guys would surely be in trouble. Song Bai and the others were amazed, then turned to hate Yi. Did he think he was impressive just because he could fight a few thugs? Could he stand against such a huge force? Without money or power in Flower City, he was just a commoner showing off his valor. So much nonsense. In the midst of everyone's shock, Yi didn't hold back, slapping Fire Lord to the ground. If there's anyone to hit you, it's me. This is Hua Wuchang's territory. If you have the guts, come at us directly. Their business is none of yours. Yi Xiao's words awakened the fearful crowd, giving them a sense of relief. They hadn't done anything besides getting beaten up. They hadn't even insulted Fire Lord's mother, let alone kicked him. Even if there were repercussions, it wouldn't be the first targets. Hua Wuchang secretly cursed, realizing Yi had intentionally dragged him into trouble. So underhanded. Seeing his expression, Yi blinked innocently, as if to say, Hey, didn't you back me up just now? I have to give you a chance, right? Get out of here. Don't hinder them from settling scores with me. Yi waved his hand, and everyone felt like they were pardoned, scrambling to get up and escape, not caring about anything else. Unexpectedly, security guards from the hotel came to block the exits. If anyone lets them go, I will hold this hotel accountable. Fire Lord threatened loudly. The security guards, unsure of what to do, looked to the young master Lazy. Once Lazy whispered to the head of the security team, his face immediately paled. At this moment, everyone knew Dance Killen was at the height of their power, with formidable strength, a boss like Tang Qingshi, and rumors of a mysterious leader with a terrifying military background. Who would dare to provoke them? So the head of security made a decisive call. None of you are allowed to leave until things are cleared up. What? Chu Qinglu's classmates could hardly believe their ears. Who would have thought the hotel would choose to side with the bullies at this moment? We really kicked the iron plate this time. These people are actually the top power in the city now. I heard their boss has a military background. It turns out they wiped out the Green Dragon sect and the White Wolf sect. Unable to leave, everyone had to stay in place. Listening to the security team leader's words, their faces changed drastically as they discussed in a panic. Then, their gaze fell on Yi Xiaosheng. The women who thought he was a hero, under the leadership of Song Bi's two-faced woman, started turning their blame towards him. It's all because of Chu Qinglu's husband. If it wasn't for him, would we have been affected? Exactly. We're innocent. Let us go. Yes. What's the matter with you? Just target Chu Qinglu and her husband for revenge. Why involve us? Listening to everyone's words, Chu Qinglu couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Shen Yu was even more frustrated for the couple. Are you all spineless? How can you always be on both sides? If it wasn't for Yi Xiaosheng, you would have suffered just now. With those words, everyone dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. What should we do now? Yi Xiaosheng. Chu Qinglu looked at Yi Xiaosheng, who remained calm and composed. She wasn't too anxious herself and didn't even know the relationship between these people and Zhao Yunshan. She was still thinking about whether to call Zhao Yunshan to come and help. There's nothing to do. Since they want to settle scores, we'll just wait for them to come. Yi Xiaosheng wanted Chu Qinglu's classmates to leave, as he didn't want his identity revealed. But since the hotel wasn't letting them go, it was a good opportunity to show what kind of man Chu Qinglu had married. Soon, more than a dozen black cars rushed to the entrance of the Flower World Hotel. The large men in the cars emerged like a tie, with a solemn expression, orderly, and the sound of their shoes giving off an immensely heavy feeling. The imposing presence and financial power of the Wukulin security team were truly shocking, leaving the hotel staff pale. A burly man and a fierce-looking man walked out last, leading dozens of people into the hotel in a spirited manner, causing chaos inside. Looking like a storm was brewing, Boss Late, sweating profusely, rushed over to greet them, initiating them to the scene of the incident, pushing open the doors of the banquet hall. Inside, Fire Master's men were sprawled on the ground, and seeing this scene, the burly man couldn't help but take off his sunglasses, looking like he wanted to kill someone. Disaster. It's a disaster. It's all that scoundrel Yi Xiaosheng's fault. Exactly. That man is just a poser, completely underestimating the consequences. Does he really think he's some big shot? Song Bai and Ulixi were the only ones present who could still speak out loud, loudly berating Yi Xiaosheng. But as soon as the burly man heard them mention his name, a strange change came over his expression. Big brother Tiger, hurry. Help us out. Teach that kid a lesson, and take back our territory. Fire Lore, who had been playing dead all along, dared to speak only after seeing the burly man and his men arrive, crawling over with his face planted on the ground. Daring to touch someone from our Green Dragon sect, you'll die. The burly man's companion, upon witnessing this scene, immediately aimed a kick towards Yi Xiaosheng, his momentum unstoppable, the air seeming to carry a strong friction temperature. The people around them trembled even more, as this man was so powerful, truly living up to his reputation in the faction with hidden towns, that they didn't expect what came next. The burly man, who was regarded as superior in their eyes, actually rushed towards Yi Xiaosheng in a panic. Everyone thought he was going to attack Yi Xiaosheng, but they didn't expect him to bow 90 degrees, loudly saying, Yi Xiao, I'm really sorry. We didn't know it was you. Please forgive us for any offense, please. Seeing him sweating and going from a king to cowering, Song Bai and the others were wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. How could this be? Wasn't Big Brother Tiger their gang's boss? Wasn't he the ruthless character who didn't even fear Flower City's director? Why was he now bowing and apologizing to Chu Qinglu's husband? And looking at Big Brother Tiger's expression, it seemed like he truly felt fear and respect from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Shen Yu smile, those smart ones already had an idea in mind, but the foolish ones were no longer capable of logical thinking. Big Brother Tiger, did you say that? Is he our Master Yi, the boss of our Wukulin? It was only at this moment that the cocky Fire Master realized he had incurred the wrath of Master Yi and hit himself on the head, regretting loudly, I should have thought of this sooner. His surname is Yi, and he's so skilled. Who else could it be if not Master Yi? Oh my. Look at my stupid brain. Forget about it, Yi Xiaoshen. I don't want to see bloodshed. It's too cruel. In the end, Chu Qinglu softened her heart and said to Yi Xiaosheng, Shen Yu, being smart, knew that Fire Master offended Chu Qinglu, and Yi Xiaosheng was likely to punish him. So he said, Yi Xiaosheng, since he's your man, it's not right to cut off his hands. You can make him slap himself 100 times. It should ensure that he won't bully women in the future. You make the call. Yi Xiaosheng waved his hand, indicating for them to execute the punishment immediately. Soon, a crisp sound of slapping could be heard. Big Tiger, I'll talk to you tomorrow. It's late tonight. I want to take my wife home to rest. Do the classmates of my wife need a ride home? Can you help? Yi Xiaosheng ordered, and Big Brother Tiger nodded repeatedly in agreement. Dozens of the former Green Dragon gang members immediately lined up on both sides to respectfully send off the master. Seeing this scene, Chu Qinglu's classmates were shocked to the point of numbness, only able to speak after a long while. Oh my goodness, I thought I was in a movie just now. Exactly. Who said Chu Qinglu married a? No. This term should not be used again. She married the great master Yi Xiaosheng. We all thought Chu Qinglu's marriage had failed, but she actually married a top-class tycoon, the most noble among all of us. Although Chu Qinglu had already left the banquet hall, she felt extremely satisfied upon hearing these remarks. Now, not only her own family but even her classmates knew that she, Chu Qingwu had not married the wrong person. Who would dare to look down on her husband Yi Xiaosheng now? When Chu Qingwu's classmates heard Yi Xiaosheng instruct Big Brother Tiger and his men to send them home, they naturally wanted to hitch a ride with these tough individuals, following them out one after the other. After realizing the situation, Song Bai and Ulixi even chased after them, hoping to curry favor. Qingwu, is there space in your car? Can you give us a ride? Exactly. Aren't we good friends? I always thought you were the most esteemed among our classmates. Qingwu, does your husband need more women to serve him? We can do the laundry, cooking, and even warm the bed. These two women were shameless, pushing Shen Yu aside, linking arms with Chu Qingwu as if they were sisters. Their words, however, shattered the morals of the others present. Luckily, Chu Qingwu was no fool. She immediately shook off their hands and took Shen Yu by her side again. Oops. Song Bai and Ulixi felt awkward, but now even giving them 10 courage, they didn't dare to get angry at Chu Qingwu. Are we really good friends? I only remember you two were upstairs just now, constantly speaking ill of Yi Xiaosheng. When Chu Qingwu uttered these words, Big Brother Tiger shouted, Who dared to speak ill of Master Yi? No one. Yes, Big Tiger, you misheard. The two women didn't dare to stay on the scene any longer and quickly ran in opposite directions barefooted. The whole hall burst into laughter at their ridiculous appearance. It wasn't until they saw Yi Xiaosheng driving a BMW i8, carrying Chu Qingwu and Shen Yu back, that Song Bai regretfully stomped her foot in a corner. I'm such a big fool, a huge idiot. So Yi Xiaosheng really is a big shot after all. I've looked down on him several times. If I had been a little kinder to him earlier, it would have been so much better. Yi Xiao, I have already purchased a first-class plane ticket under your name to deceive the Yi family members. When the time comes, you can take a private plane to escape assassination and return to the Yi family in Yanjing. On Sunday, Jin Leifu personally visited the Yi family mansion and discussed with Yi Zi on how to return to Yanjing. Chu Qingyu, who was listening to their plans on the side, was trembling with fear. For most people, going home is a joyous occasion, but for Yi Zi, going home is even more dangerous than fighting in a fiery battleground. Yi Zi, do you really have to go back to Yanjing? As soon as Jin Leifu left, Chu Qingyu nervously approached Yi Zi, with a pleading look in her eyes indicating her reluctance for him to leave. Yi Zi looked at Chu Qingyu with his usual warm smile and after a moment of thought, he said, I must go back. Why? Aren't we living well as a family in Huacheng now? If you don't return to Yanjing, we can just let the Yi family take back all the assets, and we can live as we did before. Dad is about to be released from prison soon. The three of us can work together. What's there to be afraid of? Watching Chu Qingyu's emotional plea, Yi Zi was deeply moved. Even though they had never had a real marriage, this bond between them was genuine. Chu Qingyu was willing to give up her current life of luxury just to be with him. A rare sentiment. Silly girl, I care for you so much. How could I let you go back to those difficult days? Have you forgotten what I promised you? Chu Qingyu surely remembered. It was because Yi Zi had vowed to make her the most esteemed woman that she agreed to return to the Yi family. Now that he had truly lifted her up, making her a woman that even relatives, friends, and the whole Huacheng would admire. I have no choice. Yi Zi didn't want to pressure Chu Qingyu, so he quickly explained, even if it's not for Yuan Taodao, I have to avenge my deceased mother. Even if I don't return to Yanjing now, the Yi family won't let me off so easily. Only with enough power can I seek revenge and protect both of you. I have to hold up this sky for Yuan Taodao. Yi Zi, finally unable to contain herself, Chu Qingyu hugged Yi Zi. The two tightly kissed, and Chu Qingyu even closed her eyes, silently giving consent for Yi Zi to take things further. But Yi Zi sensed her lack of readiness, her body trembling intensely, prompting him to gently stop and smile. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Zi not making any further moves, Chu Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, appearing puzzled. How could this man who loved her so deeply always be so restrained? At this moment, she felt foolish for doubting Yi Zi and Ji Wuyu yesterday. This man was indeed someone who had served in the military, possessing a will as strong as steel. How could he be swayed by other women? Let's see how I feel later. Pouting, Chu Qingyu's earlier courage had dissipated. Let's go see your mom and dad. Holding Chu Qingyu's hand, Yi Zi set out to Yanjing, meaning to retrieve the necklace. Although he didn't know the secret behind the necklace, Yi Zi had a strong intuition that it might be related to his identity as the true grandson. Okay. After agreeing, the two arrived at the high-level psychiatric ward in the hospital. Mr. Yi. Miss Ju. Did you buy a mansion? Upon seeing the couple, the attending physician adjusted his glasses and asked with a smile. Doctor. How did you know? Chu Qingyu noticed the doctor's improved attitude. It was an era where everyone valued money and appearance, whether you were rich or poor. The way people treated you outside would inevitably differ. Your mother has been talking about her son-in-law's villa for the past few days with such fervor. I think the mention of your new mansion has excited her. I suggest you bring her back to live there. It would help her recover her normal state. All right, we will consider that. After the doctor left, the two prepared to discharge Wang Yanqing from the hospital. However, Chu Qingyu was faced with a dilemma. Easy. What should we do? If we bring mom back, there will be no one to take care of her. We'll need to hire a maid. Hiring a maid is not an issue, but it has to be one that you approve of. Yi knew that Chu Qingyu was meticulous and always worried that people with ulterior motives might take advantage of them. With such a large mansion, they couldn't afford any mishaps. They both had yet to experience the life of the wealthy, and although they had money, they lacked experience in certain aspects of life. As they were talking, they suddenly noticed a crowd blocking their path at an intersection, preventing their BMW from moving forward. Reluctantly, they got out of the car to assess the situation, only to find a man and a woman in the midst of a dispute in the center of the crowd. The man, around 40 or 50 years old, balding, was accusing the woman of owing him 5 yuan for the taxi fare and refusing to pay. He held on to her and wouldn't let go. How could I owe you money? We agreed on 20 yuan. Now you want to charge 25. I'm not giving it to you. The woman, tall and beautiful, was becoming increasingly agitated. Damn, you be ***ch, dressed so nicely. Yet you won't pay 5 yuan. I'll strip you. The balding man became more aggressive, even attempting to tear the woman's dress. The woman held onto her chest tightly, and the situation became more intense. Too much, Yi. Go help her. With so many onlookers, and no one willing to intervene, Chu Qingyu couldn't bear it and urged Yi to step in. Yi had the same intention. The society was cold-hearted. Faced with such a situation, people were more interested in filming than helping. With a swift action, Yi grabbed the man to prevent him from going further and causing harm to the woman. This guy's trained. The group of taxi drivers was afraid. Knowing that they were no match for Yi Zhao's strength and decisiveness, Yi had no time to deal with them and tossed 5 yuan at the balding man, then threw 300 yuan towards the groaning man on the ground, coldly commanding them to leave. The taxi fare and medical expenses are paid. Now get lost. With that, he led Chu Qingyu, preparing to leave with Zi Chunru. Little did they know, a dozen men suddenly surrounded them, trapping the three. It was clear even to the clueless that this was an organized criminal gang. Yi, what should we do? Chu Qingyu subconsciously held tightly onto Yi Zhao's arm, while her other hand grasped Zi Chunru's hand tightly. She and Zi Chunru could only be considered ordinary friends, and helping her was out of sympathy. However, since today Yi and she took charge of this matter, they must see it through. Such a subtle gesture from her touched Zi Chunru. If it weren't for meeting Yi Zhao's couple today, she, as a girl, really wouldn't know what to do. It's okay, I'm here. Yi shielded the two women behind him, facing a dozen taxi drivers, without fear. Ha. Weren't you very bold just now? 1 against 3. And you even used money to attack us. Go ahead. Keep throwing money. If you keep doing that, I'll let you off. The bald man saw Chu Qingyu and the two women starting to tremble and couldn't help but shout loudly. This guy really thought that being young and strong could handle them? What a joke. What do you want? Yi endured the arrogance of the bald man for the moment, just to avoid further complications. What do I want? You ride in a taxi like a tyrant, and still want to hit people. That's insulting all of us in this industry. I require you to kneel down and apologize. The bald man, looking victorious, spit as he spoke. He deliberately pinned the label of riding a taxi like a tyrant on Yi and put himself in a position of a disadvantaged group, planning to do as he pleased and still be justified. Yi, of course, understood his little plan and couldn't help but sneer. Even a taxi driver wants to kneel down. Is it the most arrogant and ridiculous statement of the year? Zi Chunru was trembling with anger, retorted loudly. It was you forceful about money, wanting to bully outnumbered people. Don't you have any shame? God. Not only do we have shame, we also want money and people. As the bald man spoke, he reached out towards Si Chun'er, aimed to pull her over, and his companions also acted, Sun even-eyed Chuchingyu reaching out towards her. Anyway, this alliance of theirs wasn't the first time doing such things. When someone calls the police later, they'll attribute the conflict to the taxi fare issue, and who will remember they took advantage. Also, they assumed that with so many of them, the guy in front of them, no matter how arrogant, wouldn't dare continue to act. But then, crack, Yi saw these guys daring to lay hands on his wife. It was simply non-negotiable. A series of punches and kicks sent them flying. A dozen people dispersed in an instant like waves. Yi then softly held Chu Qingyu's fragrant shoulder and asked, "Wife, didn't scare you, did I?" Standing nearby, Si Chun'er was caught off guard by the public display of affection by this couple, feeling envious of Chu Qingyu. How did she end up marrying such a man? I'm fine. They didn't touch me. Chu Qingyu's tacit understanding was, since they didn't touch me, let's not make a big scene, right? However, the taxi drivers around had already begun brandishing weapons. Bricks, sticks, even helmets. It seemed like a fighting situation was about to break out, but due to fear of Yi Zhao's martial prowess, no one dared to make a move hastily. Onlookers were amazed and taking photos at the unexpected turn of events. For just a few dollars in taxi fare, it had escalated to this level that one man and two women are in trouble now. Many onlookers fought. However, Yi, even in such a situation, chuckling to himself, prompting those middle-aged men circling him to exclaim, "You guys hurry up, I'm short on time, stop twirling around." These taxi drivers, although a bit unscrupulous, had some honor and pride. A dozen people holding weapons were goaded by a single man. How could they endure? They surged forward immediately. However, after just a few seconds, when they all lay on the ground wailing in pain, they regretted their impulsiveness. Why did they act so brashly just now? Theirs wasn't a match for someone with such martial skill. Onlookers marveled. Sun even exclaimed, "Wow, he's actually a master." Were they shooting a movie or what? So impressive. Every hit landed. More exciting than an action movie. Yi had no time to enjoy the onlookers' admiration. He took Chu Qingyu and left in full view of everyone. "This arrogant beau. Reveal your name." The bald man couldn't believe his bunch couldn't handle this one guy. Feeling humiliated and seething with anger, he clenched his teeth and vowed to get revenge afterward. "I'll give you my name. Are you planning to seek retribution with reinforcements?" Yi turned back, smiling ambiguously at the bald man. "Are you stupid? If you were in my place, would you report?" Laughter erupted among the onlookers as the bald man fumed. "How dare you insult us? We are part of the White Wolf sect. You've offended us, and you won't get off easily. Wait for us to dig you out." White Wolf sect. Many onlookers turned pale upon hearing this term. Everyone knew how influential this sect was. The men and two women were in for a rough time. Unexpectedly, the man who hadn't wanted to reveal his identity, upon hearing that these guys relied on the White Wolf sect, turned back purposely and proudly declared, "I won't change my name or my place. I am Yi. Let your leaders come find me." Having said that, he left with the two women amidst the curious gazes of everyone. HMPH, Yi, you're in for it. Upon learning Yi Zhao's name, the bald man felt like he had a lead for revenge and wasted no time driving towards a nightclub. After Tia Yi's fall, the White Wolf sect had split into four factions, and Pong had finally risen to the position of leader, reigning over this nightclub. "What? Someone was so audacious to beat all of you." Hearing the bald man's report, Pong got furious. After the Liu family banquet incident, the White Wolf sect was in disarray and, to strengthen his power, Pong had brought in the Baisanchan for support. The Taxi Alliance now carried their banner, and someone dared to provoke them, tantamount to provoking the White Wolf sect. How could he remain indifferent? "Yes, Pong, we attached the White Wolf sect's name to it." Who would have thought that kid is still so arrogant, saying he didn't care about the White Wolf sect and even threatened to uproot us. The bald man heightened the drama to provoke Pong to avenge them. Afterwards, he signaled his brothers to echo the sentiment. The taxi drivers, beaten by Yi, readily cooperated and incited more hatred, going as far as to say that the kid wanted to defecate on Pong's head. Unacceptable. Do they think our White Wolf sect is just a pushover? What's his name? Pong was truly enraged, seemingly ready to confront the arrogant kid himself. Seeing him like that, the bald man and his group were gratified. As long as Pong acted, there was no doubt they'd deal with that young man. He said his name is Easy. If you're capable, Pong, let's go seek vengeance. After the bald man's words, a smug smile on his face, he eagerly anticipated Pong's wrath as he intended to go with his brothers to settle the score right then and there. To their surprise, Pong's angry expression suddenly froze, his body showing signs of trembling. Pong, what's up? Quick, let's go avenge ourselves with the brothers. Right, that kid is too arrogant. Let's go together and beat him till his teeth shatter. The bald man and his friends continued inciting and provoking Pong. But then, I'll take ... revenge. Pong lashed out with a big kick at them, knocking them all down. The bald man and his buddies were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was Pong attacking them? You guys, give them another good beating. Regardless of their expressions, Pong had no mercy. These fools didn't know the meaning of death. They'd extort and take advantage of anyone, and now they'd provoked Easy. Anyone who knows Easy would understand he's a lunatic who once dared to strike even Miss Do and Duary. Now these crooks dared to mess with his wife, and if he didn't kill them, they'd come back to the White Wolf sect to complain. Pong, why are you hitting us? Oh, please, stop. The bald man and his friends were already in pain from Yixiao's beating, and now Pong's crew was at them mercilessly, making them scream in agony. The Pong, pay no mind, sternly ordered, throw them out, make sure not to reveal we know them. Yi is a madman. We can't afford to provoke him. The bald man and his companions realized the situation at hand. No wonder that kid had revealed the White Wolf sect. It turned out he was a super big shot that even Pong was afraid to cross. This time, they had indeed kicked the steel plate. Chunru, how could a young woman like you, dressed so beautifully, take a taxi? Chu Qingwu inquired curiously after saving Zi Chunru. In her impression, Zi Chunru was talented and capable, able to handle modeling, assisting, or even general labor jobs. She must have earned a lot of money, so it didn't make sense for her to argue with a middle-aged man over a few dollars in the street. Qingwu, I really didn't expect this to happen. Zi Chunru sat in Yixia's BMW, feeling wrong and on the verge of tears. Although she had worked as a model and was not a conservative woman, being publicly humiliated by a middle-aged man lifting her skirt made her feel sick to her stomach. If it weren't for Yixia's timely appearance, she didn't know how disgusted she could have been by that bald middle-aged man. My brother suffers from muscle atrophy disease. The medical expenses amount to several thousand yuan a day. I'm already deeply in debt. I really have no other choice. Every penny saved counts. After Zi Chunru revealed her distress, Chu Qingwu also sympathized with her situation. With her earning abilities, she should have been able to live a very comfortable life, but unfortunately, I really have no other options. I can't bear such a huge financial burden anymore. I'm afraid I might have to give up on my brother earlier than expected. Mentioning her sorrow, Zi Chunru burst into tears, a far cry from the dazzling Lamborghini girl Yixia had seen before. However, he understood that muscle atrophy was often terminal, and no matter the cost of hospital treatment, it would only delay the arrival of death. Perhaps I can help you a bit. Chu Qingwu finally couldn't help but speak up. Chunru, would you like to live with me and take care of Tao Da and my mother? I'll have Yixia pay you 100,000 a month. What? 100,000? Zi Chunru's eyes lit up at the figure. Although she had a good figure and education, her lack of luck and family background, as well as her brother's illness, had left her struggling financially since graduation. Previously working as a scheduling manager at the Liu family property was a decent job, but she had quit due to Yixia's incident. Without stable high-income work since then, she had to rely on various part-time jobs. Her family's financial situation had collapsed due to her brother's high medical expenses, and she was at a loss. Yixia, is that okay? Chu Qingwu asked with a hint of playfulness. She didn't know that Yixia had long known Zi Chunru, and she was afraid that her excessive sympathy might make her seem like a soft-hearted woman. After all, hiring a nanny for 100,000 a month was no small amount. Surprisingly, Yixia was actually amused by this thought. He had already considered it, and having an attractive young woman at home as a caretaker was far more enjoyable than hiring an older woman. With his wife's offer, he could please her and save himself the trouble, killing two birds with one stone. Mr. Yi, If you're willing to pay me that salary, I will definitely do a good job and won't take on any more part-time jobs. Xia Chunru also thought that Yizia might not agree and pleaded as well. For the sake of her brother living a little longer, she had to be bold. Do you need advance payment for a few months' salary? Yizia proposed. This took Xia Chunru and Chu Qingwu by surprise, but they quickly smiled, realizing that he had agreed. Being a young and beautiful woman like you, I was afraid you might switch to more lucrative industries to pay for your brother's medical expenses. So, I plan to pay you some month's salary in advance to prevent you from job hopping. Yizia paused before looking at Xia Chunru. Because I don't want to keep changing housekeepers. Ah, housekeeper, Xia Chunru asked in surprise. How about it? Are you willing, or do you want more money? Yizia playfully asked, wanting to help Xia Chunru let her brother live a little longer. No. 100,000 is enough. Xia Chunru wasn't greedy and didn't push for more. Her attitude pleased Yizia, as it showed that she wasn't resorting to unsavory industries for fast money and had a content spirit. This made him feel comfortable having her as the housekeeper in his mansion. And that settled it. The three in the car were all happy. Xia Chunru couldn't help but size up Chu Qingwu, amazed at how she seemingly had no concerns about having a young and beautiful woman in their mansion. Was she really so confident that her husband wouldn't take advantage of the situation? With the housekeeper matter resolved, Yizia and Chu Qingwu took Wang Yanqing to the prison. To Chu Qingwu's surprise, Yizia had arranged something, and they were informed that Chu Weiman could be released today. Chu Qingwu was ecstatic, but they waited outside the prison for a long time, and Chu Weiman didn't come out on his own. After Yizia made a call, an hour later, Chu Weiman had to be carried out by several men. One of the men in uniform even handed over a necklace to Yizia, respectfully saying, "Young Master Yi, as you predicted, your father-in-law hid a necklace under the prison bed. We had to dig 3 feet deep to find it. Hey, isn't this necklace yours, Yizia?" Chu Qingwu also recognized the necklace, as Yizia had no valuable possessions when he entered the family, only this shiny and strange necklace. "No, that necklace is mine. Mine." Before Yizia could respond to Chu Qingwu, Chu Weiman, upon seeing the necklace about to be taken back by Yizia, struggled fiercely. Even several strong men couldn't restrain him, and he lunged towards Yizia as if a starving dog saw his food being stolen. "Protect Mr. Yi." The men of Jiannan panicked at the scene. Fortunately, Yizia was quick and agile, preventing Chu Weiman from pouncing on him. A group of people immediately held him down. "Stop. Don't treat him like this." Broken-hearted, Chu Qingwu couldn't bear to see her father being bullied by so many people. But she couldn't understand why her father insisted on snatching Yizia's necklace, and couldn't help but ask, "No, the necklace is mine. I swallowed it to protect it, even risking a stomach perforation. I guarded it with my life for 2 years and now it no longer belongs to Yizia. It's mine." With eyes red with rage, Chu Weiman yelled that the necklace was his, causing Yizia to be at a loss. Chu Qingwu was speechless, feeling embarrassed by her father's actions. He had gone as far as swallowing the necklace to avoid losing it, even disregarding his own life. "Father, are you deliberately staying in prison just to retrieve this necklace? Is it that important? What do you know? This necklace is a priceless treasure, worth at least 30 million yuan. It could allow our family to live a wealthy life. Hurry. Help me get it back. Don't let that useless man ruin it." After spending 2 years in prison, Chu Weiman was unaware of what had been happening outside. His mind was fixated on the necklace, causing him to ignore everything around him and resent Yizia, mistaking him for the same useless man as before. On the other hand, Wang Yanqing, who was mentally unstable, had failed to recognize her husband a moment ago. Upon hearing the sum of 30 million, she immediately became excited. "What? 30 million? Ha ha. In addition to our mansion, we have a 30 million necklace. Ha ha. I'm a noble woman. Who would dare say we're poor in our family in the future?" Witnessing the change in her delusional wife, Chu Weiman fell silent, wide-eyed at her transformation. Let's take him back before discussing further. Yizia didn't want his in-laws to continue embarrassing themselves in front of so many people. With a wave of his hand, he had them taken into the car. Chu Weiman, who had just been causing a commotion, finally calmed down upon seeing Yizia's BMW i8. It was only then that he noticed something was off. Qingwu, whose car is this?" "Yizia's." "What? Can he afford this kind of car?" Chu Weiman was astonished, assuming that the BMW had drastically depreciated during his 2-year imprisonment, becoming affordable even for penniless people. That's nothing. We have many more good cars at home. Chu Qingwu teased her father, seeing him surprised and no longer making a fuss. What? Why so many cars? Chu Weiman became more puzzled. Yizia has a lot of money now, so he bought them for fun, saying they are toes for Tao Tao. What? As toes? Chu Weiman's face changed, watching Yizia's chosen path, which didn't seem to lead to the neighborhood from 2 years ago. He shouted in alarm, Yizia, where are you driving to? Going home. Going home? Where are you all living now? At the Flower Bay Central Seaview Villa. What? Yizia casually mentioned it, but Chu Weiman was shocked to the point of standing up in amazement, hitting his head on the car roof and almost fainting. Ha ha, you didn't know, did you? Now my son-in-law is amazing. Our mansion is worth 388 million. Wang Yanqing, who had been sitting in the back seat with Chu Weiman, also started to get excited and spoke in a tone as if she was treating Chu Weiman as a stranger. Chu Weiman was even more afraid of his wife than Yizi. Even though he knew she had lost her mind and spoke in such a tone, he did not dare to get angry at all. Instead, he looked dumbfounded. When did Yizi become so wealthy? Dad. He is the son of the first wealthy family in Yanjing. Now everyone in the Chu family knows. Otherwise, how do you think he could have a necklace worth over 30 million? What? The top young master of the first wealthy family. Chu Weiman was also almost driven crazy. He really had a pig's brain. When he first received Yijia's necklace and realized how valuable it was, why didn't he think that Yizi might be hiding something about his identity? Ironically, he thought Yizi did not know the necklace was valuable. In order to swallow the necklace, even pretended to go to jail on purpose, hoping to make people forget about it over time, and then sell it after getting out of prison. It was ridiculous that he had to hide the necklace inside his stomach to avoid everyone's attention. He even refused to seek medical treatment when he developed a stomach perforation in prison, just to discreetly retrieve it. He used to think he was so smart, but now he felt like a big fool. However, Wang Yanqing, in her mental state, said things that Chu Weiman found hard to believe. But when Yizi drove the car to the Central Seaview Villa area, and smoothly arrived at the Central Seaview Villa, he felt like he had been struck by lightning. Doom. Chu Weiman felt like he had been struck by lightning, standing outside the villa gate, regret flooding over him. Oh, so his son-in-law really was a super rich guy. Oh heavens, he wasted 2 years in prison. His stomach was even perforated unnecessarily. Dad, come in. Seeing Chu Weiman's stunned expression after getting out of the car, Chu Qingwu quietly called out. Of course, she knew what her dad was thinking at the moment. He deliberately went to prison for Yijia's necklace, even stealing things to prolong his sentence. He frequently got beaten up in prison for it. Who would have thought that her son-in-law didn't lack money at all? Now, wasn't he regretting it? But Chu Qingwu not only felt sympathetic toward her father, she also found him despicable. They were a family. Did he really need to resort to such extreme measures to covet Yijia's necklace? Yizi understood Chu Weiman quite well. This man was not only spineless, and even greedier than Wang Yanqing, solely because he was truly impoverished and tired of being belittled, dreaming of wealth and a new life. That's why when he found out how valuable his necklace was and was chased by people from Jiwuyu, he made such a crazy move. Mr. Yi. Miss Chu. You're back. At this moment, Zi Chunru also came out to welcome them. She had just taken up her new position and was very diligent. Who is this beauty? Seeing Zi Chunru, Chu Weiman's dumbfounded look suddenly brightened. She had long legs and fashionable makeup. She was his ideal type. Dad, her name is Zi Chunru. She is the housekeeper of our villa. She was hired by me and Yizi to take care of Mon and Tao Tao. Chu Qingwu explained enthusiastically. Oh, so she was hired to take care of us. Chu Weiman sized up Zi Chunru, with long legs. She was the goddess he only dared to admire from afar in the past. The Wang Yanqing was right there, even in her disturbed state of mind. Out of fear for her, Chu Weiman glanced at her and dared not continue looking. Instead, he decided to enter the villa first and check out his new home. After Chu Weiman returned home, he completely forgot about the necklace incident. Knowing how amazing Yizi was, he wouldn't dare to snatch the necklace even if he had 100 times more courage. Besides, the necklace was no longer of any use to him. On the other hand, after Yizi got the necklace, He spent a long time studying it in his room. He wondered what secrets it held and why Ji Wu desired it so much. The next day, Yi Zi was set to depart for Yanjing 2 days ahead of schedule. Chu Qingwu was quite anxious. Her eyelids kept twitching, and she had a bad feeling about Yi Zhao's journey, not knowing what might happen. Especially considering her great aunt's strong opposition to their marriage, she felt gloomy and feared the prolonged separation that might follow. Qingwu, don't worry, I will come back safely. Before leaving, Yi Zi noticed the worried look in his wife's eyes and gently embraced her. Once I have stirred up the situation in Yanjing and gained control of everything, you will become the most precious woman in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Zi, please stop. Chu Qingwu suddenly interrupted, causing Yi Zi to pause and gaze into her wife's shimmering eyes. I don't want to be the most precious woman, I just want to live a peaceful life with you forever. Do you understand? Qingwu. Yi Zhao's heart was touched because his wife had really changed. In his heart, their relationship meant more than money and status. Chu Qingwu had, indeed, changed. By now, she had gained the approval of the Chu family, as well as the admiration and envy of classmates and friends. Having finally let go of a long-standing grudge she held, her mindset had naturally shifted. If it were possible, she truly wished Yi Zi wouldn't return to Yanjing. Instead, she hoped he would leave the Yi family, and they could return to their house in the community to live a peaceful and humble life. Yet she knew it was impossible and couldn't ask Yi Zi to give up. So after adjusting Yi Zhao's collar, she put on a heavy smile. Go early and return soon. Remember to let me know you're safe at all times. I will. Yi Zhao's smile conveyed a hint of longing as he gently kissed Chu Qingwu's forehead before leaving the villa. Outside, Jin Leifu was already waiting. Although Yi Zhao's identity had been somewhat exposed, Yi Zi still insisted on driving the car himself as usual. Young master, let the driver handle the driving. You should make a call to Madame Yu first. After getting in the car, Jin Leifu handed Yi Zi a tablet with a screen connected to Rain Feifei. Seeing Yi Zhao's relaxed expression, Rain Feifei's eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a displeased look. ZZ, do you have any idea how many people want you dead on the road? As far as I know, your third uncle Yi Zhuo has arranged forces at major intersections in Yanjing. Once you appear on the main roads in Yanjing, they will intercept you. Your fourth uncle Yi Yue is globally infamous, and his son is also one of the contenders for the heir. He would do anything to eliminate a competitor. I still can't figure out what he might do. You mustn't take it lightly. Dying on the road. I've already sent a helicopter to pick you up. Don't take a civilian flight. While Rain Feifei was still advising Yi Zi, her personal assistant rushed over in a panic to report. Ms. Rain, we sent a helicopter to pick up Mr. Yi in Huacheng, but it crashed mid-flight. What? In Rain Feifei's dragging tone, there was immense anger and worry. Subsequently, she slammed the table in a fit of rage. It must be that bastard Yi Yu's doing. If I find evidence against him, I will make him pay. Great aunt. Through the video call, Yi Zi silently watched Rain Feifei, who was busily arranging things for his return home, and finally couldn't help but show a comforting smile. Don't worry too much, just wait for me at home for 2 days, and I will certainly appear before you unharmed. ZZ, what do you mean? Are you really planning to take a civilian flight back to Yanjing? Don't think that the scoundrels of the Yi family alone. Even I know the flight and seat information you bought. If I want to eliminate you discreetly, it would be a piece of cake. Okay, great aunt, I'm not as easily killed as you think. Yi Zi didn't want to speak much more to Rain Feifei and took the initiative to end the call. Although his current power seemed insignificant to the people in Yanjing, he was a general who had experienced life and death on the battlefield. If he couldn't even safely return to Yanjing, how could he think of overthrowing the Yi family? Driver, head to the train station. After Yi Zi gave the order, Jin Leifu's Rolls-Royce headed towards the train station. Undoubtedly, once their car appeared on the main road, information would have already reached those who had an interest in Yanjing. Immediately send someone to prepare at the major train stations in Yanjing. Also dispatch agents to board mid-route. Make sure this useless Yi Zi completely disappears once he gets on the train. At that moment, in a building in Yanjing, Yue knocked the cigarette ash off his cigarette and instructed his henchman. Yes, fourth master. His underling promptly went to carry out the orders. In just a few minutes, he reported back that everything was prepared. As long as Yi Zi got on the train, he would vanish completely. Yi Fan, you went to great lengths to get the position of head of the family, but unfortunately, your son is useless. Yi Long, deeply favored by his grandmother, turned out to be a complete waste. Yi Zi, whom you personally drove out of the family, now wants to come back and inherit the family business. It's a delusion. In the future, the Yi family will have no connection with you. Your position as the head of the family is also ticking down. Ha ha. Yi Yue couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, the next moment, his henchman told him, "Report to Fourth Master, it's bad news. Jin Leifu's car has arrived at the train station, but Yi Zi is nowhere in the car." What? Yi Yu's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Yi Zi had slipped away, leaving him to wonder how the little guy planned to return to Yanjing. Weiyang City is a grand event in Nanzhou, adjacent to Huacheng. People from Huacheng rushed to the airport from the expressway, only taking a little over an hour. At this moment, a man wearing a hat and a mask has already entered the airport. It is Yi Xiaoxiao. Hey! Huacheng is now my Yi Xiaoxiao's territory. People from Yanjing want to monitor my every move. Dreaming. Yi Xiaoxiao smoothly enters the waiting room, where Li Bilai is already waiting. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao, this flatterer immediately hands over a plane ticket with a smile. "Young Master Yi, I have purchased the next flight ticket to Yanjing as you instructed." "Good." Yi Xiaoxiao takes the ticket and the airport immediately erupts into panic. It's reported that the previous flight to Yanjing crashed. The plane fell into the sea. Heavens, who dares to take this flight now? Cancel. Cancel the tickets. Too terrifying, we shouldn't take the plane. At once, passengers in the waiting room start leaving. Seeing this, Li Bilai also starts sweating. Others may not know, but as a member of the Yi family, how could he not suspect that the Yi family is involved in the plane crash? Because that flight was the one Yi Xiaoxiao had previously booked. "Young Master Yi, are you really going to take the next flight back to Yanjing?" Li Bilai nervously asks. Those who want me dead surely wouldn't expect me to take this flight. They also won't have time to tamper with it." With the airplane ticket in hand, Yi Xiaoxiao boards the next flight. Li Bilai breathes a sigh of relief. Young Master Yi is truly courageous. Due to the previous flight crash, this flight suddenly loses many passengers, and the cabin becomes empty. As a result, this flight almost becomes Yi Xiaoxiao's private plane. When he boards the plane, Tang Qingshi, Zhao Yunshan, and Chibiao are already seated. With these three by his side, Yi Xiaoxiao feels confident that he will safely return from this trip to Yanjing. However, his seat is not with the trio, but next to a familiar and elegant woman. "Young Master Yi, it's you." Ruo Han. Yi Xiaoxiao sees his old friend, immediately taking off his sunglasses and hat, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "It's really you." Originally full of sorrow, Qin Ruhan's beautiful eyes brighten up when she sees Yi Xiaoxiao. Weren't you supposed to return to Yanjing earlier? How come you're back in Weiyang City?" Yi Xiaoxiao curiously asks, noticing that Qin Ruhan doesn't look well. My father passed away. I returned to Weiyang City to handle his affairs." "Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. May he rest in peace." Yi Xiaoxiao also looks regretful, then sits beside Qin Ruhan. For a while, neither of them speaks. Today's Qin Ruhan looks vastly different from the graceful and intellectual seer-turning beauty Yi Xiaoxiao had met before. Now, she seems like a woman burdened with thoughts, no longer exuding a strong presence. In a more exaggerated sense, she has gone from resembling the virtuous wife Zhu Beokai to the melancholic Lin Daiyu. But it's all human nature. Which woman wouldn't change after losing her father? Therefore, Yi Xiaoxiao doesn't press further. If she doesn't speak, he'll just accompany her quietly on the plane. Throughout the journey, Qin Ruhan seems to want to speak several times, but hesitates. She's truly in trouble, and if Yi Xiaoxiao is willing to help her, things might be resolved easily. However, what is their relationship? He's a married man. Why should he help her with her relationship problems? After pondering, she ultimately remains silent. "Hey, brother-in-law, your hat is so nice. Can you give it to me?" Just as Yi Xiaoxiao is about to inquire with Qin Ruhan, Chibiao approaches playfully and grabs the disguise Yi Xiaoxiao uses to conceal his identity. Due to this interruption, Yi Xiaoxiao refrains from speaking, as safety is the primary concern today. Upon disembarking, Qin Ruhan bids farewell to Yi Xiaoxiao and leaves with a slightly bittersweet smile. "Young Master Yi, if you're free tomorrow, could you attend my celebration?" "Oh, a celebration?" Yi Xiaoxiao is slightly surprised. Wasn't her father just deceased? How does she have a celebration so soon after? Nonetheless, He smiles and agrees, sure. Qin Ruhan departs with a smile. Yi Xiaoxiao intentionally lets Chu Biao take the lead, pretending that he and Tang Qingsh, Zhao Yunshan are her bodyguards, heading towards the airport exit. At that moment, a large group of people in black clothing floods towards the airport entrance, their imposing presence striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Look, aren't those people from Third Master Yi's group? Someone calls out from within the crowd. Nearly everyone in Yanjing knows that Third Master Yi is very high profile in his actions. When his subordinates act, they bear the Yi family emblem. Indeed, Third Master's people have come. Everyone, make way. The bystanders spontaneously disperse to the corners, recognizing Third Master Yi's high status. Few in Lone Wo can match him in power. So many of them, who are they here to welcome? They seem to be here to capture someone. Whoever Third Master Yi wants, they can't escape. The passers-by whisper among themselves in amazement. At that moment, Chu Biao emerges with 3 men, one of them still wearing sunglasses and a hat. Without hesitation, the black-clothed people immediately rush towards them. Chu Biao starts to sweat on her forehead, realizing that facing off with Yi Xiaoxiao means encountering powerful opponents. Dozens of people locally come to the airport to see someone. Is this really happening? Tang Qingsh also prepares himself, his fists already clenched with only 2 fingers. Unexpectedly, stop. Another voice interrupts, and a tall woman in blue uniform, leading a group of similarly dressed individuals, rushes in front of Third Master Yi's entourage. Oh, this is unbelievable. The surrounding bystanders are astounded. They had just confirmed that few in Lone Wo could match Third Master Yi, yet someone instantly challenges them. I recognize her. That's Mistress Yi's squad. Someone among the crowd exclaims. The top family in Lone Wo inevitably attracts attention wherever they go, particularly in Yanjing. The patriarch of the Yi family is a prominent figure in Lone Wo's elite class, with 4 sons, extraordinary talents. The woman in the blue uniform leading the pack is none other than the wife of the eldest son Yi Fei, formerly a mediocre man. Yi Fei's wife, Yu Feifei, is extremely dominant. She now heads the Yu family's troops, commanding formidable generals. Exactly, the woman leading them is famous as Bluebird, the most formidable female general in Lone Wo's military. She's won the Women's Sanchu Championship 3 times in a row, and likely this year again. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. The woman in blue uniform pays no heed to the gossiping bystanders and stands opposing Third Master Yi's black-clad group. Meanwhile, Chu Biao and the 3 men are surrounded. Who's that girl? She looks so unfamiliar. The 2 Yi family squads are fighting over her. I heard Third Master Yi's birthday banquet in 2 days will be attended by princes from several countries. Could this girl be a princess? Listening to the onlookers' discussions, Chu Biao's smile tightens, feeling both tense and thrilled. It's always fun to be with her brother-in-law, but she hadn't expected the terrifying influence and power of the Yi family. She's encountered over 100 people coming to take someone at the next airport. Bluebird, what's the matter? Does the madam want to snatch someone from Third Master? A lean man steps forward, igniting a cigarette carelessly, provoking the woman in the blue uniform. Ha ha. Bluebird, I'm indeed at fault for smoking in public, but your temper is just as bad. While stopping someone smoking isn't wrong, having such a violent temper can be a bad influence on children. Blackman laughs smugly, as Bluebird seems to be poisoned with a black mark appearing on her hand. Ha ha. Bluebird, I may be wrong for smoking in a public place, but your temperament is terrible. While stopping someone smoking isn't wrong, having such a violent temper can be a bad influence on children. Blackman laughs smugly, as Bluebird seems to be poisoned with a black mark appearing on her hand. Snap. Hainan made a move, and the man with the hat was grabbed. Humph. Trash is still trash. I heard you joined the army and are quite skilled, but turns out you're just this kind of caliber. Hainan grabbed the man's shoulder, his eyes full of disdain, his words dripping with sarcasm. However, hey, I don't think I know you. What? Just as the man took off his hat and mask, Zhao Yunshan's face appeared. Hainan couldn't care less about this kind of person, quickly turning to find Yi Xiaosu, only for Tang Qingsh to pretend to leave and block his path. Get out of the way. Hainan thought Tang Qingsh was similar to Zhao Yunshan and tried to effortlessly push him aside, only to realize he couldn't budge him at all. Young man, be polite. Tang Qingsh shook his shoulder, causing Hainan to stumble back 2 steps. Impressive. The entire audience was astonished, especially Lan Nao, knowing Hainan's strength was no less than hers, but to be pushed back to steps by this unremarkable middle-aged man. Just how powerful was he? HMPH. Let's go. This is ridiculous. Chu Biao walked out at this moment, leading Tang Qingshan and Zhao Yunshan to leave the airport with pride. As they distracted everyone, it was only then that the others realized they were just a group of for a moment ago. Where did that one person go? Search quickly. Turn the airport upside down. We can't let that trash leave just like that. Hainan was furious. If it weren't for knowing Tang Qingshi's unpredictable strength, he wouldn't have let the three of them go. But the immediate priority now was to find Yi Shaosu's whereabouts. Absolutely cannot let him appear at the Yi family estate, to prove to the Yi family that their eldest grandson isn't dead. If the old master really sees his eldest grandson again, others wanting to take advantage of the situation will be much more difficult. Hey, Chu Biao does indeed have many tricks up her sleeve. This trick of slipping away like a cicada casting off its shell is quite amusing. Outside the airport at this time, Yi Shaosu had successfully escaped Hainan and Lan Niao's group, and safely arrived in Yanjing. Now, no one can track my movements. No one recognizes me. I just need to crash into Lord Yi's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow and cause a seismic disturbance within the Yi family. Yi Shaosu couldn't help but feel pleased, winning this game of return to Yanjing. However, just when he least expected it, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ha! Isn't that Yi Shaosu? Ha! Startled, Yi Shaosu turned around, thinking, could it be that someone is still following me? Just as he thought the people behind him might be sent by Uncle San or Uncle C, ready to take action, he suddenly saw that it was actually Liang Pangzi. Liang Pangzi was also startled by Yi Shaosu's actions, quickly taking 2 steps back. Hey! No need to be violent. You raised your fist. Are you trying to hit me? Last time at Zunshan, Yi Shaosu was invited upstairs by Ji Wuyu, and Liang Pangzi was left alone, so he had no idea what had happened after that. Even now, like many others, he thought Yi Shaosu was just a small driver, so when he saw this guy in Yanjing, he was even more surprised than Yi Shaosu seeing him. Haha, how can this be? Yi Shaosu casually leaned on Liang Pangzi's shoulder, asking, Director Liang, why are you in Yanjing? Heh. With Yi Shaosu's question, Liang Pangzi's face lit up. Looking at his smug appearance, it was clear that his topic was related to women. Indeed, Liang Pangzi laughed and said, my dream girl from college has returned from overseas. Not only is she a big shot's daughter in Yanjing, but also a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. So I thought, using Muxing International's name as an excuse, I said I wanted to discuss collaboration with her, but in reality, I just wanted to ask her out for a meal, see if I can make a move. Alright, he's done it now, saying such unprofessional things in front of the boss a second time. So Director Liang, are you here in Yanjing this time to date a girl on a business trip? Yi Shaosu patted his shoulder, thinking this fat boy always used his money to chase women. His plans were quite clear. Haha, that's right. Liang Pangzi didn't know Yi Shaosu was actually his boss, even boldly patting his shoulder. Since we're meeting today, you can help me out by wooing Miss Jie. I should help you woo her. Yi Shaosu was taken aback, only hearing about lesser attractive individuals who assist more attractive ones in courtship. With his own appearance, how could he possibly assist this fat boy in wooing anyone? But Liang Pangzi didn't catch the meaning behind his words, confidently saying, yes, you're a poor nobody. I'm a successful person. Being seen with you makes me look superior, don't you think? Yi Shaosu wanted to give him a look, but the fat boy just couldn't get it. Continuing, the fat boy boldly declared, let's go. Since you were just wandering around here, tonight's dinner and all expenses are on me. This fat boy strikes again, leaving Yi Shaosu with no choice. Liang Pangzi was indeed a crafty character, not knowing Yi Shaosu's identity, yet always generously wanting to treat him to a meal and drinks to meet women. In that aspect, this kind of person was worth making a friend. Alright, let's go. Yi Shaosu hadn't figured out yet how to spend these two blank days. Yiping Shanfu was a famous upscale restaurant in Yanjing, with a unique environment. It was rumored that even if you didn't order anything and just sat there admiring the surroundings, it would cost several thousand in an hour. On the way, Liang Pangzi kept chatting away about the goddess' beauty and charm, boasting about that time back in Yanjing when the goddess looked at him, making him feel as if he was drunk. Yi Shaosu listened quietly, gauging from the fat boy's excited expression just how much he adored his dream goddess, perhaps even more than Ji Wuyu. Arriving at the restaurant's exterior with Lian Pangzi, Yi Xiaosu was surprised by the situation. It seemed Lian Pangzi was ready to go all out to win back his dream girl. "Little driver, see that? I might not have your eloquence and looks, but I have money and willing to spend it. I believe no woman can resist a monetary offensive," Lian Pangzi said triumphantly, oblivious to Yi Xiaosu's plan to expose him. "Using my money to chase women, and still showing off in front of me. Trying to pick a fight, aren't you?" But Yi Xiaosu had no intention to settle scores at the moment with Lian Pangzi. Despite his habit of taking advantage, he was straightforward and a decent person. Let's see what caliber the dream girl Lian Pangzi's chasing actually is. However, Yiping Shanfu was surprisingly fully booked today. The attendants at the entrance looked arrogant, and when they saw Lian Pangzi trying to enter with Yi Xiaosu, they openly stopped them. "Hey, Yiping Shanfu is booked by our young master today. You guys can't come in. Someone booked the whole place." Lian Pangzi was astonished. Yiping Shanfu was a 5-star restaurant in Yanjing. How much does it cost to book the entire place? Just the thought of it made him feel a sense of heartbreak. "That's right. You poor people, better leave quickly and stop being an eyesore here." At that moment, a man in a black suit, with a few lackeys, walked up arrogantly from outside, glaring at the two. Lian Pangzi was decently dressed, but Yi Xiaosu purposely dressed plainly to avoid being tracked, looking like a commoner. "Hemph, wanting to dine at Yiping Shanfu? Aren't you lowering the hotel's standards? By lowering the hotel's standards, won't you also be diluting the taste of Master Moran when he arrives? Poor people." Lian Pangzi was taken aback, then angrily retorted, "I made a reservation here a day in advance. Why can't I have my meal now?" Although not hot-tempered, seeing others belittle him, as poor ignited a spark in him. Also, he had booked in advance of Yiping Shanfu for his date with the dream goddess, but now they suddenly say, "It's fully booked. You didn't even ask me first. Ha ha. I've lived in Yanjing for so long. It's the first time I've heard you can reserve at Yiping Shanfu." The dandy man mocked loudly. "Even if you've reserved a table, if our Master Moran wants to book the place, you'll have to leave immediately. Understand?" The tone was overbearing. Yi Xiaosu couldn't help but frown. He understood the situation in Yanjing quite well, a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, powerful families and forces each holding their ground. This Moran family, although not as strong as the Yi family overall, was still a prominent family in Yanjing. Yet Yi Xiaosu didn't expect this family to be so arrogant, a mere lackey daring to spout nonsense in public. "All right, even if you've booked the place, can you leave a private room, even just a table for us, please? Today's appointment is very important to me." Lian Pangzi wanted to reason, but seeing the brash attitude of these people, thought it better not to provoke them. Moreover, this was Yanjing. They were visitors from a small city. Best not to ruffle feathers here. So, to have dinner with the woman in his heart, even the usually pompous Lian Pangzi humbly begged. Little did he expect, as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp and sarcastic voice came from behind them. "Hey hey! Lian Jichan, how important is this meal truly to you? You ask for a private room, but even if you were inside eating, if young Master Moran demands for the place, you'll have to get out immediately. Do you still dare to invite me for dinner?" Turning around at the sound, Lian Pangzi saw the goddess of his dreams mocking him, with a pretty boy hanging on her arm. His heart shattered instantly. "Zizu, you're here?" Lian Pangzi saw Moran Zhu, and his originally excited heart immediately fell into an ice cavern. He hadn't expected that she already had a man. It seemed like he didn't even have room for fantasy. Yi Xiaoxiao noticed the extreme disappointment in Pangzi's expression and knew that this Zizu was the goddess in his dreams. It had to be said, this woman was indeed very attractive, tall and well-proportioned, with full peaks, and somewhat resembled Yan Ying after putting on makeup. However, seeing her disdainful expression when looking at people, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't like it. She seemed to be full of superiority, a person whose inner arrogance swelled. Even if this person was very good-looking, Yi Xiaoxiao still felt that she had nothing to do with the term goddess. "Hehe, of course, I came. My brother reserved the place today. He invited me, Heoken, and his fiancée for dinner. How could I not come?" Tangzi had already heard the meaning behind her words, but he couldn't help but ask, "Since you already have plans tonight, why did you agree to meet me?" "Hehe, I just wanted you to see the reality clearly. You can't even afford to cover the restaurant for a meal with me, let alone match my style. So, stop dreaming about anything. Morongzu's words made Liang Pangzi's face flush. He wanted to get angry, but he didn't know why he had to force a smile. He even despised himself. Liang Zhichuan, even scolding her and declaring her a paper doll would be better than forcing a smile at her. Unfortunately, Pangzi just couldn't get angry, revealing the classic posture of a loser facing a goddess. Yi Xiaoxiao also got anxious, constantly signaling Pangzi with his eyes, urging him to put her in her place. She was trampling all over him, and he was still smiling awkwardly. However, until Morongzu walked into the restaurant holding hands with Uhaokan, Pangzi didn't show any reaction, his eyes even reddening. Obviously, he genuinely liked this woman, and now, he felt a deep ache in his heart, a pain that left him speechless. The lackey who had just boasted earlier was named Zheng Wan and worked for the Morong family. He was almost a boss among the common people in Yanjing, but seeing Pangzi's ridiculous appearance made him burst into laughter. Ha ha! Do you even know your own status? You dare to invite Miss Morongzu for dinner here? It's simply embarrassing. Get lost. No. I won't leave. I made a reservation here, and I will dine here. Why should I leave? Pangzi was feeling very low, feeling like forcing his way inside. Damn, you don't know your place. Zheng Wan kicked Pangzi to the ground and pointed at him angrily. Miss Morong was right. You fat pig lack self-awareness. With your ugly face, you think you deserve to like our miss. You. Pangzi was so angry he almost coughed up blood. Although he looked lecherous on the surface, deep down, like many men, he had a woman he wanted to spend his life with. He swore that if he could have her one day, he would never spare a glance for other women. But knowing that he could never have Morongzu, Pangzi spent money on acting with other women, never considering marriage because his heart only belonged to Morongzu. So when Morongzu agreed to dinner with him today, he flew all the way from Huacheng to Yanjing specifically for her. Just 10 minutes ago, he was incredibly excited, but now, facing Morongzu's mockery and being beaten up by her family's lackeys, how could his spirit bear it? Just when he was about to get up and fight Zheng Wan, Yi Xiaoxiao pulled him back because he knew that Pangzi wasn't a match for these guys. Let me give you one last chance to move aside, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Xiaoxiao's words shocked everyone present. Zheng Wan was infuriated, sneering and looking at Yi Xiaoxiao. You don't even know your place. What's your status? Even your boss in front of us is nothing but a fat pig. You're just a tapeworm on that fat pig. Who do you think you are? Do you dare to speak to us? I'll break your legs. Several of his henchmen also became aggressive, following Zheng Wang's lead. Yi Xiaoxiao, unimpressed, swiftly moved to Zheng Wang, grabbing his neck and dodging his followers. He then pushed him against the wall, causing a dent in the beautiful mahogany surface. Caught off guard, Zheng Wang received a direct hit and started bleeding from his forehead and nose. He was dizzy and in serious pain, unable to ask for help. He mistakenly thought Yi Xiaoxiao was one of Pangzi's subordinates, and now, hitting him was a move to impress his boss for a promotion. This further enraged him, and he scolded, "You bastard, dare to hit me." His followers, taken aback, were slow to react and rushed to help. Yi Xiaoxiao swiftly eluded them, tripping them in passing and moving to another part of the wall. Zheng Wan, in pain and anger, struggled, as he had some martial arts training and fancied himself capable. Feeling a moment when Yi Xiaoxiao was distracted due to maneuvering, he viciously aimed for Yi Xiaoxiao's eye. Amused, Yi Xiaoxiao, not loosening his grip, smashed Zheng Wang's head against the wall. The mahogany cracked, and the red blood tainted the surface. I remember you now. I remember your arrogant face. Do you know who I am? I'll make you pay. Make your whole family pay. Another smash cut him off. The commotion attracted more people to the entrance. Even the lobby manager hurried over with hotel security. Seeing the scene, the manager was frightened and pleaded for Zheng Wan. Brother, stop, stop. Mr. Zheng is from the Morong family. How can you hit him like this? Hey, is the Morong family that great? If it weren't for them, I wouldn't even bother hitting him. Yi Xiaoxiao's words stunned everyone present. This harmless-looking man, who still exuded coldness, how could he be so haughty and violent? Yi Xiaoxiao purposely wanted to show everyone, especially Pangzi, that the Morong family wasn't extraordinary, and Morongzu was just an ordinary woman. Why did she think she was superior? Ignoring the shocked onlookers, Yi Xiaoxiao perfunctorily knocked Zheng Wang's head a few more times and slowly released his grip. Zheng Wang collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. The red mahogany surface showed the impact of the assault. Speaking to the lobby manager, Yi Xiaoxiao said, Pangzi made a reservation here yesterday, but the Morong family suddenly reserved a place today. Can you give us a clear answer? Can we enter? Just now, the commotion that suddenly attracted onlookers included guests from Yifang Shanfu as well. They came here to dine today, never expecting that midway through their meal, the manager would start chasing people out. Even though it was compensated by not needing to pay, deep down they still felt a bit unhappy. However, upon hearing that it was Morong Chiat who booked a venue for his fiancée to have a meal, they didn't dare to stay discontent even if they were. Why? Because the Morong family is a prestigious family in Yanjing. Even if they had some influence, they couldn't afford to offend them. So now, seeing Yi Xiaoquan beating up their underlings and pressuring the manager to speak, they couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Sun even started supporting Yi Xiaoquan and shouted, Manager, you need to clarify. If your restaurant is going to be so sycophantic, then we won't come back in the future. Exactly. What nonsense is this? Even though we may not be extremely powerful, we are not beneath others. Why should we give up our seats for others while we are dining? More and more people started speaking up, and the situation became uncontrollable. Just at this moment, two beautiful ladies got off the car and walked over, one of them being Morong Qian's fiancée. Upon seeing them, the lobby manager quickly went over to consult. Miss Qin, you came at the right time. Today, Master Morong has booked our restaurant, but these people are currently dining and are quite discontent. Could you please consider letting them finish their meal before leaving? Everyone's attention immediately fell on Miss Qin. Yi Xiaoquan was no exception, but when he saw her, he was stunned. It turned out to be Qin Ruhan. He remembered the heaviness in her heart when she was on the plane. Was it because she was about to get engaged to the Morong family? And the other person beside her was surprisingly Li Lanlin. However, Liang Pangzi, who saw them, wasn't as surprised as Yi Xiaoquan, as he had heard about this beforehand. Li Lanlin even accompanied Qin Ruhan to Yanjing before. Let them be. Qin Ruhan seemed downcast and didn't look up at anyone, casually reply, then walked inside with Li Lanlin. Great, let's continue eating inside. The diners around were the happiest. Today someone had booked the venue and was compensating their bills, allowing them to continue eating, making them extremely gleeful. Yi Xiaoquan followed Liang Pangzi inside but didn't notice where Qin Ruhan went, or else he would have gone to inquire about the situation. Half an hour later, in the VIP private room of Yifang Shanfu, there were still only two women. Morong Chia had yet to arrive. Ruhan, there's no need to be sad over a man like that. Such a man isn't worth your sadness. Listen, don't drink anymore. Li Lanlin grabbed Qin Ruhan's delicate wrist and pulled her wine glass, preparing to finish it. Lanlin, I didn't come here to drink because of Uheokan. Qin Ruhan's face was already blushing, showing signs of inebriation. She put down the glass forced by Li Lanlin and her eyes, clouded with a bittersweet smile, said, Today, all the bills at Yifang Shanfu are compensated. Why waste the opportunity to drink extravagantly? Seeing Qin Ruhan like this, Li Lanlin truly had no appetite for eating today. Even having a casual meal here would cost her half a year's salary. Ruhan, is it worth it for a man like this? You've never had any actual interactions with Uheokan. He can marry anyone he wants now. Are there no good men in the world other than him? 8 years. 8 years. Qin Ruhan pushed Li Lanlin's hand away, took another sip of wine, then emotionally said, He pursued me since high school. After we went to different universities, we maintained contact. He would call me every evening, talking about his life. I never thought that after he came back from studying overseas, he would climb the social ladder and become a high-ranking executive at an entertainment company, even going so far as to please Morong Zhu. That jerk. Li Lanlin was genuinely angry. Not only did she finish Qin Ruhan's sentence, but also began shaking Qin Ruhan's graceful body lightly. Is it worth it to persist in loving such a man who is climbing up the ladder by clinging on to influential figures like him? Wake up. I know. Qin Ruhan's eyes suddenly became cloudy. Her body seemed to soften up too. But after 8 years of feelings, they can't just be discarded. If he didn't truly like me, he wouldn't have pursued me madly for 8 years. If I didn't like him, I wouldn't have endured a long-distance relationship with him. That's all in the past now. That's just how society is. In the face of money and status, where is the place for love? Li Lanlin suddenly sighed and finally hit the table, raising another glass of wine. Come, as your best friend, I'll accompany you tonight. But starting from tomorrow, you have to forget about him. After all, there are many outstanding men in this world better than him. Listening to Li Lanlin's words, Qin Ruhan's smile became even more bitter. Her expression complex and painful, making her once stunning face appear rather pitiful. Yes, there are indeed many men better than Wu Haoken in the world, but my mother and my uncle's family are pressuring me to marry into the Yang family to secure cooperation with them. That's a messed up situation. Li Lanlin started cursing for Qin Ruhan. Just the thought of moving on from a spiritual love affair that lasted 8 years was tough enough. And now she had to become related to the scumbag, looking up to him all the time when he's around. Think about the awkwardness and pain that would bring, especially when Qin Ruhan didn't even like Yang Jie, the heartless man. In another private room of Yifan Shanfu, a man wrapped in bandages like a zombie cautiously knocked on the door. After informing Moranzu of Yisha Quan's arrogant words and the decision Qin Ruhan made about allowing others to join in the consumption, this proud and petty woman was infuriated and slammed the table. What? You thought my brother would marry that wench like you? Humph. Let me go wake her up. Wu Haoken was Qin Ruhan's high school classmate, while Qin Ruhan and he were college classmates. Not only was Wu Haoken quite handsome, but he also had musical talent, which she greatly admired, leading to her getting entangled with him. As a result, she had even considered Qin Ruhan to be her #1 rival. However, the elders of the Yang family had agreed to the marriage between Qin Ruhan and Wu Haoken's brother, leading to Morang Qiao wanting to marry Qin Ruhan and put her through such humiliation. How could she bear it? Xiao, Wu Haoken called out to Moranzu as she walked out, but when she didn't respond, he simply sat back down. It was indeed him who pursued Qin Ruhan initially, but that woman never yielded to him once, insisting on waiting until after marriage to engage in that kind of relationship. How could he endure that? In fact, before getting entangled with Moranzu, he had already cheated on several women, but had kept it all hidden from Qin Ruhan and even maintained the facade of being in a relationship with her. If it weren't for Moranzu's insistence on exposing their relationship, he was even contemplating sleeping with Qin Ruhan before breaking up with her. Seeing Moranzu going to bother Qin Ruhan, he had no intention of stopping her. Suddenly, the door of the other private room was opened. Qin Ruhan turned around, still not understanding what was going on, and Moranzu's proud face had already appeared before her eyes. You wench, did you really think my brother would marry you? You're just a political marriage tool, and today's dinner was just a formality. My brother won't even show up. He doesn't care who you are. Both families are only after commercial benefit. In a barrage of words from Moranzu, Qin Ruhan and both were stunned. But before Qin Ruhan could clear her mind about the situation, a glass of alcohol was thrown at her face, partially waking her from her drunken state. Holding an empty glass, Moranzu stared at the drenched Qin Ruhan and hurled vicious words at her. Hey, look at you. Not knowing any better. Knowing today my brother booked the venue, did you deliberately let uninvolved people in just to exhaust the funds of our Morang family? You should die. Li Lanlin was driven to madness, stood up immediately, and shouted loudly. What exactly are you trying to do, you crazy woman? It's none of your business. Get lost. Without even looking at Li Lanlin, Moranzu directly pushed her to the ground. You. Li Lanlin was beyond furious. She knew the relationships between the four of them. This Moranzu was truly shameless. Not only had she enticed someone else's boyfriend, but now she was humiliating Qin Ruhan. Who could continue tolerating her actions? Just as Li Lanlin wanted to stand up and confront Moranzu, Zhang Wang casually picked up a prepared wooden stick and fiercely hit her on the head, knocking her unconscious. Lanlin, Qin Ruhan, who had just started to come to her senses, couldn't believe how far Moranzu had gone, and she never imagined that Moranzu would directly order Zhang Wang, knock out this wench too. Once her scandal gets out, I wonder if my brother will still marry her. You. Before Qin Ruhan could grit out those words, the stick in Zhang Wang's hand came crashing down on her head. Already a little drunk, Qin Ruhan also passed out. Hehe. Zhang Wang, you said that Brad was quite arrogant, right? Where is he going to stay tonight? Send this woman over to him. I bet when my brother finds out that guy has been intimate with his fiancée, he won't spare that guy. Ha ha. Miss Moran, I know what to do. Zheng Wang also revealed a sinister smile. Next to Yikap and Xiangfa is a large hotel. After Wei Zhao accompanied Liang Pangzi for a drink, he ended up staying at this hotel. However, Wei Zhao did not expect that when he entered the hotel room and closed the door, he found a woman sleeping on the bed. What's going on? Wei Zhao didn't know that this hotel was owned by the Morong family, and Zhen Wan had been monitoring him. When he opened the room, Qin Ruhan had been placed on his bed in advance. As long as Wei Zhao and Qin Ruhan walked out, they would make the hallway surveillance video public. The scandal of a man and woman spending the night together would be hard to wash away even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Wei Zhao hadn't recognized who the woman in the bed was yet, when suddenly Qin Ruhan coughed twice. Water, I need water. Hearing the familiar voice, Wei Zhao went over, lifted the covers, and discovered that the woman lying in bed was Qin Ruhan. What a surprise! Seeing the beautiful and slightly disheveled Qin Ruhan intoxicated, Wei Zhao felt a bit of something. However, he never had any improper thoughts about a woman other than Zhu Kunguo. He quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to her, saying, "Drink this water quickly." After drinking the water, her face gradually flushed, and her eyes began to look dazed. Wei Zhao wasn't sure if he was shocked or pleased. It seemed that Qin director had been fed something, and drinking the water accelerated the effects of the substance. How Chen, why didn't you pursue me for 8 years? Why suddenly engage with that woman? Qin Ruhan, like a wild cat, pounced on Wei Zhao, mistaking him for Yu Haokan. Wei Zhao knew that this was the biggest test in his life, but soon, his reason overcame desire, and he gently pressed the back of Qin Ruhan's head, causing the beautiful director to fall asleep again. Wei Zhao picked her up, put her back on the bed, covered her with the blanket, prepared to stay by her side until dawn, figuring out what really happened when she recovered. How Chen, why betray me? Why weren't you by my side when I needed you the most? Leaving me to fall into the abyss alone? In the middle of the night, Qin Ruhan, half drunk and half awake, curled up in bed clutching the blanket, burying her head and crying, looking so helpless and aggrieved. Wei Zhao listened to her drunken ramblings, sighed involuntarily, realizing that the events Qin director had recently encountered were more than he had imagined. Her biological father passed away, her ex-boyfriend cheated on her, yet she was set to marry a stranger. It was all too overwhelming to think about. Relax, tomorrow at your engagement ceremony, I will attend. Dak then, you help me and Kunguo, I won't stand by and watch you fall into the abyss alone. As dawn approached, Dan Qin Ruhan began to regain consciousness. Wei Zhao left the hotel room alone. At the Wei family manor. In one of the large villas, Yu Feifei heard back from her men that they had not found Wei Zhao's whereabouts yet, and she was frantic. Fortunately, at that moment, Lan Niao returned. What? Zhao Xiao stayed in the same hotel as a woman last night and was photographed. Yu Feifei saw the information brought by Lan Niao, along with the pictures already circulating on social media. Enraged, she smashed Lan Niao's phone on the spot. Who is behind this intentional act? Reporting. Madam Yu, the woman is called Qin Ruhan, the future daughter-in-law of the Morong family. Rumor has it she is getting engaged to Morong Tin today. It seems someone does not want her to marry Morong Tin, deliberately making a scene of this. HMPH, the Morong family trying to stir up trouble, daring to use our Wei family's young master as a backdrop. Prepare quickly. We are going to deal with this today. Yes, Madam Yu. Lan Niao quickly set up the arrangements, understanding Madam Yu's intentions. Since Wei Zhao stayed in the same hotel room as that woman last night, it was likely he would attend the Morong family's engagement ceremony today. Madam Yu believed that by going there, they could bring back Wei Zhao to the Wei family, proving to the family that their heir was still alive. Morong family villa was bustling that day, with guests arriving to attend the banquet, all dressed elegantly and with happy smiles. As the Morong family's business also involved the entertainment industry, many A-list celebrities were in attendance. Therefore, the engagement banquet of Morong Tin and Morong Zhu, the siblings, was a dazzling event, with celebrities and socialites gathering together. Qin Ruhan, dressed in a white gown, still slightly intoxicated, feeling a bit dizzy. Her appearance at this moment was a far cry from the powerful Qin director in Huacheng. Life always goes through ups and downs. Standing alone in the banquet hall with a glass of wine, Listening to the elegant and soothing music, she felt small compared to the wealthy and prominent figures around her, making her feel insignificant. Qin Ruhan drank the amber liquid in her glass, and a few meters away, she raised her cup and shouted to a nearby servant, "Another drink." "Hey, Ruhan, don't drink anymore." Ls Lanlin finally managed to enter the banquet, approaching her and gently pushing her. "What if you get drunk again?" "If I get drunk, then I won't have to attend the engagement ceremony soon. Anyway, I'm just a pawn without free will. No one cares about my existence." Qin Ruhan smiled bitterly, her heart empty. Her father died. Her mother forced her into a corner for her own interests, colluding with her uncle to make her marry into the Mrong family. Little did she know that no one in the Mrong family took her seriously from beginning to end. Mrong Tin hadn't even met her in person till now. Ls Lanlin understood Qin Ruhan's situation, never expecting even this formidable woman to become a helpless young lady when faced with business interests. At this moment, she seemed unable to do anything to help her, besides accompanying her to drink and hear her grievances. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall changed, and the voice of the host, Yan Jian, rang out, "Dear guests, leaders, gentlemen, and ladies, hello. Thank you all for attending the engagement dinner of Mr. Yu Haokan and Miss Moranzu. On this beautiful day, we witness the union of a pair of lovers." With the cheerful introduction from the MC, thunderous applause filled the hall. This was the engagement ceremony of the Mrong family's daughter, and everyone had to show some face. Qin Ruhan found it laughable and sad that on the same day of their engagements, Moranzu and Yu Haokan had grand celebrations, while she and Mrong Tian's engagement ceremony had become somewhat of a sideshow, with no one talking about it. However, she was a stranger to Mrong Tin, so she preferred to keep things simple. Liang Pangzi was Moranzu's classmate, and despite Moranzu looking down on him, she had still sent him an invitation to humiliate him and make him see the reality. Now, he had brought Wishiao with him, sitting quietly in a corner drinking alone amidst the applause of the crowd. As the well-dressed young man and the proud and beautiful woman entered the stage, the groom in a neatly tailored white suit looked dignified and noble. Beside him, the bride Moranzu exuded an elegant and noble presence, as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale as a princess. Qin Ruhan's heart ached to the extreme, but she had to admit that this bride had much more pose and elegance than herself. The grandeur of the occasion, the beautiful bride. It was no wonder Yu Haokan had given up pursuing Qin Ruhan for 8 years and chose to be engaged to her instead. 8 years ago, Yu Haokan wrote his first love letter to Qin Ruhan. He was highly regarded for his looks and academic achievements, being known as the pinnacle of excellence in their school, while she had an exceptional temperament and captivating beauty, known as the school's most charming beauty. She didn't accept his confession, nor reject it, just saying they were too young and should focus on their studies. After graduating from high school, they went their separate ways for higher education, but never cut off communication. Sometimes, Qin Ruhan couldn't tell if what she and Yu Haokan had was friendship or love. However, she was moved by his persistence, so after completing her studies abroad, she decided to return to China, hoping to walk down the aisle with him. Unexpectedly, shortly after her return, she heard the news of his engagement to Moranzu, and the man she was supposed to marry became the stranger Mrong Tin instead. How could she accept this? Watching Yu Haokan and Moranzu happily smiling at each other, Qin Ruhan felt as if a knife had been plunged into her chest, making it hard to breathe. Tipping her head back, she once again emptied her glass of wine. At the other end of the banquet hall, Wishiao, looking bored, continued to watch Qin Ruhan, sighing helplessly. It was evident that she had given her heart to this man. It was a pitiful sight, being forced by her family to marry a stranger, nearly being set up the previous night, and now watching her former boyfriend getting engaged while the bride was not her. No wonder she described this ordeal as falling into an abyss. The room was filled with blessings in succession. Qin Ruhan only felt like Yu Haokan was standing in the bright sacred hall while she herself was curled up in the darkness, abandoned by everyone. Yes, Mu Rongshu was the eldest daughter of a big family and also the owner of a major entertainment company. Her value was measured in billions, while she was just a working girl, even at her peak earning only a few million a year. What could she compare to others? She didn't blame Yu Haokan, only blamed the world for being too realistic. She admitted defeat. A newlywed couple came down to the stage. Qin Ruhan had drunk too much wine and couldn't sit still. She stood up hurriedly wanting to leave the banquet hall. Unexpectedly, at the corner of the corridor, she almost bumped into someone head-on. Heh. Qin Ruhan. Do you want to run away so soon? Run away. Qin Ruhan looked up and saw Mu Rongxue right in front of her. Her smile with red lips seemed endlessly charming. Is there something on your mind? Mu Rongxue took a step forward, pushing her back with force. Qin Ruhan, let me tell you, if it's not yours, don't ever hope for it. Her heart ached. Qin Ruhan's heart tightened, her brows furrowing. And what did she mean by not yours? Angry? Mu Rongxue raised an eyebrow, her tone even more disdainful, then pushed the already dizzy Qin Ruhan to the ground. Qin Ruhan, I advise you to give up this idea of being with Uheokan. Don't be shameless to think of marrying into our Mu Rong family, let alone trying to be a mistress. What? Qin Ruhan suddenly couldn't hold back her anger. Who was the mistress? Mu Rongxue sneered coldly at her on the ground, then turned and was about to leave. Stop. Qin Ruhan got up, her delicate features also wrinkled with anger. She might not be in a good mental state right now, but she was not a woman to be bullied. Mu Rongxue turned around, with a cold smile on her face. What? Do you still have something to say? I hope you understand one thing, Qin Ruhan said in a firm tone. Although I don't have a family background, I'm not some rich girl, but I have known Uheokan for 8 years. I'm not sure what you did to him, but now that you're together, I give up and will step back, but it's clear to everyone who the real mistress is. If we have any issues in the future, I won't let you get away with it. A word, a pause. Looking at the subtly cold light in the charming eyes of the other person, Qin Ruhan's heart trembled. She believed that this woman had the capital and means to torment people, just like what happened last night. She let others knock her and Liren unconscious. What could she do to her? However, she probably underestimated herself too much. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, and this woman used despicable means to deal with her, just pushed her to the ground earlier. Enough is enough. Is that so? Qin Ruhan couldn't help but smile coldly. Warning me like this, are you afraid you can't control your man? Uheokan, the scumbag, is only desired by you. I, Qin Ruhan, don't want him. You. The coldness in Mu Rongxue's eyes flashed, her beautiful eyebrows raising slightly. Qin Ruhan was not afraid of her, showing a stance that she would fight back. Good. A lowly woman like you dares to be arrogant in front of me, Mu Rongxue. I will make you regret it immediately. Saying that, she suddenly approached Qin Ruhan, a strange sinister smile appearing on the corner of her red lips. Qin Ruhan didn't know what she was planning to do. Then suddenly she was grabbed by the hand. Oh, Sister Ruhan, why did you push me? Mu Rongxue suddenly fell to the ground. Her scream broke the atmosphere in the banquet hall, followed by the crisp sound of the glass in Mu Rongxue's hand falling to the ground. The bustling banquet hall fell into silence, and then all eyes turned to look over here. No one saw this scene, except by Wu Liao, who had been silently watching Qin Ruhan. Zhao, seeing his sister fall in a mess, the recently arrived Murong Tia hurried over. Uheokan also came over, paying no attention to Qin Ruhan at all, only helping Murongxue up. Zhao, what's wrong? Why did you fall here? Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry. Mu Rongxue didn't explain the reason, but looked forlorn. With a hint of tears in her eyes, she stood up to straighten her clothes, and glanced resentfully at Qin Ruhan. Now, everyone in the room knew what had happened. It turned out that Qin Ruhan had done a good thing. She dared to lay hands on Murongxue. That took some nerve. Qin Ruhan felt a sense of foreboding, realizing that she was too inexperienced to deal with this scheming woman. It wasn't me who pushed her. Brother, don't blame Sister Ruhan. It's my fault. I saw in the social circle that someone said she stayed in a room with a strange man last night, so she… anyway, don't blame her. Mu Rongxue didn't give Qin Ruhan a chance to speak, pretending to defend her instead. In just a few words, the whole room was in an uproar. The guests present, looking at Qin Ruhan with disdainful eyes. Murongxian's face turned dark. Meanwhile, seeing the grim look on Murongxue's face and Qin Ruhan's almost tearful expression, Yizi knew that something had happened here. He hurried over. Murongxue was indeed a talented actress. If he were to start a film company in the future, he would definitely want her to play some negative roles. But, unfortunately, he couldn't stand to see anyone being wrongly accused, especially since Qin Ruhan was the one who helped him with Wan Zhao, the Emperor Hotel that night, saving him from trouble. Seeing her being hit now, he decided to help. Slap. Yi was a bit late. After hearing his sister's explanation, Morangjia slapped Qin Ruhan hard across the face. Poor Qin Ruhan, as a mere woman, couldn't withstand the slap from a big man. She fell to the ground with a look of being wronged, hurt, and defiant. You trollop, I thought our marriage was just a political one. As long as you kept to your duties as a wife, I wouldn't bother with other things. But you turned out to be a promiscuous woman, completely disgracing me. After slapping Qin Ruhan, Morangjia, still pointing at her, scolded her angrily. Watching this moral drama, many people in the room began to show more interest. Who didn't know that Morangjia was a male chauvinist? He not only liked to play around, but also enjoy a high and mighty attitude. Now, with his fiancée about to be announced, caught cheating behind his back, how could he bear it? It seemed like this woman named Qin was in for a lot of trouble. Indeed, after Morangjia finished scolding, seeing Qin Ruhan looking forlorn and stubborn, without even an attempt to explain herself, his anger flared, and he stomped fiercely on her abdomen. Qin Ruhan screamed in pain, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead instantly, as if her soul had been stepped on. Ruhan, seeing the situation, Li Lamlin wanted to push away Morangjia at all costs, but was stopped by someone on the spot. Rising concern-filled air as Moranzu's smile grew more and more pronounced. On the other hand, seeing his girlfriend of 8 years being violently attacked by a man who Haoken not only showed no sympathy, but also had no intention of stepping in to stop it. His eyes were icy, utterly heartless. Seeing his expression, Qin Ruhan felt her heart frozen, self-deprecating that she had actually fallen in love with such a jerk. I'll kill you today. Morangjion's face turned ashen, showing no pity or mercy. He raised his foot again, this time aiming at Qin Ruhan's face. If he stamped down this time, Qin Ruhan's once kissed by God face would be ruined. Ruhan! Li Lanlin shouted. The spectators around were too nervous to even breathe. Qin Ruhan, feeling lifeless, had no thought of resistance. But unexpectedly, at that moment, a man suddenly rushed out and landed a punch on the arrogant Morangjion's face, knocking him to the ground. Shocked gasps filled the room. The guests present never expected that someone would dare to hit the untouchable dominant CEO Morangjia on the Morong family's turf. Listen up. After knocking Morangjia to the ground, the man stood triumphantly and proclaimed to everyone, "From this day forward, I am Qin Ruhan's protector, and no one can bully her again." When the words fell, everyone present felt like thunder had struck, causing a deafening sound. It took a while for someone to react, and discussions began. Who is this man? How dare he hit Morangjia? He is so arrogant. Doesn't he know what the word death means? Morong's villa has at least 100 security guards. This man hit Morangjia. I don't think he will walk out of this banquet hall today. Qin Ruhan's brain stopped functioning just now because she was in a coma last night and had no idea that Yi would come today. Now, seeing him standing up to save her at the last moment, tears uncontrollably welled up, blurring her vision. Director Qin, it's okay. I'm here. Yi didn't care about the eyes and voices of the people present. He just helped Qin Ruhan up. Morangjia was almost crazy with anger, because Yi Zhao's punch just now was too heavy, and he was still dazed and unable to get up. The elders of the Morong family, as well as Qin Ruhan's mother and uncle, also arrived at the scene. Of course, joining them were a few dozen Morong family security guards. Seeing this situation, everyone knew that the man holding Qin Ruhan's hand would have a hard time today. Lian Pangzi was so frightened that he was lying on the table, using a plate to shield his face, muttering under his breath, "Yi, you bastard. Hitting Morong's lackey yesterday was bad enough, but now you have the guts to come to the Morong family's turf and hit Morangjia. What should we do now?" Fatso was afraid but didn't flee, still trying to figure out how to save Yi. However, in this situation, even if he racked his brain, he couldn't think of any solution. I remember who you are. You are the man who stayed in the same room with Sister Ruhan last night, right? Morongzu also didn't expect that Yi would appear at this time and hit her brother. Shocked, she also felt amused in her heart. Now, the adulterer and the adulteress were both present. Let's see how they would be dealt with. While everyone gasped, they suddenly realized that a bully had emerged from nowhere. It turned out to be the man Qin Ruhan was having an affair with. That's right, it's me. Yi was not afraid of the hundreds of eyes on him. He calmly admitted, "Haha, It's good that you admit it, so Ruhan won't falsely accuse me. Marangzu instantly changed her address to Qin Ruhan. Yes, now that the truth was out, everyone knew that she went out to have an affair just before her engagement. There was no need to pretend anymore. Now she was the villain, and any name for her was justified. Humph, you dare to touch my brother's fiancé. You have guts, bring him down. Marangzu gave the order, and the security guards at the banquet hall immediately stirred. Wait. Yi Zi remained undaunted, willing to protect Qin Ruhan even at the risk of a fight. But Qin Ruhan's mother, Jian Ting, was scared to death and quickly ran out, snatching her daughter from Yi Xiao's hands. There must be some misunderstanding here. My daughter doesn't know this man. It must be him trying to harm my daughter. If you want to fight him. It has nothing to do with my daughter. Recently widowed, Jian Ting was counting on Qin Ruhan marrying into the Marang family. It was a matter of respect. She couldn't let Yi Zi ruin it. Furthermore, if she didn't clear their relationship with Yi Zi now, it wasn't just him who would suffer later. She and her daughter would also be in trouble. So, even though she didn't know the truth, she babbled in an attempt to shift all the blame onto Yi Zi. Yi Zi couldn't help but furrow his brows. He came to save Qin Ruhan, but if her mother isolated them, he would appear overly presumptuous. Seeing his expression, Marangzu and Prince Zheng were delighted, thinking that Yi Zi was finally starting to panic. Mom, stop talking nonsense. I know him. He's my good friend. Fortunately, Qin Ruhan, though unaware of what happened last night, was deeply moved to see Yi Zi rush out to save her. Today, she had decided to stand by him, but as soon as she spoke, the guests around were in an uproar. Indeed, they were caught red-handed. Marang's family, except for Marangzu, had lost face, as this was a major scandal for them. What are you waiting for? Knock down this wild man. Marangzu was now triumphant. With Qin Ruhan and Yi Zi admitting the truth, Qin Ruhan's reputation was ruined. She could forget about marrying into the Marang family and continuing her relationship with Uheokan. Wait. Unexpectedly, just before the security guards could act, Fatso finally gathered the courage to step in to plead for Yi Zi and Qin Ruhan. He approached Marangzu in a humble manner. Zizu, don't call me so familiarly. We are not close. Fatso was interrupted before he could even speak, feeling even more embarrassed, but he continued to plead to save Yi Zi and Qin Ruhan, despite the immense pressure. He hoped that Marangzu, allowing him to speak, was a sign of softness on her part. Little did he know that Marangzu was aiming to prove her superiority and humiliate him by forcing him to beg. After he spoke, she coldly said, "What do you think you are? Why should I give you face? Also, what right do you have to stand here and talk to us?" Sharp and biting, she was belittling him. But no one dared to say anything to Marangzu. Yi Zi had hid Marang's future brother-in-law and engaged to her. How could Marang's family not retaliate? Fatso realized Marangzu's intentions and immediately signaled Yi Zi to kneel and beg for mercy from Marang's brother and sister. Hey, do you want me to kneel for you? Yi Zi sneered, his gaze fixed on Marangzu, his eyes ablaze with fire. He saw through her and knew that all the trouble today was orchestrated by her. Now she wanted him to kneel and apologize, which was ridiculous. What? I'll leave a side with you today. I not only want you to kneel but also for that wretched woman to kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you won't leave the Marang family alive. With the support of everyone, Marangzu was smug, believing Yi Zi and Qin Ruhan were doomed. She sat back, proud, waiting for the humiliating scene of them kneeling before her to unfold. Yi Zi clenched his fists. Qin Ruhan gently tugged at his hand, shaking her head with pain and helplessness. Although she knew Yi Xiao's noble status, at the Marang family's grounds today, he was an unknown figure. If they started a fight, he would surely suffer. Ha, still not kneeling. Qin Ruhan, you slut, dare to fool around with a wild man and cause trouble for my brother. Today, I will not only make you kneel but also lick everyone's shoes clean. Marangzu couldn't wait. Seeing the expressions of Qin Ruhan and Yi Zi, she was more certain they had run out of options. However, at this moment, the banquet hall door was suddenly kicked open, with the Bluebird and a squad of soldiers clearing the way. Yu Fei strode in forcefully. The Marang family was surprised, and Marangzu was enraged, shouting, "Who dares to act recklessly in my Marang house?" But as soon as she finished speaking, some of the Marang family elders covered her mouth. Marongzu's face turned from arrogance to panic because the person she had shouted at was the lady of the Yi family, Yu Feifei, a person whose power and status far exceeded the Morong family. Oh, it's Lady Yu Feifei. That's right. Those blue military uniforms belong to the Blue Sea Corps. Make way. Those who attended the Morong family's engagement banquet had some influence in Yanjing. However, when they saw the imposing soldiers, they all willingly cleared a path for them. Morong's old family head quickly ran over, his face full of smiles, personally welcoming Yu Feifei. Oh, Lady Yu is here at my Aiying family's banquet, truly making our day brighter. Quiet, go away. Yu Feifei didn't give the Morong family patriarch any face. A mere Morong family was nothing in front of the Yi family. The Morong family patriarch looked embarrassed but sensibly moved to the side, not daring to block Yu Feifei's way. Yu Feifei, in her dignifying manner, walked to the incident site, and upon seeing Yi Zi surrounded, she immediately thundered, "What has happened here?" Her voice was like a lion's roar, causing everyone to tremble in fear. No one dared to respond. Only Yi Zi looked at his great-aunt, smiling as he said, "Miss Morong just asked me to kneel before her to talk." What? Yu Feifei's simple words, combined with her powerful cold demeanor, frightened everyone. Even the Morong family members couldn't look into her phoenix eyes. Someone dares to make our Yi family members kneel. Who is it? I'll give her 3 seconds to kneel before me and explain. Yi family descendants. Everyone in the room was shocked by the mention of Yi, especially the Morong family members, whose faces turned pale on the spot. They knew best the terrifying influence of the Yi family. A century-old aristocratic family, a millennium-old prestigious family, the Yi family had existed for hundreds of years, like a giant hand holding the fate of the Dragon Kingdom. Even though Yu Feifei was just a daughter-in-law of the Yi family, if she wanted to, she could make the Morong family disappear in an instant. Marongzu's fear was deeper than others, her lips trembling, because she knew that Lian, who was not surnamed Yi, must be the Yi family descendant mentioned by Yu Feifei. No wonder he had so much confidence earlier, saying he would be Qin Ruhan's backer. At first, she, like others, thought he was joking, but now, she finally realized that she had hit a brick wall. 3 seconds have passed. The Bluebird started counting the seconds soon as Yu Feifei finished speaking. Before everyone could recover from the extreme shock and surprise, she had already cut off any chance for them to admit their mistakes. Bluebird strode over to Yuxiao and tapped the floor with her boots, as if pounding on everyone's hearts. Yuxiao, tease Yuxiao. Before Yuxiao could respond, someone in the crowd shouted, as the power struggle of the Dragon Kingdom's top aristocratic families had always been a focus of attention. Just recently, news of the Yi family's legitimate grandson being alive had spread, and now he was here at the banquet. Mr. Morong realized how bad things were today. Marongzu dared to make the legitimate grandson of the Yi family kneel, the biggest disrespect towards the Yi family. This was a direct insult to the Yi family, and the Yi family would not easily let it go. Without waiting for Yuxiao to speak up, Mr. Morong hurried over and forcefully pushed his granddaughter Marongzu out. Marongzu had never seen her grandfather move so fast, and she was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Unfortunately, Mr. Morong didn't care about her life or death, he just wanted her to bear the consequences. It was Marongzu who said it. "It has nothing to do with us, and ignorance isn't a crime. Madam, could you please?" Before Mr. Morong could finish his sentence, Yu Feifei silenced him with a look. "You didn't hear me clearly." Yu Feifei was still the same Yu Feifei, with that imposing presence, that courage, that gaze, 100 times more terrifying than Lady Chu. "You don't take my words seriously, and you want me to listen to the Morong family. Are the people from the Morong family always so arrogant?" 2 explosive sentences, so powerful that Mr. Morong immediately nodded and apologized repeatedly, saying, "No. No." Snap. The Bluebird acted swiftly, picking up Marongzu with one hand and kicking her knee, causing the previously arrogant Marongzu to kneel in front of Yuxiao and Qin Ruhan. The abrupt change left Qin Ruhan a bit confused. Just a moment ago, Marongzu had demanded that they kneel, but now she was kneeling in front of them. Zhan Ting's mouth couldn't close. She realized how foolish she had been, trying to keep her daughter away from Yuxiao. She regretted it now and even tried to push her daughter towards Yuxiao discreetly. Her actions were seen by others, and she was scorned for being so materialistic. Li Lanlin found the situation so satisfying. She cheered as she pushed away the person who was trying to hold her back. Liang was sweating all over. How could he have known that Yuxiao, whom he had thought to be a nobody, was actually the young master of the Yi family? His prior actions were driven by ignorance. For Yuxiao, Morongqia was just a small fry. Master Yuxiao, how do you plan to deal with this woman? Bluebird, Yu Feifei's trusted aide, knew that the madam's actions were meant to support Yuxiao's position and to show the people of the Yanjing city that the legitimate grandson of the Yi family was still alive. Today, he was back with authority. General Qin, your shoes seem to be dirty. Yuxiao didn't respond to Bluebird. Instead, he suddenly looked down at Qin Ruhan's shoes. They were dirty from Qin Ruhan pushing her to the ground, with even a shoe mark on her clothes. However, Qin Ruhan wasn't suitable for licking the dirt off the shoes, so Morongzu had to do it. Being a woman of schemes, Morongzu understood the meaning behind Yuxiao's words and paled at the realization. Ruhan, forgive and forget. Unexpectedly, Wu Heoken, who had been silent like a mute until now, spoke up for Morongzu. In his eyes, if Qin Ruhan was involved with Yuxiao, he had no chance with her and showed that he had the courage as a man to stand up for her. But little did he know that his words would enrage Yuxiao. HMPH. Forgive and forget? When you stood by and watched the Morong siblings abuse and humiliate your ex-girlfriend, did you think about forgiveness then? Or do you believe that Qin Ruhan is not even comparable to a single toe of Morongzu's? Wu Heoken dared not speak such words. Because, after all, Qin Ruhan's backer was now the young master of the Yi family. Wu Heoken was dumbfounded. Qin Ruhan did not hesitate to hit him in the face. Wu Heoken's actions had hurt her deeply. He had ignored her being beaten by Yanshin and now came to beg for Morongzu's forgiveness. How shameless could a man be? Qin Ruhan. You. Wu Heoken couldn't believe Qin Ruhan would hit him, and his eyes darkened in anger. This look in his eyes was digging his own grave. Yuxiao saw he was still defiant and kicked him to the ground, ordering Bluebird, make sure this scum doesn't dare to look at me like that ever again. Yes, sir. Bluebird wasted no time, immediately kicking Wu Heoken while the soldiers of the Blue Sea Battalion stood by, waiting for their orders. Yuxiao wouldn't fall for his act. He laughed and said, "Ha, what do I care if you die? Go ahead. Kill yourself. The child isn't mine." Everyone looked at Wu Heoken, thinking he would beg for mercy, but to their surprise, Morongzu burst into laughter. "Ha ha, the child is also a Yi family member. Dare you do anything to me?" What? This statement was crucial. As everyone turned their eyes to Wu Heoken, they realized the precarious situation he was in. Now, he had to face the consequences. For once a green hat hero, always a green hat hero. You have 3 seconds to explain immediately. Yu Fei was stunned to hear Morongzu's revelations, her eyes showing a hint of fear. If the child Morongzu was carrying was indeed the seed of a Yi family son, even she wouldn't dare harm her. Hehe. Seeing Yu Feifei's expression, Morongzu couldn't help but act defiantly, shaking off the 2 soldiers holding her and standing up. She deliberately walked to Yuxiao and provocatively said, "My child belongs to Yao. He slept with me 2 months ago, and I got pregnant. So what? Will you touch me? You are just a discarded son of the Yi family, nothing compared to the position of Yao." This statement completely changed the gazes of the onlookers. Yes, although Yuxiao was the legitimate son, everyone in Yanjing City knew he was just a discarded son. If Morongzu's child was indeed Yao's, no one would dare touch her. However, to everyone's shock, Yuxiao immediately delivered a resounding slap and brought the cunning Morongzu to the ground. The impact was like a bomb exploding in everyone's hearts. Humph! I dare to kill Yao. Am I afraid to touch his chamber pot? Don't make me laugh, okay? Yuxiao's words left everyone's scalp tingling with shock. Not only did he dare to hit Morongzu, but he also made such statements, proving to be far more audacious than expected. Yu Fei's eyes lit up with surprise. She couldn't believe it. Yuxiao's courage was far beyond what she had imagined. Initially, she was worried that Yuxiao would come back this time feeling timid and unwilling to offend people. However, she was astonished to see him boldly intruding into the Morong family's residence and even daring to publicly declare that he would kill Yao. His bravery was truly exceptional. Fortunately, Yu Fei was unaware that Yuxiao had actually killed Yao, or else she would have been even more shocked. Make her clean it up. Yuxiao didn't waste any time, giving Bluebird a direct order. He had no sympathy for this type of woman. If Qing Ruhan's shoes were dirty, it was all thanks to her. If he hadn't come today, if Annie hadn't come, if this woman had gained power, it would be Qin Ruhan forced to kneel and lick the ground. Bluebird didn't hold back either, forcefully pressing Miranzu's face onto Qin Ruhan's shoes for rubbing. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was extremely shocked, their expressions blank. No one dared to intervene, including Liang Pangzi. Yesterday, he indeed had regarded Miranzu as his dream lover. But after being deliberately played by her and publicly humiliated, his feelings towards her had changed. A woman with questionable character, no matter how beautiful, was worthless, especially seeing her intentionally setting up to humiliate Qing Ruhan and Ye Xiao today. He directly stood against this woman. Seeing her in distress not only didn't make him pity her, but instead, he felt relieved. Liang Pangzi, you won't blame me for ruining your goddess, will you? Ye Xiao directed this towards Liang Pangzi, appreciating the friend who had just pleaded for him. To his surprise, Liang Pangzi immediately shouted at Miranzu, "Bah! Heartless people are all scum. Scum like her deserve such treatment. All right, let's go." Yu Fei also didn't want to waste any more time, saying a word and turning to leave. The news of Ye Xiao returning to the capital was expected to spread rapidly after today. Those who didn't want him to return to the Ye family would now be trembling. "Ruhan, let's go together." Ye Xiao paid no attention to the crowd stares, leading Liang Pangzi and others to leave confidently. "Miranzu, best wishes on your engagement." Qin Ruhan walked a couple of steps, then turned around to look at Miranzu, cold as ice, and said, "Thank you for taking back that man, otherwise, I wouldn't know where to dispose of that trash." Smack. Miranzu, with a face full of humiliation, felt as if she had been slapped in the face, the embarrassment unbearable and blood almost drawn from her lips. Although the Moran family was not considered a top-tier family in Yanjing, the simultaneous engagement celebration for their siblings garnered attention from many. However, the feast had been ruined by Ye Xiao's intrusion, turning the Moran family into a laughingstock and a sensational topic. The social circles of Yanjing were now flooded with news about Ye Xiao's return, and even major media outlets across the country had reports related to him. However, all news was controlled and only consisted of text without any accompanying images. The first son of the Ye family returns after 12 years. In the Ye family estate, Ye Zhuo read the news title, his eyes filled with anger. "Third Master, the return of the Ye family heir to the capital is not good news for us." Ye Zhuo's think tank immediately began to analyze the situation of the current Ye family heir. The situation was akin to princes vying for the throne in ancient times. In the end, Ye Zhuo coldly snorted and interrupted, "Humph, Ye Xiao's return makes me feel like I'm not the biggest loser here. Perhaps now, someone else is even more anxious and worried than I am." The Ye family estate spanned a massive 3,000 hectares, equivalent to the size of a small town, equipped with all necessary facilities for living, including several high-rise buildings and luxury villas. Each family had its own mansion. If the extravagant Ye family were to appear on the Forbes list, the value of this estate alone would be enough to overshadow all so-called fake wealthy individuals. At this late hour, the mansions of Third Master Ye's and Fourth Master Ye's were bustling with tension and calculations, contrasting starkly with family head Yefen's mansion, where almost no one could be found. His former wife had passed away, his second wife had betrayed him, his eldest son Yelon had been imprisoned, and his youngest son Ye Xiao had been expelled. Despite being the family head and holding immense power, Yefen had become a lonely man. "Ye Xiao, it's been 12 years. You finally returned." Yefen stood alone in an empty room, clad in martial attire, his body drenched in sweat, gazing up with a fierce expression, his emotions complex. 12 years ago, I broke your leg and drove you out of the Ye family. You must hate me, right? Coming back this time, do you have the ability to retaliate against me? That truly arouses anticipation." Yefen muttered to himself, his eyes gradually sparking with excitement. At the same moment, in Huacheng, Chu Qingwu had been waiting for news of Ye Xiao's safe arrival, but 2 days had passed without any word. She was well aware of the Ye family's strength. To avoid being tracked, Ye Xiao refrained from using communication devices. Ding dong. At 10 p.m., she finally received a message on her phone, relieving her anxious heart. "Qingwu, I have arrived in Yanjing, no need to worry." With just a short message, Chu Qingwu knew that Yexia must have safely reached the designated area, and no one dared to harm him again. However, just as she was about to make a call to hear her husband's voice, someone came to visit her villa. Upon hearing Zi Chunru's shouts, Chu Qingwu's heart trembled. She knew that the villa Yexiao had purchased symbolized status, and other people couldn't just enter. At this late hour, having a visitor meant the individual's status was undoubtedly very high. Chu Qingwu hastily put on a coat and hurried out, seeing Zi Chunru's anxious expression, feeling her own anxiety rise. "Chunru, who is it that has come?" "Miss Chu." "I don't know," I asked, but she didn't answer. She also brought 24 bodyguards with her. 24 bodyguards. Chu Qingwu immediately guessed the person's identity. After walking into the hall, she saw 24 emotionless faces, accompanied by a woman sitting confidently on the sofa, lips curved into a confident smile. "Yeofu, sister," Chu Qingwu called out in surprise upon hearing the woman's name, adding the term sister with a hint of stiffness. Yeofu gazed at Chu Qingwu's beautiful face with an even bigger smile, showing affection. "Qingwu, you. It's good you're here. Who exactly are these people?" Yumin was already in the hall, but since he didn't recognize Yeofu and saw her beauty and the intimidating bodyguards, he could only shiver in a corner. He was completely unaware of what had happened in the past 2 years while he was in jail. How he had suddenly transitioned from a lower-class life to an upper-class lifestyle, unable to adapt. "She's Yexiao's sister." Chu Qingwu casually responded to her father, then nervously walked up to Yeofu, forcing a smile and saying, "Sister, why did you visit so late? You didn't notify me in advance so I could prepare." Before she could finish speaking, Yeofu raised her hand to interrupt. She walked over, lightly lifting Chu Qingwu's chin. Chu Qingwu was nervous. Having lived for 25 years, it was the first time someone had used such a teasing gesture on her, and despite being uncomfortable, she dared not interrupt the other party, even feeling a strange comfort looking at Yeofu's clean and charming face. Truly a beauty, but a pity. What a shame. What a shame. What do you mean? Chu Qingwu saw a trace of disappointment in Ning Yuxi's eyes and couldn't help but ask. Yeofu let go of Chu Qingwu's face, returned to the sofa, and continued. "It's a pity you are not worthy of my brother. Soon, he will have a wife who is even more beautiful, noble, and influential than you. Do you understand what I mean?" With those words, Chu Qingwu's heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, making it hard for her to breathe. It was happening after all. Since the previous banquet, Chu Qingwu had been worried about this situation, so even after moving into the mansion, she didn't feel as secure as when she had lived with Yexiao in a rundown apartment. Now, hearing Yeofu's words, tears streamed down her face like a waterfall. Zi Chunru watched from afar, feeling sad for Chu Qingwu as well. She had witnessed the relationship between Chu Qingwu and Yexiao and perhaps would have reacted similarly if she were to lose such a husband. "Yexiao has returned home. If you want the best for him, and to see him have a brilliant future, I hope you'll sign here." Yeofu also had affection for Chu Qingwu, but only in a compassionate manner. There was no room for leniency in high society marriages. She had seen too many of these scenarios and knew that she would likely end up the same way in her future relationships. So, she didn't have any strong feelings about breaking up couples. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting, woman?" Wang Yanqing suddenly appeared, not knowing from where, and seeing Yeofu making her daughter cry, she went crazy and wanted to confront her. The outcome was undoubtedly clear. This mentally ill woman couldn't even touch the hem of Yeofu's clothes and was firmly pinned to the ground by 2 bodyguards. "Yi Zi is my son-in-law. He loves my daughter very much. Whatever my daughter wants him to do, he will do." "Who are you people, making my daughter cry? Be careful, my son-in-law will come back and beat you." "Really? Where did Yi Zi, that bastard, go? When he comes back, I will scold him to death." Wang Yanqing, being restrained on the ground, struggled and cursed furiously. Hearing her voice, Chu Qingwu's eyes were filled with tears. Yeofu glanced at the crazy woman on the ground and then looked at the cowardly Chu Weiman hiding in a corner, not daring to move, sighed, and shook her head. "Chu Qingwu, look at what kind of people your family is. Do you think Yi Zi marrying a woman like you, with a family that can't even compare to an ordinary one, won't drag him down? His brothers married powerful women. Do you want Yi Zi to be completely overshadowed in this aspect and see no hope of inheriting the Yi family?" Ning Yuxi's words were sharp and piercing, devoid of curses, but cutting nonetheless. Miss Yi, please stop talking. I'll sign. King Wu. Hearing Chu Qingwu say she's going to sign the divorce agreement, Zi Chunru also started shouting. Even Chu Weiman, who had been cowardly and silent all along, finally couldn't help but move forward and stand in front of her. King Wu, think carefully. If you divorce Yi Zi, this mansion and his money and assets will all be gone. Don't worry. Before Chu Weiman, the money-minded man, could finish his words, Yaofu spoke disdainfully. As long as Miss Chu is willing to divorce Yi Zi, I will immediately give your family 1 billion, enough for you to disappear and live well elsewhere. What? 1 billion? Upon hearing this figure, Chu Weiman suddenly seemed as if he had been injected with chicken blood and hurriedly encouraged, King Wu, sign quickly. With this 1 billion, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Chu Weiman, useless wretch, shut up. It was Wang Yanqing, lying on the ground, who shouted disapprovingly, clearly not satisfied with Chu Weiman's words. Just when Chu Qingwu thought she was crazy, but then paid attention to feelings, unexpectedly, the next moment, Wang Yanqing burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, my son-in-law is a dragon among men now, wealthy and rich, just with a mere 1 billion, trying to take my son-in-law away. No way. Ha ha. Chu Qingwu suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and realized that what Yaofu said was true. With a family like this, Yi Zi would surely become a laughingstock in the world, ruining his future. Miss Yi, I don't want anything. I will leave Yi Zi. Chu Qingwu thought she could say these words generously, but as soon as she uttered the first sentence, tears burst forth, choking her from saying more. Seeing her like this, Yaofu sighed. She really didn't expect this. Originally, she thought Chu Qingwu would refuse, demand more, or refuse to sign. She even prepared to use violence to force this woman to sign the divorce papers for Yi Zi. However, she did not expect Chu Qingwu to agree. Seeing her crying so distressingly, Yaofu felt a sense of guilt and embraced her like a sister. Silly girl, don't cry. As long as you sign, this mansion will be left to your parents. I will transfer 1 billion to your account. But you must promise me you can never see Zi again, otherwise he will not want to leave you. I don't want anything. Chu Qingwu's tears continued to flow, soaking Ning Yuxi's gorgeous clothes. I'm not a saint, I like money and status, but I won't let my marriage with Yi Zi become a transaction. I will leave him because I know, sooner or later, I will become a burden to him. He should have a better woman by his side to assist him, help him become the top man in the world. Chu Qingwu choked out these words, making Yaofu, who thought she was cold-blooded enough, also tear up. Watching from the side, Zi Chunru was also filled with tears. It's no wonder Yi Zi loves this woman so deeply. She is truly worth his deep love. Rest assured, my mother has already found a very suitable wife for Yi Zi. She is Ning Yuxi, one of the four beauties of Longguo, the daughter of the country's top billionaire, ranked #1 in the Forbes rich list. Ning Yuxi said these words to comfort Chu Qingwu, but they plunged her into an ice-cold abyss instead. However, her tears gradually stopped, replaced by a painful smile. Farewell, Yi Zi. Ning Yuxi, I know who she is. She is one of the four beauties of Longguo, definitely 100 times more beautiful than me, definitely smarter, more virtuous, and competent. With her by your side, your future will surely be smooth sailing, and no one will ever dare to mock your wife's inadequacies. I wish you well, but why can't I stop my tears? I hate myself. Zi Chunru could see that Chu Qingwu was on the verge of a breakdown, so she quickly approached and embraced her, trying to give her courage. Yaofu sighed once again. She thought persuading Chu Qingwu to sign the divorce papers would be a simple matter since Yi Zi wasn't present, but it weighed heavily on her emotions. Nonetheless, the deed was done. Otherwise, someone would surely attack Yi Zi in the future for this matter. Miss Chu, thank you for your cooperation. Yaofu had someone hand the divorce agreement to Chu Qingwu, who after a long while signed her name cleanly. Yaofu then declared, from this moment on, you and Yi Zi have no relationship. I will have someone send you away from Huachan. Everything your family currently possesses will remain theirs. With that, she turned and left. Chu Qingwu, are you an idiot? How could I have a daughter like you? Ning Yuxi left with her entourage, leaving Chu Weiman, who just moments ago had been too afraid to speak loudly, now pointing fingers and angrily berating Chu Qingwu. They offered you 1 billion, and you dared to refuse it. Do you only think about yourself? Have you ever thought about me and your mother? What now? You've divorced the man. You don't want Easy. What do we get? Nothing at all. At least the Chu family still has shares in Wei Group, but as your own parents, we didn't get anything. Shut up. Si Chunru couldn't bear it and pushed Chu Weiman away, scolding him loudly. Do you have no humanity or conscience? Your daughter just got divorced. She was already heartbroken, and you berate her for your own benefit. Are you even human? Smack. Facing Chu Weiman, who was weak and feeble in front of outsiders, but arrogant in front of Si Chunru, she was mercilessly slapped across the face. How dare you, a servant, to dictate to the affairs of my Chu family? Don't forget, you were paid 100,000 a month by Yi to come back and serve us. Dare you still curse me, you? Si Chunru wanted to retort, but Chu Weiman, seeming crazy like a mad dog, lunged forward and began hitting her, taking advantage while beating her. Though Wang Yanqing had gone crazy now, she couldn't control herself anymore. Having spent 2 years in prison, having never enjoyed any fortune, she now couldn't care less. Since this tall, beautiful woman was her servant, what harm did it bring to be a little rough with her? Help, help. Although Chu Weiman was cowardly, he was still a man. Si Chunru couldn't overpower him. She had no choice but to scream for help. Crash! Just as Chu Qingwu was at a loss, an antique vase suddenly smashed on Chu Weiman's head, knocking him unconscious. Holding a broken vase, Wang Yanqing pointed at him and cursed loudly. Chu Weiman, you daring scoundrel, how dare you lay hands on other women in front of me? I'll make you pay for this, Mom. Chu Qingwu saw her mother's spirit seemed to have recovered quite a bit, feeling dazed. It really was an unfortunate home. If it wasn't for her father's madness doing such vile things that stimulated her, she wouldn't know when she would be able to recover. A series of unfortunate events were happening in the family, and Yi was unaware of it all. At this moment, he had already entered the Yi family's estate and arrived at the exclusive villa building belonging to the Yu family to discuss some matters with his great-aunt, Z. Unfortunately, the old master has been closed off recently. Otherwise, he would be delighted to see you back. Closed off again? Yi furrowed his brow slightly. In his memory, the grandfather was always secluding himself to cultivate martial arts. Sometimes, when he was driven out of the Yi family by his father, his grandfather happened to be in seclusion, otherwise, he would never sit idly by. I want to go see Yi Fan, Yi said, and suddenly left the Yu family's villa belonging to Yu Feifei. Stop, don't go. Rain Feifei shouted loudly. Unfortunately, even as the woman, who was so powerful that half of the Dragon Kingdom feared her, she couldn't stop Yi. You won't see him, your father hasn't been out for a long time. If you barge into the main villa so recklessly, you'll be beaten. When Rain Feifei realized she couldn't stop Yi, she could only use her eyes to signal Bluebird to try to stop him. Swish! Bluebird was a martial artist with internal energy at the 4th layer, skilled enough to compete with Yao, but despite her fast hand speed from behind, Yi easily dodged. Bluebird and Rain Feifei were both shocked, not expecting Yi to be so skilled. By the time they regained their senses, Yi had already left their room. Bluebird, go help. Yes, madam. Bluebird quickly chased after him, with sweat of fear already on her forehead. If Yi continued to barge into the main villa without the permission of the master, he would surely get seriously injured. Who goes there? At the central villa of the Yi family estate, unexpected guests arrived in the night, making the surrounding bodyguards alert and questioning loudly. I want to see Yi Fan. What? The black-clad bodyguards were shocked. They had been working for the Yi family for many years, but this was the first time someone had intruded here and boldly demanded to see Yi Fan. Who are you? Do you have permission? The lead bodyguard asked sternly. No, no permission. Humph. The master of the Yi family won't just see you because you want to. Dare to barge into the Yi family estate. Capture him. Years had passed, and the lead bodyguard didn't recognize the legitimate grandson of the Yi family, mistaking Yi for a suspicious character and moved to control him. However, they were all highly skilled men, trained rigorously, but even 4 of them couldn't subdue the young man before them, even getting knocked down. Damn it, I'll attack. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the lead bodyguard quickly ordered his men and sounded the alarm, thinking that this young man had a death wish by daring to intrude into the master's villa alone. Stop. Bluebird rushed in and found she was too late. Yi Zi had already knocked down 8 bodyguards at the entrance of the main villa. Bluebird, is that you? Yes. You can't lay a hand on him. He's the master's legitimate grandson. What? Surprised by Bluebird's words, the lead bodyguard hesitated and decided not to act recklessly, as this young man might be the master's direct offspring. It would be a challenge to stop a son from meeting his father. Such a high-ranking bodyguard couldn't interfere. Take me to see Yi Fan. Yi Zi commanded the bodyguards now that they had paused. However, while the bodyguards didn't dare to attack him again, they wouldn't follow his orders. Seeing this, Yi Zi stepped into the front yard of the villa. Yi Zi. Hey. Bluebird couldn't find a way to detain Yi Zi, realizing that he was more capable than she had initially perceived. Knowing now that he wasn't impulsively seeking revenge on his father like she had thought, but had a much more strategic plan in mind. Yi Zi. Turn back. The master doesn't want to see you. As Yi Zi entered the front yard, an elderly figure appeared at the door of the villa. The man, about 50 or 60 years old, with sharp eyes even in the dark, was none other than Yan, the steward of the Yi family. He had once been the most powerful figure in the Yi family, focusing solely on the master's safety. Yan, please let him know. I want to see him, Yi Zi demanded, showing no intention of turning back. Soon, Rain Fei and her entourage arrived at the villa gate. Bluebird hurriedly reported, Madam, please give the order to bring Yi Zi back. Otherwise, he will surely be injured by Yan. No. Don't disturb them. Rain Fei's expression suddenly changed. She had assumed that Yi Zi was acting impulsively due to harboring hatred towards his father after not seeing him for 12 years. But now she realized that there was more to Yi Zhao's intentions. She understood that in order to gain recognition from the master, Yi Zi needed to prove his strength. Yi Zi, you know the rules, yet you still chose to barge in. It seems you are quite confident. Let's see if you can break through here. All right then. Yan, Yi Zi, feeling a mix of excitement and reverence, readied himself for the challenge, facing an opponent who was once the strongest in the Yi family. Come on. Yan stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of attacking. Yi Zi breathed out, realizing he was being underestimated. With no choice but to go all out, he unleashed his full potential, showcasing his most powerful move, Dragon's Capturing. Amazing. Even Bluebird couldn't help but exclaim at Yi Zhao's skill. She had thought that Rain Fei was betting on Yi Zhao's potential as the legitimate successor in the absence of other heirs. But now, she saw Yi Zhao's cunning and courage, confirming the mother's trust in him. However, her awe was short-lived as Yan effortlessly dodged his attack. Swish! Yan countered with a knee strike, forcing Yi Zi to back down. Realizing that he wouldn't get the recognition he sought, Yi Zi fell back, acknowledging Yan's superior skill. But just as Yan was about to seize victory by breaking Yi Zhao's arm, Yi Zi unexpectedly roared, unleashing a surge of inner energy, executing his most powerful move learned from the Dragon's Breath Regiment. All. The crowd gasped as Yi Zhao's overpowering force collided with Yan's defense. The impact was intense, leaving many spectators in awe, with Yi Zi ultimately being thrown back, while Yan managed to stand his ground. Although Yi Zi had made significant progress over the years, he was still no match for Yan. The clash was brief, leaving Yi Zi defeated but earning the respect of everyone present. Rain Fei and Bluebird approached Yi Zi, showing more respect and care for him than before. Yi Zi, it's been 12 years since you saw your father. I understand your emotional outburst. Please forgive him. Yan. Rain Fei pleaded with Yan, who eventually relented and ordered them to take Yi Zi away. As Yan closed the door of the villa, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and satisfaction, realizing that Yi Zi had shown remarkable progress. In the early hours of that day, a significant earthquake tremor occurred in Beijing. It was all because Mr. Yi's official Weibo account updated a post, "My eldest grandson, coming home." With just 7 words, it set various factions into motion, speculating on the deeper meaning behind this post and the potential impact on the internal situation of the Yi family. Members of the Yi family naturally understood the significance of this post, indicating that Yi Zhao's return to the capital city had alarmed Mr. Yi and he had acknowledged this grandson's identity. Yi Zi, you are being too reckless. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. As soon as Mr. Yi's post was made, someone immediately informed Yu Fei. At this moment, she was still reprimanding her nephew with lingering fear. Bluebird was bandaging Yi Zhao's left hand. If Yanla had used a bit more force, his palm would have been ruined, so Madam's scolding was justified. If Yanla had not shown restraint just now, do you know how disastrous your outcome would have been? Do you not understand the rules of the Yi family? There is no room for sentimentality. Although Yu Feifei's tone was stern, her heart was actually delighted. It was precisely because of Yi Xiao's risky actions that touched Yanla, which then led the news of his return to reach Mr. Yi. With Mr. Yi now posting this Weibo, it meant he was protecting Yi Zi. Regardless of how crazy Yi Zhuo and Yi Yue might become, they probably wouldn't dare to send people to harm Yi Zi again. Auntie, it was you who told me. In the world of power, only might matters. Now you blame me? With one sentence, Yi Xiao's powerful retort left the usually strong-willed Yu Feifei speechless. Yu Feifei sternly warned, in any case, you are not to act recklessly anymore. Your fate now not only concerns yourself, but also affects our entire family. From now on, if things are not discussed with me first, you must not act impulsively. Yi Zi just smiled without commenting. He naturally understood why his aunt was so anxious. The power struggles within the Yi family were like ancient battles for the throne. Those who lost faced dire consequences. For example, Mr. Yi's brothers were all killed in the struggles of their time, leaving only one line of descendants. In this generation of the Yi family, the eldest son Yi Fei believed he lacked the ability to compete, and withdrew, while Yi Zhuo and Yi Yue failed in seeking position and had not given up on vying for power since. When it came to Yi Zi, the competition had already begun. Yi A had died trying to kill Yi Zi. Who else would die in the fight for power was currently unpredictable. So, for childless Yu Feifei, her fate was closely tied to Yi Xiao's. If he made a wrong move, it would harm the entire family's interests. Tomorrow, I will arrange a new marriage for you. As for that woman in Fengcheng, I advise you to forget about her from this moment on. After saying these words, Yu Feifei left without waiting for Yi Xiao's response. Yi Zi paid no attention and wouldn't give up on Chu Qingwu. Unless the rivers flow backward and the sun rises from the west, there was simply no possibility. On the first night back in Beijing, Yi Zi stayed up all night, spending a lot of time examining the necklace his mother had left him. Finally, he discovered that the material of the necklace didn't seem like secret silver, but rather a strange soft material that changed color when exposed to high temperatures for a period. He also noticed some strange fine lines in certain areas, but couldn't decipher their meaning. He guessed they must be important, so he took photos of them before doing anything else. The next day, Yi San's birthday banquet proceeded as planned. The venue was in the most prosperous, golden segment of Beijing, at a top-notch hotel owned by the Yi family. If the banquet hosted by the Morong family attracted celebrities and glittering stars, then Yi San's birthday banquet was even more extravagant. Those in attendance were mainly the wealthiest individuals from all over the country, high-ranking officials, while even second-tier celebrities couldn't get an invitation. Only top-tier stars like Qin Yanran were invited, but their seating was further back. In front of these national figures, she felt unworthy of being called a star. Madam Yu, the seating is already arranged. Today, young Master Yi Zi will sit with Miss Ning. They will surely have a chance to bond. In the top-floor room of the hotel, an elderly steward reported to Yu Feifei, who was handling affairs inside. Very well, there is no need for you to personally escort me in. I am just a daughter of the Ning family, not as noble as the young master of the Yi family. I will walk over myself. Yu Feifei declined the steward's offer. After a few compliments, the steward respectfully left. At this moment, Yi Zi had already contacted Tang Qingzhi, along with 3 others, and brought his younger sister along to broaden her horizons since anyone present tonight could be a famous person in the country. Mr. Yi, you are the young master of the Yi family, and your seat is already arranged. However, your entourage cannot sit with you. They must sit in the back rows. As the 4 approached the entrance, the manager in charge of maintaining order informed Yi Zi, "Where is the seat?" Yi Zi furrowed his brows and asked. The manager pointed out the seating area right in the front, a pair of 2 seats. Yi Zi realized these were couple and intimate seats. Someone was clearly playing tricks. Why would they arrange such a seat for him at his uncle's banquet? Yi Zi was not only witty but quick to react. He promptly handed the invitation with his identity written on it to Zhao Yunshan and said, "Yan, we might have to sit separately. Don't worry, we will ensure your safety at all times." What? How did he become a young Master Yi? Zhao Yunshan was momentarily puzzled and almost made a hasty remark. However, Chu Biao promptly pinched his arm, urging him, "Yes, my brother-in-law, enjoy the banquet." Tang Qingsha also smiled, Understanding Yi Xiao's intention, he would not accept other people's arrangements. All right then. You all go ahead. Although not knowing the significance of that seat, Zhao Yunshan had to comply since the boss had asked him to assume the identity and take the seat. Ah, sorry. It turns out you are young Master Yi. Please let me guide you to your seat immediately. The manager was confused for a while and then hastily led Zhao Yunshan inside. Yizi had just entered the grand and luxurious banquet hall when two exceedingly beautiful women walked towards the entrance. From their demeanor, it was evident they were a principal and her servant, casually holding hands, indicating a close relationship akin to best friends. The female assistant was named Guo Bairu, dressed in an elegant white and black professional suit that accentuated her hourglass figure, with delicate makeup enhancing her goddess-like appearance. As for the woman beside her, she was even more stunning, resembling a goddess descended to earth. She had a delicate oval face, eyes sparkling like gemstones, and long black hair that reached her waist, tied simply with a purple silk ribbon, exuding an air of elegance and calm. Oh, Miss Ning, you have arrived. Just as the steward escorted Zhao Yunshan inside, he turned to see the two women and immediately bowed respectfully before the oval-faced goddess. The steward expressed his regret. If only you had come a bit earlier, you could have sat with Mr. Yi. Your seating was specially arranged by Madame Yi. Hearing the term arrange, a hint of displeasure flashed in the oval-faced goddess's brows. Being an educated modern woman, she detested being pushed into arranged situations, but since it was the Yi family whom her father wanted to please, she had no right to object. Steward, there is no need for you to lead me inside. I am just a daughter of the Ning family, not as distinguished as the young master of the Yi family. I can make my own way. Ning Yuxi rejected the steward's guidance. Ha ha. Miss Ning is also a prominent heiress in Longguo. How can your status not be honored? But if you insist, then I won't disturb you further, please. After complimenting her, the steward withdrew tactfully. As Ning Yuxi and Guo Bairu entered the grand hall, Ning Yuxi murmured, Bairu, I really don't want to sit with a man I'm meeting for the first time. That would be so awkward. Pass me your coat, and you go sit with him instead. We'll leave after a token appearance. Ah, miss, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Sisters help each other. You won't refuse me this, will you? Fine. You're the best. Remember, today let's do things that make men repulsed, especially that Yi fellow. Only the Yi family can reject this marriage, not me. Understood? Miss, making men repulsed. That's my forte. Then I'll leave it to you. Ning Yuxi borrowed Guo Bairu's coat, draped it over herself, and headed towards the table at the back of the banquet. Curious to know what the Yi man looked like, she looked up and walked without watching her steps, resulting in accidentally bumping into someone. Oh, clearly, Ning Yuxi had collided with a robust man, causing herself to lose balance. She was on the verge of a major embarrassment when she was saved by a magnetic voice and a pair of strong arms that caught her just in time. Miss, are you okay? The man flashed a charming smile at Ning Yuxi. Naturally, it was easy. He had just arrived at this place out of curiosity, wanting to see what kind of woman his great-aunt wanted to introduce to him. So he glanced in the same direction, only to collide with someone else. No problem, I'm really sorry. After Ning Yuxi was steadied by Yizi, her face blushed. It was the first time she had been embraced by a man like this. But why didn't she feel any resistance within her? Was it because she had bumped into him, or because he had reached out to help her and saved her from embarrassment? It's good that you're okay. Yizi smiled again and took a seat, showing no intention of striking up a conversation with Ning Yuxi. Well, Ning Yuxi was slightly stunned, thinking, what kind of man was this? In her 23 years of life, she had never encountered a man who didn't desire to strike up a conversation after seeing her. And there were even bold rascals who would launch various attacks on her on the first meeting. However, this man was different. Clearly, he had embraced her, yet he acted as if nothing had happened, as if she was just an ordinary woman in his eyes. Ning Yuxi knew that those who could attend Yi San's birthday banquet were either rich and powerful, or influential. But since this man was arranged to be here, it showed that he was not just a common servant. At that moment, Chu Biao also sat beside Yizi, jokingly said, Brother-in-law, I think that beautiful lady seems to be just as attractive as Sister King Yu, if not more. Why do you seem uninterested? Upon hearing this, Ning Yuxi felt a twinge of inexplicable disappointment. But soon after, she rationalized it. It turned out that this man wasn't interested in her because he was already married, proving that her charm hadn't diminished. Just you wait. Yi Zi gave a stern look to Chu Biao. The place sister holds in my heart is irreplaceable. For a man at the top of his wealth and power, a woman's attractiveness wasn't the most important thing. If Yi Zi wanted to, he could have countless women with beauty no less than Chu Qingyu's, but he would never do that. His heart could only accommodate Chu Qingyu, because that woman had been with him for 3 years, never abandoning him even in his most destitute times. This kind of affection was more important than looks, power, or money. Unfortunately, he didn't yet know that the woman most important to him had already divorced him. With Ye Yaofu's power and capability, even if the parties involved were unaware, it wouldn't hinder her from having their marriage status dissolved by the Civil Affairs Bureau. He's such a good man. Ning Yuxi sighed in her heart, admiring the man in front of her who was faithful to his marriage. Hearing that Yi Zi was already married, and her great-aunt even had him come for a blind date with her, she realized that Yi Zi was no good compared to him. So when she sat down, she couldn't help but praise Yi Zi. Today, men like you are hard to come by. I like making friends with people like you. With these words, she picked up a glass from the table and was about to toast with Yi Zi. Yi Zi also appreciated making friends with straightforward women like her, so he clinked glasses with her. Little did he know that Ning Yuxi had a light tolerance for alcohol. After just 2 glasses, this normally unapproachable goddess had her tongue loosened. She patted Yi Zi on the shoulder and pointed in the direction of Zhao Yunshan, saying, "Did you know, Miss Ning from my family is currently sitting next to a scoundrel. I feel that guy surnamed Yi isn't even comparable to someone like you." "Huh, are you saying I'm really terrible?" Yi Zi teased. No, don't misunderstand. I'm actually complimenting you. Didn't you hear that? Should I have heard that? Heh. It's my fault for misspeaking. What I meant was, you're much better than that scoundrel named Yi Zi. Yi Zi instantly felt awkward. Should he be happy or angry now? Ha ha. Chu Biao, who was listening on the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Tang Kangsh, usually reserved, found it amusing. They hadn't expected that Yi Zi, pretending to be a servant, would end up sitting with another servant and be called out as a scoundrel to his face. And to make matters worse, he couldn't get angry. Yeah, I think Yi Zi is a scoundrel too. Go back and tell your lady not to accept a man like him. After the awkward moment, Yi Zi finally mustered up and said, "That's for sure." Ning Yuxi seemed to have found a kindred spirit and was about to toast with Yi Zi. Just as the two were about to become sworn siblings, the banquet officially started. Yi Sen appeared in a traditional costume, exuding the proud demeanor of a national leader. After toasting with everyone, he took his seat at the head of the banquet hall, looking proud and self-assured. Then, 2 hosts came on stage. When Yi Zi took a closer look, he realized it was Chu Jianwo and Chu King. How did they end up hosting his uncle's birthday banquet? Chu Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought she was seeing things. At first, the scene of Yi Zi being called a scoundrel to his face was already dramatic enough, but how could his uncle and elder brother come to host a place like this? Unbeknownst to them, Yi San's birthday banquet had long been arranged by his 2 sons. Yi Zhao was in charge of some significant aspects, while Yi Up took care of the details, like engaging hosts, which was why Chu King was handling the hosting duties. However, Yi had already been tricked by Yi Zi, with the Chu family's father and sons managing his phone. When they received a message asking him to arrange the hosting duties, they were perplexed for a while. But now they couldn't stay in Huacheng, so they decided to reach out to Yi Sen instead. Thus, Chu King, who was sent for plastic surgery, all the father and sons came personally to be the hosts. Everyone, today is Yi San's 50th birthday. Let's wish him good fortune and longevity. The applause thundered through the venue. Chu King was a master's student, and although he appeared reserved in usual situations, hosting a lively event like this was a piece of cake for him. After his lively speech, Chu Jianwo laughed loudly, saying, "Now, let's invite those in the front rows to begin presenting their gifts and best wishes to Uncle San." Yi family celebrations typically included a specific gift-receiving segment. With dignitaries present, the gifts had to be precious and show respect. Some presented antique jade, while others offered rare, priceless items. After 2 rounds of gift-giving, the value of the gifts was estimated to be at least billions, a figure that ordinary people and second-tier individuals could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. By the time the middle and back rows had completed their gift-giving, Chu King smiled suggestively. Wow, it seems that everyone has sincerely brought gifts for Uncle San. It's truly eye-opening. This statement came from his genuine heart, as the Chu family was just a second-rate family in Huacheng. They had never seen such rare gifts before. Some of the gifts even surpassed the entire value of the Chu family. In that moment, Chu King, who felt so insignificant, which made his words sound heartfelt. Yi San was very pleased with this host. After all, those in high positions needed to display their superior status and satisfaction somehow. This could only be achieved through genuine envy and admiration. It gave them a sense of accomplishment that others could never reach in their lives. Seeing Yi San's satisfied expression, Chu King, who grew bolder, started a game. Since everyone has sincerely come to wish Uncle Sen well, let's have him compare and pick the most valuable gift he likes the most. He will reward that person. And let's see who didn't come with sincerity. We can all look down on them and punish them. How about that? Of course, that's great. Chu King's proposal received support from the audience. It made sense. They were confident that their gifts wouldn't be the worst, and in case they got first place, they would receive a reward from Uncle San. Under this atmosphere, Yi San nodded, pleased that the host he picked was stirring things up. Haha, since everyone is on board, let's start by inviting those in the front rows to present their gifts. Chu King, having received Uncle San's approval, felt even more confident. He added this last-minute rule because he knew it was time for Yizi to come forward with his gift. Since he was the host tonight and his relationship with Yizi was particularly bad, he knew that once Yizi was on stage, all he had to do was subtly suggest to Yi San that Yi Zhao's gift was the worst. Then let the audience criticize him and drive him out, causing him to lose face. However, at that moment, a dignified man stood up and said loudly, in that case, allow me to show my sincerity. Ah, it's young Master Yi Zhao. A dignified man stood up, and the scene instantly felt like a celebrity chase event, with everyone exclaiming excitedly, wow, is that man a big star? How come I've never seen him before? He's really handsome. Chu Biao, seeing this scene, was also amazed. Those who could come to the scene were definitely well-informed and knowledgeable, not like some brain-dead young fans outside. The fact that this man's appearance caused such a sensation on stage proved that his influence in the high society of Long Kingdom was immense. Yi Xiao also revealed a bitter smile, apparently not expecting that 12 years later, Yi Zhao's personal charm had grown even larger than before. He was a genius back then, completing his undergraduate studies at 15, pursuing a doctoral degree at 17, and already running a highly profitable company independently. Moreover, he was a man of both literary and martial talent. Back then, he could easily defeat Yao with one hand, and no one knew what level his martial arts cultivation had reached now. 12 years had passed, and at 29, he was now a popular candidate as the heir to the Yi family and a top rival to Yi Zhaoxiao, the eldest grandson. Seeing the enemy enjoying such years, how could Yi Zhaoxiao not feel a sense of crisis? Even Qin Yanran sitting in the middle seat couldn't help but admire the scene. In front of such a figure, she, a star famous throughout Asia, was just an ordinary little fan. Before Yi Zhao took the stage, he flashed a charming smile, raised his hand gently, and the screams in the audience immediately stopped. Then, he walked toward Yi third uncle with a smile, holding a box and said, Father, Yi Zhao offers you a deep-sea pearl, wishing you a long life like the southern mountains. Wow. As the box opened and everyone saw the dazzling deep-sea pearl, the audience was once again amazed and screaming. Heavens, regardless of volume, color, it is of the world's top tier. This kind of pearl must have gathered marine essence of over 1,000 years. I have seen a similar deep-sea pearl, once at a world-class auction, sold for a fortune of 3 billion. But Yi Zhao's, in terms of color, luster, and size, surpasses it in every way. I'm afraid it would take at least 10 billion to obtain it. How can you compare those public auction items with the collections of noble families like the Yi family? In my opinion, this pearl is definitely a rare item that only exists on the entire earth. Eating it can surely extend life by more than 10 years. At that moment, everyone cast envious gazes toward Yi third uncle. Some said he was fortunate to have such a filial son. Yi Zhao stole all the limelight. Ha ha. Wonderful. Excellent. My eldest son, indeed filial. This is my favorite birthday gift. Yi third uncle laughed heartily as he stood up and personally received the ancient deep-sea pearl. Just as the host said to see whose gift was most precious, Yi third uncle spoke those words, instantly crushing the hopes of the previous gift presenters. They had to admit defeat. After all, compared to the priceless deep-sea pearl with life-prolonging effects, their so-called precious gifts were mere trifles. However, at that moment, a voice of unwillingness to admit defeat rose. "Uncle, though young Master Yi Zhao's gift is extremely valuable, young Master Yao's gift is also precious." Yi Zhaoxiao followed the crowd's gaze and saw that it was another host, Chu Jianwo. "Oh, where's our? What gift does he want to give me?" Yi third uncle's eyes lit up, thinking that Yao had finally returned. Yi Zhaoxiao was also puzzled. Even though Yao had been killed by him, how could he present a gift now? Indeed, Chu Jianwo quickly approached and respectfully bent 90 degrees to Yi third uncle, saying, "Uncle, young Master Yao, in order to collect a 10,000-year ginseng for you, accidentally injured his foe and couldn't be here today. However, he has instructed us to present his birthday gift to you, 10,000-year ginseng." Yi third uncle furrowed his brows slightly. Indeed, Chu Jianwo nodded and smiled apologetically. People in the audience began to discuss again. "Strange, I know there's a clear medical explanation that ginseng's lifespan is at most around 400 years. How can they say 10,000? Shh, don't talk nonsense. It's already known in medicine. Ginseng over 1,000 years old does exist. It's just that those incompetent experts outside have never seen it. Only true big shots can collect it and wouldn't show it to outsiders." With Yi third uncle's experience, he naturally knew that many things in the world were unknown to ordinary people. Knowledge held by the public often did not apply to those who control the fate of the country, like the wealthy Yi family. However, he had never seen a 10,000-year ginseng, so when Chu Jianwo mentioned it, he was genuinely curious and immediately stood up, saying, "Quick, bring it out to see it." "Yes, uncle." Chu Jianwo immediately nodded and went to handle it. Yi Zhao's mouth curved into a high arc, seemingly contemplative, but ultimately said nothing, returning to his seat. Shortly after, under Chu Jianwo's arrangement, two burly men carried in a large wooden box. "Wow, it's huge. Could it really be a 10,000-year ginseng?" People at the scene were getting excited. Even acclaimed as the mother of food, Nangang Qiu also stood up curiously, ordering loudly, "Open it and take a look." "Yes, madam." Seeing everyone's attention, Chu Jianwo and Chu King felt rather pleased. Now that Chu King, who had transformed himself to look like Yao, if Yao gained power in the Yi family, he and his father would have access to more resources, paving their way to success. Just imagining it made them a bit excited. Click! The large wooden box opened to reveal a giant ginseng with countless old whiskers. "Wow! I've never seen a ginseng this big in my entire life. Does a ginseng this big really become a spiritual being?" Everyone started talking loudly. Of course, there were also those who remained silent, not wanting to voice their doubts and ruin the atmosphere of filial piety between the Yi family members. Yi third uncle also looked curious and skeptical, refraining from saying anything. Seeing the huge ginseng, Nangang Qiu, who greatly cherished her youngest son, said to Yi third uncle, "Yi Zhuo, see how thoughtful Laura is. Even if this 10,000-year ginseng can't make you live for 10,000 years, its effects can't be worse than Zhao's gift, right?" Yi third uncle responded with a nod. Since his wife had spoken, he could only concur. "I like the gifts from both of my sons. Filial piety is priceless." Snigger. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but laugh. While the banquet hall was large, the occasion was extremely formal, and Yi third uncle and his wife were speaking. It was quite jarring for someone to laugh without restraint. The expressions of everyone changed, looking towards the source of the laughter. It turned out to be a young man sitting at the back who had burst into laughter. If that kid can't provide a reasonable explanation for why he laughed, he's in for a tough time today. Many people felt a bit of schadenfreude. They suspected the 10,000-year ginseng might be fake, but since it was a gift from Yao to his father, a respected figure in the Yi family, and they were all sophisticated individuals who dared to voice a single suspicion and risk affecting the relationship between father and son. The person who laughed was Yi Zhaoxiao, who was most familiar with Chu Jianwo and his son's character. They liked to seek attention. Back in the Chu family's days of influence, they often fooled people with things that weren't valuable to the uninformed. They had the audacity to use fake ginseng to deceive Yi third uncle today. While others didn't know, he was well aware that Yao wouldn't do such a thing, even if he wanted to vie for affection with Yi Zhao. So, this ginseng must have been dug up by the Chu family somewhere, specifically for show. Sitting next to Yi Xiao, Ning Yuxi had found the event boring after presenting her gift and had left early, so at this table, there were only 3 people, Yi Xiao and the Chu father and son. Yi Xiao, why are you laughing? Chu King had just made a proposal to embarrass Yi Xiao, but he didn't expect this young man to dare to laugh. They didn't know why Yi Xiao was sitting at the back. They thought he lacked status and was seated there for that reason. I'm laughing at your gift, of course. Your intentions are truly grand, haha. Yi Xiao purposely elongated the word grand because, indeed, the item was quite enormous. He hadn't even settled the score for Chu King and his son attempting to kidnap Chu King before. So regardless of this being a birthday celebration atmosphere, he wouldn't easily let them go. If he could use Yi third uncle's hand to deal with them, that would be a good choice. Unfortunately, Chu King also wanted to use the Yi family to deal with Yi Xiao, so he smiled provocatively. Of course, young Master Yi's intentions are grand. I wonder what gift you, being the nephew, will present to uncle today. The short dialogue between the two people shocked many people in the audience once again. His name is Yi Zi. Is he the nephew of Yi Senyi? Doesn't that mean he is the legitimate grandson of the Yi family who was abandoned outside and has just returned to Yanjing? In an instant, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Zi, so he is actually the legitimate grandson of the Yi family. Qin Yanren was also among them, seemingly more surprised than others. Dakin Huacheng, she already knew that Yi Zi had a noble status, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain Elizabeth's black gold card. She just didn't expect that he turned out to be the most prestigious young master in the entire Long Kingdom. Come on. Next, let's invite young Master Yi Zi to come up and present his gift. Chu Jiangwo also shouted, looking at Yi Zi with a playful and mocking expression in his eyes. Now that Yi Jia and Yi had presented invaluable birthday gifts one after another, no matter what Yi Zi had prepared, it certainly couldn't compare to the deep-sea pearls and thousand-year ginseng. When the time comes for a comparison, they could easily mock Yi Xiao's gift and place it in the worst position. Yi Senyi also thought so. Since Yi Xiao's return to the capital had become a fact, and the old master had already posted an article, openly trying to kill him was no longer practical. So now they could only try to suppress Yi Zi, letting the whole world know that he was a waste who could not inherit the Yi family, which would lead the inheritance to fall on another young master. Well, in that case, I will also present a humble gift, just to show my sincerity. With everyone watching, Yi Zi couldn't refuse, so he lightly walked up to the stage and took out a small raid box. What is that? Why does it look so stingy? Everyone craned their necks to see, but except for the people in the front row who could see clearly. What is it? Even Yi Senyi, who saw what was in Yi Xiao's box, couldn't help but frown and ask. Before Yi Zi could respond, as the host, Chu King had already planned it out and snatched the box away, taking out a small silver-white object from inside, and laughing heartily. Hey, Yi Zi, are you so stingy? It's your third uncle's birthday, and you're only giving such a thing. Is it chocolate or leftover rice grains? As soon as his words fell, everyone also stared at the strange thing in Chu King's hand, showing various expressions. There were furrowed brows, disdain, amusement, and puzzlement. Even Yu Fei, who had just arrived, didn't know what Yi Zi was up to. Even though their two factions were openly competing with each other, Yi Zi shouldn't deliberately send garbage to Yi Senyi. Wasn't he obviously causing trouble? Yi Zi, what do you mean by this? Yi Senyi also suddenly got angry, pointing at Yi Zi and scolding. Back then, your father thought you were too young and reckless, always resenting people in the family, even injuring your brother. Out of anger, he expelled you from the family. At that time, your third uncle only thought you were naive due to your young age and even pitied you. Never did he expect you were truly a useless person. Yi Zi listened to him scolding without saying a word. Chu King, on the other hand, slyly advised, Yi Senyi, calm down. It's your birthday today. No need to get angry over such trashy gifts. Anyway, this man in Huacheng is already a well-known useless son-in-law in the city. Why bother scolding him? With his remark, many people began whispering and pointing fingers at Yi Zi. The noble son of the Yi family actually became a son-in-law in a small city. Doesn't that bring shame to the Yi family? I can't believe it. What has the legitimate grandson of the Yi family been through these years? Could it be that he's used to being poor, and even his gift for the third uncle's birthday is worthless? TSK. No wonder he was expelled from the family back then. Hearing these unfavorable words about Yizi, Yu Feifei's face turned red with anger. She had told Yizi yesterday not to act recklessly, especially regarding gift-giving. She could have handled it, not to seek favor from Yi Sanyi, but at least to save face. But who would have thought that Yizi would cause such a commotion? Humph. Trash. This is the worst gift I have ever received in my life. Yi Sanyi's fiery temper was well known to all, so he snatched the small silver-white object, threw it forcefully on the ground, and even trampled on it with his foot. Ha ha, everyone. The worst gift has been picked. How should we teach this disrespectful man a lesson? Chu King was thrilled, picked up the small object and, like flicking a booger, casually dropped it into a wine glass, then threw it into the trash. Kick him out. Yes. The one who doesn't respect Yi Sanyi deserves to be kicked out. Let's use harsh methods. Who dares not to show respect to Yi Sanyi? Some of the Yi Sanyi faction members directly encouraged the use of violence. Chu Jianwo and his son were ecstatic. Without waiting for Yi Sanyi's decision, even before taking out an arrow, they wanted to give orders on their own. Someone, get rid of this useless person who deliberately provoked Yi Sanyi. As the hosts, they had some authority, and since it was Yi Sanyi's event, even if Yizi carried the title of Young Master Yi, a group of black-clad bodyguards immediately walked over. Yu Feifei was furious. If it had been another situation, she could have supported Yizi to the end. But now Yizi was clearly in the wrong. How could she stay stubborn? Yizi also showed signs of uneasiness, but no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. Uncle Snake, if Yizi does something later, you have to help. Chu Biao was also very nervous, whispering softly next to Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake nodded with a stern face. Even Zhao Yunshan thought it was a bad situation. Perhaps Tang Qingshi could still assist. But with his skills, he was useless. However, in order to protect Yizi, he was ready to intervene. What's this strange fragrance? Suddenly, someone in the front row called out loudly and even stood up directly. This unexpected exclamation caused everyone to quiet down, as the old man who stood up had great influence. He was none other than Nanjing's #1 physician, Zhu Tian. His words made the big shots in the front row, including Yi Sanyi, sniff with their noses. Yizi wasn't exempt. In fact, that small silver-white ball was a small part he had cut from his necklace after heating it last night, wanting to test Yi Sanyi's attitude and see if he knew the secret of the necklace. But from Yi Sanyi's display just now, it seemed he didn't understand the necklace at all. Of course, Yizi didn't know that the necklace had been flattened and touched with alcohol, causing an intense fragrance to emanate from it. The smell is coming from the trash can. The aroma is so pleasant to smell. Could it be something strange? Some people's faces began to change, seeing Yizi with a bit of fear, afraid that the small thing he had just had was some kind of poison intended to harm someone. Quick, grab this guy. Don't let him escape. He might want to harm Yi Sanyi. Chu King quickly shouted, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Did Yizi get the wrong medicine today? Was he deliberately setting himself up for trouble? Chu Jianwo also thought Yizi was being foolish. Why would he be so blatantly vying for power? But it didn't matter to him. Anyway, since Yizi had brought this upon himself, he couldn't blame anyone else. Wait, this is a medicinal scent. Zhu Tianhei's remark was even more unbelievable. Yi Sanyi suddenly thought of something and his face changed in shock. He had long heard that Qi Fan's former wife, Qian Fengji, came from a mysterious place and was best known for alchemy. It was even said that she had immortal pills that could extend human life. Could it be that the small thing he saw Yizi handling was left by that woman for Yizi? Oh no. Did he just waste a precious item? With this realization, he didn't care about his image anymore and hurriedly walked over to try and retrieve the immortal pill he had mistreated. Seeing Yi Sanyi rush over in a flustered state, everyone was stunned. What was even more unexpected was that Yi Sanyi was even more frantic. He lunged forward like a mad dog running for feces, reaching into the trash can and digging around. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. The renowned Yi Sanyi, the flagrant rogue, actually did such a thing in public. Yue, what are you doing? The elixir is a gift Yizi gave to me as a token of goodwill. Are you still thinking of snatching it? Seeing this, Yi Sanyi got anxious and tried hard to grab the trash can. If all the spectators had almost popped their eyes out before, now they almost dropped their jaws. Everyone thought the things in the trash were trash just a moment ago, and now two of the top Dragon Kingdom bigwigs were fighting over them. Everyone thought either the two lords had gone mad or they all had, or perhaps the whole world had gone mad. The craziness didn't stop there. You see, he refused to give up and argued that since the thing had been rejected and trampled on by him, it was no longer his. In front of everyone, the two of them were now wrestling for an object that had been stepped on by a shoe, thrown into the trash can, and now considered disgusting. The dinner scene was now in chaos. The bodyguards were also in disarray. Although they had the intention to intervene, they could not handle the situation where the two powerful men were fighting. The rain drizzled unexpectedly, and the situation had reversed so drastically. At first, she had thought that Yi was embarrassing himself by giving such unfashionable things, but now she felt that he was crazy. The immortal medicine that had caused Ji Zhuo and Yue to fight each other was definitely not ordinary. How could Yi give away his mother's things to others? That was unreasonable. Well, since the gift was from me, third uncle, if you don't want it, of course, I'll take it back. Others dared not act rashly, but Yi took advantage of the two fighting and quickly retrieved the small item. So fast. Yi Zhao had initially felt no threat from Yi Zhao's return, even when Grandpa supported him coming back. But now, seeing Yi in action, he suddenly felt that this man would soon become his greatest rival. More dangerous than the arrogant Yi Yao. Fourth Master Yi was also shocked. Yi Zhao's skills were probably not inferior to his. On the other hand, Third Master Yi had set his sights on that item. Right after Yi Zhao's statement, he took the opportunity to ambush Yi and snatch the dirty thing back. If you gave it to me, then it's mine. How can you take it back? With those words, Third Master Yi swallowed the item with a medicinal scent. Can you imagine what other people on the scene are feeling right now? Especially the women, who are elegant and clean eaters selecting their food meticulously. Now, seeing Third Master Yi eating that dirty thing, they all felt goosebumps. Yi also felt chills all over his body, feeling nauseous. Unexpectedly, Third Master Yi seemed to get more excited the more he chewed, as if he had tasted something exquisite. TSK. Everyone was shocked and disgusted, with some even feeling like vomiting. Ha ha, Chu King, do you still dare to say that my gift is the worst? Facing Yi Zhao's direct question, Chu King was already speechless. However, any discerning person could see that Yi Zhao's gift was undoubtedly the best. Not only did Third Master Yi directly fight with Fourth Master Yi, but he also started to enjoy the item he took, proving everything. The best birthday gift, I don't know who will receive it, but the worst gift is definitely the Korean ginseng that you guys sent. Yi clearly had no intention of letting go of the Chu family father and son. The vengeance for kidnapping his wife had not yet been avenged. If they dared to play tricks on him today, they would surely pay the price. What? Korean ginseng? Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, everyone was shocked and then fell into another round of astonishment. There is a saying. How does it go? When it rains, it pours. Nangong Qiu could no longer control her husband and fourth uncle's actions of snatching items. She coldly glared at Yi. What nonsense are you talking about? The perennial ginseng that are sent over. How can you confuse it with Korean ginseng? Simply ignorant. Ha ha. Of course perennial ginseng and Korean ginseng cannot be confused. Yi chuckled. But Aunt 3. Don't worry, we have a divine doctor present. Let him make the identification. This so-called perennial ginseng, with its bright color and numerous threads, how could it be an age-old ginseng? Exactly. Yi took the lead, and some in the audience immediately echoed their agreement. They had been holding these words in for a while, and Yi Zhao's words resonated with them. Good. Dr. Zhu, please help with the identification. Let's give her the justice she deserves. Nangong Qiu accepted Yi Zhao's suggestion, but she still looked at him with hostility. She trusted her son and knew he wouldn't pass off something fake, especially at his father's birthday celebration. She knew these things could be hidden for a while, but not forever. If the perennial ginseng turned out to be fake, even if Third Master Yi didn't punish him on the spot, he would definitely teach him a lesson when they got home. Yi also knew that R wouldn't do something foolish like that. Only the ignorant and attention-seeking Chu family seemed capable of such acts. Okay. Since Nangong Qiu requested it, Dr. Zhu couldn't refuse. With his expertise, he had already determined that the so-called perennial ginseng was a gimmick, not that such a thing didn't exist. But this particular one wasn't real. He had kept quiet earlier, not wanting to ruin the bond between Third Master Yi and his son. However, being asked to identify it publicly for his reputation, he had to do it. In the end, He shook his head and said, "This is simply a mutated Korean ginseng. Although it has medicinal value, it is not as good as a 100-year-old ginseng, let alone a perennial one. These are worth at most 2 million. What?" Nangong Qiu was shocked and turned pale on the spot. When she looked at Chu King and his son, they both paled and almost collapsed. They had purchased this so-called ginseng while Chu King, who was seeking cosmetic surgery in Han country, and at that time, they were conned into believing it was a perennial Korean ginseng. Later, Chu King thought since not many people had seen such an item and Korean ginseng wasn't much in trend, it was better to claim it as a perennial ginseng. Plus, he was sure that by using our name, Third Master Yan Nangong Qiu would not question it. But now it was an utter disaster. Chu Biao found their situation amusing. The father and son duo were bringing it on themselves. If they hadn't compared gifts or caused trouble for Yizi, they might have gotten away with it. Now, turned on by Yizi, they were in trouble. However, Chu King remained deep. Even in this situation, he managed to keep his composure, planning to turn the tables later. "Madam Nangong, a perennial ginseng is indeed invaluable. I doubt even Dr. Zhu has seen one. Mistakes can happen." Before he could finish his sentence, someone in the crowd smirked. "Humph, who's here to slander Dr. Zhu? He is the #1 physician in Long Country. How could he not have seen a perennial ginseng?" It was a woman's voice. When she appeared, even Third Master Yi's face changed suddenly. He hurried over and greeted her loudly. "Mom, you're here too." Oh my, that address was significant. Even many who had not met the Yi family grandmother knew that this gorgeously dressed woman, who looked about 40, was none other than the prestigious Mrs. Yi from Long Country. The scoundrel Fourth Master Yi and the formidable Rain Fei hurried over to greet her. Chu King was already looking ashen, and although he enjoyed taking shortcuts, he was not stupid. Being scolded by the Yi family grandmother meant trouble, and he could already guess the implications. It looked like they were in big trouble. Indeed, once Mrs. Yi figured out what had happened, she didn't bother with the details and immediately thundered, "Take these to counterfeit gift givers out and punish them. As for that child Yia, when he comes back, I'll teach him a lesson as well. The Yi family cannot afford such people." Nangong Qiu panicked and quickly explained, "This has nothing to do with our. It was definitely these two who did it." As she shot a fierce look at Chu King and his son, Chu King and his son knew that if they didn't take responsibility, Nangong Qiu would certainly make them pay afterward. So, with 2 thuds, they knelt in front of Mrs. Yi, trembling like sieves with a tinge of reluctance, taking the blame for Yi Ah who had already passed away. "Very well, I trust you are ready to face severe punishment. Take them away." Mrs. Yi considered their reputation before speaking harshly. Yizi knew very well that this woman was merciless, more so than the Chu family grandmother. It seemed that Chu King and his son would escape a death sentence, but not the consequences of their deeds. "Yizi, Grandma, I'm here." Upon hearing his grandma's call, Yizi walked over. He was aware that this woman clearly favored the other Yi relatives and favored sweet talkers. When he was young, he had been straightforward and didn't understand flattery, making him less loved compared to Yi Long by this lady. Yet, for her to publicly praise him indicated the situation was not as bad as feared. However, the smile on Yi Zhao's face gradually disappeared when his grandma furrowed her brows, seemingly displeased by his failure to please the elders properly. She admonished him, "However, I still think you are far behind Yi Long and Yi Zhao. When you return, just be a good young master. In the future, assist your brothers in managing the Yi family, understand?" Yizi lifted his head, the smile fading from his face. A single expression spelled out across his features, "Clueless." "Grandma." As the entire room waited for how Wei Zhao would respond to Grandma Wei, suddenly, the voice of Wei Jiao came from another direction. With his striking features and charming smile, he said, "The Wei family's businesses span the globe. As a family, we must work together, without favoring anyone, so that we can succeed together." Instantly, spontaneous applause filled the banquet hall. The applause grew louder and louder, as everyone was impressed by Wei Jiao's high emotional intelligence. Grandma even coldly snorted at Wei Zhao, "Since you were little, you have never been as talented as Wei Long and Wei Jiao. If you had a fraction of their talent, I would be content." With that, she walked away without an ounce of favoritism towards her grandson. Ufyfy watched from the side, feeling uncomfortable. This grandma's favoritism was too severe. Why did she only favor Wei Xiao? Wei Xiao understood deep in his heart. People have their biases, especially someone like Grandma who lacked nothing. Whoever sweet-talked her would win her favor. Since childhood, because of Grandma's mistreatment of his mother, always going against her wishes and even arguing with her, how could she like him? Conversely, Wulan, due to his mother being the mistress-turned-official wife, tried his best to please everyone and garnered Grandma's favor by any means necessary. Despite scandals and even imprisonment surfacing now, nothing could shake his place in Grandma's heart. Grandma, I don't possess some of the talents my brothers have. Wei Xiao waited until Grandma had taken a few steps away before suddenly speaking with his back turned towards her, stunning not just Grandma, but everyone in the room. For example, I won't end up in scandals and prison. Doom. Wei Xiao's words were like a thunderbolt, shaking everyone present. Grandma's face twitched, and at nearly 70 years old, her wrinkles fully displayed, matching her age. Ufyfy was also shocked by Wei Xiao's words. How could he say that in public? Wei Xiao paid no mind to the reactions and, after speaking, walked out of the banquet hall. Since the Wei Master and his son were his adversaries, Grandma wasn't on his side, so there was no point in staying. I will overturn this with family sooner or later. Those who look down on me, try to suppress me, bully me, even those who attempt to harm me, Wei Xiao, will make them pay. Wei Xiao thought, ignoring whatever Grandma might be shouting behind him, leaving the banquet hall with determined steps. This scene undoubtedly shook the guests present, leaving them awestruck. ZZ is such a mischievous child. Ufyfy, unable to stay, understood that Grandma would take her frustration out on her. Never one to bear insults, she left with her people. Hey, my brother-in-law is a rebellious child. Chubaya chuckled and quickly caught up with Wei Xiao's pace. Tan Qingsha also smiled faintly, shaking her head as she followed, realizing that sticking with Wei Xiao would surely lead to many battles ahead. Wei Xiao, Chubaya, and Tan Qingsha met outside the banquet hall and chose to exit through the back door instead of the main entrance. In the hotel's first-floor garden, they found that Chu Quan was covered in blood and lying on the ground. In contrast, Chu Jiangwo was unscathed, filled with sorrow and resentment watching his son being punished. It seemed that Chu Quan had taken the blame for everything, as it was better for one of them to be punished rather than both. Upon seeing Wei Xiao come to the scene, Chu Jiangwo's eyes burned even fiercer. He blamed Wei Xiao for the punishment Chu Quan endured. If it weren't for him revealing the deception with the ginseng, why would Nang Anqi and Grandma would punish them? Uncle, what is it? Wei Xiao approached Chu Jiangwo, casting a mocking glance at the beaten and unconscious Chu Quan. This look pushed Chu Jiangwo over the edge, and without any hesitation, he threw a punch at Wei Xiao's face. Unperturbed, Wei Xiao didn't dodge but pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Before Chu Jiangwo's fist reached him, Zhao Yuntin intercepted the punch and then kicked Chu Jiangwo down. Wei Xiao lit a cigarette, tossed one to Tan Qingsha, and took a puff, saying, Chu Jiangwo, why are you acting this way? Have I wronged you in any way? At every turn, you and your son schemed against me and my wife. Every time, I merely defended myself. When have I ever attacked you first? Even today, if you hadn't tried to embarrass and punish me intentionally, I wouldn't have stepped on stage at your gift presentation, Wei Xiao reasoned. Chu Jiangwo was speechless in the face of such logic. Nevertheless, despite this, he wouldn't let go of his hatred, glaring at Wei Xiao with resentment. Uncle, show some restraint. Chubaya said, in disgust, your lack of intelligence led you to think that the Wei family is like the ignorant ones among the Chu family. Even if Wei Xiao hadn't exposed you, your deceit would have been revealed sooner or later. You brought this upon yourselves. It's pitiful. Chu Jiangwo's resentful gaze turned more complex, mixed with a hint of regret and shame. However, he firmly believed that Wei Xiao was the root of the suffering endured by him and his sons, and that wouldn't change. Wei Xiao, mark my words, one day, the Wei family will cast you out again. When that happens, you will be left with nothing, becoming destitute once more. Everything your father and I have experienced at your hands, we will repay you tenfold. Smack. As soon as Chu Jiangwo finished speaking, Zhao Yuntin slapped him, causing blood to trickle from his mouth, his eyes oozing resentment. Violence wouldn't make him yield. He continued to glower at Wei Xiao, threatening, Wei Xiao, if you're so capable, kill us now. Otherwise, one day, we will make you pay for everything you've done to us. Smack. Another slap landed on Chu Jiangwo's face. As he now knew Wei Xiao's temper, No need for him to give the order to strike. As Chu Jianwo tried to speak, Zhao Yuntin showered him with a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving him on the ground, coughing up blood. The Wei family bodyguard spectated without intervening. You're getting the punishment you deserve. Without Wei Zhao speaking, Chu Baiya voiced their thoughts. I don't understand where you gather the courage to say such things. Wei Zhao is now recognized as the legitimate eldest grandson of the Wei family, with a revered status. What do you have to compete with him? Look now, so many watches your people are beaten by his. Who dares to step up for you? In consideration of the last bit of family ties, I advise you not to block the path, overestimating yourselves. With her words spoken, Chu Jianwo couldn't muster a response. Nevertheless, he wouldn't let go of his hatred, his gaze still filled with malice and grudge. This is the final warning. Today, I won't kill you, but don't let me see you in my path again, Wei Zhao said before flicking his cigarette at them and walking away. HMPH, arrogant brat, thinking we can't contend with you. Just you wait. Chu Quank, who had remained quiet, lifted his head after Wei Zhao and his entourage departed, tears in his eyes and gritted teeth. Wei Zhao returned to the Wei family estate, staying in Lady Rain's lavish villa. Strangely, there was no response from his wife, Chu Quang, for over a day. Her phone went unanswered, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. ZZ, do you understand now how dire our situation is? Wei Zhao was surrounded by hostility from both factions within the Wei family, with Wei Ju and Wei Yuk regarding him as an enemy, even Grandma despising him. Your father, Wei Fan, won't provide any help and might even be your potential enemy. Your competitors aren't just Wei Long and Wei Yao, but you're aiming to surpass Wei Jiao and become the heir. To achieve that, you need a powerful external family as backing. Just as Wei Zhao was contemplating contacting others to ascertain his wife's situation, UFYFY intruded vigorously, bringing up the Wei family dynamics. Yesterday, I let it slide when others falsely assumed you were sitting with Miss Ning, but tomorrow, you must follow through and go on a blind date arranged by the Ning family. I've worked hard to secure this engagement opportunity. Don't mess it up for me. Auntie, have you misunderstood something? Wei Zhao firmly rejected after hearing UFYF's demands. I'm already married to Chu Quan. How can I go on a blind date with another woman? Shut up. UFYF's anger was evident, even those military trained like Lan Niao were unnerved. Wei Zhao was shaken too, seeing his aunt genuinely upset. He needed her support to overturn the Wei family, establishing new rules of the game. Therefore, he didn't want to continue opposing her directly. Just get in touch with Ning UX now, set up the meeting for tomorrow. If you both agree, I'll arrange the wedding within 3 days. With the support of the Ning family, telecom magnates, your position in the Wei family will rise significantly. With a fleeting glance, the Blue Bird handed a brand new iPhone to Yizi, with only one contact person on it, Ning Yuxi. Yizi smiled bitterly, knowing he no longer had the power to refuse, but that didn't mean he would accept another woman. Symbolically sending a message, they set up a meeting time and place. The next day, Yizi arrived a little early at a 5-star hotel in Yanjing. Unable to reach Shu Qingyu after calling her, Yizi panicked, feeling subconsciously at not being able to contact his wife might be related to the blind date today. Unable to figure out the situation in Huacheng while in Yanjing, he instructed Li Bian Jin Leifu to quickly find his wife. After sending the message, Yizi finally breathed a sigh of relief and focused on the upcoming date. Yuxi, I can only say that we are fated to be apart. I love my wife more than your family's support. Yizi silently recited in his heart, lifting his hand before the other party even arrived. Waiter, I'd like to order. Immediately, a chubby waiter approached him, with a somewhat disdainful look in his eyes. Sir, is this your first time dining in our 5-star hotel? Whatever service you need. There's no need to shout. Everything is available on the table, including ordering and payment. You just need to press the corresponding buttons. He had been working there for 3 years and always regarded those who still called for service in a traditional way as unsophisticated. Oh, so I can't call for service like this. Yizi frowned, quite dissatisfied with the chubby waiter's attitude. Customers are gods, so how can service staff criticize a god? Fine. Should I just leave then? The corners of the chubby waiter's mouth twitched, a bit impatient, as he said, This is the menu. You don't need to look at the dishes at the front, just go to the back. He flipped the menu directly to the cheapest page. In his view, Someone who couldn't even press the service button was definitely short of money. The dishes at the front cost a fortune, not something he thought such a person could afford, so he didn't bother wasting time. Yi Zi came early not just out of courtesy, but also to get a glimpse of Ning Yuxi's appearance and plan how to deal with her. However, he was irritated by this dull chubby waiter. Not only was he lacking in looks, but his emotional intelligence was also low. Who could bear with him? So he deliberately chose to look at the most expensive section of the menu, just to make him wait. The chubby waiter's face darkened. He thought this ordinary person who hadn't even been to a high-end restaurant was pretending to be someone. "I'm a bit thirsty. Bring me a bowl of shark fin congee to rinse my mouth." The chubby waiter was almost about to spew his drink. After a while, he took the menu and glanced at Yi Zi, still scornful. "Sir, the shark fin congee costs 3,800 yuan per bowl, not 3.8. Please read it clearly to avoid being unable to pay at the end." The chubby waiter had seen countless customers like this, acting like they had money, but wanting to show off. At least 10 times. He was almost counting down when Yi Zi would hear the price, make ridiculous excuses, and then change it to plain water. However, Yi Xiao's response was unexpected. "Did I ask for your opinion? Don't you think I can't read? Do you know that the customer is God? Are you serving God like this?" Yi Zi scolded coldly. The chubby waiter had never given him a good face, so he didn't have to give him face either. "All right, sir, you should be careful when ordering so you don't misinterpret the prices and end up unable to pay later." The chubby waiter did not apologize, but maintained a mocking smile on his face. "So you mean I can't afford a bowl of congee?" Yi Xiao's gaze grew colder. "You lower my mood. Hurry and call your boss out," he ordered. Surprised, the chubby waiter realized he may have underestimated Yi Xiao's status. Yi Zi pressed the service button. The chubby waiter's brows furrowed, as he didn't expect this ordinary person to understand how to use the service button so quickly. Soon, a smartly dressed female manager hurried over. "Hello, I'm the restaurant manager of this hotel. It's you." The manager approached and immediately recognized Yi Zi, who just returned to the Yi family. She remembered seeing Yi Zi present something to the third master Yi at their recent banquet. She had noticed the curious scene of Yi Zi making the usually dignified third master act out of character. Realizing Yi Xiao's identity as the grandson of the Yi family, she trembled slightly, worried that any dissatisfaction from him could cost her job. The manager was jittery at the thought. Seeing the manager's reaction, the chubby waiter finally realized the gravity of the situation. Could this guy be a wealthy young master, deliberately dressing like this to act like a hick? "I apologize for the inconvenience. Please forgive me. I'll have him fired. To show our apology, your bill today is on the house. Do you think I need your free meal?" Yi Zi interrupted, coldly cutting her off. The manager had made a mistake and felt awkward about her remarks. She shouldn't have spoken to the young master of the distinguished Yi family in such a way. The situation had turned sour. Sorry. The manager quickly apologized to Yi Zi. The chubby waiter, on the other hand, was still reprimanding him inwardly. He knew Yi Zi was from the wealthy Yi family, pretending to be a commoner for some deceptive purpose. "Now, can I order?" Yi Zi, seeing the chubby waiter apologize, lost the air of superiority, but hadn't entirely let go of the grudge. He had been expecting Ning Yuxi to arrive soon and decided to proceed with ordering. "You may. Please order. As mentioned before, your meal today is complimentary." The manager tried to ease the tension. "Give me 2 bowls of shark fin congee, divide beef, deep sea lobster, and add this, and this." Why does your restaurant have so few dishes? How disappointing." The chubby waiter, while scrambling to jot down Yi Xiao's order, cursed internally, finding Yi Xiao's demeaning comment hard to bear. Just when the chubby waiter thought the situation had passed, Yi Zi called out to him again. Startled, the waiter wondered what Yi Xiao's new request might entail, fearing he would be blamed for something. Ye Xiao seemed so flustered, with a look on his face as if he had seen a ghost. It was because he had just looked down and through the transparent glass window, saw a big fat woman dressed in flashy clothes walking towards him, and suddenly had a very bad feeling. Oh no, that woman! Could it be Ning Yuxi? Just then, his phone rang, and the 3 words Ning Yuxi were extremely eye-catching, making him feel a bit numb even pressing the answer button. "Hello, Ye Xiao, I'm at the hotel now. Where are you?" Plop. This voice was familiar. Ye Xiao couldn't help but imagine a scene of a big fat woman pouncing on him, shuddering involuntarily. "Auntie, you are too much." Xiao cursed silently. Originally, he wanted to meet with the person and explain clearly about his wife, and make her leave with a slap in the face. But now, seeing such a big fat woman, what if she sets her sights on him, and he can't get rid of her? For the sake of his own feelings and future, Xiao didn't care about anything else and decided to leave quickly. "Sir, do you need anything else?" Just as the fat man turned around, Xiao immediately pushed him onto his seat and started taking off his waiter's suit. The fat man was already worried about how Xiao would retaliate, but now seeing him taking off his clothes, he quickly shouted, "Xiao, don't be like this, I'm not that kind of man." Xiao ignored him and continued to undress him. The female manager on the side was shocked, unsure how to handle the situation. These top-tier young masters, do they all have some strange preferences? "Xiao, listen to me, I really want to keep this job, but if you do this, I will." "Shut up." Xiao didn't have time to argue with him. After stripping him of his clothes, he put his own clothes over the fat man's head and urgently instructed, "From now on, you are Xiao. A woman named Ning Yuxi will come to date you. You are responsible for sabotaging the date and making her voluntarily break off the engagement. If you can't do it, you'll face the consequences." Bye. With that, Xiao hurriedly left as if fleeing. "Hey handsome, hello." When Xiao walked to the restaurant entrance, he happened to encounter the fat woman walking towards him, grabbing him. Xiao felt his heart skip a beat, wondering if she recognized him as Xiao. What to do now? "I'm looking for Xiao. Has he reserved a table? I have a date with him." Luckily, the fat lady mistook him for a waiter, asking which table Xiao had reserved. Standing a meter away, Xiao could even smell her characteristic body odor. Couldn't help but pinch his nose and pointed inside. "All right. Thank you." The fat lady made a cute expression again. Xiao dared not look at her and ran off like a rabbit, secretly glad he discovered early, or else he might have vomited everything out now. Being unattractive is one thing, but every move you make is so cute. Don't you consider other people's feelings? Awful. Just to gain the support of the telecom king, you have to play such a trick on me. Xiao cursed as he fled. At this moment, in a building across from the hotel, Guo Biruo was using a telescope to observe the situation at the hotel and expressing her discontent. "Miss, Xiao was too much yesterday. Sending someone to replace him, it's despicable. Hehe, who are we to criticize others?" Ning Yuxi was still reasonable, covering her mouth with a smile. "I asked you to replace me. That's different." Guo Biruo clearly showed a bias. "You're a girl, you have to be reserved." He, as a grown man, playing such tricks is truly disgraceful. Just then, the telecom company's daughter, with a well-known hacking background, guessed wrong, which rarely happened. Based on genetics, Yefan and Jishenfeng were both stunning, so how could they possibly have an ugly offspring? "Miss, see for yourself." Guo Biruo handed her the telescope, relieved. "Luckily, I predicted that the wastrel Xiao must look like a fat pig, intentionally hiring a fat girl to replace you for the date. Otherwise, if he fancied you, he would never agree to break off the engagement." Ning Yuxi couldn't help but let out a chuckle at this ditzy girl. She had just guessed he was a handsome guy after seeing him, worried she'd regret seeing him and change her mind, which is why she had someone fill in for the date. Now, she claimed she had predicted it all. Really? After a glance at the fat man, Ning Yuxi set down the telescope, her beautiful face showing a baffled smile. Indeed, Xiao had broken the laws of genetics. How could the son of such handsome parents end up like this? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao, who had already escaped the hotel, shared the same sentiment. Wasn't this Ning Yuxi the daughter of the telecom king? How could such a precious girl look like this? Perhaps her dad wasn't the telecom king, but the pig feeder king. Luckily escaped. Let's go have a cup of coffee to calm down. Xiao had a sense of surviving a disaster. Initially hungry, but now scared, he lost his appetite but felt thirsty. Startled, he entered a nearby building and found a coffee shop, only to once again come across Ning Yuxi. Unexpectedly, Xiao now saw her as explosively beautiful, feeling that the creator was biased, giving all the qualities to her and leaving the flaws to the fat girl. Coincidentally, Ning Yuxi had similar thoughts, now even thinking that the man before her looked more like a young master from the Xiao family, making the chubby man seem out of place. Xiao nodded at Ning Yuxi, but didn't go over to her. Instead, opening a private room to calm his nerves. "Miss, Who is that handsome guy? He looks elegant and stylish. Guo Bia also found him particularly appealing after seeing the chubby man. He seems to be Yexiao's subordinate, probably protecting that fat Yexiao while he's matchmaking at the hotel. Ning Yuxi guessed nonchalantly. Ah, it's an era where bodyguards are 100 times more handsome than the young masters. The two quietly exchanged comments. Suddenly, a tall man in an expensive suit entered the coffee shop, shining brightly with a bouquet of flowers in hand. Clearly prepared, he scanned the cafe and, upon seeing Ning Yuxi's divine face, quickly strode over. Zixi. Great. You didn't go on a blind date with that Yexiao. There's no happiness in a political marriage. Only Gu Zhaoshan can make you happy. Here we go again. Seeing this man, Guo Biruo buried her face in her hands. This giant seemingly appeared out of nowhere and had been persistently declaring that only Ning Yuxi could be his wife since they met by chance, even following her from Eastern Sea Tianjing, stickier than gum. Sao Zhe, even if my lady doesn't marry the Yexiao guy, she won't marry you. Please be sensible and stop bothering us, okay? No way. Gu Zhaoshan wasn't the most graceful guide, coming over and loudly yelling, Zixi, I've chased you halfway through the country for you. Today you must give me a chance. Go on a date with me. Hey, brother dog, don't go too far. Guo Biru didn't expect Gu Zhaoshan to lose control today. Although he used to be silly, he was never this forceful. It seems he found out that Miss Yu is going to enter into a political marriage with the Yi family, which made him desperate. However, brother dog was too strong, and Guo Biru couldn't budge him no matter how hard she tried. Ning Yuxi quickly stood up and retreated, but ended up bumping into the wall. Zixi, please agree, I truly love you. With nowhere to go and unable to match his strength, Ning Yuxi was terrified. Guo Biru screamed for help, even biting the big guy's arm. Startled, Gu Zhaoshan, already agitated, shook her off forcefully, sending her flying and crashing into a table, making her faint. Biru. Ning Yuxi's scream and the commotion attracted the coffee shop security and staff. Protect Miss Ning. Though not a celebrity, Ning Yuxi was well known, and people at the cafe recognized her. Seeing Gu Zhaoshan attacking them, the security and staff rushed to intervene. However, Gu Zhaoshan, strong and agile, easily overpowered them, taking them down swiftly. Call the police to protect Miss Ning. Not knowing who he really is, the cafe staff saw him knock out Guo Biru and attempted to harm Ning Yuxi, prompting them to call the police. Their actions further infuriated Gu Zhaoshan, who snatched the phone and punched one of them hard. Terrified and helpless, Ning Yuxi cried for help. Zixi, I truly love you, but since things have come to this, I have no choice. Come with me. Gu Zhaoshan, angry yet resigned, genuinely liked Ning Yuxi's looks and demeanor but felt she brought this upon herself. No, I won't go with you. Help, someone help me. Fearful and desperate, Ning Yuxi was on the verge of tears. Ignoring her pleas, Gu Zhaoshan reached for her forcefully. Just before his hand could touch Ning Yuxi, a clean, strong hand grabbed his wrist. Surprised by the strength, Gu Zhaoshan saw a formidable opponent. It's you. As Ning Yuxi opened her eyes, she saw Yi Zhaoni's heroic face and found him even more captivating. Yi pushed Gu Zhaoshan's hand away and shielded Ning Yuxi, glaring at him, "You have no decency, bullying a girl in public." This simple sentence provided Ning Yuxi with a great sense of security. As she watched Yi's back, she saw a charming and impressive figure. Humph, who are you, brat? Realizing Yi Zhaoni was not to be trifled with, Gu Zhaoshan wanted to know who he was. Just a small fry. Yi intervened not to woo a goddess, but out of disapproval of Gu Zhaoshan's actions. HMPH. Then show me what you've got. Gu Zhaoshan, eager to test Yi's skills, unleashed a powerful punch, making Ning Yuxi worried. Yi didn't want a direct confrontation and had to dodge and protect Ning Yuxi, causing a commotion. Ning Yuxi, being the daughter of a telecom tycoon, was a renowned beauty, and seeing her in such a situation stirred envy among onlookers. They rolled on the ground, which would be a man's dream. Normally embarrassed, Ning Yuxi found her heart racing as he held her. In an instant, Yi stood up, showing minimal emotion. He then used a swift technique to capture Gu Zhaoshan. Impressive kid. Astonished, Gu Zhaoshan struggled to match Yi's skill. Fortunately, he kept his distance, giving him time to react and barely dodge the attack. Yi's hand hit the wall behind Gu Zhaoshan. Wow, impressive. Almost applauding, Ning Yuxi admired Yi's martial prowess. Although I don't like that fat guy, I could try to poach his bodyguard. I admire his skills, not his looks, Ning Yuxi explained to herself. HMPH, brat, I'll spare you today. If we meet again, you won't be so lucky. Gu Xiaoshan left, knowing he couldn't defeat Yi. He also sensed the impending police arrival. Yi didn't chase him, despite Ning Yuxi being safe. Dissatisfied, Ning Yuxi watched Yi leave. Guo Bairu, waking up, was relieved she was safe, but Gu Xiaoshan was gone. Miss, where's brother dog? He ran off. Someone scared him away. Ha! Who dared to confront him? So violent. It was Yi's bodyguard, the comforting man. He even woke you up. Surprised, Guo Bairu saw Ning Yuxi's infatuation. Yi Xiaoni had no intention of being a hero, and if Gu Xiaoshan hadn't crossed the line, he wouldn't have interfered. Now, leaving the cafe after ending the blind date scare, he pondered Ning Yuxi's character. With his recent wealth and questionable decisions, he noticed a missing ancient artifact, leading him to a confrontation with the housemaid Xia Chunru. You old bastard! Xia Chunru was so angry that she stood up directly, closed the window in her room, and sealed up the gaps as well. She never imagined that Chu Qingyu's biological father turned out to be such a despicable man. She really couldn't afford to let her guard down at all. Just as she finished dealing with the window, she didn't expect that Chu Weiman would directly open the door. Xia Chunru's face changed in shock. How did you get the key to my room? Chu Weiman blushed, obviously nervous and excited, and said, My daughter is not here. I am the owner of this mansion now. Of course I have keys to all the rooms. You, get out. Don't be like that. Your legs are so long. Let me appreciate them. You old bastard. You can call me that. Who else can enter this mansion? You've been staying in my house and not leaving. Don't you just want to stay here forever? Humph. Without giving something in return. How can things be so cheap? With these words, Chu Weiman lunged towards Xia Chunru. Lust was at the forefront, revealing his true nature. This old man was flustered, willing to go to jail for 2 years for a necklace, and now willing to take risks for a beauty he had never experienced in his life. Xia Chunru was embraced by him, let out a scream, never expecting this despicable old man to have such strength. Just as Chu Weiman leaned in to kiss her cheek, he suddenly flew backward, his initially excited expression turning into one of utter surprise. Chu Weiman, you disrespectful old man, what are you doing? Yi Xiaodong slammed Chu Weiman to the ground, pointing at his nose, furiously scolding. How did such parents come into existence? How could there be such shameful actions? Yi Xiaodong also felt somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Yi. Upon seeing Yi Xiaodong return, Xia Chunru felt as if she had found a lifeline in the sea, her soul shaken. Subconsciously, she walked behind Yi Xiaodong, gently holding his hand, defending against the advances of Chu Weiman, this old bastard. Chu Weiman was caught red-handed, momentarily flustered and at a loss for words. However, Xia Chunru quickly spoke up. Mr. Yi, your father-in-law broke into my room in the middle of the night, with ill intentions. No, Mr. Yi. Don't believe this woman's nonsense. She wanted me. Nervous, Chu Weiman suddenly became cunning, pointing the blame at Xia Chunru. Yes, she wanted me. Just look at how she's dressed. How thin her nightclothes are. I'm a normal man. How could I resist that? Xia Chunru was also shocked, thinking to herself, how could there be such shameless rogues in the world? I sleep without wearing nightclothes. What else should I wear? Yi Xiaodong glanced at Xia Chunru. Xia Chunru was immediately flustered, quickly explaining, Mr. Yi, don't listen to his nonsense. Your father-in-law is just a lecher. These past few days, he's been trying to take advantage of me at every turn. If it weren't for your favor towards me, I would have left a long time ago. Enough. No need to explain, Yi Xiaodong said curtly. Chu Weiman, seeing this, felt triumphant, thinking that Yi Xiaodong didn't believe Xia Chunru. He continued to slander, Mr. Yi, you have no idea how scheming this woman is. She wanted to live in this mansion, and took advantage of your daughter's absence to me. She even wanted me to marry her, parading around the house in revealing clothes every day. How could there be such despicable women? Unexpectedly. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Xiaodong's temper flared up. Returning home to witness such a scene, he landed a punch on Chu Weiman's face, causing the shameless father-in-law to fall to the ground. Xia Chunru felt relieved at the sight, but but also a bit guilty. While Chu Weiman had brought it upon himself, he was still Yi Xiaodon's family. By letting an outsider like her stay here, she had caused this disturbance, making her conscience uneasy. Chu Weiman, you still have the keys to open the doors, and I'm not deaf. Do you think I didn't hear what you were saying earlier? Yi Xiaodon's words made Chu Weiman panic. Get out! Yi Xiaodon still wanted to ask about Chu Qingyu, not caring about Chu Weiman's despicable actions. Hearing Yi Xiaodon's words, Chu Weiman sneered, standing up and complaining, You're lecturing me with such self-righteousness. I thought you were a decent person, but it was only because you wanted to take advantage of someone that you kicked me out, right? What did you say? Yi Xiaodon turned around, grabbing Chu Weiman's collar firmly, every word deliberate. Seeing his expression, Zi Chunru was frightened. However, Chu Weiman was getting increasingly agitated, trembling all over as he continued to vent his frustrations. If it wasn't for your desire for beauty, why would you bring such a beautiful servant back? We are all men. Don't think I don't know. Now that Chu Qingyu isn't at home, you just want to take advantage of her, right? You bastard! Yi Xiaodon punched Chu Weiman's face again, knocking him to the ground. I'll kill you, you old bastard! Yi Xiaodon was truly furious, his anger exacerbated by Chu Qingyu being involved. He may not have reacted this way if anyone else had said it, but this scoundrel was Chu Qingyu's father. Before, Yi Xiaodon had let go of the necklace incident, but now, upon Chu Weiman's release from prison, he had become more despicable than before. If he continued like this, he would inevitably lose his wife's face. Mr. Yi, please calm down. Zi Chunru was extremely afraid, holding onto Yi Xiaodon tightly from behind, scolding Chu Weiman on the ground. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to be beaten to death? Chu Weiman's face showed resentment, but he couldn't say a word. He quickly scurried away. With the troublemaker gone, Yi Xiaodon's anger subsided somewhat. He turned to Zi Chunru, who was still trembling, and said slowly, let go. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Zi Chunru had to explain herself. Wearing a thin nightgown and clinging to the master from behind could easily be misunderstood. Yi Xiaodon didn't have time for such trivial matters. He turned around and asked directly, where is Qingyu? Why isn't she at home? Miss Chu. She divorced you. What? After hearing Zi Chunru recount the events of that night, his anger flared up again. He never expected his aunt and sister to be so ruthless, planning behind his back, one helping him pursue an alliance with a wealthy family's daughter, the other driving away his wife. Mr. Yi, Miss Chu truly loves you. She didn't want to ruin your future. That's why she left with Tao Dao. She didn't want her mother-daughter pair to become a burden to your rise in the Yi family. Zi Chunru continued, staying in the mansion waiting for Yi Xiaodon to return, wanting to tell him about the injustices and harm Chu Qingyu had suffered, as well as the pain she had taken. Qingyu, you're so foolish. What's the point of me ascending to the throne without you? Yi Xiaodon's eyes also welled up with tears. Witnessing the heartbreaking separation of the two, Zi Chunru felt deeply troubled. This was true love. This was it. Just then, the phone rang, and when Yi Xiaodon saw who it was, Rain Feifei on video call, it was perfect timing. Hey, Yi Xiaodon, what are you doing? Who gave you permission to return to Huacheng on your own? Do you know how much effort I put into you? Now that grandfather has acknowledged your status, you leave without saying anything. Do you want to anger me to death? I don't care. Yi Xiaodon interrupted angrily. Did you let my sister secretly drive my wife away while I was not in Huacheng? Did you handle the divorce procedures for me? Rain Feifei on the other end was taken aback. Beside her, Bluebird and Yeofu, who had just returned home, were also secretly shocked. Rarely had they seen such an expression on Rain Feifei. However, she quickly regained her composure and became angry. Yi Xiaodon, don't you dare offend me. Everything I did was to ensure you inherit the Yi family. You don't appreciate me and you scold me. Who gave you the power and courage to do that? Auntie, let me tell you. Yi Xiaodon was equally irate, unable to stand any actions against Chu Qingyu. In his rage, he roared, except for Chu Qingyu, I will never marry any woman again in my life. Dat Ning Yuxi or any other woman. Don't even think about becoming Mrs. Yi Xiaodon. To express his determination, Yi Xiaodon hung up the phone, smashing his phone in the process. Zi Chunru, trembling, was unable to utter a single sound. Chu Weiman, who had just escaped, was hiding in a corner, listening to Yi Xiaodong's angry words in disbelief. He had heard of Ning Yuxi's identity, the daughter of the communications and telecommunications tycoon. He was astounded that Yi Xiaodong, being willing to give up such a top-tier beauty for his daughter. I thought he wanted to take advantage of me earlier. Chu Weiman's face burned with shame, feeling as though he had slapped himself. But upon further reflection, if this young man loved his daughter so much, as long as he didn't offend him, he wouldn't have to worry about enjoying wealth and prosperity in the future. Hey, really, there was no need for me, Chu Weiman, to keep an eye on a beautiful woman in the villa, angering my rich son -in-law. What nonsense! Absolutely nonsensical. Yu Fei slammed her phone down in frustration, her usually snow-white cheeks turning red with anger. It was clear that she had reached her boiling point. I invested over 2 billion in Yi, and even arranged a marriage with a beautiful woman that every man in the Dragon Country dreams of. Not only does he not appreciate it, he even dares to yell at me. This is absolutely nonsensical. Mom, please don't be angry. Yeofu was afraid of a rift between her mother and Yi, knowing it wouldn't benefit anyone. She quickly intervened, speaking up for Yi, like explaining how his relationship with Chu Qingyu was developed. HMPH, I don't care how much he loves that common woman. In our wealthy world, love can be bought with money. Since Yi doesn't understand, I'll make him understand. I will immediately reclaim his assets and freeze his funds. Mom, Yeofu was worried. If this continued, she feared a fallout between her mother and Yi, potentially leading to other heirs inheriting, which would be disastrous for the family. However, seeing her mother's determination, she had no choice but to find a way to make Yi see reality. The next day, Chu Weiman began cleaning up the house early in the morning, helping out diligently. When he saw Yi waking up, he quickly put on a show and apologetically approached Zi Chunru. Chunru, I'm really sorry about last night. I might have taken the wrong medicine, and that's why. Stop. Zi Chunru immediately cut him off, disgusted by the previous night's events, not wanting to be around the old rogue. It's okay. Just behave properly from now on. Zi Chunru thought he was apologizing due to fear of his wife, so she forgave him. Knowing Zi Chunru and Yi were family, Zi Chunru didn't want to make things hard for Yi, so she chose to forgive him. After all, Yi had helped her and her brother live on, so how could she make trouble for his family? Yi. Morning. After receiving Zi Chunru's forgiveness, Chu Weiman smiled and approached Yi. Yi could tell Chu Weiman had ulterior motives. Spit it out. Chu Weiman immediately tried to please him. Well, now that I'm out of jail, I want to do something. I heard you have many businesses. Could you arrange a position for me? Sure. You can go to the West District Commercial Center and be a janitor there. No. Chu Weiman was taken aback, realizing Yi had seen through his intentions. Yi was intentionally trying to dismiss him. Then go to the Water Lily Spa and find Li. Just say I sent you. General Li. Okay. Chu Weiman was a deceitful and poor man. He used to fear Wang Yanqing and was low profile. However, the Water Lily Spa was famous, and he couldn't pretend not to know. Hearing Yi ask him to find Li, he eagerly agreed and rushed out. Disrespectful old man, Zi Chunru muttered as she watched him leave. How could a man like this give birth to a goddess like Miss Chu? Meanwhile, Yi received a call from Jin Leifu. Thinking he had news about Chu Qingyu, Yi quickly answered, Yi Xiao, sorry, I still have no news about Miss Chu Qingyu. I'm afraid she has left Huacheng and is purposely hiding. Even after searching the entire city, we couldn't find her. If a city-wide search doesn't work, we'll search the entire populace. Even if we have to turn Huacheng inside out, I will find her. Put out an advertisement immediately. What? Jin Leifu hesitated significantly before sighing and agreeing. Since there's no news on Qingyu, why did you contact me? Well, Tang Qingyan has started singing practice. I've also found a professional teacher to guide her. There's a live singing competition at Zunshan Tower tonight. She wants to test her skills. So alright, I'll be there. After agreeing, Yi hung up. Despite his urgency, without any news of Chu Qingyu, he couldn't do much. Tang Qingyan wasn't just Snake Uncle's daughter. They had a promise to make her successful. Hence, Yi wanted to see her grow. Later, Yi visited Chu's residence, Wei Dance, and Jinfu building. Over these days, nobody had seen Chu Qingyu, making him increasingly worried and frustrated. On the other hand, Chu Weiman arrived at the Water Lily Spa. Without a doubt, his appearance earned him disdain from 6 receptionist girls even before reaching the entrance. "Sir, the consumption here is high. You better not cause trouble. Yeah. If you want solutions, try a hair salon or a small alley. This isn't the place for you. Let's go." Initially, Yizi had received similar treatment but chose to keep a low profile. However, Chu Weiman carried on, standing tall and chest out, trying to exude authority. He directly shouted, "I am Yi Zhao's father-in-law, here to meet Mr. Li Li Mai." Oh my, this was something. The 6 girls hadn't pleased Boss Yi last time, and were now frustrated. Now the boss's father-in-law had arrived. They promptly started welcoming him, not wanting to upset the big man. "Hey. Turns out, it's the honorable father-in-law. Please come in quickly. What do you need from Mr. Li? You can play with us afterward." "Yes, you can choose any of us 6. Chu Weiman was ecstatic, confidently walking in while feeling a bit shaky. He had lived nearly 50 years without experiencing such treatment. Once inside, he reached the general manager's office. Upon hearing that he was Yi Zhao's father-in-law, Li Li Mai didn't dare delay and quickly greeted him, his expression a bit strange. "General Li, my son-in-law said he wants me to work here. Please find me a position. You handle it." It was Chu Weiman's first time speaking to such a high-ranking figure, and despite wanting to display superiority, he couldn't maintain composure, looking somewhat comical. However, the 6 girls didn't dare laugh at him. Who knew this wretched old man might become someone significant at the Water Lily Spa? Chu Weiman was already imagining a happy future, thinking about how wicked Wang Yanqing was. If only she wouldn't come to her senses and see his wickedness, going out to find young men while he's been in jail. Unexpectedly, Li Li Mai wore an awkward expression as he said, "Old father-in-law, it's not that I don't want to arrange for you, but Lady Yu Daifu has ordered to reclaim Yi Zhao's assets. I can't appoint a position." "What?" Chu Weiman was bewildered. Just as he was released and gearing up for good times, Yizi, that little rascal, gets brought back to reality. Was he a jinx? The 6 girls promptly dispersed, wanting no part in it. "Hey. Don't leave. My son-in-law will rise to power again sooner or later. I will give you a lot of money then. Come back soon." Despite Chu Weiman's calls, the 6 shallow girls wouldn't turn back. Who would serve this wicked old man after your son-in-law lost his assets? Meanwhile, Yizi had already arrived at the 6th floor of the Zunshan Night Tower, where the live singing competition was being held. The young master Mei Qingyan was aware of Yi Zhao's identity and personally greeted him along with Jin Leifu. "Mr. Mei, Yi Zhao prefers a low profile. Please arrange a separate compartment for him to listen to the singers in peace. This is a must. Distinguished guests have their own VIP section." Mei Qingyan was tactful and promptly set up a VIP section for Yizi on the side of the stage. With Chu Qingyu's situation on his mind, Yizi wasn't in high spirits and went straight to the compartment, waiting for the competition to begin. After entering, Jin Leifu explained the rules. Though Yizi just said, "I understand," as Jin Leifu explained the competition format, judging criteria, and the importance of audience approval. Once Jin Leifu finished, unsure if Yizi had paid attention or not, Yizi simply said, "I got it," and waited for the competition to start. The Zunshan nightclub still maintains the same design, with VIP card rooms featuring one-way visible glass. Yizi could see people outside, but they couldn't see him. Unexpectedly, seated near his glass window were Lian Pangzi, Qin Ruhan, and Li Lanlin. After Yizi disrupted her engagement with Marong Jie, her mother and uncle didn't dare to force her into it anymore. After all, the young master of the Yi family had expressed his intention to support her, and they were all counting on Qin Ruhan to connect with Yizi. So, when they heard that she was returning to work at Yi Zhao's company, they naturally approved wholeheartedly. Qin Ruhan is currently responsible for building the company's cultural philosophy and also works part-time as Tang Qingyan's agent. Because the boss, Yizi, was determined to promote Tang Qingyan, Qin Ruhan, and the others were somewhat nervous at the first talent competition they participated in. They hoped that she would stand out and become the capital for her future debut. Luckily, Tang Qingyan not only had a clear and penetrating voice, but also had good singing talent. After professional training during this period, her skills were comparable to professional singers. She successfully passed the first rounds of the preliminary competition. Yizi wasn't interested in singers other than Tang Qingyan. However, He was surprised to find that Ji Wu was one of the judges and that there were some familiar faces among the contestants. Deng Baobao and Liu Kuqi. After the second round of the preliminaries, Yizi wanted to go to the bathroom and, unfortunately, saw Liu Kuqi in the VIP exclusive passage, talking to someone on the phone. "Dad, I'm counting on you this time. I also want to become a big star like Sister Liu Jinja. You must help me win the first place." After hanging up the phone, Liu Kuqi, obviously not noticing Yizi behind her, showed a smug expression. "Ha ha. What's the use of singing well for others? In the entertainment industry, background is always more important than talent. Don't these newcomers know that being a powerhouse is embarrassing now? Ha ha." Yizi didn't expect that even in a small talent show, someone would try to manipulate things. However, seeing the judges maintain fairness just now, he couldn't pinpoint anything wrong. What did Liu Kuqi intend to do? Returning to the VIP area, the elimination round of the top 8 had begun. The first to come on stage was Deng Baobao. Oh, Baobao has a gorgeous figure, tiny waist. Liang Pangzi, known for his lecherous ways and a former employee at the Jinfu building, was fixated on Deng Baobao, talking animatedly about her appearance. "Indeed, this woman is hot, but her attire is a bit." "Exactly. Look at her. TSK, going on stage wearing just a tank top and shorts. How bold." Many men in the audience were also sighing with admiration. Yizi also had to admit that he was impressed by Deng Baobao. Although she was materialistic, her stage presence and singing skills were indeed remarkable, which explained her passing the fierce preliminaries. Deng Baobao often live-streamed herself singing on various platforms, and even then, she didn't dress so revealingly. However, she had recently broken up with her wealthy boyfriend, and now that she had to be frugal, she was facing financial difficulties. She even borrowed a small sum to buy a handbag, but she was immediately chased by debt collectors, causing her distress. When she found out about the singing competition in Huacheng, she realized that relying on others would only get her so far. To be a queen, she had to rely on her own abilities. Why not earn money based on one's talent? Becoming a popular singer would lead to both fame and fortune, without needing to please men. Deng Baobao wouldn't miss this opportunity and aimed to perform her best. With her decent singing ability, she not only passed the preliminary round but gained a group of fans in the audience. Now, she was becoming more confident. She knew that this talent show was profitable, and the elimination rounds depended on the applause and tips from the live audience. As a result, she put even more effort into the PK round, almost pushing the boundaries in her performance and even dancing on stage while singing. Her sensual movements drove the men in the crowd wild. "Ding dong. Mr. Yang Guangrong. Tip Baobao 10,000. Deng Baobao received a substantial tip early on, displayed on a large screen, in real time. "Wow. Thank you. Thank you." Deng Baobao's eyes shone when she saw the prize money. The tips were shared equally with the organizers, and if she could gain more, she might be able to afford that LV handbag. The PK consisted of the two singers performing 3 songs each. After the first song, Deng Baobao had a chance to observe her opponent, named Kuqi, who was on the other side of the stage wearing colorful attire reminiscent of a fashion disaster. Deng Baobao inwardly gloated, considering Kuqi a complete beginner. Little did she know, Kuqi preparing to take the stage for the PK was plotting her own strategy. She glanced at Deng Baobao, chuckled to herself, and remained composed. After the first song, which garnered fewer tips than Deng Baobao, even lacking a wealthy fan following, Kuqi maintained her cool composure. Hearing her opponent's compliments, Deng Baobao became more self-assured, convinced she would win this round. Yizi couldn't understand Kuqi's demeanor. This princess from the Liu family exuded superiority yet was so complimentary to Deng Baobao. Of course, her humble compliments gained applause from the crowd. Where? Little sister, you're so fresh. I'm a beginner, whereas you need to take it easy on me. Deng Baobao knew the rules of showbiz and presented a modest smile, beckoning to Kuqi. Deep down, she mocked, "Fresh my foot, dressed like a goth and still dare to call me sister. Dream on, I'll crush you." Wow, the two beautiful ladies are so polite. This PK elimination round is so harmonious. I feel the pure, innocent friendship between the two competitors. Liang Pangzi couldn't help but add to the tipping frenzy, contributing 2,000 each as comments appeared on the screen. The atmosphere was emotional as the live audience responded to the act. For her first song, Kui also garnered several tips, reaching tens of thousands, slightly less than Deng Baobao's total. In contrast, Deng Baobao's tips already exceeded 200,000 after the second song, while Kui's total hit only about 100,000. Nevertheless, Kui remained calm, portraying herself as nonchalant, while Deng Baobao found her behavior suspicious. As they prepared to perform their final songs simultaneously, the host announced the last round of the PK match. A 5-minute countdown appeared on the screen, signaling the decisive play, where the one with the most tips would clinch the victory. Queuing up their final performances, both singers made their final plea for tips, with Kui choosing a playful and endearing approach. Despite her assurance of victory, she gave her all, charming the audience with cute gestures and innocent eyes. On the other hand, Deng Baobao confidently gleamed as she performed her passionate dance routine, drawing on her experience from participating in dance performances and her visually captivating outfit. The screen erupted into a frenzy. Mr. Yang, tip Baobao an electric car, a 1,000 tip for an electric car. Mr. Tang, tip Baobao a motorcycle, a 2,000 tip for a motorcycle. Mr. Tang, Baobao, I adore you. You look fantastic. Even if I had to eat instant noodles for a month, I would still tip you. Keep moving, show them your energy. Mr. Bao, tip Baobao tablet, a 5,000 tip for a tablet. Mr. Bao, Baobao, you're so sexy. Keep going, you're the best. Deng Baobao was now raking in smaller tits, but their collective sum had placed her in a commanding position. The audience's prattling about Deng Baobao's figure, coupled with the lavish tips displayed on screen, highlighted her undeniable advantage. Observing this unconventional PK structure, Izzy regretted the show veering into melodramatic territory, where cuteness took the forefront, overshadowing the singer's performances. Below Deng Baobao's progress bar, it also began to rise, continuously encroaching on Kui's progress bar. Brothers, come on, Baobao loves you. Deng Baobao saw those tips on the display screen, instantly excited, vigorously blowing kisses on stage. She arrogantly glanced at the screen behind Kui, seeing the silly girl still trying to act cute, but receiving very few tips. Deng Baobao couldn't help but sneer coldly, chuckling, being cute is useless, men like sexy. Kui, it seems people don't really like your type, hehe. I suggest you save your energy, just sing a song nicely for everyone. At this moment, Deng Baobao saw her progress bar continuing to rise, and her heart began to swell. In the beginning, when the outcome was uncertain, she maintained politeness, but now with the overwhelming advantage, there was no need for pleasantries. She could speak bluntly. Little did she know, as soon as she finished speaking, there was a commotion on the screen behind Kui. Mr. Jian, tipping Kui a crystal chandelier by 1. A crystal chandelier, worth 10,000. Mr. Jian, Kui, keep going. Invincible in your youth, you are a princess. Finally, someone tipped Kui generously, but it was just 1, worth 10,000. Deng Baobao coldly huffed, chuckling, just a drop in the bucket. Half the time has passed. Anyways, I am already the winner. The top 4 positions will soon belong to this goddess. Ha. With a good figure, advantage is everything. And looking at this trend, I might receive many more tips. Deng Baobao felt a tinge of satisfaction at this moment. However, wait. What? How come her progress bar suddenly disappeared? Deng Baobao was stunned on the spot. Her smug expression had no time to fade. Looking utterly ridiculous, Deng Baobao thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, hastily rubbing them, then reopening them to find that indeed, her progress bar had been completely overtaken by the opponent. What on earth was happening? Why is this happening? Did the system malfunction? I clearly received over 200,000 tips just now. How come my progress bar has been pushed down? Anxious about her advancement, Deng Baobao couldn't care less about her image and began to angrily shout on stage. Frustrated and embarrassed, she was not holding back, wondering who was cheating. As the stakes were high, Deng Baobao was now losing her patience, publicly chastising the situation on the stage. If I get eliminated in the first round, how will I continue to attract tips? The share will only amount to a mere 100,000, not even enough for my loans. How am I supposed to buy LV bags? It's not a system error, it's because someone rich sided with her. Mr. Tang tipped Deng Baobao 1,000 and left a reminder. Deng Baobao quickly looked over and realized, oh, really? North's Mr. tipping Kui with 3 cars. 1 car tip equals 10,000. With 3 cars gifted, that meant 30,000. This single gesture skyrocketed Kui Qi's tipping value, instantly surpassing Deng Baobao's meager contributions. Therefore, Kui Qi's progress bar shot up like a rocket, almost wiping out Deng Baobao's completely. In an instant, Deng Baobao was dumbfounded, her hands hanging limp by her sides, even dropping the microphone to the ground. What did she do? How did she suddenly capture the attention of the rich? Did she cross the line secretly? Deng Baobao looked over and noticed that Kui had not sung in a while, merely acting co to attract tips. Seeing the time running out, Deng Baobao became anxious. Are all tycoons into women acting co? Damn it, if you can act cute, can't I? Back when I was with rich second-generation guys, I perfected this art. Let me show you. At this moment, a yacht icon appeared on the screen. Could it be taking effect? Deng Baobao's heart immediately rejoiced. However, she was soon crestfallen as a series of lavish tips were all directed to Kui. Mr. God, 5 yachts for Kui. Mr. Truth, 3 yachts for Kui. Mr. Heaven, 8 yachts for Kui. After another round, Kui Qi's gift tipping value had soared past 1 million. By now, Deng Baobao's progress bar had completely vanished into thin air. Her meager electric cars and motorcycles looked pitiful, crushed under the pressure of the cars and yachts from the other side, making her appear desperate and embarrassed. What is happening? Deng Baobao felt embarrassed and puzzled. Her physique, looks, and singing talent were all superior to Kui Qi's, so how was she being utterly trounced? Look at this silly woman wearing a huge question mark on her face. She must be wondering why we are not tipping her. It's so amusing. Mr. Jian chimed in again. Indeed, she dares to emulate our Princess Kui Qi's coquettishness. Does she not realize her inferiority? She's not even worthy of Princess Kui Qi's slipper. This so-called Baobao is a complete idiot, a total shambles. At her age, she still dares to mimic Princess Kui. Truly shameful. A mature woman acting cute is giving me goosebumps. Watching the comments on the screen, Deng Baobao felt utterly exposed and humiliated. Red-faced and speechless, she couldn't utter a word. Deng Baobao finally understood that the tycoons were all here for Kui, not the live audience. What a major conspiracy it was. Sister, what's wrong? Why aren't you singing? Keep dancing or twisting. I'll applaud for you and cheer you on. After winning the elimination round, Kui taunted Baobao, further humiliating her publicly. We also want to see the old lady act co. This moment filled Deng Baobao with such rage, almost suffocating her. Could there be anything more embarrassing than this? She thought victory was secure, feeling ecstatic to the extreme. Yet, as soon as she started mocking Kui, a sudden twist of fate blindsided her. Her fortunes cooled instantly. Furthermore, not only did she cool off, but she was also subjected to a public humiliation, with her face metaphorically slapped over and over. Alas, blame it on the lack of a support system. Becoming a star was not so easy. It required talent, influence, and financial backing. Regular people can dream. As the time ran out, Deng Baobao was forced off the stage. However, the audience below erupted in jubilation. That silly woman just now, truly naive, thinking she could advance by showing off. Laughable. Indeed, Kui is the princess of the Liu family. Our princess entourage must always protect her. Princess Kui, rest assured in your final round, we are your unwavering pillars, ensuring you secure the first place. The other unknown singers are no match for you. Listening to the crowd's voices, the other contestants, who had not taken the stage yet, were in a panic. It was evident that this competition was designed to treat them as cannon fodder. Tang Qingyan was also very nervous. She had performed well in the preliminaries, but as soon as the elimination rounds began, the dark side of the competition emerged. Fortunately, Yizi had forewarned her about the world being worldly and dark. She had prepared herself mentally. As long as I do my best, the rest is up to fate. With this determination, Tang Qingyan took the stage, defeating an opponent without any backstage support, advancing to the final 4. Seeing Tang Qingyan unperturbed, Yizi felt relieved. It seemed this woman had a stronger psychological resilience than an average person. He no longer worried about her ability to withstand the pressures of the entertainment industry. On the other hand, Liu Kui also defeated yet another opponent, advancing to the finals. Her princess support network was becoming increasingly arrogant, openly taunting her opponents till they cried on the spot. Watching this scene, Yizi smirked disdainfully. These people had no clue about the depths of talent and ambition that lay beyond their understanding. Well, if the Liu family was rich enough to raise such a support network, was it impressive? If they wanted to play like this, Yizi would play along. Besides, his relationship with the Mei family was fairly good, and the Mei family's young master, Mei Qingyan, was his friend. He'd happily spend some money on them. At that moment, the final PK began. Tang Qingyan pushed her wheelchair onto the stage, cold and proud, ready to face Kui Kui in the ultimate showdown. Ha ha. A crippled woman made it to the final. A disabled person dreams of becoming a singer. Is this woman crazy about her starry-eyed dreams? Look at how beautiful she is, but it's a pity she's disabled. The audience started to gossip and pass judgment on Tang Qingyan, making Qin Ruhan and others worried about her. Qingyan, you must persevere and not disappoint Yi Xiao's expectations. Qin Ruhan tightened her grip on her jade fist. Right now, Yizi wasn't just her boss. There was a special emotion she held for him. A look of loss and disappointment in his face wasn't something she wished to see. Prior to the PK, Tang Qingyan wasn't as fake as Deng Baobao and Kui Kui. She appeared genuinely sorrowful, bowing to the audience below. I'm truly sorry, everyone. It's my first time participating in a talent show and my mother is hospitalized, urgently needing surgery funds. If you think my singing is good, please support me with tips. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Tang Qingyan spoke, with a slight redness in her eyes. If it weren't for reaching a heartbreaking point, this stubborn girl would never lower her posture, let alone show helplessness with red eyes. Oh, no wonder Tang Qingyan has been frequenting the hospital these past 2 days. Turns out her mother was admitted. Liang Pangzi also felt sympathy. Seeing a beauty in distress, he immediately shook his head and sighed, preparing to tit Tang Qingyan. Yes, I only found out yesterday too. Her mother was admitted to the hospital a few days ago. It said that she has a kidney stone in one kidney and inflammation in the other, and needs a kidney transplant. The procedure costs at least 1 million to start. Li Lanlin also felt helpless, as she was just a small staffer with not much money, and even if she received tips through the talent show, a percentage would be deducted. It was better to donate money in private. Listening to their words, Yizi also affirmed that Tang Qingyan really encountered difficulties and had run out of options. That silly girl, such a big thing, she didn't tell herself, still wanting to solve it with her own efforts. However, at this moment, there was a sudden burst of boos from the audience below, all from the princess's support group led by Liu Kuqui. Pretending to be pitiful on a talent show, can you even stoop that low? Did you think this tactic would work? It's long been overused. It might work on a few fools, but expecting to win against our Princess Kui Kui. Dream on. Have you watched many talent shows to resort to such cheap tricks? Are you not disgusted with yourself? Tang Qingyan was already sad and lacked experience on stage. Hearing the malicious insults shouted from the audience, she almost cried. And she didn't even know that Yizi had returned last night. Liu Kuqui just shattered her confidence backstage, and now she felt utterly helpless. Thankfully, at that moment, an anonymous user sent a barrage message. Don't hang your head, the crown will fall. Remember, you are Tang Qingyan, unbeatable by anyone. A word of encouragement and despair made Tang Qingyan smile, like a white lotus. From the tone, she knew it was Yizi who had returned. Watching her grow from the audience, she couldn't disappoint him. Being a strong-willed woman, the more others doubted her, attacked her, and humiliated her, the more determined she was to respond with powerful strength. So, she started singing, dedicating the song Cool Cool to the audience. After singing it, including Ji Wuyu, all the professional judges gave high praise. Unfortunately, many were merely listening to the song and didn't tip much. After one song, she received less than 100,000 in tips. Liu Kuqui couldn't help but let out a smirk. Ha ha, I'm really lucky today. I actually encountered such a weak competitor in the finals. Brothers of the princess's support group, crush her without mercy. Don't hold back. Indeed, even before starting to sing, Liu Kuqui already thought she had won. What a joke, selling pitiful stories, a talent show for sympathy. Not being insulted is a blessing, and she still wants to win. Dream on. Not to mention she had a group of faithful wealthy fans, including Xu Dan. There was no pressure humiliating the paper-thin opponent. So this time, Liu Quiqui didn't need to act coy. Instead, she put on a fierce demeanor, sitting motionless, without performing anything. She wanted to embarrass Tang Qingyan in this manner, proving she could win without even sinning. Tang Qingyan, not deterred by her opponent's silence, continued with another song, once the most beautiful, completely expressing her experience, which garnered applause from the audience. Her voice was truly beautiful, coupled with her innocent and pretty appearance. She received significant tips from the audience. She even received 2 sports cars, and the total tips quickly reached hundreds of thousands. Of course, this was also due to the efforts of Liang Pangzi and Qin Ruhan. The progress bar below Tang Qingyan surged, instantly occupying half of it, equally competing with Liu Quiqui. Seeing a positive development, Tang Qingyan smiled. She felt her singing was appreciated by everyone, regardless of the final outcome. Having received hundreds of thousands in tips and thunderous applause, she had already gained something. However, her ultimate goal was to defeat the arrogant Liu Quiqui, not letting this talent show become a joke. She especially didn't want to lose to someone with the surname Liu again. Today's talent show was also live-streamed, and besides Liang Pangzi and the group, other employees of Qing Cheng International were watching. As they witnessed Tang Qingyan's rapid progress, they cheered excitedly, even shouting words of encouragement on the live platform. "Qingyan, you must win. Come on, keep going. For your mother, for dignity, you must win." Look, there are only 2.5 minutes left in the third round. Not just on the live platform, there were also many fans of Tang Qingyan loudly discussing at the venue. That so-called Liu Quiqui is rubbish. She definitely knows she can't compare in voice, appearance, or temperament with the wheelchair goddess. Might as well sit there and wait for time to run out to admit defeat automatically. Haha, fake singer. Go back to your mom's house and practice singing. That's right. Don't let Mihua Entertainment's talent show become a joke. Deng Baobao had just lost and, out of frustration, she was still focusing on Liu Quiqi's PK. Seeing the comments from the audience, she took a sip of water and had a self-satisfied expression. Hehe. You fools, you'll be utterly embarrassed very soon. Even someone I couldn't beat. Can this pretentious pitiful woman surpass her? What a joke. Thinking like this, Deng Baobao couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Having lost on stage just now, she realized Liu Quiqui was actually the wealthy young lady of the Hua City Mansion. She had many suitors already, and with family support, the financial capabilities of the princess's support group were incomprehensible. How could they, ordinary women, compete with that? Moreover, this woman had a twisted sense of humor. She enjoyed playing mind games, turning the situation upside down. At first, her support group would hold back, letting the opponent see hope for victory, making them happy. But near the end, they would start slowly, surprising the opponent, concluding with a torrent of tipping. In this frenzied tipping attack, which included yacht and sports car luxury gifts like a storm of bombardment, left the opponent in tears, utterly confused and disoriented. It was a delightfully satisfying game. After all, don't rich people enjoy such pretentious tactics? They love to see others go from ecstatic to suddenly cold and indifferent. How? What's going on? Just as Deng Baobao expected, the Qing Cheng International employees who had just started watching the live stream erupted into exclamations simultaneously. Tang Qingyan's progress bar suddenly disappeared. Seeing the barrage messages on the live stream, Deng Baobao coldly smiled to herself. Those silly folks at Qing Cheng International, you were so excited just now, right? Hehe. The cold water splashed in your face now. Deng Baobao felt much better at that moment, watching the live scene unfold. She knew Liu Quiqi's people behind her would definitely start exerting influence. Look, they're here. Mr. Tia, send 2 yachts X2. Mr. Jian, send 3 yachts X3. Mr. Shu, send 10 yachts. Almost identical to before, launching a tipping offensive akin to a luxury storm, swamping the opponent. Deng Baobao watched with delight, extremely satisfied with the result. Although she was humiliated by Liu Quiqui just before, in this head-to-head competition, Deng Baobao hoped Liu Quiqui would win. After all, Tang Qingyan represented the face of Qing Cheng International, and many employees of Qing Cheng International were watching this program. In the past, she was fired by Qing Cheng International, holding a deep grudge against the company. Now she eagerly wanted Qing Cheng International to fail miserably. Furthermore, Deng Baobao was inherently narrow-minded. She couldn't stand the idea of not winning the championship using all her skills. If a poor girl with a lame leg ended up winning, she would be extremely jealous. Oh, they suddenly tipped so much at once. Yeah, that Liu Kuqi is still a rich young lady after all. It's over. It's over. Tang Qingyan is going to lose. We're no match at all. Not just online, even Lian Pangzi and Qin Ruhan sighed repeatedly. They also wanted to help Tang Qingyan win, but their financial means were limited, so they could only watch as Tang Qingyan was ravaged and humiliated by Liu Kuqi, similar to Deng Baobao's experience. Tang Qingyan was completely stunned at this moment, sitting dumbfounded in her wheelchair, unable to describe the feeling in her heart. How hard had she worked to sing, pouring all of her emotions into it. If she had lacked skill, she could accept it. If the other party had some real talent, that would have been fine too. But the other party just casually said a few words, and just because they had a wealthy organization supporting them, they could ignore her efforts and talent, directly crushing her. Tang Qingyan truly refused to submit. But what could she do about it? Just as victory seemed within reach, at the last moment, the other party pulled off a huge turnaround. She truly wanted to cry without tears. Look at the lame foolish woman. Did she really think she would win just now? Ha ha, I'm dying laughing. Mr. Shu first began madly mocking, while the other members of the princess support group took the opportunity to send a series of messages full of insults. Ha ha, how dare the lame woman challenge our princess, seeking death? Doesn't she see what she is, not even worthy to put on shoes for our princess? Our princess's fans are different from you cheap fans. Each one of us is a second-generation rich kid with money. We can crush you poor ghosts. At this moment, Kui was in total control, smugly propped up with her hand, sitting in her chair, looking coldly at the helpless Tang Qingyan. Ha ha. Lame woman. I see your pitiful act is not effective. Hey. Kui's arrogance made the employees of Ningcheng International feel her contempt even through the phone screen. As for Tang Qingyan, she could only sit alone on the stage, listening to the other party humiliate her, which reminded her of the past. She had thought that would be the biggest humiliation of her life, but she didn't expect an even greater humiliation to follow. It was her first time mustering the courage to participate in a talent show, only to encounter such darkness. Now, in front of so many people, being mocked one after another by Kui and her group, her terrors were about to fall uncontrollably. She even had thoughts of ending it all, going to the afterlife with her mother. Ah, resign yourself. Just as Tang Qingyan was about to bow her head in defeat, a fighter jet suddenly flew across the screen behind her. The emotions of the audience erupted instantly. Mr. Yi sends a fighter jet X-1 to Tang Qingyan. The special effects of the fighter jet were so thrilling and dazzling, directly flying and shooting on the screen. That was necessary. A fighter jet represented a whopping 1 million in rewards. Hey, look quickly. Someone gave the lame beauty a huge gift. A fighter jet right away. So extravagant. Someone excitedly shouted. Qin Ruhan and Li Lanlin were also overjoyed. They had just witnessed Tang Qingyan humiliated by the so-called princess support group, feeling so stifled, but regretted not having hundreds of thousands to slap their faces. But now, a tycoon had finally arrived. With the appearance of the fighter jet, Tang Qingyan's progress bar shot up rapidly. Although still at a clear disadvantage compared to Kui, at least, there was now hope. Unlike before. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I'm really happy and grateful for the gift you sent this time. Tang Qingyan no longer had her old coldness from before, raising her head with a look of surprise and shimmering eyes. She was well aware of who this Mr. Yi was, even though she had never seen his face from start to finish. However, receiving a 1 million reward all at once, she managed to remain calm. If it were Deng Baobao, she might have yelled, "Rich tycoon, come out, I want to publicly thank you." Another fighter jet came flying on the screen at this moment, showing another 1 million in rewards. And Mr. Yi left a message, "No need to thank me. I saw a bunch of poor monkeys jumping around, making noise, couldn't help but randomly click. You sing with great infectivity. Take this money to buy some clothes, dress up nicely, and you will be more confident singing." I will. Am I a good singer? Tang Qingyan saw Mr. Yi's encouragement, and her tears glistened even more. At this moment, the so-called princess support group, self-proclaimed wealthy fans, were already unable to sit still. Wow, someone is acting cool here. When he said poor monkeys, Was he referring to us? Mr. Shu came out and spoke, sending a few cars. However, even if he wanted to retaliate, he couldn't send out a 1 million fighter jet. Hey, daring to call us poor, who does he think he is? Just a couple of fighter jets, is that supposed to impress us? Mr. Jian immediately mocked. The others certainly did not want to be outdone, continuing to send gifts one after another. At this time, there were 30 seconds left until the end. Just a couple of fighter jets, who can't afford to send them. But it's not necessary, Kui Kui is sure to win. Exactly. Just a fighter jets, surely watching the time, trying to act cool, truly a big shot. Why not come out early and beat us all down? As they were speaking, suddenly a large group of fighter jets flew across the screen. Bang, bang, bang. The whole phone screen seemed to explode, shocking the audience to jump up one by one. Wow, Mom, why am I not so lucky? Deng Baobao covered her mouth, wide-eyed, unable to believe that all of this was actually happening, so envious to the point of suffocation. Mr. Yi sends a fighter jet X-8 to Tang Qingyan. Along with the 2 earlier ones, that was a total of 10, worth 10 million. With this, Tang Qingyan's progress bar instantly overwhelmed the opponent's progress bar, like a tidal wave. The audience was going crazy. Tang Qingyan's current reward value was suddenly over 10 million, while the Princess support group's show-off barely reached 5 million. How ridiculous! And anyway, where was that Princess support group? They were so quiet for a long time. As for Kui Kui, her expression became even more comical. Her smug expression had not yet faded. Now she looked like she was having a meltdown, standing there as if paralyzed. Their strategy was to strike others' faces when they were happy. But who would have expected this time? When they were arrogant, they would be slapped in the face instead. Completely disoriented. Ha ha. A woman who can't even sing is on stage acting crazy, thinking she can win relying on a few pseudo-rich people. Can she secure the championship? Isn't that right? It's hilarious. No matter how many pseudo-rich people there are, they are no match for a true tycoon. Ha ha. The audience had long been disliking Kui Kui, thinking who she was, using the talent show rules to manipulate. Who would be happy with that? Now seeing Kui Kui's zombie-like expression, they were pleased. As for Liang Pangzi and Qin Ruhan, they had never been so delighted. As the saying goes, you think having money brings happiness. Wrong. You can't imagine the happiness of rich people. That Mr. Yi is so handsome. Seeing everyone so cheerful and happy, Mr. Yi was not idle either. He threw out a series of taunts one after another. Come on. Isn't it about rich rewards rather than the singing skills? Come on. There's only about 30 seconds left, with over 40,000 square meters of my mansion, all messed up with disgusting banknotes flying around. So annoying. I was worried that Long Guo had no other opponents. Can you guys let me burn more money? Can you make me even happier? Kui Kui, didn't you always proclaim yourself a princess? Just a few poor monkeys flattering you. Where did your princess superiority go? With that, he sent out a 5 million rocket. Boom. The rocket soared, emitting a deafening sound, frightening everyone on the scene. Crazy. The crowd was dumbfounded. A tycoon had instantaneously flashed a group of rich kids, undoubtedly making him the #1 playboy in watching. To be honest, Mr. Yi wasn't the type to enjoy overpowering others with money, especially against a bunch of strangers. But the pseudo-rich who had flattered Kui Kui just now had done something to Tang Qingyan that was too much. Was it necessary to speak so maliciously to a disabled girl who sang to earn money for her mother? With his words, the so-called princess support group couldn't distinguish directions anymore. They also wanted to retaliate, but they were out of money. Kui Kui's face turned even worse, truly having a hard time facing the music. Finally, the time was up. Whether it was in the venue or for those watching the live PK on their phones, they were all shaken to the core by the excitement of the unfolding events. Congratulations to Miss Tang Qingyan for winning the championship of our singing talent show this time. Miss Tang has excellent pitch and a highly penetrating voice. Truly a good singer. In the future, we at Mihua Entertainment will strongly support this promising newcomer. At Mihua Entertainment, under Meking Han Signal, the staff very tactfully announced the champion and made a public commitment. They were not stupid, knowing that this newcomer had a super rich backer. Just for a small talent show, they were able to splash out 15 million. Who would dare to underestimate such financial power? Especially Meking Han knew very well that Mr. Yi had a deep background. To subsequent matters, Mr. Yi didn't want to get involved. Anyway, with Qin Ruhan watching over Tang Qingyan, everything should be fine. As he was about to quietly leave the venue, just as he stepped out of the VIP card room, he met Ji Wuyu, wearing a charming smile. "Yi Shao, please pay this 15 million first." Mei Qingyan also walked over, rushing ahead of Ji Wuyu, and handed a bill to Ye Xiao. Today's tipping is done with real names and linked to bank accounts for automatic deductions. Ye Xiao's payment ran into issues. "What's going on? Is my card frozen by the bank?" Ye Xiao frowned when he saw the bill. He held a top VIP card from the Noble Bank. How could it be frozen? "Yi Shao, it's like this." Jin Leifu saw Ye Xiao's puzzled expression and quickly whispered the whole story in his ear. After listening, Ye Xiao's frown deepened. The Noble Bank's 10 billion, West District Commercial City, and the Qingcheng International were all transferred under Yu Feifei and Yaofu's names. They indeed had a backup plan to control him. Now, through various cunning operations, they reclaimed the assets and froze the funds. Ye Xiao knew the Ye Xiao family wasn't foolish. Even his beloved aunt and sister weren't helping him unconditionally. They were just on the same boat. Now, for Chu Qingwu's sake, he refused to return to Yanjing and refused to marry Ning Yuxi. They really intended to impose sanctions on him and force him to yield. "Hey, Fang Yu, can you immediately pay 15 million to my Shao?" Fortunately, Ye Xiao wasn't left with nothing. At least the only dance group he established was under his complete control. As long as he had a foothold, he believed he could quickly find a way to grow strong and be on par with the rest of the Ye Xiao family. "Aunt, don't force me to give up Qingwu. Don't force me to break with you," Ye Xiao said to himself. After sorting out the 15 million problem, he finally kept his appointment with Ji Wuyu and arrived at an elegant room. Hehe, Yu Shao seems to have encountered some family and business troubles again. It seems like the right time for me to talk about cooperation with you. Ji Wuyu, as graceful and charming as ever, handed Ye Xiao a glass of red wine and got straight to the point. "What kind of cooperation can we have?" Ye Xiao, wanting to break free from his aunt's control, was quite interested in Ji Wuyu's proposal. "First, you wanted to promote Tang Qingyan, right? I can teach her to sing, get her popular, and help her make money for you." Ye Xiao looked at her with a hint of doubt. He had witnessed Ji Wuyu's piano and singing skills, which were impeccable, but she was just a singer. Promoting someone wasn't that simple. Hehe, Yu Shao seems skeptical. "Let me prove it to you." As soon as Ji Wuyu spoke, another stunning beauty walked into the room, none other than the famous Qin Yanren. "It's you." Ye Xiao was surprised to see this top star. She actually had a relationship with Ji Wuyu. "Ye Shao, hello." Qin Yanren walked over and nodded towards Ye Xiao. Indeed, the female manager was not to be trifled with. Even though she knew Ye Xiao was extraordinary, she had no intention of shaking hands with him. Of course, Ye Xiao didn't pay much attention to these details. Instead, he looked at Ji Wuyu. "Ye Shao, Miss Ji and I are not just teacher and student." Qin Yanren answered the doubt in Ye Xiao's eyes on behalf of Ji Wuyu. "I finally understand now. I underestimated Ji Wuyu. Even a top star like Yanren is her disciple. No wonder such a busy woman would appear in a small city like Huacheng," Ye Xiao thought to himself. "Now that Yu Shao believes me, can we help promote Tang Qingyan? I also have a way to heal her legs," Ji Wuyu said. "What?" Ye Xiao was shocked. "Yu Shao, you know that besides ancient martial arts, there's also the ancient medical art of Lone Wo in Neijiang Lake. The Ye Xiao family has a divine doctor who can revive the dead. What's a pair of legs to that?" Ji Wuyu said with a mysterious smile. Indeed, Ye Xiao nodded slightly. Last time he was in a hurry to return to Yanjing and didn't even see his grandfather, let alone his father, all because Chu Qingwu went missing. He hadn't even thought about finding a way to heal Tang Qingyan's legs. If Ji Wuyu could help, it would save him trouble. "So, Miss Ji, what do you want from me?" "Yu Shao, you are straightforward. I just want to borrow your necklace for a while. Can I get it back intact?" "Of course." Ji Wuyu nodded without hesitation. Ye Xiao had been watching her beautiful eyes, and with his knowledge of psychology from his military training, he could tell she wasn't lying to him. "Do you want the mysterious pattern hidden in the necklace?" Ye Xiao directly guessed Tan asked. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuyu was surprised. "Yu Shao, you already know the secret of the necklace. You tell me honestly, and then I'll consider lending it to you." Ye Xiao didn't want to beat around the bush. Ji Wuyu nodded. even signaling Qin Yanran to leave. Qin Yanran, being an ordinary woman, couldn't understand what they were talking about, and with her busy schedule, she had to leave. Those patterns are a map. Originally, Mr. Yexia's mother was instructed by the elder to hide the map in the necklace, and that necklace itself is a magical medicinal substance. You might be able to use it to directly heal Tang Qingyan's legs. Qi Wuyu, not holding back, revealed everything she knew to Yexia. Yexia also suddenly realized why Mr. Yexia and the others had fought for even a small piece that had been stepped on and thrown into the trash publicly. That's why. What does the map hide? I'm sorry, Yishao, I'm not sure if I can disclose that information, but please lend me the necklace to report back. You wanted the patterns, right? I can give you that, but once the map is assembled, you'll also have to give me a copy. Yexiao tried to negotiate. Ji Wuyu seemed hesitant for a moment, but agreed in the end. Yexiao just shared the pictures he had taken with Ji Wuyu and didn't hand over the necklace. Ji Wuyu didn't press the matter further and said she would instruct Qin Yanran to help promote Tang Qingyan. She hurriedly left. What kind of map is it actually? How could it keep such a skilled beauty lurking in Huacheng for so long? Yexiao was very curious and had to rely on Ji Wuyu to keep her promise so he could get a copy of the map in the end. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk continue in next message asterisk asterisk. The Chu family, a bunch of relatives, gathered again today for a meal. The Chu family has been experiencing significant ups and downs recently, with chaos still prevailing. Although the family shifted their focus to capital, with the soaring stock prices of only Dance Corporation, the Chu family's wealth also rose significantly. However, internally, the Chu family is divided, causing even Grandma to have difficulty feeling happy despite their newfound wealth. Especially recently with Chu Jianwo and his son Chu Qingwu going missing consecutively, it made Grandma lose her appetite and age 10 years instantly, feeling like someone with one foot already in the grave. Grandma, I heard that the Yi family has reclaimed the industries that originally belonged to them from Yi Zhaoxiao. It seems like Yi Zhaoxiao's days are numbered. Yes, why don't we withdraw our investments? Our shares are now worth billions. Once cashed out, we can do anything, right? Qingwu is gone, and only Dance belongs to our Chu family. What does it matter? The male members of the Chu family are dwindling, with only Chu Jianjun and Chu Weiman remaining from the direct line of the old master. Chu Weiman is useless, to be frank, leaving only Chu Jianjun. Even though they have the resources, Grandma has little confidence in starting over again. Ha ha. Who wants to withdraw investments? Suddenly, Mr. Wan, the steward, walked in with an elegant young lady. Hearing his playful tone, some of the elders in the Chu family disapproved, even scolding Mr. Wang for allowing an outsider to visit without prior notice and involving their family discussions. However, as soon as they saw the young lady's appearance, the family fell silent and even stood up one by one with smiles on their faces. Oh, it's Miss Hua. Please have a seat. What brings you here today? Led by Grandma, they approached the elegant Miss Hua. It's worth noting that the Hua family is a leading family in the city of Hua, with people looking up to them. The Chu family has always been connected to the city of Hua, so the respect for the Hua family comes naturally and is 10 times greater than for Yi Zhaoxiao. It's a shameless breeze that brought me here. Isn't Yi Zhaoxiao with the Chu family? With these words, the people of the Chu family were bewildered, unsure of what she was trying to convey. But as soon as she connected Yi Zhaoxiao and Shameless, many immediately understood. Shen Lingai quickly stepped forward in a fluster, saying, Miss Hua, you have to understand, Yi Zhaoxiao is no longer with the Chu family. It's been said he's divorced from Chu Qingwu, which means he has no connection with our family. If you have a score to settle with him, don't come to us. Exactly, Chu Ruren hurriedly added. He now lives in the Hua Bay Villa. Isn't that a property developed by the Hua family? You can go find him there. Even the peripheral relatives like Liang Meifeng join in. For a moment, Miss Hua was left embarrassed, realizing that her casual remark led the Chu family to distance themselves frantically. It seems that the relationship between Yi Zhaoxia and the Chu family is not good. How pitiful. Hey, how can you say that? It was ultimately Chu Jianjun who stood up to speak, as ever since Chu Qingwu became in charge of the fabric factory, their family had been dependent on the Yi couple. Especially now with Chu Biao having accompanied Yi Zhaoxiao to Yanjing, Understanding the horror of the Yi family, it seems that even if the Hua city visitors were to go to Yanjing, they wouldn't qualify. The Chu family was laughable, rushing to distance themselves from him due to some minor conflicts with the family. They even tried to impress upon him the connection with Only Dance Corporation, which might resurge and shine brightly again in no time. Thus, not only for Yi Xiao but for their own interests as well, he needed to step up and scold the Chu family members. Humph, Chu Jianjun, now that my husband isn't home, you're acting like the head of the family, aren't you? Well, Miss Hua, if you had any business with Yi Xiao, go straight to him. Shen Lingai pointed at Chu Jianjun, getting agitated and eager to stir up trouble. Yes, exactly. Chu family has only those three and Yi Xiao connected. If you need anything, just find them. Liang Meifeng and the others echoed. All right. Your words are giving me a headache. Miss Hua, feeling overwhelmed, no longer concerned with the internal factions of the Chu family, promptly waved her hand. Chu Jianjun, right? I want to meet Yi Xiao for potential collaboration to prosper together. I don't know how to reach him, so call him from me. What? Prosper together? Shen Lingai and others were dumbfounded. What kind of shameless act was she planning by suggesting to collaborate with him? Didn't she just come to settle a score with him? Oh, that's great. Just as the Chu family members were in disbelief, Miss Hua readily agreed. Thinking how clever Yi Xiao was, pushing the limits by offering her a project within 30 billion. Hitting the threshold set by her grandfather was impressive. The Chu family members were staggering. A 30 billion collaboration settled in a few words. Second uncle, Yi Xiao then turned to Chu Jianjun. Still shocked, Chu Jianjun, hearing the old nickname from Yi Xiao, was surprised. And the collaboration with the Hua family, I entrust that to you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chu Jianjun was stunned. Never had he dreamed that he would be in charge of such a large project in his lifetime. The other Chu family members were envious and resentful, quickly trying to curry favor with Yi Xiao, including Liang Meifeng reversing her attitude at once. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao did not bother with their words. He only wanted to show the Chu family that Chu Qingwu had always been his wife, and the Chu family was also his in-laws. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Humph, Yi Xiao, come out. After their business talk, Miss Hua brashly pulled Yi Xiao by the sleeve and left the Chu family. The women of the Chu family gossiped about her departure, suggesting that the Hua family sent a young girl to flirt with Yi Xiao while Chu Qingwu was absent. As soon as they stepped out of the Chu family's gate, Yi Xiao shook off Miss Hua's hand and sternly said, "Hey, if you have something to say, spit it out. Don't beat around the bush." Miss Hua was infuriated. She had specially visited to see him and offer such a favor, only to be met with this attitude. However, due to anger and nervousness, she commanded, "In a couple of days, there will be an event at the Eastern Sea University City, and I have a singing performance. You, come and support me then." Support you? Yi Xiao was genuinely shocked. What was this girl up to now? Yes, if I call, you come. If you can sing, then sing. If you can't, just present flowers. That's settled. Miss Hua, with a commanding stance, though her heart was beating anxiously, said firmly before rushing into her car and fleeing. Baffling, Yi Xiao frowned as he watched her departure. Yi, look, I can stand up now. The next day, while Yi was still sorting out the details of the collaboration with the Hua family, Tang Qingyan came specially to the central villa to find him. As soon as Yi shifted his gaze to her, she excitedly stood up. Yi was shocked too and quickly rushed over to support her because he could see that Tang Qingyan was still a bit unsteady on her feet. Yi, what kind of divine medicine did you give me to make me able to stand up in just 2 days? Yi was also very curious to know what kind of necklace it was that had such miraculous effects. If Ji Wu hadn't told him before she left, he wouldn't have known that it could be used to heal Tang Qingyan's legs. The Yi family was truly extraordinary. Yi still hadn't figured out how deep the waters of the Yi family were. Of course, he also had no idea about his mother's background, which seemed not to be that of an insignificant vase. Being able to stand up is good. By the way, if you're free tomorrow, come and sing a song with me. Sing a song? Tang Qingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Yes, your official debut is already counting down. Try to adapt to the stage as soon as possible. Yi. Yes. Seeing Tang Qingyan suddenly serious, Yi also became serious. I will definitely succeed to show you. Tang Qingyan restrained her previous joy, her expression turning as cold as before. Even with a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes, she would never forget the insult and harm Liu Jianjia had brought her before. I believe in you, Yi nodded. On the other side, the first time infatuated and nervous Fang Shishi was also very anxious. Even during singing practice with her little friends, she often seemed distracted. Shishi, what are you doing? Distracted again. Aang Xiaofei was Fan Qiqi's senior sister and also the captain of their singing group. Fan Shishi was usually a good singer, so why was she completely out of focus during rehearsals today? I'm sorry. Fan Shishi knew she was dragging everyone down again and quickly apologized, showing no airs of a wealthy daughter. Besides being in the provincial capital Donghai City, she was also distracted because she was constantly thinking about Yi. Oh no, she seemed to have forgotten to tell him the specific time and place. Would that guy find an excuse not to come? Also, she hadn't told the captain about inviting guest singers. Would the teammates oppose it later? Shishi, have you recently had a conflict with Liu Kuqui? Yeah. Are you distracted because you're afraid of competing with her on stage? Other members became concerned. Indeed, Liu Kuqui used to be good friends with Fang Shishi, but because she found out about Fang Qiqi's ambiguous relationship with that man early on, she deliberately distanced herself. Even during the last selection show at the Zunshan building, she didn't notify her to come and support her, creating a rift between them. And no, I haven't. Fan Shishi shook her head. She hadn't had any major conflicts with Liu Kuqui, and lately, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of Yi and hadn't spent much time playing with her. Hey, Shishi, stop lying. I know you're under pressure. Aang Xiaofei consoled Fang Shishi with a sympathetic expression. Under pressure? Fang Shishi was suddenly confused. Yeah. We also heard that this time Liu Kuqui invited her cousin Liu Jianjia as a guest singer. She might be a second-tier star, but she's still more famous than us unknown university students. That's right. Although I don't think her singing is that great, overshadowing us unknowns won't be easy. Liu Kuqui even said yesterday that she must crush us. Fan Shishi was unaware of these matters because she had not been paying attention to Liu Kuqui lately. While they were a bit distant recently, she couldn't have hated her, could she? Forget it. Let's give it our all and do our best. This performance is being jointly organized by the entire university city. We can't make a fool of ourselves. All right. Let's do it again. With the encouragement from the captain, Fan Shishi quickly let go of her doubts about Liu Kuqui and forcibly pushed Ji Zhao's matters out of her mind to focus on practicing with her teammates. The next afternoon, Yi arrived on time at Donghai City University City. Although Fan Shishi, that carefree wealthy lady, forgot to tell him the location, he inquired carefully and found out it was at the plaza of the Star Sea Music Academy. However, neither he nor Tang Qingyan were students of the university city, so there was no doubt that when they parked and entered, they were stopped by the security guards. Hey, stop right there. That's right, you two, what are you looking at? With those proud expressions, you don't seem like good people. What are you doing here at our school? Yi looked surprised. Could the security guard stop being so strong? He could even tell we're not good people, just by looking at us. Do we have to laugh out loud to enter? We were invited to participate. Yi was stopped by the security guard and had to explain. Unexpectedly, without much thought, the security guard directly responded with a loud voice, "Get lost." Too many outsiders try to sneak in with that excuse. Do you think I'll believe you? Do you have any credentials? After saying that, he turned and closed the door. Jeez, that bratty Fang Shishi didn't say we needed credentials to get in. Yi suddenly felt frustrated. Tang Qingyan frowned deeply. Such an arrogant security guard in a mere campus. Yi. That's right. No respect at all. Tang Qingyan. Aren't you Yi Xiao? Give him a taste of your power. Yi. I will make him regret it. With those words, Yi immediately changed his expression, moved quickly, and stood in front of the security guard. Tang Qingyan was very nervous, watching as Yi reached out with one hand and swiftly pulled out a few red bills from his pocket, handing them to the security guard. Smiling, "Brother, this is 500 yuan. Can you do us a favor and let us in?" Tang Qingyan. So, this was what it meant to give him a taste of his power. It was quite literal. However, money makes the world go round. The security guard quickly put on a smile, even blocking the camera lens with his body, pretending to refuse a few times before discreetly putting the money in his pocket. Then, with a look of righteousness, he said, "I am an upright security guard. I cannot take the money. Since you were invited to perform, go ahead and enter." Old brother, so righteous, admirable. Yi Zi sighed, impressed by the guard's experienced ways. As he walked into the campus, he gave the security guard a thumbs up and thought about where to make a complaint later about his bribe-taking. "Hey, Yi Zi, you finally made it." When Yi Zi found Fan Shishi in the performing arts studio, the young lady finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking it's no wonder Grandpa esteemed him so much. She casually asked him to come, and he actually made it here. If only Yi Zi knew what she was thinking, he would definitely scold this rowdy girl and then save her from another scolding. Finding someone was not that difficult, right? Fan Shichi's 6 companions were also present, all dressed up carefully today, looking fresh and lovely, making them very pleasant to look at. The performance of Fan Shishi and her friends, titled Youth is Heaven, featured one of the hit songs by the popular star Qin Yanran. While the song was the core, another important selling point was the high beauty of the 7 girls. But Fan Shishi had just informed them that she was planning to invite guest singers. Yang Xiaofei and the others would surely be upset, completely disrupting their arrangement. "Ah, I know you. You're Tang Qingyan." Yang Xiaofei, upon seeing Yi Zi at first, was not very pleased. However, when she saw the coldly beautiful woman sitting in a wheelchair in front of him, she exclaimed. After all, Tang Qingyan had just won the singing contest organized by MEIHUA Entertainment Company, something most girls their age would know. And with her sitting in a wheelchair, her image was very striking. She's the champion singer. I knew Shishi wouldn't easily give up. They invited Liu Jianjia as a backup singer, and now we have a professional singer as well. The other girls suddenly turned around too. On the contrary, Tang Qingyan felt a bit surprised. She was a year younger than these girls, but was already being held in high regard. It felt pretty good. She had to work hard and do her best. Facing this situation, Fan Shishi felt embarrassed to say that she had actually invited Yi Zi to be a guest singer, let alone think about defeating anyone. Sweat. Well, let's rehearse once. We will go on stage directly later. Yang Xiaofei and the others quickly took Tang Qingyan to rehearse, but Yi Zi was left standing on the sidelines, unnoticed. Fan Shishi looked a bit gloomy and awkward, while Yi Zi appeared leisurely and content, which was the result he had wanted. However, before their rehearsal could begin, a group of people barged into the studio. HMPH, isn't that the shameless limping girl? How come? Immediately after being crowned the so-called singing show champion with someone's money, you rushed to show off everywhere. Leading them was Liu Kuikui. Behind her were a few big men, one of whom was the enemy Yi Zi had quickly defeated with a move in Huacheng. At this moment, he was sneering at Yi Zi. Hey, isn't this the imposing Yi Sha from Huacheng? Why do you have the time to come to our Dan Hai City to watch the performance? Qiu Dan, accompanied by 2 followers, approached Yi Zhaoxiao, his attitude full of pride. Last time in Huacheng, he lost to Yi Zhaoxiao in a fight, and he had kept that grudge in his diary. Today, back in Dan Hai City, his home turf, he felt it was time to settle the score. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he still wanted to humiliate him. Shh, don't be so ostentatious. Yi Zhaoxiao, instead of getting angry, waved his hand and said, "You guys know how amazing I am, so it's enough. You're promoting me so much, I really feel well-deserved." Qiu Dan's mouth twitched slightly, cursing this idiot for having poor prioritization skills. Can't you understand that I'm mocking you? How did you pass exams with that level of comprehension before? Liu Kuikui, what are you doing here? It's our rehearsal time now. Yang Xiaofei and a few girls, ignoring the irrelevant quarrel between men, directly questioned Liu Kuikui. With a cold tone, it was evident that Liu Kuikui was not popular among the girls at school. Yang Xiaofei, tonight's University City concert features only a few singing programs, so I came specifically to exchange ideas. Liu Kuikui's eyes were arrogant, even casting a look at the infatuated gazes around. She had no enmity towards the infatuated gazes before, but today, seeing that she deliberately invited Yi Zhaoxiao and Tang Qingyan, a hint of jealousy appeared in her eyes. This woman, the infatuated gazes, knew that Miss doesn't like Yi Zhaoxiao, yet she intentionally acts intimate with him. and even brought a woman with a limp leg to sing with her. Isn't she provoking me clearly? Is she not essentially trying to end our friendship? How annoying. HMPH. Liu Kui. Don't think we don't know. You're afraid we'll steal your first place, so you've come to snoop around and disturb our rehearsal, right? Yang Xiaofei, also a rich girl in Donghai City, was not afraid of Liu Kui and directly saw through her intentions. Ha ha. Do you think my Princess Kui would be afraid of you? Let me show you our star guest singer, Qiu Dong said as the door to the rehearsal room opened. A woman dressed in formal attire, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was none other than Wang Ya, the manager of Liu Jinja, and behind her was a woman with exquisite makeup, dressed in a sexy outfit, walking in a deliberate and provocative manner. Heavens, isn't that Liu Jinja? Really? It's her. Several girls next to the infatuated gazes recognized Liu Jinja. Not only did they exclaim in surprise, two of them even rushed over to request her autograph. Liu Jinja, looking disdainfully at them, and Wang Ya even proudly pushed aside the two girls. Sorry, now is not the time for autographs. Yi Xiao, seeing that there were people siding with the enemy, revealed an unhappy expression on his face. The infatuated gazes, seeing Yi Xiao's expression, were also dissatisfied with their two companions. Yang Xiaofei was even more furious. What are you two doing? You're embarrassing us. You're off the show today. The two girls looked innocent, even arguing with Yang Xiaofei. Seeing the situation, Liu Jinja became even more pleased and intentionally looked at Tan Qingyan, sneering loudly. Hehe, Qiu. Liu Kui, you invite me to compete in singing with these worthless people. Isn't that an insult to me? I deserve more money. You. Meeting an enemy was always frustrating. Seeing this woman trying to humiliate herself, Tan Qingyan became agitated. Yi Xiao quickly protected her in case she fell due to her weak legs. Sister Liu, your words are a bit over the line, aren't they? The infatuated gazes couldn't bear it. Yi Xiao was invited specifically by her, and now Liu Jinja was insulting them, causing her to feel like she couldn't let it go. Are you stupid, infatuated gazes? Are you really going to pick a fight with me for this scumbag and that crippled woman? Liu Kui also immediately stood up and confronted the infatuated gazes. Former friends had truly become enemies at this moment. Forget it. Infatuated gazes. At this moment, it was Yi Xiao who interjected to stop the infatuated gazes. You, a little 18th-tier artist, where did you get this confidence? The more cocky you are now, the more embarrassing it will be if you lose later. What did you say? Who's an 18th-tier artist? I am a 2nd-tier star, soon to become a big star like Qingyan. Am I going to lose to you? Just wait until you lose the competition, and then you won't be able to leave the stage. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Liu Jinja became very angry and plotting to step on her was a satisfying thought. Liu Kui also taunted Tan Qingyan, and you, this despicable woman, stole my talent show championship with money. Today I will use my strength to prove to everyone that you're nothing. Tan Qingyan couldn't even speak after listening to Liu Kui's words. How could there be such shameless people in the world? As to who was lip-syncing on the day of the competition, who wanted to use backstage tactics to win, everyone knew it in their hearts. Yet, now they could stand here and twist the truth so shamelessly. Ha ha. Yi Xiao burst into laughter. Liu Kui, since you said today is about strength, then if you lose later, don't cry. If you can't win with your strength and money or backstage tactics, I don't think you deserve to claim the title of a singer. You. Liu Kui wanted to counterattack, but was left speechless by Yi Xiao's words. Humph, it will definitely be us who win. You chickens are not on the same level as us. After supporting her cousin in mocking back, Liu Jinja once again looked down on Tan Qingyan. I can't believe someone like you, a crippled nobody, was asked to sing from me. It's really funny. Hehe. Saying this, she turned her head high and proudly walked away. Even after Liu Jinja and her group left, the two girls who had just asked for Liu Jinja's autograph regretted their actions. Just an artist who depends on her body and family resources to rise through the ranks, and she thinks she's so popular. Yet, luckily she didn't give an autograph, or I would have torn it up on the spot. Their disgruntled words did not bring joy to the infatuated gazes and their companions. Although Liu Jinja was indeed annoying, she had been trained as a professional singer, and her performance skills were far superior. With her dazzling makeup, fascinating expressions, bold clothing, and impressive singing abilities, she earned screams and applause from the audience. Undoubtedly, she was currently the most popular performer. Although she's a second-tier female star, her stage skills are indeed good, something us amateurs can't compare with. After watching their performance, Liang Xiaofei and her friends lost their earlier confidence once again. After Liu Jinjia and Liu Kuikui had finished their performances, they purposefully returned to the backstage area to watch the deflated Liang Xiaofei and the others, mocking them coldly. Heh, what happened? Weren't you all bursting with confidence mere moments ago, saying you wanted to embarrass me? What now? How about now? Heh, sister, I think they're shaking. After our performance, they will only become a laughingstock when they go on stage. Tang Qingyan, don't think you're so great just because you won the Mihua Entertainment Talent Show Championship. In front of us, you're just a rookie. Listening to their sarcastic remarks, Tang Qingyan trembled all over. Infatuated gazes and their friends were angry, but didn't have the confidence to fight back. After all, in terms of skills, no matter how well they sang, they couldn't compare to the professionalism of others. Just as everyone was being ridiculed by the sisters Long Jinji, Wei Xiao once again, with a carefree smile, said, "Don't worry. We still have overflowing confidence right now. The trembling is just because we sing too well, and we accidentally trample you on the ground. You backstab us behind our backs, secretly curse us, and think about how to retaliate against us in the future, right? Theft." Liang Xiaofei and the other girls didn't know where Wei Xiao came from, but they found him too arrogant. Why didn't he show any respect to the famous stars? Hunch couldn't help but laugh. Wei Xiao was just amusing. No matter when he was provoked, he never lost his composure and was still quick-witted, talented. Humph, we'll see if you can still laugh after a while. Long Kuka couldn't argue with Wei Xiao every time, so she coldly snorted and left with Long Jinji, the second-tier star. For the last program, Youth is Heaven, getting ready to take the stage. After the staff loudly announced, Tang Kongjian followed the goddesses backstage to wait. Performing on stage is a nerve-wracking thing. Now that she has clashed with a second-tier star, Tang Kongjian is under immense pressure. I must win. I must give her back the humiliation. Tang Kongjian silently encouraged herself. At that moment, someone suddenly pulled back the curtain on the stage. Several girls looked in that direction. When they saw the captivating face, they were all surprised, unable to blink. The beauty was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, looking like a girl next door. However, with such simple attire, she showcased her melodious curves and charming appearance. You aren't you. For several seconds, the girls were so excited they couldn't complete a full sentence. Qin Yanren. Finally, Hunch screamed. Compared to the second-tier star Long Jinji, the blushing Qin Yanren showed no haughtiness. She smiled, showed a hushing motion to everyone, and then turned to Wei Xiao. "Mr. Wei, am I not late?" "Late." Wei Xiao immediately responded, "You came too late. They didn't plan for you to appear, so if you want to help with the singing later, you're on your own." The girls were even more surprised. Could it be the red-hot celebrity Qin Yanren was actually invited by him? Oh my! Who is this man? These university students, who usually enjoy following celebrities, are very familiar with Qin Yanren, the current hottest A-list celebrity. It is rumored that many tycoons and heirs have tried to invite Qin Yanren out for dinner or singing sessions, only to be rejected. She has been in the industry for so many years, but has never been known to agree to private invitations. Why was Wei Xiao able to invite her? "It's nothing. No problem." Qin Yanren also felt relieved and explained to Wei Xiao, "This is a campus event. I was afraid of being recognized and attracting a crowd, so I dressed so casually. I had to wear a face mask to come in. Some of my assistants and bodyguards are still being blocked outside. I don't need explanations. I'll just watch the outcome." Wei Xiao directly interrupted, "You'll sing a section later responsible for the ending. Is that okay?" Hearing his condescending tone, the girls were even more surprised. Even Hunch was dumbfounded looking at Wei Xiao. Who is Qin Yanren? She is currently the hottest A-list celebrity in Longguo. Not only did she debut at the center stage, but she skyrocketed to fame within a year, with her first concerts causing a national sensation. In the years since her debut, she has had over 30 concerts, and is now known as the Intercontinental Queen. Even some big bosses and tycoons show her great respect. When have they ever heard someone arranging things in such a manner with her? However, Qin Yanren is not the kind of diva they imagine. Yanran smiled back at Wishow. I see, it's just a small matter. Of course, it's fine. Tsk. This confident smile doesn't just charm men. Even the 7 beautiful girls are captivated by her. If they had brought paper and pens, they would have surely surrounded her for autographs. For the final program, we have a group of energetic beauties who will perform Quinn Yanran's hit song, Youth is Heaven. With that announcement from the host on stage, the audience burst into cheers. Tonight's concert was very successful, with every program meticulously prepared and captivating, really stirring the audience's emotions. The appearance of Long Jinji, a star, as a guest singer elevated the concert to a level beyond just a campus event. The enthusiasm continued for over 2 hours without many people leaving their seats. Instead, more and more people tried to squeeze in to watch. As is customary, the best performances are often saved for last. Originally, when the concert program was arranged, they intended for this kind of impact. Hunchk, Aang Xiaofei, and the other girls are all campus beauties, and with all 7 stunningly beautiful girls appearing together, it surely would garner a lot of attention from the audience. As expected, one by one, the 7 beautiful girls walked onto the stage. Their sweet voices, slightly naive yet elegant faces, graceful and slightly tender figures were the favorites of students in their age group. The male students cheered for them, the female students clapped for them. Some of the girls had some talent in singing and dancing. And now, thinking about Quinn Yanran closing the show gave them newfound confidence. They were spot on, both in their singing and expressions, and their stage presence was no less impressive than the professional Long Jinji, particularly Tong Kanjian. As soon as she started singing, she became a crowd favorite. The students were moved by her elegant appearance, her stubborn demeanor, her sad eyes, and the story of her in a wheelchair. They stood up and applauded, some even shouting, "Go for it!" Long Jinji watched nervously from the crowd, but with a look of disdain on her face. Humph, no matter how hard these students try, they only have this level. By the way, Kuka, don't you think the judges might play favorites? Chudong immediately answered for Long Kuka. Miss Long, don't worry. The judges have all received some of my Chudong's favors, so they definitely won't favor anyone. HMPH. Then I'm relieved. Long Jinji's mouth curled up in a smug smile. Even if they try their best, amateurs are amateurs. How can they compare to me? However, Quinn Yanran, who was waiting behind the curtain, didn't think the same way. These beautiful girls had sweet voices, were good candidates, and with proper professional training, their singing skills might even surpass her in the future. Especially Tong Kanjian, who had the right temperament and emotions. Given the resources, she would surely become famous. The 7 beautiful girls soon finished singing, and the atmosphere in the audience was completely ignited, especially the male students, who were shouting wildly for Hunchk, Aang Xiaofei, and the other beauties. Of course, many students knew Tong Kanjian and showed their support with enthusiastic applause. Seeing this scene, Wishow knew that Tong Kanjian's debut had a strong foundation. Her image really suited the student crowd. With Quinn Yanran paving the way for her, her success was almost guaranteed. Just when everyone thought the concert was about to end, as the curtain was lifted once again, a graceful goddess walked onto the stage. Heavens, am I seeing things? Is that Quinn Yanran? Immediately, the entire audience displayed expressions of surprise bordering on disbelief. The students who saw their idols and dream lovers were wide-eyed, covering their mouths, almost unable to believe it. Quinn Yanran. It's really Quinn Yanran. Am I dreaming? I've seen my idol with my own eyes. What a surprise! How can a big star come to perform without any publicity? Quinn Yanran, I love you. With the arrival of the popular celebrity, the entire venue erupted. The screams drowned out one another, and the whole open square was on the brink of explosion. Long Jinji couldn't help but widen her eyes, shivering, watching Quinn Yanran on stage with an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Kuko, why didn't you tell me Quinn Yanran was going to participate in this competition? With her here, how could I have a chance? No matter how proud Long Jinji was, she knew she was not on the same level as Quinn Yanran. She has won numerous awards, released numerous albums, and is a hot female star who has walked the red carpet at music festivals until her legs were weak. As for herself, she has never won an award in music and is just a viral star who appears in the public eye by leveraging some resources. Oh well. With Quinn Yanran's appearance, Long Jinji, who was just proud a moment ago, instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Such a contrast in expression. TSK, outstanding. I didn't know Quinn Yanran would come to participate in the campus event. Long Kuka also looked confused, implying, if I had known she was coming, why would I invite you? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Chudong couldn't understand either. As a dandy from a wealthy family in Don High City, he had tried to contact Quinn Yanran before. However, she completely ignored him. He knew the backgrounds of these 7 girls. Although they all had some connections, they would never be able to invite Quinn Yanran. Who could it be that made Quinn Yanran lower herself to participate in such a small event? On stage, Quinn Yanran's brief a cappella singing had already ignited a musical storm. By the end, the entire audience was singing along with her. Wei Xiao also realized that the currently popular star truly had solid skills. Even with unplugged singing, she could still engage the whole audience, mesmerizing them. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Emotions are mutual, and Qin Yanran obviously was also moved by everyone's enthusiasm. After the performance ended, she appeared very excited, even picking up the microphone to speak about the journey of creating her own songs. Count Walper once said, if one cannot make their youth shine, everything will lose its charm. You all have youth now, which means you have all the possibilities. The whole audience erupted into applause again. So let's pledge here. We must strive to let our youth forever shine brilliantly, never fading away. Okay. Qin Yanran's words seemed to touch the hearts of thousands of students, causing radiant flowers to bloom in their sunny and bright hearts. The campus performance ended, and suddenly, Feng and others felt that the rankings were not as important anymore. What mattered was that they had spent an unforgettable night. Yizi brought Qin Yanran to them, and Qin Yanran brought them unforgettable memories of their youth. Of course, the outcome was without suspense as their program easily won the championship. After all, Qin Yanran was a little Asian pop diva. If the school judges did not give her first place, wouldn't that imply that someone in the school was more talented than Qin Yanran? That would be too arrogant. Most importantly, if the school judges dared to do so, they would definitely be drowned in spit by tens of millions of Qin Yanran fans tomorrow. Just thinking about it was dangerous. Humph. Boring. Liu Jinja lost the competition without any suspense. She had long forgotten her provocations and taunts before the competition and left without waiting for the award ceremony. Liu Jinja. Before she could leave, Tang Qingyan pushed her wheelchair and stood in front of her. Seeing this, Yizi quickly walked behind her, fearing that she and Liu Jinja would get into a fight. The people around them grew tense, and some even sneaked photos. Weren't you very proud before the competition? Calling us noobs? What about now? What now? If we are noob chickens pecking at each other, wouldn't you be even noobier than a noob? Tang Qingyan taunted loudly. Others also looked at Liu Jinja with amused eyes. She had some singing talent as a B-list celebrity, but her character was poor, lacking in respect for others. Now she was embarrassed, and it served her right. Liu Jinja clenched her teeth, then sneered. Huh? What's the matter? You only won because of Qin Yanran. Now you want to show off. No. You're wrong. Tang Qingyan's eyes were proud, shattering. I'm here to remind you. This time you lost to me, and in the future, you will lose to me again. No matter what, wherever I am in the entertainment industry, there is no room for you. Liu Jinja. Arrogant, domineering. Her beautiful eyes also held intense hatred and a relentless coldness. The onlookers drew a sharp breath. Even Yizi felt that it was too early for Tang Qingyan to say such things. However, he liked Tang Qingyan's attitude. If she didn't even have this confidence, how could she expect to succeed in the future? Hey. Then Liu Jinja was about to retort to Tang Qingyan when she heard Qin Yanran's voice from the stage. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Actually, I came here today to announce something to everyone. Below the stage, there was another curious cheer. Did you all find the girl's voice beautiful when she was sitting in the wheelchair earlier? Beautiful. The resounding answer filled the ears. Many even said that she sang better than Liu Jinja, undoubtedly slapping Liu Jinja in the face. She had been in the industry for years and even released albums, repeatedly mocking Tang Qingyan's skills earlier. But now what? Only a group of people praised Tang Qingyan's singing as better than hers, and no one argued against it, proving that her singing skills were indeed not as good as Tang Qingyan's. Liu Jinja looked both angry and embarrassed. She could accept that she was not as talented as Qin Yanran, but she refused to admit that not even a newcomer like Tang Qingyan surpassed her. Tang Qingyan, alright, since you said that, I will also retort to you. Listen to me, Tang Qingyan. In the future, I, Liu Jinzhou, will make sure you die with a sense of rhythm. Just wait. The public declaration of war between the two artists was indeed spectacular. People had already taken photos and videos, and once these circulated online, it would surely be explosive news. Many thought that Tang Qingyan's public challenge was just the arrogance of a newcomer. Only Yizi knew that Tang Qingyan was already capitalizing on Liu Jinjia's slight fame. Artists needed heat and traffic, and she already knew how to create attention before her debut. It seemed like he didn't need to worry about Tang Qingyan after all. Poor Liu Jinjia, being used without even realizing it, was already losing to Tang Qingyan intellectually. Of course, just using Liu Jinjia wasn't enough, as Qing Yanran announced publicly. In that case, the next chapter of my music album will feature her in collaboration. Are you looking forward to it? Looking forward. The audience below unanimously agreed. Then, let's have Tang Qingyan come on stage now. Qin Yanran had promised Yizi to help promote Tang Qingyan, and now she was fulfilling that promise. Yizi, on the other hand, was no longer concerned about these details. He knew that Tang Qingyan would surely succeed, so after Tang Qingyan came on stage, he walked away on his own. And whenever he was alone, he would only miss one woman, Qing Wu. Where are you now? The news of Qin Yanran's arrival in Donghai City quickly spread throughout the city, flooding many people's social media feeds. In a restaurant, 4-year-old Dao Dao was eating when she suddenly saw her mother crying while staring at the phone screen, leaning her small head over. Mom, why are you crying again? Nothing. Nothing. Be a good girl. Finish your food quickly. Chu Qingwu hurriedly put away the phone, but was too slow. Dao Dao still saw the picture on the screen of her father and Qin Yanran together. Mom, why is Daddy taking pictures with another woman? Daddy is a big shot, busy with work. It's normal to have other women around. Chu Qingwu quickly explained with a tearful and charming look. Mom, I really miss Daddy. When can we see him? Dao Dao said, starting to cry. Be good. Chu Qingwu hurriedly hugged Dao Dao, tears blurring her vision. When Daddy marries another woman, we won't have to hide from him anymore. Speaking, she felt heart-wrenching pain. She knew she loved Yizi, and she knew that he loved her more. That's why she couldn't let him find her whereabouts, or he would give up everything for her. Love is about sacrifice. Yizi, when you dominate the world, you will definitely forget about the humble wife who spent 3 years with you. I just want to see you succeed. Miss, do you need tissues? A restaurant server suddenly appeared and handed her a tissue when she saw Chu Qingwu crying. Thank you. Chu Qingwu took the tissue and quickly wiped away her tears. She had already forgotten how many times she had lost her composure in front of others in the past week. Miss, if it's convenient, can you settle the bill first? Oh. Yes, of course. Chu Qingwu was about to use her phone for payment when she realized that her card balance was insufficient. Just as she panicked, an elegant man walked over and paid for the meal for her. Thank you. I will definitely repay you. Can you leave your phone number if it's possible? Chu Qingwu, still as competitive as ever, despite not having a job at the moment and having depleted her savings on housing and Dao Dao's education. I am Qiu Zhaoshen. May I ask? After leaving his number, the elegant man tried to socialize with the beautiful woman in front of him, extending his hand towards Chu Qingwu. However, Chu Qingwu just nodded at him, thanked him again, and left with Dao Dao. Second Master Qiu, I don't think that woman will repay you. Why did you? The server who wanted to chat with the restaurant owner unexpectedly received a sharp glance from Qiu Zhaoshen, making him quickly shut his mouth. That look, so different from his demeanor towards that single mother earlier, such a beautiful and charming woman. Qiu Zhaoshen said with unfinished intentions, then took large steps away. The server sneered, not expecting that the renowned second master Qiu of Donghai actually liked the type of married woman. A week later, the commercial city officially opened in the northern district of Huaqian, sponsored by the Hua family and owned by Yizi, with Qin Yanran helping to promote it and the newly popular singer Tang Qingyan performing live. The commercial city attracted a large crowd of people from Huaqian. Of course, with the same model, commercial cities in the western and central districts would open one after the other in the next 2 days. Jia Yunshan and Wu Qilin's brothers had also moved over. Today, Li Bilai also came to Yizi, crying to him, "Mr. Yi, by doing so, I might really lose my job. The foot traffic in our Western District commercial city has dropped by 60%, and major brands are now threatening to withdraw from the Western District commercial city. Without a strong security system and a large foot traffic guarantee, the commercial city was doomed to fail rapidly." But Yi Zi had no compassion. He even smiled and said to Li Bilai, "Manager Li, why don't you switch to work with me? When the Western District commercial city can't operate, I'll just acquire it outright in a legitimate way." His ambitions were clear. Alas, Li Bilai sighed heavily. Yi Zi was clearly playing against Madame and Miss Yi. What should he, as the middleman, do now? Yanjing, Pa. When Yu Feifei heard the news from Hua Cheng, she couldn't help but fiercely slap the table. The high-quality mahogany table was imprinted with a palm mark, showing the lady's fiery temper and strength. Does Ye Xiao really want to defend that piece of land in Hua Cheng and fight our entire Yi family to the end? Seeing Yu Feifei so angry, Lania also knew that Ye Xiao had really caused a big commotion this time. As an abandoned child without parents, rarely taken care of by his aunt, who wanted to help him ascend to the position of family head, he had to fight for a grassroots woman, showing his ignorance. In the past, Yerofu would definitely have the same opinion as Laniao. However, having witnessed Chicken Yu shedding tears for love and being willing to leave everything behind for Ye Xiao, she understood why Ye Xiao did what he did. So now, seeing her mother getting angry, Yerofu had to step out to advise, "Mom, are we pushing Zhao Xiao too far? Men tend to be rebellious and self-centered. How about we both take a step back?" Ye Feifei's phoenix eye sharpened. "What do you mean?" Yerofu quickly explained, "We allow Zhao Xiao to be with Chu Qingyu, but the condition is that he must marry the Ning family's daughter and, with the backing of the telecommunications tycoon, successfully take over the position of the Yi family's branch head." Yu Feifei furrowed her brow and thought for a long time before sighing deeply. Although this method would definitely have many repercussions, she really didn't want to completely fall out with Ye Xiao. But that man was too stubborn. The more he was forced, the stronger his resistance. So Yu Feifei had to take a step back and reluctantly nodded to let Yerofu handle it. However, Ye Xiao received a call from Yerofu, and after hearing her words, he immediately refused. "Sister, no." "Why?" Yerofu, afraid of her mother overhearing the call, quickly slipped into a room with no one in it and quietly persuaded Ye Xiao, "Are you worried that Chicken Yu will not come back to you if she knows you want to marry another woman? Don't worry, as long as you marry another woman, she will definitely come back." "Sister, do you know where King Yu went?" Ye Xiao seized the opportunity when Yerofu paused to speak and asked back, I don't know." Yerofu quickly changed the subject, "But if you agree to marry Ning Yuxi, sister guarantees to help you find her back." "Forget it." Ye Xiao couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that fat girl who liked to act cute and had body odor. Even if he die, he couldn't give up Chicken Yu for a woman like that. "Sister, if you and aunt are determined to push me, I can only build my own kingdom with my own hands and find King Yu by myself." Sigh. Yerofu could hear Ye Xiao's determination and couldn't help but sigh. Feeling guilty and helpless, she decided to give in to Ye Xiao. "ZZ, I'll give you back the funds I transferred to you before, and also the Western commercial city. This time, I won't play any tricks on you. This is the last time sister helps you. If you insist on giving up all women in the world, even sacrificing the Yi family, all for Chicken Yu, then you are on your own." "Sister." Ye Xiao could feel Yerofu's affection for him, and couldn't help feeling touched. Sister was risking severe punishment from aunt for doing this behind her back, so he refused and insisted on using his own abilities to acquire the Western commercial city and Qingcheng International Group. "It's up to you." Yerofu didn't insist, but reminded him, "Zhao Xiao, my mother may have told you, in this world, power is everything. Do you understand that?" Ye Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, pondering the implications of his sister bringing up this topic again. Yerofu guessed he still didn't know the details, so she pointed it out directly. "You want to subvert the Yi family, control all the family's power in your hands. Wealth and business are just superficial branches. Only absolute power can shake the foundation of the Yi family." Absolute power. Ye Xiao's brows furrowed, thinking deeply. Yes, there is a mysterious tiger alliance in the Dragon Kingdom. The organization of all martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom. Ordinary people and families can't touch this level. Only the top families in each city can join this organization and get the alliance's protection, such as the Hua family in Huacheng. I see. Ye Xiao had a sudden realization. He had always heard that the Hua family was the leading family in Huacheng, and even the status of each family had to be recognized by them. The Hua family's development of the Huawen Beiviyas was a symbol of the status of each family. However, the total value of the Hua family's business was not necessarily the highest in Huacheng. It turned out that there was a deeper reason behind it. No wonder when the central villa was sold, the Hua family never sold it to others. When he found out that he wanted to buy it, they sold it to him without hesitation. It seemed that the person in charge of the Hua family had long known his identity as the young master of the Yi family. And the Yi family is the leader of this Tiger Alliance, so its position is unshakable. Yerofu revealed the key point to Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao listened with new understanding, but couldn't help but self-mock. He was the legitimate grandson of the Yi family, but he only found out this deepest secret of the Yi family at this moment. Xiao Xiao, I know you have always carried a grudge and wanted to subvert the Yi family. Also, you asked your father about some things regarding your mother. If you really have the ability to do that, you must manage or dissolve the Tiger Alliance. Otherwise, you will never be able to shake the foundation of the Yi family. Sister, do you also think I am overestimating myself? Ye Xiao asked in return. No. You are special, so maybe you have the ability, but sister hopes you will take care of yourself. Don't mess things up. Yerofu's words were not finished till the call was disconnected. Ye Xiao also felt quite melancholic in his heart. He did not expect that because of the marriage alliance with Ning Yuxi, he and Na's family would also fall out. However, it was inevitable. No matter who it was, he could not let go of Chikinyu. Ye Xiao wanted to quickly find out more about the Tiger Alliance, so he stood up immediately to visit the old man Hua. Unexpectedly, as he walked out of the South Commercial City building with Tang Qingshan Zhao Yunshan, he saw Chu Weiman leading 3 people rushing toward him. Ye Xiao squinted and realized that the 3 people were none other than the long-lost Wang Gobin family. Is there something? Ye Xiao saw this group and knew it wouldn't be anything good, but they were still his father-in-law and elder brother-in-law, so he had to deal with it. Wang Gobin and his son quickly gestured to Chu Weiman. Obviously, Chu Weiman had come with something urgent. However, seeing Ye Xiao accompanied by so many people, Chu Weiman hesitated and didn't dare to speak. I'll leave if there's no issue. Ye Xiao didn't bother with them. After waiting for a while without hearing a single word from Chu Weiman, just as he was about to leave, Chu Weiman panicked, quickly stepped forward to stop him, and shouted, Ye Xiao, I am your father-in-law. They are your brother-in-law and nephew. What gives you the right to promote Chu Jianzhen's family, making them the general manager and human resources manager of the commercial city, while we are not even given an official position? Ye Xiao laughed when he heard this. Chu Weiman was obviously trying to ask for benefits from him, but he wanted to rage and yet he trembled. It was ridiculous. Ha ha. Mr. Ye Xiao, your father-in-law is quite a unique character. Does he always talk like this to you? I'm worried that if you yell at him, he might wet his pants. Seeing this, Zhao Yunshan couldn't help but tease. Some followers behind him couldn't help but laugh, covering their mouths again. After all, although this old man was funny, he was still the father-in-law of Mr. Ye Xiao. Laugh? What are you laughing at? It was still Wang Gobin, the ruffian, who stood up for Chu Weiman, the cowardly uncle. Are you laughing at us? Wang Gobin, a ruffian, was destined to lack grace. Seeing Ye Xiao mocking him, he wanted to explode. However, as soon as he yelled at Ye Xiao, Zhao Yunshan forcefully pressed him down, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. The Wang early couple was horrified to see their son being abused, and for a moment, they dared not make a sound. Chu Weiman, this useless person, was even more pathetic, quickly hiding to the side trembling, even thinking about escaping. Now they realized how ridiculous they were. Yi was no longer the son-in-law who could be bullied before. Now, he not only could command the Huayanzhan reign in Huacheng but also had a group of loyal and brave guards by his side. If they show even a little disrespect towards him, it would be enough to get them into trouble. Hey, Zhao Yunshan, what are you doing? In the end, it was Yi who called out Zhao Yunshan, helped the disheveled Wang Gobin up, and reprimanded Zhao Yunshan. My commercial city is currently experiencing rapid development, in desperate need of towns. I was just laughing earlier because someone talented came to join us. Why did you all start fighting for no reason? Tsk. Look at how he said it. The boss is the boss indeed. His words are truly artistic. Wang Gobin also mumbled, pushed away his sister's husband who was fixing his collar, and coldly said, Easy, you said this yourself. Now our family has come to seek refuge with you. We are not greedy, but you also shouldn't show favoritism. Whatever treatment you give to Chu Jianjun's family, you should also give the same to us. Hey. Easy couldn't help but laugh again. Seeing his smile, Wang Gobin felt uncomfortable all over. This brat kept saying he was desperate for talents, but Wang Gobin always felt that he was looking down on him. Rest assured, I am following the standards and treating everyone equally. Zi Chunru, tell them about my philosophy of employing people. As soon as Yi finished speaking, Zi Chunru, who had been standing behind him all this time, pushed her glasses up and walked over in high heels. After all, she had previously worked as an assistant, and now that Tao Tao was not at home, Wang Yanqing relied heavily on Chu Weiman, so Yi freed her. In the end, this kind of work suited her more. At this moment, seeing the Soel elder sister with long legs still wearing black stockings, Wang Gobin and the other men couldn't help but drool. They racked their brains to get a management position in the commercial city. Isn't this the dream target for such women? But dreams are beautiful. Reality is cruel. They came full of anticipation, yearning for good jobs in the commercial city. But Zi Chunru said, Yi wants to build a commercial empire. And every talented individual is a cornerstone of the empire. He desires talents but also wants each cornerstone to be fully utilized, never allowing the collapse of the business empire due to a cornerstone. Enough, don't tell me these empty words. Wang Gobin didn't understand and didn't have the patience to listen. He thought of himself as Chu Qingyu's cousin, an imperial relative of the commercial empire. These literary concepts didn't apply to him. Yi, just tell me what position you'll arrange for us, as long as it's not too biased. Wang Gobin had already stepped back. He thought he couldn't be a CEO like Chu Jianjun, but a department head, business manager, security team leader, he should be able to get one easily. Chu Weiman thought the same. Furthermore, he was quite dissatisfied with the fact that although he was Yi Zhao's father-in-law, why did he promote Chu Jianjun and neglect him? Their expressions, how could the people around not see through them? These guys obviously wanted to take advantage of being royal relatives, seeking benefits. Many people were feeling a bit unbalanced mentally, waiting to see how Yi would handle the situation. These matters are arranged by my assistant. Yi pushed the responsibility directly to Zi Chunru. In any case, these people were all his relatives, and he couldn't ruin the relationship completely. Of course, he would never allow these few old tricks to enter his commercial empire, disrupting his grand plans. Therefore, this sentence of his had a lot of artistry, because everyone present knew that only high-level management positions were decided by the boss himself. By saying this, Yi indirectly implied that these imperial relatives couldn't possibly be appointed as high-ranking executives. Unfortunately, Wang Gobin didn't understand and thought Yi had agreed. He raised his head proudly and said to Zi Chunru, Beauty, did you hear that? Your boss asked you to arrange a position for me. I'm not asking for much. Just need to be able to manage someone like you, a little assistant. As he spoke, he looked Zi Chunru up and down, even licking his lips. He didn't expect to be able to seduce such a beautiful woman, but at least he should have some power, right? The joke was on him. As Zi Chunru understood Yi Zhao's intentions, but didn't directly expose them. She smiled and said, Mr. Wang wants to be a high-ranking executive. That's fantastic. Yi is currently looking for people like you. Really? Is there such a good thing? Not only Wang Gobin, but also his parents and Chu Weiming were excited. Wang nearly looked inviting, as if saying, Brother, I didn't say anything wrong. You have to actively strive for things yourself. Your son-in-law is the boss. Why are you being so passive? However, Zi Chunru dashed their hopes with one sentence. Do all of you have a Ph.D.? Have you studied in an MBA course? If you graduated from Harvard's management department and took an MBA, you could even become a regional director in charge of business development. The compensation would be higher than Mr. Chu Jianjun's. Stop, stop, stop. Wang Gobin was dumbfounded, and Chu Weiman quickly interrupted. Do we have those qualifications? If we did, I could get a good job anywhere without relying on my son-in-law. This statement displayed intelligence and emotional intelligence. The people around couldn't help but roll their eyes at Chu Weiman. Clearly, he hadn't thought about his son-in-law at all. If you have the ability, why rely on your son-in-law? If you don't have the capital, why seek good positions and treatment by aligning yourself with your son-in-law? Zi Chunru found Chu Weiman disgusting, but unlike him, she was not as lacking in intelligence. She continued with a smile, as the boss's father-in-law, of course, you will receive preferential treatment. This implied that others need not expect the same treatment. Wang Gobin and his family immediately wilted, but at the thought that if Chu Weiman could become a high-ranking executive in the future, and they aligned themselves with him, the outcome would be the same, so they didn't lose hope. Chu Weiman also relaxed. He just cared about having a good job and treatment. Otherwise, living in a luxurious house every day but not having any money to spend was painful. However, Zi Chunru followed up with, Mr. Chu Weiman, do you have experience working as a high-ranking executive? Isn't that nonsense? Chu Weiman suddenly got angry. If I did, why would I need to jump ship? Zhao Yunshan and the others nearby were tempted to beat him up. How selfish can this man be? He didn't consider his son-in-law at all in his remarks. Yizi was used to this kind of behavior. If Chu Weiman had thought for his own good, he wouldn't have stolen his valuable necklace in the first place, nor would he now demand a high-paying position publicly, causing embarrassment to himself. Well, sorry. Zi Chunru continued the process. In that case, Mr. Chu, why don't you go get an MBA first, or work as a high executive elsewhere, and then come back? I believe Mr. Yi will definitely offer you a more generous reward than the other party. Chu Weiman still didn't understand that Zi Chunru was intentionally mocking them, thinking this woman was too foolish. If he had the capital, why would he come begging for his son-in-law in public? He hadn't started getting angry yet, but Zhao Yunshan and the people around started laughing uproariously. Ha ha, how can there be such shameless people? Simply put, if you have the ability, you wouldn't rely on your son-in-law, but if you don't, you want to benefit from him. This person knows he's incapable, yet insists on taking advantage and benefiting himself, without considering the consequences for others. Too selfish, no company would want someone like this. Their mocking and disdainful comments instantly engulfed Chu Weiman and his group. Wang Erli also covered his head, feeling ashamed. Why was he so foolish to have someone like Chu Weiman, a liability, as his son-in-law? Forget it. Let's go. Little brother-in-law, your son-in-law is such an heartless person. Wang Gobin saw that Yizi never spoke from start to end. He resorted to his tactics from dealing with Wang Yanqing and began moral blackmailing. His parents also decided to follow suit. After all, didn't their family all care about face? They didn't believe that Yizi could resist this kind of verbal assault. Unexpectedly, Yizi grabbed Wang Gobin and said coldly, my patience has limits too. If you really have the ability, I will definitely consider you first. That if you want to play moral blackmail with me, instigating Chu Weiman's uselessness on my territory, I'll make you realize that we, Dance Killen, are not to be messed with. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yunshan and the others instantly changed their expressions, looking fierce and menacing, as if they were about to kill someone. Wang Erli finally saw the situation clearly, hurried to pull his son away, realizing that Yizi meant business. Smiling apologetically, he said, Yizi, let's make a deal. We'll go back and get some qualifying certificates or gain experience, and then come back to seek refuge with you. Ha ha. After saying that, they hastily left. Left behind was the foolish Chu Weiman, who complained about Yi Zhao's callousness as he left. Seeing these bumbling troublemakers have running away, everyone felt relieved and wanted to rush up to beat Chu Weiman instead. Yizi shook his head, thinking it was quite a challenge to deal with these kinds of parents who had lived with them for over 20 years. Just when Yizi thought the matter was resolved and was preparing to continue visiting Master Hua with Tang Qingsh, he didn't expect Wang Gobin to suddenly return again. Xiao, did you just say make the most of people? Wang Gobin intentionally ran back to say a sentence, causing Xiao to furrow his brow slightly, not sure what tricks he was trying to play. However, Xiao still nodded. All right. If I can help you find Chu Qingyu, will you give me 500,000? No. 5 million, and let me be the general manager of your company. How about that? Upon hearing this condition, Xiao had no room to negotiate the price, and immediately counter-questioned, are you sure? The people of Lone Wu are vast. As long as he could find Chu Qingyu, let alone 5 million, even 50 million or even 500 million, Xiao would be willing to pay. Ha ha. Wise men have their own ways. Just agree to it. All right, no problem. That settles it. Wang Gobin confidently walked away. Seeing his appearance, Yexia also had some expectations. This little rascal Wang Gobin always had dubious ideas, and he was very familiar with Chu Qingyu's character. Perhaps, for money, he would go all out. Later, he departed with Tang Qingsh to the Huajia family. Li Ergu had a classmate named Fang Ruru, a lively and lovely rural girl with good grades and very hospitable. Seeing that Li Ergu also came from the countryside and was honest and simple, she liked to tease him and often tutored him with his homework. Over time, they became best friends. Fang Ruru's family also got to know Li Ergu and trusted him because he was all about studying. Now, Li Ergu was at Fang Ruru's house doing his homework. Since the assignment was difficult, he fell into his bad habit of grabbing snacks from a girl's desk and munching on them. But when he suddenly looked up and saw Fang Ruru running in with red, teary eyes, he was shocked. Ruru, I'm sorry. I get nervous and when I concentrate. It's not intentional. Li Ergu thought Fang Ruru was crying because he ate her favorite chips, so he quickly explained. However, Fang Ruru burst into even heavier sobs. What's wrong? I'll go buy them back for you right now. How about that? Li Ergu said, getting up to leave, but Fang Ruru stopped him. Ergu, you can eat whatever you want in my house. Just finish everything. Ha. Li Ergu was even more flustered, unsure if Fang Ruru was serious or joking since this girl who loved to laugh often teased him. Wow. Seeing Li Ergu's dumbfounded expression, Fang Ruru cried again. In fact, she liked this honest, simple, and slightly foolish guy. Otherwise, she wouldn't tease him all the time. Unfortunately, maybe she couldn't play with him anymore in the future. What's wrong? Ruru. Don't cry. Li Ergu was completely flustered. Being a bit slow and naive, he couldn't sense Fang Ruru's liking for him, and he never thought about such things either. But seeing the girl crying so hard in front of him made him think he did something wrong. Ergu, my dad lost a lot of money gambling. He not only lost all my sister's earnings, but also mortgaged the house. Now, he's... What is it? Tell me. Li Ergu was now anxious, as he didn't know his kindness might resolve her upset. Ergu. Leave. The people from the boxing arena will be here soon to take me back. Wah. Since Fang Ruru was a rural girl, she didn't know any better. Just that debts had to be repaid. She felt resigned when her father called telling her they would take her as payment. Just then, as the door opened, her father returned with a few burly men. Dad, how much did you lose this time? Fang Ruru saw her dad and burst into tears as she ran to him. Their family already knew that the dad not only loved watching boxing but also gambling. Recently, Flower City held a boxing match, and he even got involved in betting. Initially, he won a bit, but soon losing streaks followed, and now the debts seemed astronomical.